History's Strongest Husband Chapter 305 to Chapter 325. The voice of the first Deputy Chief Examiner from Hanlin Academy was so excited that it almost scared the people around him. At this moment, the bell rang from outside. Dong. Dong, dong. One slow and two fast. The weather is dry, be careful of the candles. It was the middle of the night, everyone should be asleep. A few examiners frowned. Wasn't the first place already decided? It's Zhu Hongping. We don't believe that the candidates here will surpass Zhu Hongping in terms of policy theory and poetry. Even if they were evenly matched, everyone would choose Zhu Hongping as first place because he had been waiting for a few years. The examiner frowned. It's already the middle of the night, why don't we look at it tomorrow? The first vice examiner said, No, we have to look at it now, or you will regret it. Everyone cursed in their hearts but still went forward. And this time, the first vice examiner did not hand the script to the examiner. A few examiners were about to sleep when they started to read with a critical gaze. Then, they were shocked. Everyone's drowsiness disappeared. It can't be, how is this possible? All 90 questions were correct. Is he crazy? The record that Zhu Hongping had just set was broken in just a few hours. Next, they saw all 30 questions were correct. Everyone was shocked. Since the beginning of the exam, had there ever been a person who got all the questions correct? There really wasn't. Was this examinee trying to create an unprecedented record? This is truly unprecedented and will not be repeated in the future. Getting all the questions correct, this is crazy, I've never seen or heard of this before. Today is really strange, it's an eye-opener, an eye-opener. Hearing this, the examiner could not help but put down his pride and walked over. But even if all the questions are correct, it won't be of much use. The most important part of the exam is policy theory and poetry. The first vice examiner said, continue reading his policy theory and poetry. A few examiners continued reading. After reading Madman Lands on the Feudal System, they held their breaths. They exchanged shocked looks. When they read Qiu Yan's poem, they felt chills down their spines. When they finished reading Rock Rhapsody, their scalps were numb and their hearts were trembling. Their drowsiness disappeared without a trace. Silence reigned in the hall. It was too scary. There was actually such a freak in this department, it was an ancient and wondrous poem. No wonder the deputy chief examiner said that Zhu Hongping had lost the first place. The chief examiner took Zhu Hongping's examination paper and compared them. It was immediately clear who was superior. At most, Zhu Hongping could only write good articles that were hard to come by in a few years. As for this unknown examinee's script, it was rare to see one in 100 years. It was even more impossible to talk about poetry. It was destined to be remembered for generations to come. It could even be said that the writing was made by the heavens and obtained by the hands of a genius. The chief examiner couldn't help but mourn for Zhu Hongping. The Prime Minister had pressured Zhu Hongping to not participate in the imperial examinations for 2 years. Finally, at the age of 17, the time had come, but he had lost the first place. What a tragedy. Suddenly, an examiner asked, "Who is this examinee? Do you want to open it and paste it?" The examiners were tempted. They desperately wanted to know the name of this candidate. Let's see which freak of a genius is this powerful, but rules were rules. They could only open it and paste it at the last minute. By then, the ranking had already been decided. There was even a discussion in the imperial court that not only would the name be pasted, but the examination papers would also be rewritten. Could it be that the questions were leaked? An examiner, Yu, asked. Immediately, a few examiners looked at him coldly. Do you want to die? How important was the imperial examinations? If the questions were leaked, all the examiners present would be in trouble. Furthermore, how could the questions be leaked? The monarch had personally designed the policy and poetry questions. Before the examination began, the questions were sealed with wax. Even the examiners didn't know about it. The sutra and calculation questions were set by 6 examiners together. But after the questions were set, they did not leave the examination hall. Even if they wanted to leak the questions, there was no chance. It was not that there were no cases of cheating in the imperial examinations, but it usually involved the higher-ups. This time, Zhu Hongzhu had placed great importance on Zhu Hongping's participation in the imperial examinations. He could not wait to find the most righteous person in the imperial court to be the examiner. Who would dare to cheat? Of course we did not leak the questions. But this examination paper is too strange. Both the sutra and calculation questions are correct. This is unprecedented. Also, the policy and poetry do not look like they were improvised in the examination hall. He's not an ordinary person. He's like an immortal. Yes, that's what I mean. The problem is that we don't even know who this person is. I've never heard of such an abnormal genius among the candidates. Also, Zhu Hongping is determined to be first. If we make him second, there will be a huge uproar. The first deputy examiner said, "What do you mean? Could it be that he wanted to bite the bullet and make Zhu Hongping the champion? Then I will not agree. If you do that, I will withdraw from this examination immediately and formally resign from the emperor." Hearing this, the examiners cursed in their hearts. "Damn it, what do you mean? You make it sound like you're the only one with a backbone." One of the examiners said, "His Majesty is very fond of Zhu Hongping. He often says that his family has 1,000 li steed. If Zhu Hongping loses first place, I'm afraid His Majesty will be alarmed." So, the chief examiner said, "I have something to say." The examiner said, "According to the rules, we will still not open the examination paper. We will write 2 sets of examination papers and hand them to the emperor. Then, the emperor will decide who is better and who is worse." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with admiration. Not bad, not bad. Then, the first deputy examiner wrote, copied, Lunatic Land's examination paper. The last deputy examiner wrote Zhu Hongping's examination paper. After an entire hour, he finally finished writing all the praises. At this time it was almost 2 or 3 in the morning. The examiners wailed. They could only sleep for 4 hours at most. They had to wake up early the next morning to continue marking the examination papers. There were still more than 2,000 of them. According to the rules, the marking work would last about 3 days. On the 4th day, the list of candidates and the ranking would be finalized. Then, the results would be posted. The military examination would begin the next day. So when the time came, the results of the civil and military examinations would be released almost at the same time. Because the results of the military examination would be released almost immediately, there was no need to mark. The military examination used to have a subject of strategy, which was to test the art of war. However, it was cancelled after only 2 sessions. Because the military examination was only a by who, there was no need to learn the art of war. But in the military examination, the grand scholar would need to learn the art of war, and the importance of strategy was very large. Because the grand scholar was a high-level talent who would become a general in the future. Around 3 in the morning, the examiners went to sleep. They were still in the examination hall and could not take a step out. Lying in bed, these people still could not sleep. Just who was this monster? It was too scary. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere and killed the capital's #1 scholar, Zhu Hongping. It was too strange. The next morning, eunuch Xiaoli came to the examination hall again. There was no other way. The monarch was rushing him. "My lords, did you manage to read a blank paper?" "No." Then the chief examiner said, "Eunuch Xiaoli, there are 2 papers here that are very outstanding. If there are no exceptions, they should be the first and second place of this year's Enka examination. However, we are not sure who will be first and who will be second. His Majesty, please make the decision." Li En frowned slightly. This was not the court examination. Why did His Majesty have to make the decision? But then he remembered that Zhu Hongping was also in this examination. Could it be that he messed up, or that a genius appeared out of nowhere? After a slight hesitation, Li En still took the 2 rewritten papers. Then, he asked again, "My lords, are you done with the reading?" The chief examiner said, "How can it be so fast? There are still nearly 2,000 papers." Li En said, "Then why are you so sure that the first and second place are in these 2 papers?" The chief examiner said, "That was a slip of the tongue. We can't determine who is better in these 2 papers. His Majesty still has to look at them." Li En nodded, took the 2 examination papers and left, sending them into the palace. In times of adversity, monarch Ning Yuanxian could hide many things in his heart. In times of prosperity, Ning Yuanxian's breadth of mind would become shallow. He would not hide anything. He was about to get an answer. He slept late last night and woke up early today. He was waiting for an answer. Did Madman Lan hand in a blank paper? Did he look down on the emperor? He did not care about Madman Lan. To him, this person was like a cat or dog. What he cared about was Shen Lang. Would this person embarrass Ning Yuanxian? If you, Shen Lang, are of the same mind as me, then you should not make things difficult for me. As long as he confirmed that Madman Lan handed in a blank paper, he would immediately kill this person. Then, he would drag Shen Lang in and interrogate him. If you, Shen Lang, are unable to give me a convincing answer, then don't blame me for being merciless. At this moment, eunuch benefactor's voice rang out from outside. Come in. The monarch asked coldly, Li En, did they find Madman Lan's blank paper? Li En walked in and said, not yet. However, the examiner found 2 outstanding papers and determined that the first and second place papers were in one of them. They could not determine who was better, so they asked Your Majesty to make the final decision. I don't have time. Ning Yuanxian said coldly, this is not the court examinations. What are they doing? They even want me to determine the first place. Yes. Li En took the 2 papers and was about to leave. However, the monarch quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Zhu Hongping had failed? He had not heard of it. The queen said that her nephew performed well this time. Bring them here. Li En quickly brought the 2 papers in. The monarch picked up the first test paper and took a look. He quickly scanned through the sutra and calculation questions before moving on to the treatise and poem. Even though it had been rewritten, Ning Yuanxian could tell that it was Zhu Hongping's essay. Zhu Hongping called him uncle. The monarch was very fond of him and treated him like his own child. As such, he was very familiar with Zhu Hongping's writing style. After reading the policy paper and the poems, Lin Fan went to the library. The monarch was overjoyed. Zhu Hongping, this child, really performed well. This treatise and 2 poems were more than enough for the court examinations. Especially the enfeoffment system. It was of the same opinion as Ning Yuanxian. Good child, good child. Very well written. Very well written. First place was in the bag. What were these examiners doing? Did they not even have this much responsibility? Just because Zhu Hongping was the nephew of the queen and the grandson of Prime Minister Zhu, they did not dare to give him first place? Were they going to suppress him because of his noble birth? Next, Ning Yuanxian picked up the other paper. He had read it for less than 2 minutes. He was stunned. Sutra and calculation were all correct, all 120 questions were correct. Was he even human? Was he a monster? Then, he read the enfeoffment system. The monarch's body trembled and he sat up straight. Good, 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 Ning Yuanxian's every word was written in his heart. Most importantly, he quoted the sage's words and found the highest reason for the new policies. This treatise was no longer profound. It was full of foresight and insight. It could even replace the previous edict of the new policy and announce it to the world. Whatever the monarch Ning Yuanxian thought of, this treatise had it all. Even content that Ning Yuanxian had not thought of was in this treatise. In comparison, Zhu Hongping's treatise was still immature. Then, he read the Autumn Goose poem and the Rock Ode. The monarch's eyes heated up. This was not just written in his heart, it was completely written in his soul. It was as if there was a string in his soul, and these 2 poems were madly plucking at this soul string, causing him to tremble and his hair to stand on end. The person who wrote this poem and this poem is simply my bosom friend. Soulmate. It's hard to find a soulmate in this world. The monarch was completely immersed in some kind of special emotion and was unable to extricate himself. No wonder the examiners sent him the essays. They already had the answer, but they did not dare to put Zhu Hongping in second place. That was why they threw this problem to Zhu Hongping. Ning Yuanxian already had the answer. First place. The absolute first place. Even though Zhu Hongping was his favorite child, she could only be second. The author of the second examination paper simply didn't seem to have been written by a mortal. Whose exam paper is this? Ning Yuanxian asked, when did such a great talent appear in our country? Lian said, according to the rules, the paper cannot be opened before the marking is over. Ning Yuanxian was shocked. This was impossible. None of the candidates in the country had heard of such a genius. If there was, he would have stood out long ago. Ning Yuanxian shuddered. Could it be? It can't be. It can't be. Ning Yuanxian was shocked and full of anticipation. Go to the Ning government and bring that Lan lunatic here. I have something to ask him. Even though he had repeated it several times, Ning Yuanxian still could not remember this person's name. Who would want to remember the name of an ordinary cat or dog? Yes. Lian hurriedly went out. Half an hour later, lunatic Lan appeared in the palace. His legs were trembling. Then he knelt on the ground. F*ck, this commoner greets your majesty. Then, he collapsed to the ground and could not get up. This person loved to act. How could a scum like you, who dared to do such a thing in the Inca examination hall, tremble in fear? The monarch took a look and immediately made a judgment on this person. He was in his 30s, good-looking, had a complicated history, was audacious, hypocritical, and liked to put on airs. Among beggars and vagabonds, he could be considered exquisite. But the monarch still kept his distance. Even though lunatic Lan was no longer a beggar, in Ning Yuanxian's eyes, a beggar for a day, a beggar for a lifetime. He was not willing to get close, not willing to touch, not willing to breathe the same air as him. This kind of behavior was similar to the thinking of some higher races like his third brother. Let him take a look. Eunuch Lian immediately handed a copy of the examination paper to Madman Lan. Ning Yuanxian asked, is this your exam paper? Lunatic Lan cowed out and said, yes, it's mine. As soon as this was said, the monarch and Lian were stunned. It's really your exam paper. Everyone thought that you handed in a blank paper. Who would have thought that you actually got the scriptures and calculations right, and even wrote an eternal treatise and poem? Are you going to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? The monarch should have been overjoyed. Because lunatic Lan amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, the biggest beneficiary was him, Ning Yuanxian. Recently, imperial censors had been scolding him every day, and thousands of candidates had even surrounded the Ministry of Rights. Although he didn't say it out loud, countless people were mocking the monarch, saying that he was ridiculous for letting 11 beggars participate in the exam. Now that lunatic Lan had done so well, it was time for Ning Yuanxian to show off his dragon's might. This meant that he had a discerning eye for talent. He should be indescribably surprised and excited. But for some reason, the monarch wasn't excited. In fact, he felt very uncomfortable. But he couldn't immediately find the reason for his discomfort. Soon, he understood. Lunatic Lan, do you think you are worthy of writing such treatises and poems? Do you think you are worthy of being my confidant? Yes, that was the reason. That was why this person was so hard to serve, so harsh. Those he didn't like couldn't resonate with him. You are not worthy. This was like a pregnant woman who was abandoned by a man. Some bootlicker was willing to take over, but the woman said, you are not worthy of taking over his territory. The monarch's face turned cold. Lan, confess. Did you cheat in the Inca's exam? Eunuch Shaoli waved his hand, and instantly, everyone retreated. Lunatic Lan sighed in his heart. This monarch was exactly as he had imagined. Apart from those he liked, everyone else was worse than pigs and dogs. Of course, that included him. The monarch said coldly, Lunatic Lan, if you dare to lie, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Lunatic Lan kowtowed, Your Majesty, I didn't cheat in the legal sense. But in reality, I did cheat. The king raised his eyebrows and said, Tell me the truth. Madman Lan trembled as she said, This on the enfeoffment system, as well as the Autumn Goose poem and the Rock Rhapsody were all written by young Master Shen Lang in advance, and then he asked me to memorize them. I merely copied them in the examination hall. As soon as he said that, the monarch was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, as expected, it was this little bastard. In this world, only he is worthy to be my confidant. Indeed, only he can write into my heart, only he can passively tug at my heartstrings. Because we are equally arrogant, equally intelligent, equally refined. Lunatic Lan, are you worthy? No one else is. As expected, it was written by Xianxia. I was right. The monarch was so excited that all the discomfort in his heart disappeared completely. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it happily. Lunatic Lan and eunuch benefactorly felt helpless. After a while, the monarch remembered something important. How did Xianxia write this essay and these poems in advance? Did he leak the questions? The monarch asked. Lunatic Lan said, Shen prepared more than 1,000 essays and 3,000 poems. As soon as he said that, the monarch Xianxia was stunned. More than 1,000 essays and 3,000 poems, is he as productive as a sow? Is this little bastard Xianxia this good? Madman Lan said, of course, the other policy papers and poems are not as outstanding. But the questions that young Master Shen thinks are likely to be tested are very well written. Moreover, his words are from the heart. Young Master Shen is like a god. He probably doesn't need to conceive anything. He just needs to think about it and the essay will come out. These were Lunatic Lan's heartfelt words. He really felt that these essays and poems were written by Xianxia alone. Xianxia shouted, Xianxia this bastard, how dare he bet on the questions? Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Your Majesty, your acting is terrible. Can't you stop smiling when you say go to hell? Then, Xianxia thought of another important question. Lunatic Lan only had a month's time. Did he manage to memorize more than 1,000 policy theses? Moreover, he was correct in both the sutra and the calculation questions. You memorized the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the books on arithmetic? The monarch asked. Lunatic Lan nodded. The monarch asked again, within a month, you memorized more than 1,000 essays? Lunatic Lan nodded again. The monarch's scalp went numb. Are there really geniuses with photographic memory in this world? Lian, find him a book. Give him an incense stick and let him memorize all 5,000 words. Eunuch Shaoli immediately found a book and passed it to Lunatic Lan. Then, he lit an incense stick. 15 minutes later, the incense stick burned out. Eunuch Shaoli took the book back from Lunatic Lan and had him memorize the first 5,000 words. In the end, Lunatic Lan memorized everything without missing a word. Lian was amazed. The monarch was amazed. A genius, amazing, but Xianxia was even more amazing. This Lunatic Lan had been wandering for so many years, but no one noticed that he was a genius. Yet, Xianxia found him out in one glance. A genius without a horse is still amazing. However, a horse without a talent scout was nothing. Next, the monarch faced a difficult problem. What should he do about the ranking of the Anka exam? Put Zhu Hongping as first, but Lunatic Lan's essays and poems were so outstanding. Anyone could see that his essays were even better. Put Lunatic Lan as first? That would definitely cause a huge commotion. Most importantly, Lunatic Lan's essays and poems were copied, and the original author was Xianxia. If he didn't have any real talent, he would be exposed for being the first. At that time, not only would he be embarrassed, but it would also become a case of cheating. At this moment, the monarch also felt that this was a difficult problem. Lani, how are your essays and poems? Xianxia asked. Lunatic Lan replied, not bad. Your Majesty can come up with a question and I will answer it on the spot. Xianxia nodded. After all, he was a madman who came up with questions and loved to show off. In just a few moments, he came up with a policy question and a poem question. On the Party of Friends is a policy thesis. There were 2 lines in the Book of Songs, in the 7th month flows fire, in the 9th month clothes are given. These 2 lines could be used to write a poem and a poem respectively. Give him a table, brush, ink, and paper. Lunatic Lan sat in front of the table and started writing without much thought. In less than 2 hours, he had written a policy treatise of more than 1,000 words, a poem and a piece of prose. They were all his own works. Even though he had related essays and poems in his mind, Lunatic Lan did not copy them. He knew what the monarch wanted. Outstanding enough, but not too outstanding. Eunuch Shaoli handed the essay and poem to Ning Yuanxian. The monarch hesitated. He did not want to touch lunatic Lan's things, nor did he want to have any indirect contact with him. But this person was chosen by Shenlang. Even if he was a beggar, he was still a rare talent. Forget it, I'll just touch the essay a little. I'll just wash my hands of it later. The monarch quickly read through the policy paper, then looked at the poem and the ode. Then, he gasped in amazement. He read it carefully a second time. It was written very well. Of course, there was still a gap between it and Shenlang's, and a very big one at that. But the sentences were beautiful, and the allusions were precise. It could be considered a top-notch essay, but it lacked a bit of soul. It was like a stacking. However, there were many essays like this in the examinations. Most of the scholars wrote such essays. But Lunatic Lan's talent impressed the monarch. To reach such a standard in just a month, he was definitely a genius. With madman standards, it would not be a problem for him to pass Anka's high school exams. But to get into the top 3, he needed a lot of luck. This meant that Lunatic Lan's talent could withstand scrutiny. At least, he did not need to worry about being exposed. If it were any other ruler, they would definitely place Lunatic Lan second in order to not take the risk. But Ning Yuanxian was different. He liked to pursue perfection. And in his heart, the one taking the examinations was Shenlang himself. Lunatic Lan was just a puppet. He did not want Shenlang to be second. He gritted his teeth. I'll give you first place, if it causes a huge uproar, then let it cause a huge uproar. What do I have to fear? The monarch waved his hand. Lani, you can go back. Lunatic Lan kowtowed, this commoner will take his leave. After he left, the monarch did not hide it anymore. He walked around the study excitedly. He was already imagining how shocked the world would be when the rankings were made public. Those censors who scolded him every day, as well as those shameless examinees, would be slapped in the face. Just thinking about it made him feel good. It was so satisfying. Lian, go to the examination hall. Tell them that I know what happened. Also, tell them that the examinations are fair and just. Whoever deserves first place will be first. Don't look at the examinee's status. Let's use essays and poems to determine who is better. The meaning of these words was very clear. Lian bowed, yes. The monarch said, this matter must be kept secret. Before the rankings are made public, no one can know about it. Even the Zhu clan cannot know about it. Send the Blackwater platform warriors to guard the examination hall. Don't let the news leak out. Lian was speechless. His master's sense of humor was too strong. Everything was for the slap in the face when the rankings were made public. This time, His Majesty wanted to join hands with Shenlang to slap the world in the face. Yes. After Lian left, the monarch could not help but fall into a fantasy. Shenlang had created a miracle in the Xianxia examinations. Then what about the martial examination? Could Shenlang create a miracle, even though it sounded very unimaginable? After all, Lunatic Lan had read books and had a photographic memory. He could even memorize the essays and poems written by Shenlang. But the people participating in the martial examination were 10 half-crippled beggars. Creating a miracle was harder than ascending to the heavens. Practicing martial arts required 10 years of effort. It was not something that could be done in a day. But for some reason, the monarch was still filled with endless expectations. If Shenlang could create a miracle in the martial examination, then that would be a slap in the face. Then he, the monarch, would have a good eye for talent and his reputation would soar. Li Sun, send someone to keep an eye on the martial selection venue tomorrow. There can't be any fraud or injustice. The eunuch Li Sun bowed and said, yes. Of course, the hope in the monarch Ning Yuanxian's heart was burst like a soap bubble after only a quarter of an hour. The 10 beggars who participated in the martial examination under Shenlang's command returned to the capital. They were still tied to the backs of horses, crying and howling. In other words, they had not even learned how to ride a horse after a whole month. What was the point of taking the martial examination? Suddenly, Shenlang became the laughingstock of the capital again. The news of Lunatic Lan handing in a blank paper had just spread. Now the 10 beggars came out and made a fool of themselves again. Ning Yuanxian was so angry that his face turned pale. He wished he could catch Shen Lang and interrogate him. But his heart was full of hope. Perhaps Shen Lang was putting on an act again. Maybe this little bastard could really create a miracle tomorrow. What a crafty bastard. The next day, the martial examination of the Xianxia examinations officially began. Note, the first chapter is here. Try to finish the next chapter of the martial examination. Begging for support, begging for monthly votes, thank you all. Today is my wife's birthday. Happy birthday, baby. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, Geniuses were geniuses. After a month of training, the 10 geniuses of Lunatic Lawn could be said to be riding on horses as if they were on flat ground. But they still entered the capital on horseback with ropes tied up, becoming the laughing stock of countless people. Of course, this wasn't Bitter Joy's idea, but Shen Lang's. So this person was really despicable. In order to slap people's faces, he would do anything. The next morning, Ningjing prepared 3 horse carriages for the 10 geniuses of the Lawn family to sit in and head to the examination venue. Bitter Joy didn't show up, so Ningjing personally led the team. There were a total of 3,000 people participating in the Xianxia literary examination, and another 3,000 people participating in the combat examination. This world valued both literature and martial arts. But the number of people accepted in the martial examination was even fewer. The capital examination area could only accept 70 people at most. About 1 out of 45 was even scarier than the literary examination. It couldn't be helped. The army of the state of Yu was limited after all, and couldn't accommodate so many officers. The poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. This saying couldn't be more true. Those who could participate in the martial examination usually came from wealthy families, or they were very talented and could enter the martial arts school for free. Shen Lang's younger brother also claimed to practice martial arts, but that was only because he followed a gang and didn't make a name for himself even after training for more than 10 years. Similarly, they had to rush to the examination venue before the sun rose. The martial examination venue was in the Tianyue hunting ground outside the city. The martial artists participating in the martial examination all left the city. Those from wealthy families rode horses, while those from better families could only ride the martial carriage. It was the same situation as the day Lunatic Lawn went to the examination venue. After seeing Ning Zheng's horse carriage, the martial artists who were rushing to the examination venue all spat at it, avoiding it like snakes and scorpions. Pooey! 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 How unlucky, to be taking the examination with a bunch of disabled beggars. Since when did the martial examination of our state of Yu degenerate to the point where even beggars can participate? If this continues, our country will no longer be a country. This is all because of Shen Lang. This person should be destroyed by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this time Ningjing personally led people to the examination venue, or else he could have beaten these 10 disabled beggars to death in the dark. Wouldn't that be perfect? Previously, those scholars were all useless. They said that they wanted to beat Lunatic Lawn to death, but in the end, they were scared out of their wits by the dozens of women and didn't dare to step forward. The mobility of martial artists was much stronger than that of scholars. That was why Ningjing had personally escorted the Lawn family to the examination venue for 10 days. Otherwise, this group of people would really do anything. Although Ningjing was despised by the monarch, he was still a prince. With him around, these warriors would not dare to make a move. After almost 2 hours, they finally arrived at the martial examination venue, the Skyleap hunting grounds. This hunting ground was very big, at least tens of thousands of acres. This wasn't just the Wang clan's hunting ground, it was also a training ground and one of the several garrisoned camps in the capital. There were more than 10,000 soldiers stationed here at all times. By the time Ningjing brought the 10 Lan brothers to the outside of the hunting grounds, most of the examinees had already arrived. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Ningjing and the carriages, filled with malice. He probably wanted to see 10 crippled beggars get off the carriage. War horses were required for the military examination, and one could prepare one's own. However, if one did not have a war horse, one could also use a horse from the hunting grounds. The 10 Lan brothers all brought their own war horses, and just in case, they even brought 15. But they did not ride a horse, and instead sat in a carriage. Everyone couldn't help but remember that when these 10 people returned to the capital yesterday, they were directly tied to the back of a horse. Stop. Wu Lai raised his hand, and the carriages stopped. The doors of a few carriages opened. Everyone's eyes widened to the maximum, waiting to see 10 beggars climb down from the carriages with difficulty. However, the one who walked out was actually a tall and handsome man. How was he crippled? Every one of them was very tall, taller than an average person by half a head. When they landed from the carriages, they were strong and vigorous, with waists like bees and backs like apes. When they landed, they were as straight as javelins. Every one of them was a dragon among men. What was going on? Didn't Xianxia recruit 10 half-crippled beggars? Instantly, someone shouted, "Lord Examiner, someone is cheating, someone is taking the examination in their place." Immediately, many people followed suit and shouted. That's right, Xianxia must have found someone to take the examination in their place. The chief examiner of the military examination this time was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. He could be considered a civil official, but also a military general. He was well versed in both literature and martial arts. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, he couldn't help but frown. Verify the identity. With a command, 10 secretaries went forward to verify the identity. Although Ningjing had come personally, this assistant minister of the Ministry of War had no intention of going forward to greet him. What was there to befriend a useless prince? Moreover, as the chief examiner, he should maintain absolute restraint and coldness. The 10 secretaries first compared the portraits. This was going to be difficult. The Lan brothers' bloodline had been activated, and their appearances had all changed greatly. However, the portraits in this world were all very picturesque and not realistic at all. However, it didn't matter. They could still verify the fingerprints. In the information of all the examinees, there were 3 fingerprints. Everyone's fingerprints were different, and this couldn't be faked. The Lan brothers only pressed their fingerprints on the paper after 10 days. The 10 secretaries carefully compared the fingerprints. In the end, they discovered that there were no mistakes, and the identities matched. What the hell, these 10 people clearly didn't look like this. All of them had flat noses and crooked mouths, their bodies were distorted, and their left and right sides were uneven. These 10 secretaries didn't dare to make the decision and went to report to the chief examiner. Are you sure the fingerprints are correct? There's no mistake. Are the appearances different? The facial features are still the same, and the outline is still there. However, it seems to have grown. The chief examiner glanced to the side. It was. Eunuch Shaoli Lian said, "Chief examiner, don't worry about me. We are just here to watch the show." Who would believe you? Dali and Shaoli never left each other's side. This sentence had already spread throughout the capital. Of course, it didn't mean that these 2 people never left each other's side, but that these 2 were the most trusted by the monarch. They never left the palace or left the monarch's side. The chief examiner nodded and said, "These 10 people have passed the identity verification. Lan 1, Lan 2, all the way to Lan 10. When everyone heard the names of these 10 people, they instantly burst into laughter. Damn it, what kind of lousy names were these? They were just like the names of cats and dogs. Were they really not fit to be humans? However, it was amazing to have the monarch's favor. These 10 people were beggars with no household registration, no travel permits, no identities, and didn't even have the qualifications to stay in inns. Now, they were directly the invigilators. And after cleaning them up, they actually all looked like humans. But so what? Beggars were beggars. At most, they practiced martial arts for a month. They probably didn't even learn the horse stance. Do you know how to ride a horse? Are you here to participate in the military examination? Yesterday, you were tied to the back of a horse and returned to the capital. Everyone saw it clearly. A few days ago, Enka the Lan madman slept soundly during the written examination. Now, it's your turn to court death and embarrass yourselves. Once the examination is over, all 11 of you will be beheaded. After the identity verification, the 3,000 candidates entered the examination hall. Because this world's military examination was very important, far more than ancient China, there were more rules. The written examination of the imperial examination required the names to be sealed. For the military examination, after every candidate entered the examination hall, the order would be completely messed up. Everyone received a shirt with a number on it. Everyone received a mask. From the moment they entered the examination hall, they had to wear the mask. They covered their faces and covered their names. After entering the examination hall, everyone's identity was only known by the number on the shirt. No one knew each other's identity, and the examiners didn't know who the candidates were. This was also to prevent cheating in the military examination. The score of each subject was also recorded after the number. When the examination was over, the scores would be tallied, and the number would be compared with the name to carry out the final ranking and admission. The entire martial selection examination would take 4 whole days. The first day was weightlifting. 13 examiners sat in a row on the high ground. 3,000 candidates were divided into a total of 100 groups. Each group had 30 people. The weightlifting examination was divided into 2 parts. In the first part, everyone had to lift a stone weight of 530 kilograms, and hold on for about 5 seconds. Of course, there was no concept of seconds in this world. In the second part, everyone had to carry a weight of 300 kilograms and run 100 meters within the specified time. This time, converted to Earth time, was about 45 seconds. Wasn't it very abnormal and very scary? There were probably only a few people on Earth who could complete these 2 tasks. Even the world weightlifting champion might not be able to do it. This was the martial arts of the battlefield. Strength was first, archery second, and horsemanship third. What move, what sword technique, those were all secondary. Dong. A gong sounded. The first group of 30 candidates, wearing masks, entered their respective positions. Dong. The second gong sounded. The 30 candidates bent down and grabbed the stone weights. Dong. The third gong sounded. The 30 candidates abruptly lifted the stone weights of 530 kilograms. A shout was heard. All of them were raised above their heads. Next, they had to hold on for about 5 seconds. They could only put down the weights when the 4th gong sounded. Every second felt like a year. Suddenly, there was a scream. One of the candidates could not hold on any longer. The stone weight directly fell down. Then, like a chain reaction, the candidates screamed one after another. They failed one after another. There was even a candidate whose foot was directly smashed by the stone weight. Instantly, his flesh was badly mutilated, and he screamed in agony. How painful was that? It was too tragic. It was simply unbearable to look at. This was the military examination. Not to mention injuries, even deaths occurred more than once or twice. There was even a time when there was a major mistake during the writing and archery exam, and 3 candidates died in one go. Lon 3 and Lon 5 were both assigned to the first group. They held the stone weights high, motionless, and calm. The examiners saw it clearly and nodded their heads, drawing a circle behind the 2's serial numbers. This meant that the 2 of them were especially outstanding. Dong. 5 seconds later, the gong sounded again. The first group of candidates put down their stone weights one after another. Some of them acted as if their nightmare had ended. They directly threw the stone weights on the ground and panted heavily. As for Lon 3 and Lon 5, they still casually put the stone weights on the ground, their bodies still perfectly straight. The 13 examiners nodded their heads in satisfaction, and drew a circle behind their numbers. The first group ended. Out of the 30 candidates, 10 were directly eliminated. For these 10 people, the military examination was already over. Weightlifting was the foundation of the military examination. Those who could not lift it or did not last long would be directly eliminated. Even if they could lift it, even if they could hold on for 5 seconds, if their posture was not graceful, their legs trembled, and their arms swayed, they could be directly eliminated. This depended on how ruthless the examiners were. As long as more than half of the examiners put a cross behind their number, they could get lost. From start to finish, each group only took about a minute. After the first group ended, the second group of candidates immediately went on stage. There was no pause, and it was orderly. Only 4 hours later, The first half of the military examination ended with the first half of the weightlifting segment. Out of the 3,000 candidates, 1,000 were directly eliminated. 1/3 of the candidates shed tears and left dejectedly. Then, the examination venue rested for an hour while the examiners and the candidates ate. In the afternoon, the second half of the weightlifting segment officially began. Each group had 20 candidates, and there were a total of 100 groups. Dong. The first gong sounded. The candidate bent down and grabbed 2 stone weights, which weighed a total of 300 kilograms. The second gong sounded. The candidate carried the 300 kilograms of stone weights on his shoulders. The movements had to be accurate. It could only be on the shoulders and not on the back. Dong. The third gong sounded. The candidates carried 300 kilograms of stone weights and set off along the track. Their destination was a hill 100 meters away. In this 100 meters, the first 50 meters were flat ground, and the last 50 meters were uphill. Of course, there was no concept of meters in this world. Using steps as a unit of length, 100 meters was about 150 steps. A small hourglass was used as a timekeeping tool. The sand would leak out for a total of 45 seconds. Once the time was up and the gong sounded again, it meant that the time was up. At this time, if the candidates did not reach the destination and put down the stone weights, it meant that they had failed the test and would leave the venue immediately. Hence, this martial test was much crueler than the literary test. As the candidates of the first group, Lan San and Lan Wu lifted the 300 kilograms of stone weights and dashed out like wild dogs. They were extremely fast. The 13 examiners were shocked. Who were these 2 candidates? How could they be so strong? Carrying the 300 kilograms of stone weights was even faster than carrying them empty-handed. Furthermore, their postures were not the slightest bit inelegant or messy. They really had the demeanor of a famous general. They wondered which noble family they were from. Impressive, impressive. The key was that the 2 of them were extremely fast on the flat ground, but their speed on the slope was still astonishing. In a short period of time, Lan San and Lan Wu had left the others far behind. The 2 of them did not stop and sprinted from the beginning to the end. When they reached their destination, they gently put down the stone weights. At this time, there was still more than half of the time left. The stipulated time was 45 seconds. The 2 of them used at most 15 seconds. The 13 examiners circled their numbers and wrote down 15. Although they did not have the concept of seconds and used breaths as the unit of time, 15 breaths were roughly 15 seconds. Very soon, the 45 seconds were up. Dang, dang, dang. The gong rang. This represented the end of the time and the end of the examination. At this moment, half of the people had yet to reach the finish line. But at this moment, one must not throw the stone weights on the way. Otherwise, one would be blacklisted and affect their qualifications for the next martial examination. Gritting their teeth and holding back their tears, they had to lift the stone weights to the finish line before leaving in tears. The second half of the weightlifting examination was slightly longer. It lasted for 5 hours. The first day of the examination had officially ended. Out of the 3,000 candidates, 2,000 were eliminated. Only 1,000 would continue to participate in the examination tomorrow. In the evening, the eyes of these defeated candidates were red. They left the Tianyue hunting ground and only started bawling when they reached an empty place. Some of the older candidates even cried until they collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. The literary examination was different from the martial examination. The literary examination could be passed until the age of 50. But if one failed the martial examination after the age of 38, they would directly lose their qualifications. If it was individual martial arts, one would only reach the peak at the age of 40 or 50. However, martial arts on the battlefield tested one's strength and endurance. One would go downhill at the age of 30. The rule was that one couldn't be selected before the age of 38. In fact, during the examination, those above 35 would basically lose their chances. The examiners wouldn't accept them. Practicing martial arts was a path of no return. Once they failed the martial examination, they would forever lose the chance to become an official. They would forever lose the chance to stand out. How could they not cry? How could they not despair? The next day, the second round of the Anka martial examination began. Today's examination was on foot shooting. It was still divided into two parts. The first part was to shoot fixed targets. The second part was to shoot live targets. There were a total of 1,000 people participating in the examination today. They were divided into 50 groups with 20 people in each group. Lawn 3 and Lawn 5 were still in the first group. Dang! The first gong sounded. The 20 candidates in the first group drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Dang! The second gong sounded. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 20 people began to shoot. Following that, the gong sounded continuously. Dang 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 dang, every second, there would be a total of 60 sounds. That was about a minute. Within this minute, all the candidates had to finish shooting their arrows. Every fixed target would have a corresponding number on it. After the examination, they would directly count the number of arrows on the target. Hitting the target counted for 1 point, hitting the large circle counted for 2 points, and hitting the small circle and the bullseye counted for 4 points. This scoring method was different from the modern Olympic Games, but it was scientific enough. Those with less than 20 points were all eliminated. The target had a number, but the arrows did not. If you shot an arrow on someone else's target, then sorry to say, it would be directly added to that person's score. Matthew Emmons, I'm talking about you. Moreover, the final scoring was not only based on the accuracy, but also on the strength of the arrow. If you were strong enough to shoot through the target, although there would not be any bonus points, the examiner would circle your number. On the other hand, if you were weak and could not shoot through the membrane, oh no, could not shoot through the target, and could only nail on it slightly, then even if your accuracy was high enough, there was a possibility that you would be eliminated and your score would be deducted. Therefore, the most powerful candidates would choose a stronger bow. For example, the 10 geniuses of the Lawn family all chose a strong bow of 1.5 stone. After the gong sounded, Lawn 3 and Lawn 5 drew their bows and shot wildly, swoosh 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 swoosh, their speed was extremely fast. A powerful bloodline was awesome. Normal archers relied on muscle memory, while geniuses relied on mental strength. The allotted time was 60 seconds. However, only 30 seconds later, Lawn 3 and Lawn 5 had shot all 10 arrows. Then, there was no need to look at the results. The distance of 100 steps was a piece of cake for the 10 geniuses of the Lawn family. During normal training, they usually took 150 steps. All 10 arrows hit the small circle in the bullseye. Every arrow pierced through the target. These 13 examiners were all experts. Although Lawn 3 and Lawn 5 specific scores had not been presented, they had already circled the numbers of the two candidates. These two were really too outstanding. From yesterday until now, they had been able to do it with ease. In modern terms, they were as steady as a dog. 4 hours later, the first half of the shooting test on the second day ended. Similarly, the results were out immediately. Those with less than 20 points were all eliminated. Even if they had 20 points, if they were crossed, they would all be eliminated. Out of 1,000 people, only 520 were left. Another half were eliminated. In the afternoon, the second half of the shooting test. Moving targets. The so-called moving targets did not refer to shooting living things. Instead, the soldiers were to hide in the trench and move back and forth within a certain range. Then, they would suddenly raise the target. 3 or 4 seconds later, they would sink the target again. After a while, they would suddenly raise the target again. The archer had no idea where the target would appear. There was no time to aim at all. They had to adapt to the situation. They had to judge, aim, and shoot in the shortest time possible. This time, they were divided into 52 groups. Each group had 10 candidates. Lawn 3 and Lawn 5 were still in the first group. Dong. The first gong sounded. The 10 examinees drew their bows and nocked their arrows, focusing all their attention on the target. Because the soldiers in the trench could raise the target at any time. Suddenly, the first target was lifted up. Swoosh, swoosh, instantly, 2 arrows were released. Both hit the bullseye. Lawn 3 was stunned. That's my target. My friend next to me, what are you shooting at? the candidate next to him burst into tears. F***ck, each person had 10 arrows, and if they used one, they would have one less. The soldier who was raising the target for Lawn 3 was stunned when he saw the 2 arrows on his target. The legendary situation had actually happened to him. I'm being shot at by 2 people at the same time. He hid in the trench and immediately confronted Lawn 3. I will never let you hit me. I must walk in the footsteps of a devil, my raised target must be erratic. I will make you miss the target, miss the target, miss the target. In the end, this soldier was already very, very desperate. He was completely racking his brains, thinking about how to raise the target, how to change the position, and how to time it. However, as long as he raised the target, a crisp sound would be heard in an instant. An arrow directly hit the bullseye. Moreover, it was so powerful that it directly pierced through the target. If this arrow hit his body, it would directly pierce through. The first arrow, the second arrow, the third arrow, the fourth arrow, on the 10th arrow. This soldier stopped the last bit of time. Then, at the furthest corner, he suddenly raised the target. Bang, bang, an instant later, another 2 arrows hit the target. F***ck, what's going on? Are you cheating on purpose? Each person only has 10 arrows, but I have 12 arrows on my target. You're not shooting me with 2 people, but with 3 people? This is too much. Then, the man on Lawn San's right also cried. F***ck, F***ck. A moment later, this man's target was raised, but there were no arrows in his hands. Of course, there were no arrows in his heart either. Seeing this scene, all the examiners could not help but laugh. This happy scene still happened, and it happened to the same person twice. Therefore, the 13 examiners drew another circle behind Lawn San's number. 4 hours later, the second half of the walking shooting test had ended. This time, all those who did not score 10 points were eliminated. Of the 520 people, 320 had been eliminated, leaving only 200 people. How could some people be so coincidental that they actually made up a whole number? No, it was not a coincidence. In fact, in the walking shooting test, there were a total of 206 candidates who had scored more than 10 points. The examiners felt that the odd number was not good, so they erased it. Your arrow's angle is a little off. Eliminated. Your arrow's too shallow. Eliminated. After 2 days of the test, there were only 200 candidates left out of 3,000. By the way, there was a piece of good news. According to the usual practice, about half of the mounted archery test would be eliminated tomorrow. This meant that there would at most be 100 candidates on the last day of the test. The last day of the saber test, the martial arts test, began on the 3rd day. Today was mounted archery. Each group consisted of 5 people, and there were a total of 40 groups. There was a track for this test. It was about 300 meters long and 10 meters wide. The track was uneven and crooked. Each group of candidates had to finish the track on horseback within the allotted time. Along the way, 50 rabbits would appear on the left and right sides of the track. Each person had 20 arrows. These rabbits would appear randomly, at any time and anywhere. Once they appeared, the candidates would immediately shoot them on horseback. The rabbits did not have numbers, but each candidate's arrow had a number on it. After the test, they would directly pick up the dead rabbit and verify the arrow number on it. Of course, what if 2 people shot the same rabbit at the same time? Then it would depend on who shot the rabbit's head. Then what if both swords hit the rabbit's head? Then it would depend on whose arrow was closer to the rabbit's eyes. Of course, the entire process was supervised. If 2 people aimed at the same rabbit and shot at almost the same time, it would not be considered a violation. But if the first person had already shot the rabbit and it stopped moving, and you shot another arrow, your number would be crossed and you would be eliminated. Then how long would the mounted archery test take? 90 gongs, which was a minute and a half. In this minute and a half, you had to run 300 meters on horseback and shoot the rabbits. Once the time was up and you did not reach your destination, no matter how many rabbits you shot, you would be judged to have failed the test. Lawn 3 and Lawn 5 were once again placed in the first group. Dong. The first gong sounded. The first group of 5 candidates galloped out on horseback. On both sides of the road, rabbits were constantly released. Lon 3 and Lon 5 were on horseback, knocking their arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh, they shot their arrows quickly and galloped as fast as they could. They did not slow down their horses to shoot the rabbits, nor did they stop. But they did not delay shooting because of galloping. To these bloodline geniuses, time seemed to slow down. To them, 1 second was as long as 2 or 3 seconds for others. The two of them were riding on horses bought by the Havendao Union. Just as the test started, the two of them were far ahead of the others. Lon 3 was in charge of shooting the rabbits on the left, while Lon 5 was in charge of shooting the rabbits on the right. The other three in the same group were far behind. They were horrified to discover. F***ck, all the rabbits had been shot dead. They had to quickly catch up to them. But they had to aim and ride a horse at the same time. It was very difficult. Who were these two people in front? They were simply abnormal. The horses were really fast, and they were so accurate. But Lon 3 and Lon 5 had something to say. What was a genius? We used the time we used to shoot the rabbits to shoot the mice. The gong had only sounded 50 times. Lon 3 and Lon 5 had already reached the main point and handed over their bows. The two of them were trembling in their hearts. It's over, it's over. Lon 3 and 20 arrows only killed 16 rabbits. Lon Wu killed 15 of them. Of course, according to the rules of mounted archery, killing more than 10 was considered a full score. But to Lord Thousand Household's bitter joy, not killing 20 was considered a failure. When they returned, they would definitely be killed by him. Bitterhead Joy would definitely scold them to the point where they were covered in cuts and bruises, and then he would punish them physically. He would definitely make them regret living in this world. It's over, he will kill us. Third brother, what should we do? We will be killed. Lon San and Lon Wu kept slapping their heads in remorse. The examiners were shocked when they saw this. Their results were so good, and they still had to punish themselves. These two had too high expectations of themselves. They were indeed the pillars of our state of view. Draw a circle, draw a circle. 8 hours later, the third day of mounted archery examination had officially ended. According to the rules, those who did not kill 5 rabbits within the specified time would be eliminated. Hence, out of the 200 examinees, only 80 were left. 60% of the examinees were eliminated. This number was very surprising. In the past, only 100 out of the 200 examinees would make it to the last day. But this time, there were only 80. Soon, the examiners realized. Because there were more than 10 abnormal demons. These people were too strong, and each of them killed an average of 15 rabbits. They snatched away all the rabbits of the examinees in the same group, causing some examinees who could have passed to be eliminated. It was too tragic. It was a great misfortune to take the examination with geniuses. But this time, there were more than 10 of them. It was simply tragic. At night, more than 100 examinees' eyes were red, and they cursed as they left the examination hall. F***ck me, there's a freak in our group. He's fast on horseback, and he's fast on shooting rabbits. He's killed 17 rabbits by himself. I didn't even touch a single hair of a rabbit when I was following behind him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been eliminated. Brother, you're lucky. We have 2 monsters in our group. This time, Anka's military examination is too abnormal. It's a scam. Oh right, where are the 10 beggars under that scum Xianxia? He must have left on the first day. Why would we help him? We're waiting for a good show. Xianxia has a bet with a few hundred ruffians. If he loses, everyone will spit on him. That idiot Xianxia will be spit on? That's great. We must go and watch. That's the only good news. Suddenly, someone said, is it possible that those few hundred ruffians ate 10 caddies of **tea? Everyone around said in disdain, how is that possible? Didn't you hear? Lunatic Lon slept in the examination hall for 3 days and handed in a blank paper. There are so many geniuses in this martial examination. These 10 beggars have only practiced martial arts for a month. They don't even know how to ride a horse. How could they pass? They should have left long ago. So, Xianxia is definitely going to lose. Who knows how many ruffians have started accumulating their phlegm tonight, waiting to spit on Shenlang's face tomorrow when the results are released. The fourth day, today was the last day of the martial examination. Saber, the Tang dynasty's military examination, was a javelin test. Riding a horse through a narrow path, there were wooden puppets on the left and right sides, and the wooden puppets had wooden planks on their heads. Candidates galloped past on horseback, using their spears to pierce the wooden board on the puppet's head. The wooden board fell, but the puppet could not fall. This was already very difficult. It had extremely high requirements for strength and precision. However, the State of Yu's imperial examination saber was even more insane. Candidates rode across a 300-meter track. Along the way, 20 mud balls would come hurtling towards them. Sometimes one, sometimes two. Of course, there would not be more than two. Candidates could not be hit by the mud balls. Moreover, they had to use their sabers to hit the mud balls as they galloped. This not only tested speed, eyesight, but also judgment and accuracy. This time, there were no groups. One by one, candidates took turns. Lan San went first, Lan Wu second. Lan San squeezed his horse's belly and charged forward. Instantly, a mud ball flew towards him from the left. Lan San slashed with his saber. Instantly, the mud ball was smashed in midair. Then, the second, the third. 1 minute later, Lan San's examination ended. He was not hit by a single mud ball, but he only hit 11 mud balls. According to the rules, those who were hit by more than 3 mud balls were directly eliminated. Those who hit less than 3 mud balls were directly eliminated. Lan Wu was the second to go up. Similarly, he only used 1 minute to complete the examination. Similarly, he was not hit by a single mud ball, but he only hit 9 mud balls. The 13 examiners had memorized the numbers of these geniuses. Without hesitation, they circled the numbers of the 2 candidates. 6 hours later, the 4th day of the examination ended. On the last day of the saber examination, 30 out of 80 candidates were eliminated. Only 50 candidates were left. This year's Anka military examination had officially ended. 3,000 candidates took the examination, and only 50 passed. This was the lowest record in history. It was not because this year's candidates were too weak, but because there were too many geniuses and freaks. Note, today's 2 chapters are more than 16,000 words. I have to go out tomorrow to run errands, so I can only carry my laptop with me to write. I hope you won't suffer from insomnia tonight. Ball. Everyone, please support me, please vote for me. Thank you, Brother Dark, Xianxia, and the others for their 10,000 coins. The marking of the literary examination papers would last for a few days and nights. The martial examination was very fast. Elimination was done one by one. The number of people left in the end would basically be considered to have passed. The final thing to do was to rank the results. The ranking of the literary examination was more idealistic, but the ranking of the martial examination was simple. The scores and the number of circles would be added together. Whoever had the highest score and the most circles would be ranked first. The ranking was still based on the number. The names were still unknown. Naturally, there were some examinees who were too famous. They were born in aristocratic families. Even if they wore the exact same clothes, even if they wore a mask, they would still be recognized. But it was impossible to be absolutely fair. It was already very impressive to have relative fairness. At least there were not many cases of cheating in this martial examination. Maybe there was a little, but that was only because the examiners showed mercy at the crucial moment. You might have been eliminated, but they kept you. But in the end, it all depended on ability. Regardless of whether it was weightlifting or archery, the performance indicators were clear and unambiguous. It took less than an hour for the 13 examiners of the martial selection to finish ranking the candidates. Then, under the witness of more than 10 examiners, they opened the wax-sealed box and took out the numbered list. They turned the numbers on the list into the names of the candidates. Soon, a list came out. The 13 examiners looked at each other. What was going on? Was it a ghost? Were they crazy? Lan 1, Lan 2, Lan 3, Lan 4, until Lan 10. They were all on the list. The best result was Lan 1. He was ranked third. The second best was Lan 2. He was ranked 5th. The worst was Lan 9. He was ranked 19th. This meant that the 10 beggars under Xianxia had all passed. Not only that, their results were very good. 5 of them were in the top 10. 10 of them were in the top 20. Didn't they say that Xianxia only recruited beggars, tramps, and semi-handicapped people? Yes, they even went for a month of secret training. They were worried about being spied on, so they chose an abandoned manor on an island in the middle of a lake. In the end, no one went to spy on them. No one was interested in them. Now all 10 of them have passed. This is really strange. He started practicing martial arts from scratch, and in just a month, he's already so incredible? The 13 examiners present felt as if their worldview had received an unprecedented blow. It was too horrifying, too terrifying. Is it because the martial selections are too easy? Of course not. The standards of the martial examination were the same every time. Of the 3,000 people who participated, only 50 passed. This heaven-defying hit rate proved everything. The other 12 examiners all looked at the main examiner, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Everyone's gaze was filled with fear. What should he do? If this list was released, it would set off a storm. Some of the martial artists who failed the exam would even form groups to smash the Ministry of War. The 10 beggars of the Lan clan all graduated. If even a homeless person could get into high school, there must be some sort of fraud involved. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War also felt uneasy. First of all, there were 2 descendants of famous families who were still in high school in this year's Xianxia examinations, and they were ranked in the top 2. The Shui clan's Shui Lu had obtained first place in the Xianxia's military examination this time, and he was 20 years old this year. The son of Marquis Zhenbei Nangong Ao, Nangong Zong, had obtained second place in the Xianxia's military examination this time, and he was 17 years old this year. There were 7 descendants of generals who were also in high school, but their rankings were not very good. They should have been in the top 3, but they were ranked 4th. They should have been in the top 10, but they were ranked in the top 10. Of course, there were even worse cases. There were about 10 people who could have been in high school, but they were eliminated. This was all because of the 10 beggars of the Lan clan. They were too heaven-defying, and they crushed all their opponents in the same group exam. Once this list was released, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. As an assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he could not make the decision. Then, he thought of someone, eunuch Xiaoli. These days, Lian had come 3 times. It was obvious that His Majesty was very concerned about this military examination. Once this list was released, no one could bear the responsibility, but there was one exception. That was the Supreme Monarch. Invite eunuch Xiaoli over. A moment later, eunuch Xiaoli came in. Eunuch Xiaoli, look at this list. Lian took it and looked at it. He was shocked, and then delighted. To think that he would actually be hit. Wasn't this way too horrifying? After the shock, he was naturally overjoyed. Like Li Sun, he was wholeheartedly devoted to the monarch. They would support anything that was beneficial to His Majesty. Although this result was absurd and even terrifying, it was definitely beneficial to His Majesty. But it was definitely beneficial to His Majesty. With this, who would dare say that His Majesty was biased? Who would dare say that His Majesty treated the imperial examination as a game? Who would dare say that His Majesty treated the imperial examination as a game? The chief examiner of the Ministry of War said, Eunuch Xiaoli, why don't you send this list to the palace for His Majesty to see first? Li En sneered in his heart. Didn't you guys not dare to release this list for fear of causing a huge commotion, so you pushed everything to His Majesty? With your conduct, not only will you not be able to enter the Secretariat, but you will also not be able to enter the Bureau of Military Affairs. The Ministry of War, is really useless. There was no other way. With the Bureau of Military Affairs above their heads, how could the Ministry of War have any authority? At most, they could only manage the local troops on the second line and manage their finances. All military and political affairs were settled in the Bureau of Military Affairs. What was even more outrageous was that not only did the current Minister of War not enter the Secretariat, he was not even a deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Which one of the military leaders would take the Ministry of War seriously? Without authority, naturally, they would not be responsible. Alright, then I will make a copy of the list and send it to His Majesty to see. In fact, the monarch had already spoken that no matter how absurd the results of the military examination were, as long as it was fair and just, they would not be afraid to announce it. Eunuch Benefactor only wanted to report the good news to the monarch in advance. The chief examiner of the Ministry of War said, "Then I will wait here for Eunuch Xiao Li's news." Lian took the list and left the Skyleap hunting ground, speeding towards the palace. The military examination venue was shaken and overturned. Wasn't it the same for the Xianxia theory examination? In fact, the tremors here were even more intense. After 3 days and 3 nights of marking, the 6 examiners finally decided to accept 93 examination papers. Although it was better than the military examination, the success rate was still very low, less than 100 people were accepted. After confirming that these people were accepted, the next step was to rank them. This took an entire day and night. There were no scores for the theory examination, it was too idealistic. It was not like the genius examination paper, which was all correct in sutra and famous calculations, a policy paper that was rarely seen in 100 years, and a poem that would last for 1,000 years. It could be ranked first even with its eyes closed. Zhu Hongping was also very impressive, she could be ranked second even with her eyes closed. But most of the examination papers were actually very difficult to rank. But no matter how difficult it was, it had to be ranked. So there was a lot of arguing, voting, and the chief examiners voting. Finally, the first to the 93rd places were all decided. Then, it was time to open and paste the names. The 6 examiners were filled with absolute anticipation, they even relied on this suspense to survive these few days. Who was this genius who crushed Zhu Hongping? To be able to write such a policy paper and poem, it was really a brilliant feat. Another suspense that kept the examiners alive was Lunatic Land's examination paper. But the strange thing was that after marking all the examination papers, there was not a single blank paper. It seemed that Lunatic Land did not hand in a blank paper. Then, whenever one of the examiners found a particularly ridiculous examination paper, he would call everyone over to take a look, saying that it was Lunatic Land's examination paper. Otherwise, how could it be so lousy? But there was more than one such lousy examination paper. But everyone had put the worst on Lunatic Land's head. There were a total of 120 sutra questions, but only 3 were answered correctly. Such a loser had to be Lunatic Land. Only an uneducated person would have such lousy results. However, there were actually more than 10 of such lousy exam papers. The examiners felt that their intelligence and dignity had been greatly challenged. Who the F***ck was this? They had thought that there was only Lunatic Land, they didn't expect there to be so many. Who gave you the courage to participate in the Xianxia examination? Do your parents know that your results are so lousy? Are you here to take an examination? You're here to make a fool of yourselves. Where is the dignity of the imperial examinations? Where is the dignity of the saints? Are you treating the famous sects like they are nothing? Of course, these super lousy students all came from the Imperial College. They were all disciples of wealthy families. From this, it could be seen that the monarch Ming Yuanxian had no bottom line. In order to make money, he would accept all kinds of trash from the Imperial College. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I want to see which peerless genius killed Zhu Hongping. Since when did such a monster appear in our capital? The examiners opened their eyes wide and didn't even blink, afraid that they would miss this moment. They also abruptly tore open the paper covering the first place examination paper. And then, everyone was stunned. Lonnie, who was this person? Was there such a person in this Xianxia examination? Indeed, none of the 6 examiners could react. After a long while, one of the examiners said, "Lonnie seems to be Lunatic Land." As soon as this was said, everyone present felt their scalps go numb. Their entire worldview seemed to have been violently overturned. Lonnie was Lunatic Land, the beggar who had wandered for more than 10 years and had never properly studied. Not only did he graduate, but he also wrote a rare policy essay and a poem that would last for thousands of years. Was he crazy, or had the entire world gone mad? Didn't this Lunatic Land sleep the entire time during the exam? Asked one of the examiners, Yu. No, he didn't sleep all the time. He answered every test. Sometimes it was 2 hours, and sometimes it was less than an hour. From the looks of it, he sleeps after every exam? It should be. On the second day of the exam, he only took less than 2 hours to finish on the enfeoffment system that is rarely seen in 100 years. On the first day, there were a total of 120 questions, and he only used an hour? On the last day, he used less than half an hour. This isn't some genius at all. He's a monster. It was too terrifying, it was too horrifying. The 6 examiners froze in place as if they had been given general anesthesia. A long time passed. One of the examiners said, "Could it be that the exam questions were leaked? Could there be cheating?" Everyone was silent. It seemed like the exam questions were leaked. Even if the exam questions were leaked, could he have written on the enfeoffment system? Could he have written Autumn Goose poem and Pungbird Ode? That policy essay could have been written by someone with blood, sweat, and tears. But for the poem on the Autumn Goose and the Ode on the Rock, unless one is a heaven-shaking genius, one would not be able to comprehend them even after 10 years. But this was not important. The key was what to do next. Lunatic Lawn had taken first place. Once this ranking was announced, the entire capital would be shaken. Countless candidates would spit on them, drowning the 6 examiners. Everyone would call it cheating. This was beyond what the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights could handle. Reported to His Majesty. Let him make the decision. Inside the palace, Monarch Ning Yuanxian was once again shocked like never before. He already knew that Madman Lan had won first place in the Xianxia theory examination, and he had already been shocked by this result. However, the remaining 10 beggars had all passed the martial selections. The shock this time was even greater. This was simply too unimaginable. How did he do it? It was unimaginable. Xianxia had created many miracles in the past, but to Ning Yuanxian, none of them could compare to this one. It was too unbelievable. 10 beggars, who had been half-crippled before, had been trained into absolute martial arts elites in just a month's time, and they had passed the martial selections. It really sounded like a dream. But Xianxia really did it. That bastard. That was incredible. But you bastard, if you could do it, why didn't you tell me in advance? And a few days ago, when the Lan clan's 10 brothers returned to the capital, they were clearly already very proficient in horsemanship. Yet, you, Xianxia, still allowed them to be tied to the backs of their horses and enter the capital screaming and yelling, just so that the people of the world would look down on them. You're too mischievous, too mischievous. This Xianxia is a bastard. Not only does he want to deceive the world, but he also wants to deceive and fool me. Deceiving the emperor, deceiving the emperor. Be careful that I don't skin him alive. Li Sun and Lian hung their heads helplessly again. Your Majesty, can we stop talking so harshly? You're not tired of talking, but we're tired of it. Lian said, the 2 examiners can't make up their minds. They're waiting for your Majesty to make the decision. Monarch Ning Yuanxian sneered, why can't they make up their minds? This time, whether it's the written test or the military test, it's fair and just. There's no cheating, right? If that's the case, why can't we announce it? Lian said, they're worried that they won't be able to withstand the uproar caused by the announcement. Useless things. Ning Yuanxian said, should I dismiss Madman Lan and the 10 people just because it's too shocking? Should I give in to these mediocre and incompetent people? Ning Yuanxian was overjoyed. It was so satisfying. He was really annoyed by the scolding over the past month. Those censors scolded him every day. On the surface, they were impeaching Xianxia, but in fact, they were targeting Ning Yuanxian. They almost pointed at his nose and scolded him for being a fatuous ruler. But in private, many officials and scholars scolded Ning Yuanxian for being a fatuous ruler. Now, he could finally hold his head high. It felt so good to slap the whole world in the face. I, Ning Yuanxian, am not a fatuous ruler. Instead, I have a good eye for talent. As for you people, you are the ones who are blind and mediocre. Release the results, release the results. What are you waiting for? It's getting dark. Li Sun, go to the Bureau of Military Affairs. Lian, go to the examination hall and order them to release the results immediately. Not only that. Release both the written test and the military test. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Sun and Lian hurried out to do their work. The monarch was going to slap their faces. Of course, they had to race against time. Outside the examination hall, more than 2,000 examinees of the written test were waiting. Outside the examination hall, only a few hundred people were waiting for the results. Because it was an elimination system, it was already known whether they had passed high school or not. The only suspense was the ranking. There were a few hundred people here to see the results. First, it was because people in high school wanted to show off. Second, those who didn't pass high school had relatives and friends. They wanted to see if their classmates and friends had passed high school. If they had passed high school, it would be bad news. If they didn't pass, then these people would be relieved. They would feel better knowing that they were as miserable as they were. Apart from that, there were also a few thousand people waiting to see the results. Apart from the servants of the rich and the hooligans, there were also those who had a bet with Shen Lang. This time, Shen Lang would definitely lose. Everyone was waiting to spit on Shen Lang's face. The sun was setting. The crowd was getting more and more anxious and impatient. Why hadn't the results been released yet? This time, it was more than 2 hours later than the previous years. Could it be that something happened to him? Could it be that there was fraud? Even if there was fraud, it didn't matter. You release the results first. As long as we are sure that Lunatic Lon and the 10 beggars didn't pass high school, we can spit on Shen Lang. Suddenly, the crowd dispersed. Because a big shot had arrived. Young Master Zhu, Young Master Zhu. Everyone bowed and paid their respects. Because the person who came was Zhu Hongping, a true genius. Young Master Zhu, you came personally to see the results? Young Master Zhu, you didn't need to come. You will definitely be first. Yes, if young Master Zhu doesn't get first, then the sun will rise from the west tomorrow. Everyone was flattering him, but it was also what they were thinking. It could be seen that the Zhu family's manipulation of public opinion was very successful. Not only did Zhu Hongping not cause jealousy, it was also popular. Young Master Zhu should have gotten first a few years ago. Prime Minister Zhu beat him in 2 subjects. As a descendant of a famous family, it really isn't easy. Yes, if young Master Zhu doesn't get first, I will dig my eyes out. Yes, if Lunatic Lon can pass high school, then I will dig my eyes out too. Zhu Hongping smiled reservedly, then stood below waiting for the results to be released. This action of his had indeed gained the favor of many people. The grandson of the Prime Minister, the nephew of the Queen, actually came to see the results personally without putting on any airs. As expected of the #1 talent in the country. Where's Shen Lang? Where's Shen Lang? Someone suddenly asked. How would Shen Lang, that scourge of the world, dare to come? He will lose without a doubt. If he comes, won't he be drowned by our spit? The bet is clearly written in black and white. Moreover, he has even signed and left his fingerprint on it. Don't tell me that Shen Lang would dare to break the bet? I've been holding this in for 3 days, waiting to spit on Shen Lang's face. What if he doesn't come? After the results are out, we will rush straight to Ning Zhang's mansion and surround Shen Lang. As soon as he steps out, we will immediately spit on him. After all, it's written clearly in black and white. Even if the lawsuit reaches the monarch, we will still have something to say. At this moment, someone sneered, His Majesty will protect him. This time, Lunatic Lon and the 10 beggars didn't pass, and they even slept in the examination hall. It's a disgrace to His Majesty. Shen Lang has committed the crime of deceiving the monarch. As soon as the results are released, those 11 beggars will definitely be beheaded. Shen Lang can be spared from death, but he won't be able to escape punishment. He's going to be in big trouble. Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar again. Shen Lang is here, Shen Lang is here. This son-in-law really dares to come. This little bastard really doesn't know how to spell the word death? Maybe he's thirsty? Just wait for my old spit. Then, the entire field in front of the examination hall was filled with the sound of coughing. At least a few thousand people were coughing. And beside Xianlang, there were at least 100 female warriors protecting him. One of the ruffians roared, "Xianlang, does the bet from before still count?" Xianlang smiled. Of course. Everyone was overjoyed. "Xianlang, you're the one who said it." Everyone heard it. Xianlang said that the bet is valid. Then when we spit on you later, Xianlang, you can't dodge or resist. Xianlang said, after the results are released, if I lose, you can spit on me at will. But if I win, please remember the bet and eat 5 kilograms of sh*t. As soon as he said this, countless people burst into laughter. How could Xianlang win? The news had spread long ago. Lunatic Lan was sleeping soundly in the examination hall. The other 10 beggars from the Lan family were in the martial examination hall and had scurried out on the first day. Even if the sun rose from the west, there was no way Xianlang would win. Xianlang emphasized once again, "I'm a man of my word." "What about you guys?" Everyone said, Of course, of course. If Lunatic Lan and the 10 beggars win, we'll all eat 5 kilograms of sh*t. It's a deal. It's a deal. The number one genius of the capital, Zhu Hongping, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He had heard of Xianlang for a long time, but he didn't expect him to be such a vulgar person. It was really disappointing. But he respected a gentleman and didn't speak ill of him, so he treated Xianlang like air. After Xianlang arrived, everyone became even more anxious as they waited for him. Why hadn't the results been released yet? It was already 1.5 hours later than usual. What had happened, and at this time? The sound of a gong came from not far away. A few loud voices shouted, "The results are out, the results are out." There was no such rule in the past. The announcement of the results was done in a quiet manner. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. It was finally here, it was finally here. Thousands of people swarmed forward. A few warriors didn't deliberately keep people in suspense. A few of them went up together and directly posted all the lists together. Not only was there the list of Anka's written examination. Even the list of Anka's martial examination was posted together. Everyone was shocked. There wasn't such a rule before, and the examination hall only posted the written examination list. But this was good, he didn't have to go outside the Privy Council. Zhu Hongping knew that he would definitely get first. The reason why he came to see the list wasn't to show off, but to be polite and to avoid giving people a different impression. Therefore, after a symbolic glance, he would leave. But when he looked up, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He realized that the person in first place wasn't him, but someone called Lan Yi. Looking at second place, it was Zhu Hongping's name. How was this possible? What was going on? I would definitely get first place, so why did I fall to second place? I, Zhu Hongping, did extremely well in this examination. How could someone's essay be better than mine? Could it be because of my identity and background, so they deliberately suppressed me? That shouldn't be the case. Grandfather didn't say anything about suppressing me. Also, who was this Lan Yi? I've never heard of him before. Not only Zhu Hongping, but all the people present were shocked after seeing the list. Zhu Hongping wasn't in first place, what the hell? There's no Lunatic Lan on the list, there's no Lunatic Lan. Xianlang lost, everyone spit on him. The crowd was in an uproar. They all rushed towards Xianlang, ready to fulfill their bet and spit on him. They didn't care whether Zhu Hongping got first place or not, as long as Lunatic Lan's name wasn't on the list. He won, spit on Xianlang. And at this moment, someone on Yu said, Lunatic Lan is just a nickname, his real name is Lan Yi. When this was said, everyone was shocked. It couldn't be, there was actually such a thing? That's right, Lunatic Lan's name is Lan Yi. The other 10 beggars are called Lan 1, Lan 2, all the way to Lan 10. They are all ranked 3rd to 19th in the martial examinations. Lunatic Lan, first in the Anka theory examinations, won the capital's top scorer. The 10 beggars of the Lan family, all ranked in the martial examinations. Xianlang won. He won. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the names on the list. Wasn't that right? The 11 beggars under Xianlang had all passed. Everyone's scalp went numb. First, there was a deathly silence. Then, it was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. It set off a raging wave. How was this possible? The sun didn't rise from the west, I'm not hallucinating. This world wasn't destroyed. Then why did such a ridiculous thing happen? After a month of training, the 11 beggars not only took part in the imperial examinations, but also got top marks. How was this a miracle? Was Xianlang a human or a ghost? He was basically a monster. Crazy, this world was too crazy, and at this moment, Xianlang's voice sounded in Yu. Everyone, if you're willing to bet, you have to accept your loss. I've won, you should eat 10 caddies of sh*t. Then, he suddenly took out the long bet from before. It was written clearly in black and white. There were hundreds and thousands of signatures and fingerprints. Note, today, I was working outside, so this chapter was written while curled up in a chair. Please support me, please vote for me. Thank you, brothers, please. Hearing Xianlang's words, all the gangsters were dumbfounded. When they signed the bet, no one knew that Xianlang would win. Such a heaven-defying thing would never happen. And now it had really happened. What should they do? Sneak away, of course. Did they really have to eat 5 kilograms? Therefore, the gangsters who had signed and pressed their fingerprints left one after another. If we win, of course we won't let Xianlang off. But if we lose, we can forget about fulfilling the bet. We're a group of people who will repudiate all kinds of debts. Let alone gambling debts, we'll even repudiate the prostitution fees. Where do you think you're going? Wu Lai said coldly. Then, dozens of female warriors came out. They blocked the 2 entrances and prevented those people from leaving. The gangsters were instantly enraged. It's none of my business. I didn't sign any bet with Xianlang's son-in-law. I'm just here to watch the show. I'm here to get some soy sauce. What's going on? Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the way. Neither do bitches. If you don't get out of the way, I'll take off my pants. These hoodlums could do anything. They had no sense of shame at all. Wu Lai pointed at a gangster and said coldly, "Take it off, now." Although Wu Lai was handsome like a man, she was a woman after all, and a very handsome woman with a hot body. The hooligan laughed and took off his pants. He shouted, "I'll take off my pants. If anyone dares to block my way, be careful not to touch them." Wu Lai's face turned cold and she ordered, "Pinch it." Immediately, one of her female warriors put on a glove and suddenly pinched the ruffian's penis. The gangster's expression changed instantly. In an instant, he turned pale without any trace of blood. The pain was 100 times worse than giving birth. Ah, the miserable scream almost pierced through the sky. Then, the gangster fell to the ground, clutching his balls and rolling desperately. It was too painful. His whole body was about to twitch. All the hooligans present felt their scalps go numb, and their balls shrank. Damn, she really pinched it. She was just threatening them before. Now it was time to get serious. Wu Lai said coldly, "All hooligans who have a bet with young master, stay here and don't move. If anyone dares to leave, crush them." This time, everyone was frightened. Damn it, it's too scary. However, these hooligans were still not worried. That day, we did sign and put our fingerprints on it, but it was either a fake name or a flower name. You, Xianlang, know who I am. What can you do if I say I didn't sign it? You want me to admit defeat, dream on. But then, an incomparably terrifying scene appeared. Xianlang began to select people. He stood high up and pointed at someone. Immediately, a few female warriors stepped forward and pulled one of them out. "What are you doing? What are you doing? I didn't bet with Xianlang at all. I didn't sign it, and I didn't leave my fingerprint on it." But then, Xianlang found the person's signature. He even found his fingerprint. The man was stunned. How was this possible? Xianlang recognized him. He had a photographic memory. Along with Xianlang's identification, all the hooligans who signed that day were captured one by one. There were no mistakes or omissions. Of course, Xianlang remembered each and every one of them. He had a smart brain, which meant that he had taken pictures of each of them and stored them in his brain. When he needed to, he would just pull out the pictures. The hooligans panicked. Was he really going to eat 10 caddies of it? That would kill him. He wouldn't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Instantly, someone shouted, cheating, Xianlang cheated. Right, Xianlang's men cheated, they definitely cheated. The moment this was said, most people agreed. There were many people who didn't make it. They were just looking at the rankings and were too lazy to care about the conflict between Xianlang and the hooligans. Now that they looked at it again and again, they realized that their names weren't on it. How was that possible? I'm talented and I've written such a good essay and poem. How could I fail the exam? Most importantly, Lunatic Lon was just a tramp, a beggar. He had never been to school. How could he get first place, and the other 10 beggars who had only practiced martial arts for a month passed the imperial examination? How was that possible? They must have cheated. The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. Xianlang cheated, Xianlang cheated. The heavens will destroy the earth, the heavens will destroy the earth. These people who didn't make it shouted. The hooligans who lost the bet were overjoyed. They wanted to see the world in chaos, so they shouted even louder. Thus, the thousands of people present shouted in unison. The imperial examination is unfair, there's cheating, there's cheating. Examiner, come out, examiner. Xianlang cheated, the heavens will destroy the earth, the heavens will destroy the earth. Dozens of candidates who didn't make it came in front of Zhu Hongping and said loudly, Young Master Zhu Hongping, you were supposed to get first place in the Inca's written examination. In the end, because of Xianlang's cheating, the beggar Lunatic Lon got first place. How unfair is that? Young Master Zhu, we will seek justice for you. Yes, young Master Zhu, you are first place. You are the grandson of the Prime Minister, and you call His Majesty uncle. How can you tolerate this? Let's go, let's seek justice. Young Master Zhu, we will all stand on your side. These candidates who didn't make it felt that they were alone and needed to find someone to take the lead. Zhu Hongping had lost first place, and his status was high, so it was best for him to be the one to take the lead. Zhu Hongping was also very indignant. He also felt that there was something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would he lose first place? And it was taken away by a beggar? But he was a disciple of a famous family, how could he be used by these candidates who didn't make it? Everyone, farewell. Without another word, Zhu Hongping immediately left. The candidates who didn't make it were disappointed. But was the matter going to be let go just like that? No, it was absolutely impossible. Some people were indignant, some people were simply angry and wanted to vent, and some people just wanted to see the world in chaos. Many hooligans started to create momentum. Examiner, come out, examiner, come out. Otherwise, we will smash the tribute courtyard, smash the tribute courtyard. Go to the Ministry of Rights, go to the Privy Council, go to the Minister's office to complain. There must be fraud, there must be fraud. Smash the tribute courtyard, smash the tribute courtyard. Go to the Weeping Sage Temple. Go to the Weeping Sage Temple. Under the guidance of thousands of hooligans, many candidates who didn't make it lost their minds. They really rushed into the tribute courtyard to smash it. The whole situation was completely out of control. Thousands of people completely lost their minds. Bang, 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 in the blink of an eye, the tribute courtyard was smashed into pieces. The statue of the sage in the tribute courtyard was also lifted. Kill Xianlang, kill Xianlang. Xianlang cheated, the culprit, kill him, a small group of hooligans who wanted to see the world in chaos shouted in the crowd. Then, thousands of people really rushed towards Xianlang, wanting to take the opportunity to kill him. Half of them were candidates who didn't make it. They hated and envied Xianlang in their hearts. You are the son of a lowly commoner, why can you marry into the Marquis Xuanwu's residence, why can you live a luxurious life, while we have to study hard? You also study, why can you become a jurin without taking the exam, and you can even become an official, now, you even brought 11 beggars to ride roughshod over us. You, Xianlang, let 11 beggars take the Inca exam, which is already looking down on us. Now, they are still in high school, while we have fallen behind. The other half of them were hooligans who wanted to see the world in chaos, unwilling to admit defeat. Xianlang, you little son-in-law, actually want us to eat sh*t? Dream on, you. We will beat you to death. Xianlang cheated, beat him to death, more than 1,000 people, holding wooden sticks and stones, rushed towards Xianxia. Protect young master. Dozens of female warriors formed a circle, protecting Xianxia in the middle. Kick him to death. The remaining dozens of female warriors kicked ferociously. Bang, 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 they didn't kick other places, but they specifically kicked their genitals. At this moment, regardless of whether you were a hooligan or a failed candidate, all of your testicles were kicked. Instantly, people flew out one after another. They let out incomparably shrill screams. Those with slightly lighter injuries covered their genitals and rolled around with all their might. Those with more serious injuries had their faces turn green, and they convulsed in pain. Wu Lai said coldly, "Who else? Who else dares to come up?" At this moment, a hooligan suddenly rushed in front of him. He really couldn't stop himself, he was too ferocious. Wu Lai's expression turned cold. He kicked the hooligan between his legs. Ah, that person's scream stopped abruptly, like a frog being trampled to death. Blood spurted out in the air. This time, not only was the chicken beaten to pieces, but his entire pelvis was kicked to pieces. Who else? Who else? Wu Lai roared. Xianxia roared. Everyone present no longer dared to step forward, but only shouted in the crowd. Thousands of people, facing hundreds of female warriors, didn't dare to take a step forward. They only dared to wave their arms and shout. Xianxia cheated, heaven and earth will destroy. Xianxia cheated, heaven and earth will destroy. Go and complain, go to the governor's office to complain. Xianxia not only cheated, but also publicly beat people to death in the market. Go and complain. Go to the Weeping Temple, go to the Weeping Temple. Then, thousands of people left the examination hall in a mighty manner. Some of them went to the Tianyue governor's office to complain about Xianxia's cheating in the imperial examination and murder in the street. Others went to the Weeping Temple. Suddenly, the entire capital was in chaos. Shouting and killing, the Weeping Temple had always been the trump card of the scholar. It was the same in ancient China. Once it was related to the imperial examination cheating case, the examinees would immediately carry the statue of the sage to parade in the streets. Then, they would kneel in front of the Confucian temple and wail loudly. The Confucian temple in the capital had just been burned down at the beginning of the year, and this one had just been rebuilt. At this moment, on the empty ground outside the Confucian temple, there were a total of 2,000 examinees kneeling there and wailing loudly. The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. O sages, open your eyes and look at this filthy world. This examination hall is not clean. Xianxia cheated, Xianxia cheated. O sages, send down a bolt of lightning and kill that bastard Xianxia. Originally, only examinees who failed the imperial examination came to the Weeping Temple. Later on, more and more people came. Many scholars who did not participate in the imperial examination also came. This was because they had failed the imperial examination, and now it seemed that they had no hope of taking the imperial examination. Later on, even some people who passed the imperial examination came. The craziest ones were 2 examinees. This time Xianxia had clearly passed the imperial examination, but he still came to the Weeping Temple. This was really a case of being hot-headed. Tonight, we are all failing the imperial examination. The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. Heaven's punishment for Xianxia, heaven's punishment for Xianxia. The main examiner of the Xianxia theory examination, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, and the other 5 examiners had pale faces and were even trembling. They had guessed that the results this time would cause a huge uproar, but they did not expect it to be so big. I knew it would be like this, I knew it. Back then, we really should have let Zhu Hongping get first place. The key is that there was no cheating in the Xianxia theory examination this time. If these examinees don't believe me, they can come and check the examination papers. The first deputy examiner of the Hanlin Academy sneered and said, "Do you think they care about the truth? They just want to create trouble, to make it big, and then take the examination again. Even if they don't take the examination again, they must force His Majesty to compromise and remove lunatic Lon from first place, as well as those 10 beggars who passed the military examination. Are they crazy? How could they not know His Majesty's character? A few days ago, when they besieged the Ministry of Rights and the Bureau of Military Affairs, weren't they chased away by His Majesty? The first deputy examiner said, at that time, they thought that the examination would be the next day, and that Lunatic Lawn and the others would not pass, so they temporarily retreated. Now that they have failed, of course they have no choice but to take the opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction towards His Majesty, towards Xianxia, and do their best to make the matter bigger. Will we be sacrificed? If His Majesty wants to appease these thousands of examinees, he might really declare it a case of cheating, and then the 6 of us will become cannon fodder. It's all Xianxia's fault. Why did that little B***starred have to be so meddlesome? Lunatic Lawn and the 10 beggars are already on the list. You should just stay at home and be happy. Why did you have to come out and stir up trouble, and anger these people? The first deputy examiner said, it's useless. It's true that Xianxia coming out to provoke these people is adding fuel to the fire, but if he hides at home and doesn't show himself, people will think that he has a guilty conscience. In short, those who want to cause trouble will still cause trouble. Then what should we do? What should we do? The deputy examiner of the Ministry of Rights said, the key now lies with the Zhu family. If Zhu Xiang supports these scholars, then His Majesty will have to take a step back and punish Xianxia. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu was the pillar of the state of Yu's officialdom. He was truly courageous. Inside the Zhu family, Zhu Hongping revealed his true nature in front of his grandfather. Grandfather, I can't accept this. I've been raising Wang for 4 years, and I'm determined to get first in this year's Anka examinations. What I want is to pass 3 yuan in a row, but now I've lost to a beggar. How can I accept this? There must be cheating involved. Grandfather, please investigate. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu looked at his grandson with a very gentle gaze. What's the situation outside? Zhu Xiang asked. The housekeeper said, a few thousand people went to the governor's office to complain, saying that Xianxia cheated in the Anka examinations. Another few thousand people are crying at the Holy Temple. The number of people is increasing, and the matter is getting bigger and bigger. Zhu Xiang said, what's the reaction from the palace? The housekeeper said, there's no reaction. It's as if His Majesty doesn't know about this at all. Zhu Hongzhu nodded and said, understood. The housekeeper said, Master, what does His Majesty mean? Is he going to sacrifice Xianxia? Is he going to compromise with a few thousand scholars? Zhu Hongzhu shook his head and said, no, His Majesty is just waiting for my reaction. The situation before them was already very clear. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu. If there was fraud in the Anka examinations, then Zhu Hongping would be the first victim. Moreover, Zhu Hongzhu was the leader of the scholars. Once he decided to stand on the side of the failed examinees, of course he would be able to buy the hearts of countless people. At that time, Xianxia would definitely not be able to stop this old prime minister. Even Ning Yuanxian might have to back down. Master, there are already many scholars who have come to our door and knelt down. More and more. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu closed his eyes and pricked up his ears to listen. As expected, he heard it. Zhu Xiang, please uphold justice for the scholars of the world. Zhu Xiang, please do your best to turn the tide, and return the innocence of the Anka examinations. Zhu Xiang, please protect the dignity of the saints. These familiar people not only cried at the Holy Temple, but also at the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu waved his hand. Everyone else retreated, leaving only his grandson, Zhu Hongping. My good grandson, you are very arrogant and conceited. This is a good thing. The children of the Zhu clan should have this kind of arrogance. Zhu Hongzhu said gently, but you got second place this time. Grandfather is actually quite happy. Hearing this, Zhu Hongping was shocked. Zhu Hongzhu said, my good grandson, today grandfather will teach you one thing. Do not pursue perfection. Zhu Hongping said, isn't it just like the proud dragon has regrets, and it cannot last long? I have read it more than 100 times. This Zhu Hongping was considered polite in front of others, but in front of his grandfather, he did not hide anything and spoke straightforwardly. Yes, but also no, Zhu Hongzhu said. Zhu Hongping said, I could have gotten first. Just because of my status, I have to get second place? That is too hypocritical. I am not convinced. What is the point of being a coward like this? Ha ha ha. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu was not angry. He handed over a few pieces of paper and smiled. My good grandson, take a good look at this paper. Look at the treatise and the poems. How do they compare to yours? Zhu Hongping took them and looked at them. First, she quickly looked through them, then carefully looked through them twice. Instantly, her face turned red and she was ashamed. Zhu Hongzhu was even happier. My good grandson, how do these treatises and poems compare to yours? Zhu Hongping lowered her head and said, they are better than mine. Zhu Hongzhu asked, how much better? Zhu Hongping said, much better. Zhu Hongzhu asked, do you still think that someone is trying to suppress you? Zhu Hongping shook her head. Zhu Hongzhu said, there is always someone better out there. My good grandson may be outstanding, but it is hard to avoid a monster. It is not easy to compare. Zhu Hongping's heart was filled with anger. Give me another 10 years, and I may not be worse than this person. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu said, actually, it is not wrong to say that this examination was rigged. This treatise and poems were not written by that crazy Lan. They were written by Shen Lang. Shen Lang? Zhu Hongping was shocked. Him? Yes. Zhu Hongzhu said, he is only 20 this year. He is only 3 years older than you. For this examination, he wrote many treatises and poems for Crazy Lan to memorize. In the end, he really passed. Zhu Hongping asked, Grandfather, how did you know? Zhu Hongzhu said, of course, His Majesty told me. He would not hide such things from me. Then, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu said, my good grandson, do you still want to seek justice? Crazy Lan did not rely on his own ability to get first place. His essays were not as good as yours. Zhu Hongping shook her head. The examination does not prohibit betting. I thought that someone was trying to suppress me, so I was angry. Now, I am convinced. Then, Zhu Hongping said, Grandfather, I think that Shen Lang is extremely frivolous. He only wants to see the world in chaos. He does not look like a genius at all. Zhu Hongzhu said, this person is a devil incarnate. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not provoke him. Then, Zhu Hongzhu looked elsewhere. But do not get too close to him. Otherwise, you will attract trouble. The sky turned dark, but the entire capital was still not at peace. It was as if it was boiling. Outside the third prince's governor's office, thousands of people knelt there, beating drums. Governor, we want to complain. Governor, Shen Lang killed people on the streets. His crime is unforgivable. And outside the sacred temple, there were thousands of scholars, including those who came to watch the commotion. There were tens of thousands of people. Countless candles were lit. They were densely packed like stars in the sky. Countless scholars started a hunger strike. And they took turns crying. Their throats could not take it if it was just a group of people crying. 1,000 people at a time, taking turns crying. And they had to make up their cries. Only then would their cries have momentum. At the start, they made up many sentences. Later, they realized that one sentence was the best, so they just kept repeating it. The heavens are unfair, the saints are shamed. Shen Lang cheated, the heavens will punish him. The examinees smashed the examination hall and cried in the sacred temple. After causing such a huge commotion, there was still no reaction from the palace. This gave the scholars a glimmer of hope. His Majesty was probably going to compromise. Everyone should work harder and make the matter bigger. More people. That way, Shen Lang would definitely die. Even if there was no cheating in the Anka examination this time, there would be cheating. If that was the case, they would have to retake the exam. And most of the examinees who had already passed the exam were naturally unwilling to cause trouble. But who dared to speak at this time? If they spoke, they would be the public enemy of all scholars. They would be in cahoots with Shen Lang. Shen Lang cheated. You guys cheated too. Otherwise, how could you have passed the exam? And at this time, the social beauties in the capital were unwilling to be left out. A total of more than 10 courtesans came to support the examinees. What they could do was, of course, sell the charity sale. However, they weren't selling their bodies. They were selling their voices. They tirelessly sang for the examinees who had failed the exam outside the sacred temple. And they sang the poems of the saints. And they created them on the spot. Moreover, every song he composed contained these 16 words. The heavens are unfair, the saints are shamed. Xianxia cheated, the heavens will punish him. Of course, in order to achieve the effect of catching people's attention, they added many more shocking words. For example, the heavens were crying and the earth was cracking. For example, the sky was splitting and the earth was cracking. This group of courtesans didn't want to miss any hot topic. This was the best opportunity to hype up their reputation. Reputation was their net worth. And they didn't like Xianxia either. Why? Because Xianxia had never looked for them, nor did he come to support them. On the contrary, he even secretly went to the brothels to look for those lowly prostitutes. You, Xianxia, are still a distinguished scholar. You didn't look for us, the famous courtesans, but went to those lowly prostitutes. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us? Xianxia really didn't look down on them. It was just that he didn't want to provoke them. It was too troublesome. I had to recite poems to get the favor of you, a courtesan, and then go to your brothel to drink a cup of wine. I still feel that it's glorious. I, Xianxia, am not a fool. Go and help you increase your net worth. Can't we all be more simple and direct, pay with one hand and sleep with the other? It's true that I, Xianxia, have the heart but not the guts. I haven't really done the transaction, but that's what I think. But if I recite poems with you courtesans and look like I'm in love, wouldn't I be letting my wife down? I love Milan baby very much, and I will never cheat on her mentally. It was precisely because of this coldness toward them that Xianxia became the public enemy of the courtesans. The next morning, many censors and civil and military officials were sharpening their knives. The capital was in chaos. Everyone took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. They had to take the opportunity to abolish the scholarly titles of the 11 beggars under Xianxia. They had to take the opportunity to take down Xianxia. Did this group of people hate Xianxia that much? Perhaps, but their target wasn't Xianxia. They just wanted to use Xianxia to make the monarch bow their heads. The monarch had indeed angered these civil and military officials by letting 11 beggars take the exam. They had studied for 10 years and practiced martial arts for 10 years before they were qualified to take the exam and become officials. Now, because of your Majesty's favor, Xianxia randomly found 11 beggars to take the exam. How could there be such logic in the world? How could we have any face left? No, how could the path of a sage exist? It was fine if those 11 beggars didn't graduate. But all 11 of them did, and that lunatic Lon even got first place. How could this be? Then wouldn't we, the civil and military officials, be slapped in the face? Would it prove that our impeachment against Xianxia was all out of jealousy and nonsense, that your Majesty had a discerning eye for talent, and that we, the officials, were blinded by lard? How could this work? Now, thousands of examinees and scholars were stirring up trouble. This gave us a chance. Everyone was adding fuel to the fire. They had to make sure that this cheating case was solved with certainty. No matter how much you dote on Xianxia, you won't be able to stop a few thousand scholars. You also won't be able to stop over 100 civil and military officials. So, these hundreds of officials had hidden impeachment memorials in their sleeves. They were waiting for the court meeting to start, and then they would beat Xianxia to death. As for the truth, it wasn't important at all. In the main hall, hundreds of civil and military officials rubbed their palms. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Then, they saw everyone bowing down. Zhu Xiang. Teacher. Teacher Zhu. Zhu Hongzhu had arrived. Everywhere he passed, the civil and military officials all bowed down. Even Zhu Xiang had arrived. Everyone had a backbone. They would definitely win this battle. Once Zhu Xiang made a move, even His Majesty had to compromise. Everyone hugged Zhu Hongzhu. An official said with tears in his eyes, Zhu Xiang, you are our leader. You have to uphold justice for us scholars. These scholars are so pitiful. Thousands of them are kneeling outside the sacred temple and crying. Their throats are bleeding. And they have started a hunger strike. Even the prostitutes can't stand it anymore. They are all supporting these failed examinees. Xiang, there might really be fraud in this imperial examination. 11 beggars all passed. How is that possible? Xiang, Shenlang is stirring up trouble. He is a scourge. Xiang, the civil and military imperial examinations are the lifeline of the country. If there is fraud in the imperial examinations, then the entire country's foundation will be rotten. For the dignity of the saints, for the future achievements of our state of you, please uphold justice for the scholars of the world. Let's return peace to the world. Then, hundreds of officials bowed in unison and said, Xiang, please uphold justice for the civil and military candidates. We will follow your lead. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu nodded and said, all right, don't be in a hurry to go. I will go first. Many officials were overjoyed. That was the best. Zhu Hongzhu was the courageous scholar, the leader of the officials, and the teacher and father-in-law of the monarch. If he made a move, Shenlang would definitely die. The monarch would also have to compromise. Everyone followed closely behind, and there would be no risk of angering the monarch. A moment later, the monarch Xianxia arrived. If there is a report, the court will be dismissed if there is no report. Instantly, all the officials looked at Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu. Xiang stepped out and bowed, Your Majesty, I have a report. The monarch said gently, Please speak, Prime Minister. Zhu Hongzhu's heart trembled. The monarch hadn't said the word Prime Minister for a long, long time. Zhu Hongzhu said, Someone said that there was fraud in the civil and military imperial examinations. I have already investigated, and the so-called fraud is completely unfounded. It was just a small group of people stirring up trouble and inciting the failed candidates to cause trouble. Your Majesty, please punish them severely. As soon as he said that, all the officials were shocked. Xiang, what do you mean by this? The monarch Xianxia said. Then according to Prime Minister's opinion, how should we punish them? Zhu Hongzhu said, Show the Bodhisattva's heart with a thunderous method. As for the small group of people who are inciting trouble with evil intentions, kill those who should be killed, depose those who should be dismissed, and exile those who should be exiled. But as for the majority of the muddle-headed candidates, we just need to punish them lightly. Xianxia said, Having an old man at home is like having a treasure. Prime Minister, you are really experienced in planning for the country. Let's do as you say. Officials, do you have any other opinions? The officials who wanted to impeach the monarch all bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. We agree. The monarch and Xiang have agreed. How can we dare to have any other opinions? Ningqi, you are the governor of Tianyue Middle School. I will leave this matter to you, the monarch said with a smile. The third prince Ningqi bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. The monarch said again, Ningxing, you and your third brother will handle this matter. Ningxing stepped out and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone was shocked. What does His Majesty mean? Ningxing, the useless prince, also has a chance to handle this matter. Only a few big shots were clear about this. Who is the monarch going to avenge for Shenlang? He is just borrowing Ningxing's hand. Everyone was indignant. Based on what, such a big mess was caused by Shenlang? Instead of punishing him, you want to avenge him? Lian, bring the imperial guards with you. 2 hours later, the governor's manor in the capital was mobilized. They rushed directly to the sacred temple. At this time, a dozen top courtesans were still singing coquettishly to cheer for the candidates. Eunuch Shaoli glanced at them and frowned in disgust. Kill them. Instantly, dozens of them rushed out like wolves and tigers. They raised their sabers and killed all the top courtesans. The beauties were gone. Blood splashed. In an instant, the entire sacred temple was silent. The cries of the thousands of failed examinees were like ducks that had their throats strangled, instantly coming to a halt. The third prince Ningqi was responsible for the failed candidates in the sacred temple. Ningxing was responsible for the troublemakers. Of course, the so-called Ningxing was actually Shenlang. He made a long list. There were over 1,000 people. All of them were hooligans who made a bet with him. However, in order to not abide by the agreement, they fanned the flames and took the opportunity to cause trouble. He had a smart brain, and no one could escape his discerning eyes. After receiving the monarch's decree, Wu Lai, Ku Tu Huan, Lani, Lan Er, and the others led a few hundred imperial guards and rushed into the houses. Capture all the hooligans causing trouble. Do you think hiding will work? Do you think everything will be fine after running back home and closing the door? In just 2 days, the few hundred hooligans were all captured and escorted to an abandoned camp outside the capital. Shenlang appeared before them again. The hooligans all knelt down. Young Master Shenlang, it has nothing to do with us. You've captured the wrong people. Young Master Shenlang, we know we were wrong. Please let us go. Young Master Shenlang, the heavens are benevolent. Forgive people whenever possible. Young Master Shenlang, as long as you let us go this time, we will say good things about you every day. The hooligans were all pitiful. Their faces were full of tears and snot. Shenlang covered his nose and said, "There is a huge cesspool in front. There are more than a few 100,000 jin of feces and urine in it. Because this is a compost area, eating 10 jin is not easy. I only have one request. If you stay in this cesspool for half an hour and don't die, I will let you go." Following the order, the imperial guards started to chase away the few hundred troublemakers. The few hundred people wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, hesitating. The imperial guards pulled out their swords and slashed at the back. The few hundred hooligans were chased into the huge cesspool. Then, they were like roosters that fell into the water. They struggled with all their might, causing the stench to rise to the sky. This scene was too horrible to look at. Half an hour later, there were less than 500 people who managed to climb up alive. Nearly half of the hooligans drowned in there. Their deaths were horrible. Note, today's 2 chapters cost 16,000 yuan. Lords, please give your support, monthly votes, and pastries as thanks. Thank you big banana, floating wealth golden robe, Tianchin heartless, young man, become a legend, and others for their 10,000 yuan tips. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version, thank you for the 50,000 yuan reward from the chief. 500 hooligans stood on the ground, trembling with the stench. Their souls and bodies had suffered an unprecedented blow. More and more of these people would die. Once a wound was soaked in urine and feces, it would become inflamed and untreatable. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this giant pit was the gas. It was filled with large amounts of hydrogen sulfur, various kinds of ammonia, methane, and so on. Although these people had climbed up, they had already inhaled large amounts of poisonous gas. How many more of them would die, no one knew. Shenlang covered his nose and looked at them from afar. To be honest, I've already shown mercy this time. Take care, everyone. If you want to seek revenge, you're welcome. After he finished speaking, Shenlang swaggered off with his men. The 500 hooligans who had survived looked at each other. They began to cry bitterly. They had never been so miserable in their entire lives. Nor had they been so humiliated. They would never forget it. After crying bitterly, the hooligans began to regret wildly. I must have been blinded by lard. Why did I have to provoke a madman like Saint Shenlang? How many people did he kill in the Western Heaven province? It's not like we don't know. How regretful. Why did I provoke this devil incarnate? The incident of the failed candidates crying at the Holy Temple had caused a huge uproar, as if it was going to shock the heavens. It seemed like it could no longer be suppressed. However, it was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It was completely resolved in just 4 hours. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Thousands of examinees and scholars who had failed the examinations had disappeared without a trace. There was nothing around the Holy Temple. There were only dozens of corpses and pools of blood. There was also urine and feces, as well as countless rubbish. The dozen or so courtesans who came out to freeload definitely deserved to die. A few months ago, they had been hyped up like crazy. The 2 treacherous officials, Xianxia and Liang Yongyan, clearly did not make any contributions, but in the end, they boasted that they had made an immortal contribution. They boasted that they were the pillars of the kingdom of Yu who had turned the tide. This was all because Xianxia had effortlessly taken over the Jinyuan marquis residence. Xianxia sent his army disguised as the Chang kingdom's cavalry and began a massacre, burning, killing, and looting in a frenzy. He then framed Shenlang as the culprit. It was these courtesans again. This group of people who controlled the tide of public opinion was trying their best to create hype in the capital. Luring the barbarians into the country, replicating the tragedy from 100 years ago, and being a traitor to the state of Yu were all hurriedly blamed on Shenlang. Although the government later refuted the rumors, Xianxia and Liang Yongnian were both labeled as traitors, and Shenlang and Zhang Chong were the great heroes in suppressing the Su clan's rebellion. But by that time, the rumor had been circulating for a long time. If he tried to refute the rumors, the people would no longer care. The fact that Shenlang had lured the barbarians into his territory to burn, kill, and loot had already become a fixed impression of the people. When Xianxia and Liang Yongnian died, there were even people who quietly burned joss paper to pay their respects, as if loyal officials had died unjustly. How was he supposed to explain this? Monarch Ming Yuanxian was already angry with these people. However, he was not in the capital at that time. By the time he returned, the courtesans had already given up. But now, at the Weeping Sage Temple, you courtesans could not wait to rush out again. You want your reputation more than your lives. Are you flies? Wherever there is shit, you will pounce on it, so the monarch gave eunuch Shaoli a verbal order. Regardless of whether they were courtesans or prostitutes, all of them were to be killed, and so, these 10 or so beauties all died tragically. They were the dream lovers of countless scholars, but all of them died in an instant. And this time, the handling of the Weeping Sage Temple incident was in accordance with Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu's words. Using thunderous methods, showing the heart of a bodhisattva. Directly killing dozens of the perpetrators. Depriving 19 people of their scholarly honors. Pursuing the responsibility of 135 people, they would not be allowed to participate in the imperial examinations for the rest of their lives. Recording 1,500 people's demerits, they would stop taking the imperial examinations for one period. But, all the scholars at the scene of the Weeping Sage Temple would be recorded, leaving a lifelong stain on their names. If they committed the offense again, they would be stripped of all scholarly honors, shackled, and sent to the border army as slaves. Immediately, thousands of examinees trembled in fear, and scattered like birds and beasts. Finally, the monarch issued a decree. The civil and military examinations this time were fair and just, without any fraud, and the results were real and valid. All of the examiners were rewarded. At this point, the entire storm had been settled. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu summoned Zhang Chong. Someone wants to mess with you, and they've found a lot of evidence. Zhu Hongzhu said. Some say you are corrupt, and some say you killed an entire family. Killed an entire family. Of course, it was referring to the murder of Su Guanyun's entire family. Some say you plundered the people, robbed a mountain of gold and silver, but did not hand it over, stuffing it into your own pockets. Some say you and Shenlang worked together to kill thousands of innocent people. These two incidents were both in White Knight County, where Shenlang and Zhang Chong worked together to scam thousands of plundered people, and obtained hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This money was not handed over, and was used to bribe the people of White Knight County to resist the Su clan's rebel army. I rejected all of them. Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. You can't do without factions, but you have to be clear about your priorities. Zhang Chong kowtowed, and did not speak. Zhu Hongzhu said, some say you betrayed the Zhu faction, but you said you were just unwilling to be enemies with Shenlang. I believe that. Zhang Chong kowtowed again. Zhu Hongzhu said, Zhang Chong, you were originally His Majesty's knife, and could only be used to kill people. Now, you have changed, and you have the bearing of a minister. Talents are hard to come by, and the position of a minister must be reserved for you. Even if you are not in the Zhu faction, you can still be a prime minister. Zhang Chong did not speak, and still kowtowed on the ground. Zhu Hongzhu said, but I have something to say to you. Zhang Chong respectfully said, Prime Minister Zhu, please advise me. Zhu Hongzhu said, don't just focus on the state of Yu, you have to focus on the entire Great Yan Empire. Zhang Chong said, yes. Zhu Hongzhu said, also, if you want to avoid conflict, avoid it completely, and be completely neutral. Do not get entangled with Shenlang, or you will be in big trouble. Zhang Chong did not answer, but said, thank you for your advice. The next morning, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu recommended Zhang Chong to be the governor of Yan province. Monarch Ning Yuanxian was slightly shocked. Duke Weiwu Bianshao had only expressed this in private, and had not officially submitted a memorial. Prime Minister, you are one step ahead. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu had been recuperating at home for a long time, and did not attend court. Even when he did not speak much. But once he spoke, his words would become gold. Previously, when Ning Yuanxian wanted to personally lead the army, the minister stopped him, and it was Zhu Hongzhu who settled the matter. A few days ago, the ministers used the incident of the Weeping Sage Temple as an excuse to stir up trouble. They wanted to make an ironclad case of cheating in the imperial examinations, and wanted to use this opportunity to destroy Xianlang, and force monarch Ning Yuanxian to compromise. It was Zhu Hongzhu who settled the matter, and suppressed the ministers. Without the support of the court officials, the Weeping Sage Temple scholars were useless, and were destroyed like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The earth-shattering incident instantly disappeared without a trace. It was the same this time. Once Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu spoke, it must come true. Now, almost no one could deny Zhu Hongzhu, for the consequences were too severe. The Zhu clan was influential in the entire Eastern world, and was one of the top clans in the Great Yan Empire. When Jiangli was destroyed, as his admirer, Ning Yuanxian also encountered great trouble. The so-called Great Trouble could very well be the danger of abdicating the throne, or even life and death. After Jiangli's downfall, many countries were labeled as Jiangli's allies. Some countries' monarchs were directly deposed. Some countries were directly destroyed by the Great Yan Empire's allied army. Not only did Ning Yuanxian admire Jiangli, but he was also engaged to Jiangli. At the critical moment, he deposed the queen, and made the Zhu clan the empress. The Zhu clan's influence in the Flame capital allowed Ning Yuanxian to survive the fatal crisis. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian was not called prime minister casually. However, Zhu Hongzhu had the power of an official, but he had no power to act. He knew that his prestige was too high, and his power was too great, so he basically did not appear in the court. But once he appeared, and once he spoke, then no one could stop him. Monarch Ning Yuanxian smiled. Prime Minister's suggestion is good. What do you all think? The civil and military officials all bowed and said, very good, we agree. Monarch Ning Yuanxian asked again, Zhang Chong, are you willing to go? Zhang Chong bowed and said, I am willing to go. Monarch Ning Yuanxian said, draft a decree to confer Zhang Chong the title of Yan province's military governor. At this point, the matter was settled. The next day, Zhang Chong left the capital, and headed for Yan province to take up his post. Speaking of which, this position had belonged to him almost half a year ago. But after going one big round, he was back to square one. But now, Zhang Chong's identity was completely different. He was no longer an official of the Zhu clan. Originally, some people thought he was a traitor to the Crown Prince's faction. But after Zhu Hongzhu's recommendation, Zhang Chong's name was cleared. He had completely become a neutral faction. This was an unspoken rule. Originally, Zhang Chong was close to Xianlang and Prince Ningzhang's faction. But Zhu Hongzhu gently waved his hand. From now on, Zhang Chong could only maintain absolute neutrality. Xianlang saved your life, so I, Zhu Hongzhu, also did not kill you, and recommended you. Zhang Chong, you can either reject the position of Yan province's military governor. If you accept this position, it means that you have already drawn a clear line between you and Ningzheng. We don't care about your personal relationship with Xianlang. But in politics, you can't have anything to do with him. If you agree, one of the prime minister's positions will be yours in the future. If you don't agree, you will face the full wrath of the Zhu clan. If Zhu Hongzhu decided to attack him, then Zhang Chong would have no power to fight back, and would die without a doubt. Xianlang could not save him, but Bianshao could. But Bianshao would not offend the Zhu clan for Zhang Chong. And even if Bianshao could protect Zhang Chong, he could not protect his political life. Zhang Chong had no other choice. He was grateful to Xianlang, and could even be considered a good friend to Xianlang. However, it was impossible for him to give up his political ideals for Xianlang. It was for this reason. When Zhang Chong left for his post, Xianlang did not send him off. And before Zhang Chong left, he did not say goodbye to Xianlang. Their personal relationship was still there, but in politics, they drew a parallel line again. Xianxia sighed in his heart. This prime minister was a true master. Loud but silent, like an elephant, invisible. His moves seemed to have no aura, and there was no confrontation. It could not even be said to be a fight without breaking. On the surface, he did not even have the slightest intention of targeting Xianxia. However, he'd easily severed Zhang Chong's path of retreat to Ningxiang's side. It should be noted that Zhang Chong was probably the only minister who could be loyal to Ningxiang, and he was a very capable minister. According to the original plan, the Crown Prince's faction attacked Zhang Chong wildly. Xianxia protected Zhang Chong in front of the monarch. At the crucial moment, Ningxiang begged concubine Bian to let Bian Shao, the Duke of Weiwu, take action and formally ask the monarch to ask for Zhang Chong. This way, Zhang Chong, the Zhu faction, and the Crown Prince's faction were completely severed. Ningxiang had saved his life. To a certain extent, the position of Yanzhou's military governor was bestowed by Ningxiang. Zhu Hongzhu easily cut off this path. The key point was that Xianxia could not defend or counterattack. Because the other party did not even attack him. The monarch seemed to know that Xianxia was depressed. On the second day after Zhang Chong took office, he officially issued a decree. Lani was appointed as the registrar of the Marquis of Chongping, a secondary sixth-rank official. Ku Yichen was appointed as a Qianhu of the Marquis of Chongping. Lani, Lan Er, Lan Shi, and the others were appointed as Qianhu of the Marquis of Chongping. So far, Ningxiang had truly established a government. The entire framework was completely built. The Crown Prince's residence. As usual, Crown Prince Ningyi was playing with something in his hand. This time, the thing he was playing with looked a little special, like a bone. It was a relic, a gift from Xiankong Temple. It should have been worshipped. But the Crown Prince continued to play with it. Have you found out? Shui Zhaoyan said, yes. Lunatic Lan and the 10 beggars all have special bloodlines. Xianxia found a way to activate their bloodlines, so they returned to normal and stood out in the martial examination. It is not that a month of training can make them so powerful, but that they have unleashed the bloodline power of the past decades. At this moment, the Crown Prince Matters official registrar asked, then can we make use of this matter to suppress Xianxia and label these people as Jiang Li's remnants? Shui Zhaoyan shook her head. No. After the Zhou clan was destroyed, the Great Yan Empire actually let go of this matter. These special bloodlines are not Jiang Li's remnants. They even let Zhong Chuk off. The registrar said, is His Majesty the Great Yan Empire's emperor completely relieved? Shui Zhaoyan said, the Zhou clan adopted Shui Yichen, who was labeled as Jiang Li's remnants and exterminated. However, ever since then, Great Yan's emperor decreed that when Jiang Li rebelled, the people with the special bloodline were still young. They didn't know what was right or wrong, and they were innocent. That was not all. Skysi Pavilions with CI, Xiankong Temple's master, and the other leaders of the sacred organizations all vouched for these special bloodlines and recruited them. It was with the protection of these powerful figures. Only these special bloodlines could be cleansed of their crimes of rebellion. Originally, these people were called Jiang Li Remnant Bloodline, but now, they were called Special Bloodline. Otherwise, why would Zhou Ci accept Bitter Joy and Shui Chen as disciples? It was just to show his attitude. It was not just him. Several sacred organizations also accepted these special bloodlines as disciples. Bitter Joy's position was too low. He had always thought that he was chosen by the Skysi Pavilion because he was too talented. Little did he know that this was the common will of several sacred organizations. Xiankong Temple, Stupa Mountain, Skysi Pavilion, Heaven Punishing Tower, White Jade Jing, and so on. These heavenly hands fiddled with it for a while. Bitter Joy's identity as a Jiang Li's remnant was instantly cleared. The identities of Lunatic Lan and the Lan brothers could also be made public. And the Zhou clan was completely sacrificed. As a survivor, Shui Zhaoyan was pitted by the sacred organizations and compensated. Lunatic Lan was at the bottom and could not see the wind blowing at the top. That was why he pretended to be crazy and did not dare to let his 10 brothers stand out, lest they be destroyed. Not only Bitter Joy, but Lan Bao had also almost died mysteriously, and the Zhong clan had almost been implicated. Sometimes, you might seem close, but you were actually very, very far away. For example, a mirage in the desert could not be approached even if you walked to your death. Xianxia Pavilion was one such example. To Xinlang, Xianxia Pavilion was close. Scholar Zhang Yuan even had an affair with him. Furthermore, every single scholar there treated him kindly. Xinlang was even allowed to enter and exit the Xianxia Pavilion freely. He even sent martial maniac Tang Yen and Sword King Li Qianqiu's wife to the Xianxia Pavilion for their protection. They seemed to be very close. Xianxia Pavilion seemed to be Xinlang's ally and backer. In reality, that was not the case at all. Xianxia Pavilion's master, Xianxia, was high and mighty like a god. He seemed to be in the clouds, untouchable. Now Xinlang finally understood that there was no Xianxia in the list of the 6 grandmasters of the state of Yu. Because the so-called 6 grandmasters were just a name and a rule. And Xianxia himself was the one who made the rules. He appeared amiable, but that did not mean he was. The Zhou clan had been illustrious in the past. Zhou Guangbo was the pacifying South general, more powerful than the Xianwu mansion. In the end, with a single finger, the other party had annihilated their entire clan. The destruction of such a glorious Zhou clan in a single night became a top secret of the state of Yu. It was like a bottomless black hole. In the past, Bitter Joy and Shui Zhaoyan had conceived countless imaginary enemies and concocted countless conspiracies. But who was the culprit behind the Zhou clan's destruction? Did you know? Princess Ninghan, Zhu Hongxue, and a certain prince of the Great Yan Empire were studying ancient texts excavated from Xianxia Pavilion. Then she met Bitter Joy and Shui Chen. Shui Chen was sent to Xianxia Pavilion because his body and face were distorted, but he could not find the reason. Ninghan took one look and determined that he was a member of Jiang Li's special bloodline. His power was too strong and could not be channeled, so his body was distorted. That was all. The prince of the Great Yan Empire had exterminated the Zhou clan. At that time, Princess Ninghan said angrily, "There were so many war refugees, so many people with special bloodlines. Are we going to kill them all?" Then, Princess Ninghan went to find her master, Xianxia. Xianxia went to find the leaders of other sacred organizations. A few supreme figures expressed their stance together, each accepting a person with a special bloodline as their in-name disciple. Then, the emperor of the Great Yan Empire decreed that these people with special bloodlines were not guilty. The Zhou clan's destruction was because of Ninghan's unintentional words. The Zhou clan's innocence was restored because of Ninghan's words. When Shui Zhaoyan found the answer, she felt despair. She had found the culprit behind the clan's destruction, but her heart was in even more pain. There was no conspiracy at all. The seemingly glorious and powerful Zhou clan was like an ant in the eyes of these great figures. Not to mention that they could crush them with a finger. Their feet accidentally stepped on you, and your entire clan was trampled to death. Then, when she lifted her foot and saw the corpses of the ants, her heart was filled with kindness. And so, the surviving ants survived. That was why Zhou Zhaoyan never thought about revenge again. She only wanted to climb up. Because she had seen the truth of the world's greatest power. She knew very well that among the sons of monarch Ning Yuanxian, there was only one person with true power. Princess Ninghan. Even though she had never appeared. Because she was Pavilion Lord Xiaxi's direct disciple. And Pavilion Lord Xiaxi was one of the few who made the rules. After the Zhou clan's destruction, Shui Zhaoyan fell to the ground, even more pitiful than the lowest prostitute. Then how did she rise to power? Not only did she become the representative of the Yinyuan Association, but she also became Crown Prince Ningyi's mistress in name. Because of one sentence. Princess Ninghan said, "I'm sorry." Because of this apology, Shui Zhaoyan rose from hell to heaven. It was said that when a man achieved the Tao, so did his chickens and dogs. Using Princess Ninghan's words, Shui Zhaoyan was like an ant that landed on Ninghan's wings and followed her to the heavens. In many people's eyes, there was a struggle for the throne in the state of Yu. But in Shui Zhaoyan's eyes, Crown Prince Ningyi and Princess Ninghan were born of the same mother, and the former was Empress Zhu's official mother. He had the support of the Zhu clan and Princess Ninghan. The Crown Prince's position was as stable as Mount Tai. No one could shake it, not even the monarch. Xinlang is a lucky bastard. He found lunatic Lon and 10 people with special bloodlines, the registrar said. Can't he make use of this opportunity to stir things up? After all, these people are Jiang Li's descendants. Shui Zhaoyan said coldly, don't do anything stupid. The people with special bloodlines have been wiped clean. With several holy organizations vouching for them and the great Yan Emperor's decree, no one can tamper with this matter. Understand? The Crown Prince suddenly said, Shui Zhaoyan, didn't you kill Bitter Joy? Why isn't he dead yet? Shui Zhaoyan knelt at this. No one knew that Shenlong's newly recruited 1,000 households were Bitter Joy, but when the monarch conferred him the title of Marquis of Chongping, he'd removed his mask. Shui Zhaoyan had seen it with her own eyes from afar. She was sure it was Bitter Joy. No words could describe the shock in her heart. Bitter Joy wasn't dead, how was that possible? He'd clearly ingested Stupa Mountain's poison, and his chest had been pierced through. How was he still alive? What the hell was going on? Why didn't you cut off his head then? The Crown Prince asked coldly. Shui Zhaoyan kowtowed. I was wrong. The Crown Prince walked up and gently plucked the golden hairpin from Shui Zhaoyan's head. Slash, it stabbed into Shui Zhaoyan's chest. Shui Zhaoyan's breasts were pierced through. The hairpin was less than half an inch from her heart. Just a little more, and she'd be dead. The Crown Prince pulled the hairpin out and stabbed it into the other side of Shui Zhaoyan's chest. Her breasts were pierced once more, and her lungs were pierced. Shui Zhaoyan coughed. A mouthful of blood gushed out of her windpipe, but she did her best to hold it back. The great thief Bitter Joy has committed a heinous crime. Royal Father once issued an edict to capture him. Now that he's hiding in Fifth Brother's residence, he's a great danger to both Fifth Brother and the capital. Order the Tianyue Commandery to join forces with the Supreme Court to capture the criminal Bitter Joy. Kill anyone who resists. Understood. Inside the palace, the monarch summoned Shenlang. Shenlang, you are truly audacious. You are also extremely lucky to have actually managed to find 11 people with special bloodlines. Shenlang said, the ban on this matter has been lifted long ago. Even the princes of the great Yan Empire are looking for them. The monarch waved his hand, unwilling to discuss the matter any further. The matter of Jiang Li's remnants was deeply engraved in his heart. Shenlang, I still have a bet with you. As long as those 11 beggars all pass the examination, I'll give you 2,000 private troops. Shenlang hurriedly said, Your Majesty, not me, but His Highness Ning Zheng's 2,000 private troops. Ning Yuanxian frowned. He didn't want to mention Ning Zheng. You've lost the bet. You've won. The monarch said, I'll keep my word. Tell me, what troops do you fancy? Royal Guards? Border troops? I don't care which elite troop it is, as long as you fancy them, I'll transfer them to Ning Zheng's army. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, I want to recruit my own troops. Ning Yuanxian was stunned, recruit your own troops? Or do you want to recruit soldiers like you did before? Shenlang said, Yes, I want to recruit an unprecedented army with the highest pay. I want to build an invincible army in the shortest time possible. I want this army to become the strongest army in the state of Yu. No matter where we go, we'll strike fear into the hearts of all our enemies. Nonsense, nonsense. The monarch said disdainfully, Do you know how long it takes to train the troops? You're good, but you only succeeded because you found 11 people with special bloodlines. There are fewer and fewer people with special bloodlines in the world now. You want to recruit and train the troops from zero? That's 2,000 people, and you want to train the strongest army in the state of Yu? Big words are not slanderous. What a fool's dream. Then, the monarch waved his hand, Don't waste your time. If you recruit and train the troops from zero, how long will it take? I'll transfer 1,000 people from the Royal Guards and 1,000 from the border troops to you. That's settled. Don't waste your time, there's no time. Shenlang said, 4 months, at most 4 months, and I'll make them the strongest army in the state of Yu. By then, these 2,000 people will be able to defeat 4,000, 8,000, or even 10,000 people on the battlefield. The monarch's eyes narrowed. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, I'm serious. I'll make another military pledge. I'll recruit and train the troops from zero and train them into the strongest army in 4 months. Please check and accept it then. The monarch sneered, how do you want to check and accept it? Show off? Put on a show? Xianxia said, King Chu has already contacted the South Kingdom's Prince Jin, so he will never admit defeat in the negotiations. But we can't have a decisive battle with the Chu state, so your majesty needs to have a border hunt. Border hunt? This was also a way to resolve disputes between the two countries. It could be considered a small-scale war. Last time, King Yu had a border hunt with King Wu, and he lost. In fact, it was that defeat that led to a series of crises for the state of Yu. The monarch said, how do we do it? Xianxia said, use my 2,000 new troops to fight against the Chu state's 5,000 army. If we win, the Chu state will admit defeat. Not only will they withdraw their troops, but the Chu state will also apologize to you, pay 500,000 gold coins, and cede 23 fortresses. Ning Yuanxian was stunned, what if we lose? Xianxia said, Your Majesty, you will apologize to the Chu state, accept the Chu state's occupation of our fortresses, and pay 200,000 gold coins as compensation. Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian was enraged and was about to kick Xianxia. You stupid child, do I have a grudge against you? How can you trick me like this? Do you think national affairs are a joke? Your 2,000 new troops want to defeat the Chu state's 5,000 elites? Are you dreaming? Do you think national affairs are your testing ground? Of course, Xianxia couldn't let him kick him, so he quickly dodged. The monarch missed and chased after him. So, Xianxia ran in front while the monarch chased after him. Seeing this, Eunuch Li Sun felt helpless again. Your Majesty, you are skilled in martial arts, and at a very high level. But Xianxia is a rookie. If you really want to kick him, you can kill him with one kick. What's the point of chasing? Right at this moment, Eunuch Xiaoli rushed in. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Her Royal Highness Ning Han is back. Ning Yuanxian was shocked, then overjoyed. Ning Han is back, my most precious daughter is back, even his greatest pride and honor guard had returned. How many years has it been? It's been more than a decade, and he hasn't seen his daughter. Although Ning Han isn't by his side, she's at the center of the world's highest authority. Even if she's not in the state of Yu, she still helps her father. Quick, quick, let Ning Han in. No, I want to welcome my daughter in person. Xianxia, you stupid child, come with me to see Ning Han. Note, this chapter has been written for a long time, and it's finally finished. Please support me, please vote for me. I'm bowing to everyone. With regards to Princess Ning Han, Xianxia's name was like a thunderclap piercing his ears. He had heard her name from Chou Yaoer, goddess Shuayin, and Sword King Li Qianqiu. She was the direct disciple of Pavilion Masters with Ci. The #1 beauty of the state of Yu 10 years ago. Not mentioning anything else, just this one thing was enough to shock people. She and Chou Yaoer were almost at the same level. Whether it was martial arts or anything else. As he gained a deeper understanding of the truth of this world, he knew the weight of Pavilion Masters with Ci and Princess Ning Han. The destruction of the Zhou family was a top secret. However, Zhang Yuan did not hide anything and directly told Xianxia. It was as if the destruction of the Zhou family was insignificant to Sky Pavilion. And it was true. Sky Pavilion could destroy a rich family like the Zhou family with a single breath. Sky Pavilion, Xiankong Temple, Stupa Mountain, White Jade Capital, All Heavens Tower, and so on. Why were they so powerful? Of course, they acted very detached and did not interfere with the secular world. They looked harmless. But they were at the top of the pyramid of power in this world. Why? Why? Because they had been excavating the ruins of the ancient world for many years. They knew the most secrets of the ancient world and held great power. And Princess Ning Han was the representative of this world's transcendent power. Soon, Xianxia saw Princess Ning Han. How should he describe it? He still couldn't get it up. Of course, this was completely different from Princess Ning Jia's indifference. Xianxia was a very arrogant person, even conceited. Putting aside his feelings, he felt that he could sleep with all the beauties in the world. Wasn't Chou Yaoer awesome? No matter how much she despised Xianxia, the two of them still slept together. Goddess Shuayin was awesome. During that time, if Xianxia wanted to, he could also sleep with her. Actually, Xianxia had a sentence in his heart. There was no woman in the world that I couldn't sleep with. There was no woman in the world that I didn't deserve to sleep with. But damn it, the Ning Han in front of him actually gave him a feeling of guilt. He actually had a feeling that he couldn't sleep with this woman no matter how hard he tried. That would be fatal. As for her looks and figure, Xianxia didn't want to talk about it. 10 years ago, she was the most beautiful woman in the state of Yu. Now, 10 years had passed, and this woman was 27 years old. She became even more beautiful and filled with a unique temperament. She was probably at the most charming time for a woman. In any case, Xianxia looked away the moment he saw her. I love my wife, I love Milan baby. I can't change my mind. I can't cheat mentally. In any case, this woman was even more beautiful than Goddess Xuan. She was probably the kind of woman who would make others look like an ugly duckling no matter where she stood. Probably no woman would want to stand with her. Xianxia even suspected that this woman was the daughter of monarch Ning Yuanxian. The key was neither her looks nor her figure. It was a kind of aura. He had cultivated for a long time, stayed at the top of the pyramid for a long time, and cultivated in the ancient civilization for a long time. Especially the last one, it would greatly enhance one's aura. The civilization of this world was completely developed from the remnants of the ancient world. The ancient world was mysterious and powerful. People who studied the ancient world for a long time naturally grasped powerful secrets and the power of a more advanced civilization. After a long period of immersion, one's aura would involuntarily change completely. To make an inappropriate analogy, the end of the 19th century was the end of the Qing dynasty, and our country's civilization was in the most backward and ignorant state. At that time, some advanced people first opened their eyes to see the world, left the Qing dynasty, and went to the West to study. These people studied, worked, and lived in the West for more than 10 years, and then returned to China. At that time, the Qing dynasty had already fallen, and China had entered the period of the northern warlords, still backward and ignorant. At this time, the mental appearance of this group of advanced people was completely different, and there was a faint feeling that they were superior to everyone else. This was the spiritual aura brought about by an advanced civilization. Of course, in the past few decades, the appearance of our country had undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially in the new century, people who returned from studying abroad no longer had a sense of superiority, unless they were from the world's top universities. The mental appearance of our people had taken on a new look. Back to business. Xianxia knew at a glance. Ning Han had grasped a lot of secrets that surpassed the world. He quickly x-rayed her bloodline. Then, Xianxia was shocked. Her bloodline was very close to that of the big fool. How was this possible? The martial arts bloodline of the monarch wasn't so powerful, and his original queen didn't have such a strong bloodline. Why did Ning Han have such a high bloodline? Her bloodline was close to that of the big fool, but she had been practicing martial arts for 20 years, and she had been following Pavilion Master's Wetzi. So how high was her martial arts now? It was probably unimaginable, but she probably didn't care much about the so-called title of Grandmaster. Father. Little Han. The monarch was so excited just now, but when he saw Princess Ning Han, he seemed a little unfamiliar. Maybe it was because this woman had changed too much, and was completely different from the little girl in his memory. After the father and daughter greeted each other, there was a short silence. Xianxia? Ning Han looked at Xianxia, which made him a little surprised. It's me, Xianxia said. Princess Ning Han said, I'll visit you in a while. So direct? Xianxia nodded, then bowed to the monarch and said, I'll take my leave. Ning Yuanxian and Ning Han were strolling on a small hill in the palace. Little Han, I'm sorry. After a long while, the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, finally felt like a father. Ning Yuanxian said in a hoarse voice, after the fall of Emperor Jiangli, I couldn't resist the pressure from the empire of Great Yin. Not only did I harm your mother, but you were also forced to leave me at such a young age. After the fall of Emperor Jiangli, Ning Yuanxian was in a very dangerous situation. At that time, Ning Han was in an even more dangerous situation. She was only 6 or 7 years old, but she was the daughter-in-law of Emperor Jiangli. If she had been implicated, Ning Han would have been beheaded. It was Pavilion Master Wetzi who saved Ning Han and took her in as a direct disciple, because her bloodline was extremely rare and powerful. In fact, Ning Yuanxian still couldn't figure out how he and his first wife, who only had high-grade martial arts bloodlines, could give birth to a daughter with such a heaven-defying bloodline. When Emperor Jiangli saw Ning Han, he liked her very much and said that she was a good match for his unborn child. He was not only talking about appearance and temperament, but also bloodline. Ning Yuanxian stopped and looked at his daughter. "Little Han, how have you been these years?" Princess Ning Han nodded and said, "Father, I've been very good." Ning Yuanxian said, "I heard that you have been excavating ancient relics with Pavilion Master Swetzi every day?" Princess Ning Han nodded and said, "Yes." Ning Yuanxian smiled and asked, "Have you gained a lot?" Ning Han said, "If we use 10 years as a time span, of course, the gains are great. But if we use a day or a month as a time span, the gains are enough to make people despair. They often excavate for several months without any results." Ning Yuanxian thought for a while and said, "Little Han, you are already 27 years old this year. If it weren't for the drastic change, your child would be several years old by now, and you would already be the empress of the world." Ning Han smiled and said, "Father, even if Emperor Jiangli won a complete victory and unified the entire Eastern world, with his cultivation, he would have no problem living a long life. With his cultivation, he would have no problem living to 100 years old, so I should still be the crown princess." After a short conversation, the feeling of father and daughter came back. Although this daughter had become more beautiful, more mysterious, and more powerful, her personality was still so lovely. She was neither pretentious nor temperamental like Ning Yan. Ning Yuanxian shook his head and said, "I know Emperor Jiangli. Once he unifies the world, he probably won't have the patience to be the emperor. He will explore the whole world and dig out the secrets of the ancient civilization. His son will definitely be the emperor soon." Ning Han was stunned and then nodded and said, "That's true." Then, Ning Han asked again, "Father, do you still miss Emperor Jiangli so much?" Ning Yuanxian nodded and said, "I have talked a lot with Emperor Jiangli. His ambition is not to unify the world and rule the world. His ambition is to liberate the whole world and bring the civilization of the whole world to a higher level. He doesn't have much desire to rule other people's territories." Princess Ning Han fell into silence. Ning Yuanxian changed the topic and said, "Little Han, you are not young anymore. Have you thought about marriage?" "Zhu Hongxue is a good choice." Princess Ning Han said, "Little Shui is a good choice. He is probably the best boy in the world. But we are too familiar with each other." Ning Yuanxian said, "There is one thing I must tell you, even though I hate this person. The crown prince of the great Qian kingdom, Ing Wuming, came to formally propose to me. He wants to marry you." Hearing the name Ing Wuming, Ning Yuanxian thought that Ning Han would frown and express her disgust. But she didn't. "This person is too complicated and dangerous," Ning Han said. Ning Yuanxian was stunned. How could Ning Han say the word complicated and dangerous? This Ing Wuming was really not simple. Ning Han said, "Ing Wuming is not only the crown prince of the great Qian kingdom, but also half a young master of the Stupa mountain." Then, Princess Ning Han said, "Father, do you want Flamey to divorce Prince Lian?" Ning Yuanxian nodded. Then, Ning Yuanxian said, "Did you see that Shenlang just now?" Princess Ning Han nodded and said, "Yes." Ning Yuanxian said, "What do you think?" Ning Han said, "He is very charming, the most handsome man in the world." Ning Yuanxian said, "This bastard has an affair with Ning Yan. He doesn't have a conscience, but Ning Yan likes him very much. Their feelings are deep." Ning Han said, "The dreamy cloud lake went to persuade Prince Lian. It was very smooth, but imperial concubining stopped them." Ning Yuanxian was stunned. Was this the reason? Not even the slightest bit of news came out. Imperial concubining was the favorite concubine of the great Yan Empire, the daughter of a monarch of the great Qian kingdom, Ing Guang, and the elder sister of Ing Wuming. Ning Han said, "Father, do you also want Ning Yan to divorce?" Ning Yuanxian nodded. Princess Ning Han nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Her words were full of absolute confidence. Even imperial concubining couldn't stop Ning Han's will. Ning Yuanxian said gently, "Little Han, this time you are back, can you stay for a few more days?" Princess Ning Han said, "Father, I still have many tasks to complete." After dealing with this private matter, I will leave immediately to excavate the next ancient relic. Ning Yuanxian felt regretful and asked, "How long can you stay, Honor?" Princess Ninghan thought for a while and said, "About 2 days." Ning Yuanxian said, "So soon?" Princess Ninghan said, "Of course. Father, you don't know how important our task is. This time we excavated an ancient underground palace, which should be very large. But we haven't found the entrance yet. We can't use any violence, because it might destroy the precious ancient civilization relics." Ning Yuanxian said, "Ancient underground palace?" Princess Ninghan said, "Yes. Master even thinks that the Sky-Sea Pavilion can't take it down, so he has gathered many helpers. If nothing goes wrong, this should be the first time we have found the most complete ancient civilization relics. Once it is completely excavated, it will be a great boost to the civilization of the whole world." Ning Yuanxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't Emperor Jiangli do everything to promote the civilization of the whole world? Next, Princess Ninghan went to visit Queen Zhu, concubine Bian, and the others. The admiral of Tianyue City once again came to the mansion of the fifth prince, Ning Jing. He claimed that he was here to search for the criminal, Ku Tu Huan. Ning Jing said that there was only Ku Yichen in his mansion, and no Ku Tu Huan. The admiral of Tianyue did not make any more trouble and left temporarily. In Ning Zhang's mansion of Marquis Chongping, Shen Lang, Ning Jing, Ku Yichen, and Lunatic Lan were having a meeting. Next, we need to do 2 things. First, we need to ask His Majesty for a base. The Northern Yard hunting ground is a good place. His Majesty doesn't like hunting, so it's been abandoned. It's a good base. Not only can we train our soldiers there, but we can also make a fortune there. This marquee mansion is in the capital. No matter what we do, it will be seen by others, and it's too small. The Northern Yard hunting ground is tens of thousands of acres. It's big enough and remote enough. It's the best base camp for us." Ning Jing nodded and said, "Okay, I will ask father for it." Shen Lang said, "Let me borrow it." Ning Jing was helpless. Although he was the son of the monarch, he couldn't compare to Shen Lang. Although the Northern Yard hunting ground had been abandoned for many years, it was still the hunting ground of the royal family. With such a large area, it was impossible for Ning Jing to get the monarch to give him such a large piece of land. But Shen Lang was different. He coaxed, cheated, and borrowed. Who knows, the monarch might just give the Northern Yard hunting ground to Ning Jing. This matter needs to be settled in 3 days. Shen Lang said, "After that, we will openly recruit soldiers. We need to recruit 2,000 soldiers in the shortest time possible." Lunatic Lan said, "Like before, open a stall to recruit soldiers?" Shen Lang said, "Yes." Ku Yichen said, "Young master, my 200 subordinates will enter the capital soon." Shen Lang said, "Of those 200 people, 100 will be your direct subordinates. I have other uses for the other 100. I want to train them into intelligence elites." Ku Yichen said, "Like the Blackwater platform?" Shen Lang said, "An intelligence organization that is more advanced than the Blackwater platform." Ku Yichen said, "I will follow orders unconditionally." Ku Yichen continued, "Even though we created a miracle in the imperial examinations this time around, in everyone's eyes, His Highness Ning Jing has yet to make a comeback. He still has no hope of winning the throne. Therefore, those highly skilled martial artists will not be willing to join us. It will be difficult for us to recruit elite martial artists." Shen Lang said, "His Majesty once wanted to give me 2,000 people, 1,000 imperial and 1,000 border army elites, but I rejected it. I want to start from scratch and recruit new people." "New people? Newcomers without any foundation?" Ku Yichen asked. Shen Lang nodded. Lunatic Lan said, "Then what are our standards?" Shen Lang said, "Bloodline." Lunatic Lan said, "Young master, I must say that people with special bloodlines like ours are very rare." Shen Lang said, "I know, you are known as the remnants of Jiangli. Every one of you has a very high bloodline talent. After you escaped, some of you were adopted by the nobles, and some of you died. The 11 of you are the last batch of treasures to be excavated." Lunatic Lan said, "Then what do you mean by bloodline?" Shen Lang said, "Everyone in this world has a martial arts bloodline, high or low. Even someone like Jin Mutsong has a martial arts bloodline. Jin Mutsong, who was scribbling at the side, turned a deaf ear to him. Brother-in-law is used to stepping on me. Every secret meeting, Xianxia would let Jin Mutsong sit in. He didn't need to express his opinion, just sit in and listen. Xianxia said, but there is a group of people who have no martial arts talent at all. Their bloodline power is blank. They are completely useless. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Xianxia, including Jin Mutsong, who raised his head and looked at Xianxia. Hey, what do you mean by that look? This is too much, humph. Although I look useless, my bloodline is completely different from other useless people. My bloodline is bottomless, even Grandmaster Zhongchuk can't see through it. Well, even if I'm very similar to others, so what? The key is that I'm handsome. I can sleep with 1 in a million stunning beauties. Can those useless people do it? Speaking of stunning beauties. Xianxia couldn't help but think of Ninghan's face. Then he shook his head desperately, trying to get rid of her face from his mind. No, I can't cheat mentally, I can't let my wife down. What's so great about Ninghan? Isn't she the #1 beauty? Isn't she standing at the top of the world's pyramid? I don't want to sleep with her. But there seemed to be a voice deep in his heart, you can't sleep with her, you don't deserve her. Back to business. Ninghan is a femme fatale, get lost, get lost. Xianxia blocked out Ninghan's face from his mind and continued with the meeting. He was serious, because what they were discussing now was of utmost importance, a matter that would decide their fate. The bloodline of this group of useless people is completely blank. Not only do they have no strength, but they also don't have high intelligence. The bloodline of this world was indeed strange. Sometimes, not only did it determine strength, but it also determined spiritual power and intelligence. Of course, the DNA of modern humans also determined a person's intelligence. This group of useless people has blank bloodlines, no strength, not high intelligence, so they should be at the bottom of the world, almost like useless people with nothing. We need to find 2,000 of this world's weakest and stupidest useless people, and let them become our 2,000 new soldiers. Then, within a few months, we will train them into the strongest army, invincible elites, and finally achieve the combat power to fight against 4 enemies. If everything goes smoothly, our 2,000 new soldiers will face their first battle in 4 months. 2,000 people against 5,000 elites of the Chu state. This battle concerns the dignity of His Majesty, the honor of the entire state of Yu, and we can only win, not lose. This first battle of the new army will allow us to soar to the sky. Hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. This Shen could create heaven-defying miracles once in a while. But to do it often, it would be too shocking. It was too exciting, too shocking, and they couldn't stand it. First of all, we don't have a concept of the blank bloodline. How can we confirm that someone has blank bloodline? Besides, even if there is a blank bloodline, it should be rare. How can we find 2,000 people at once? Secondly, even if we find 2,000 useless people with blank bloodlines, how can we train them into invincible elites in a few months? The strongest army? Isn't this a little too difficult? The sun rises from the west every day, and we have to do it every day. Young Master Xianxia, aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid of failure? Xianxia, alright, I'm done. Since everyone has voted on this matter, it's decided. Everyone in the room was stunned. When did they vote? We haven't even expressed our opinions, and this is it? You're too much of a one-man show, aren't you? Ningjing raised his hand. I agree. Ku Tuhuan hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand. I agree. Lunatic Lon also raised his hand. I agree. See, isn't the vote passed just like that? Our meeting is still very civil, serious, and lively. I, Xianxia, won't have the slightest bit of authority. Then, the deployment for the next 4 months has been decided. Xianxia, let me summarize. First, I will ask His Majesty for the North Yard hunting ground to be our headquarters. Second, we will use 5 times the pay to recruit 2,000 useless people with blank bloodlines. Third, we will use 3 to 4 months to train these 2,000 useless people into the strongest army, invincible elites. Fourth, His Majesty and the King of Chu will have a hunting contest at the border. Our 2,000 new soldiers will defeat the King of Chu's 5,000 elites and achieve a great victory. We will win glory for His Majesty and the state of Yu. From then on, our Chongping marquee will soar. Everyone, do your best. Every second counts, and every second counts. Meeting adjourned. Why did Xianlang want to specifically find useless people with blank bloodlines? Because he had done many experiments. Even the lowest grade golden bloodline goo worms could not be withstood by ordinary people. How should the so-called lowest grade worms be described? Xianlang extracted several kilograms of blood from the big fool and then separated out a few milliliters of golden bloodline energy. After the goo worms on Stupa Mountain devoured these milliliters of golden bloodline energy, they released a level 2 golden bloodline energy that was 100 times stronger. Next, these goo worms would continue to reproduce and divide. The second generation, the third generation, the fourth generation, they would release more and more golden bloodline energy, and more. But it would also become weaker and weaker. By the 15th generation, this golden bloodline energy would be so thin that it was almost non-existent. At this time, the level 15 golden bloodline energy was already very weak. It could not even provide enough energy for the goo worms on Stupa Mountain to reproduce and divide further. At this time, the division would stop. But when this level 15 low-grade golden bloodline energy was injected into the body of an ordinary martial artist, it would still cause terrible consequences. Death by explosion. Xianlang did experiment after experiment, and all of them failed. This almost made him come to a conclusion. Unless the bloodline talent was very high, it was impossible to withstand the energy of the golden bloodline goo worms. This bloodline was very high, reaching the level of Jiang Li's remnant bloodline. Ning Yan was not enough, and the bloodline talent of his darling Mulan was also not enough. But suddenly one day, Xianlang's experiment succeeded. The subject did not explode and die. Instead, his whole body underwent a huge transformation. Strength, mentality, agility, and other attributes were all greatly improved. Although it was not comparable to the level of a martial arts expert, it was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Xianlang was ecstatic and continued to experiment. Finally, he found a very special bloodline. Blank bloodline, a bloodline with no power at all. It was a complete good-for-nothing, a waste. To hell with it, this kind of bloodline was also very rare, 1 in 100. But the few experiments that Xianlang secretly did were all successful. This also proved that the golden bloodline goo worms could only transform one kind of person's bloodline, the blank bloodline. Perhaps some people would say, wasn't the bloodline of the 10 beggars of the Lan family changed? No, their bloodline wasn't changed. It was just that the original bloodline energy was activated. Their bloodline level was already very powerful. Only the blank bloodline could be changed. This was also very reasonable. Other bloodline talents, no matter how low-end or mediocre they were, still had a little bit of power after all. And after the golden bloodline goo worms entered their bodies, a strong conflict immediately broke out. Relying on their own strength, they could not control the golden bloodline goo worms at all, so they directly exploded and died. And the blank bloodline people were empty. After the golden bloodline goo worms entered, there was no rejection and they directly settled down. Therefore, this time, Xianlang's large-scale bloodline transformation opportunity. It was a phoenix nirvana of a large group of people. It was a group of people at the bottom of society, a carnival of 2,000 good-for-nothings. Moreover, these 2,000 people might just be the beginning. At that time, he would have more new troops. When the 5th prince's residence had an absolutely powerful army, it would be the capital to fight for the throne. And the South Kingdom was the best stage. It could let Ningjing soar to the sky in an instant, directly on equal footing with the 3rd prince and the crown prince. To describe it in one sentence. Knowledge is power. In Ningjing's marquee residence, there was a series of shrill cries. This group of people had all just passed the martial selections and entered the imperial examinations. By right, they should be proud. But, it was too far from Bitter Joy's requirements. Now, they were being hung on a tree and whipped. They had been hanging for 2 days. The person with the least was whipped 30 times, and the person with the most was whipped 190 times. Lan San and Lan Wu's intuition was right. After they returned, they were immediately scolded by Bitter Joy. Then, they were beaten half to death. Trash, trash, you bunch of trash. What bloodline do you have? How could you get such a result? Do you know, based on your results, how many people can pass the Marshall Grand Scholar once you participate in the general examinations? 3 people, only 3 people. This is a great humiliation. How can you face your ancestors? How can you face His Majesty Jiangli? Giving such a powerful bloodline to you is better than giving it to a dog, or a pig. Then, there was another round of whipping. Moreover, this group of people hung on the tree and whipped crazily, but they didn't wear anything. Xiao Bing and the 5th prince's wife obviously did not go near the courtyard. But the female warriors under Wu Lai and Xian Nu actually sneaked over to watch. Looking at the naked bodies of these men who were still being whipped, it was really exciting and satisfying. Bing had been pregnant for more than 7 months. In another month or so, she would give birth. She was very excited and kept saying that it was a son. But Shen Lang had long seen that it was a daughter. He did not say it explicitly, but he always said that he did not like boys, but girls. The 5th prince's wife, Lady Zhua, also saw it because Bing-er's belly was not sharp. Shen Lang was playing with the baby across her belly when Bing-er suddenly said, "Young master, Qiu Yao-er should be giving birth soon, or maybe she has already given birth." Eh? Shen Lang could not help but be stunned. Qiu Yao-er was too powerful. She did not need a man, and even her child did not seem to need a father. But, for such a heaven-defying woman, what kind of baby would she give birth to? In this world, probably only Ning Han could be mentioned in the same breath as Qiu Yao-er. And at this moment, outside, Huang Feng said, "Young master, a woman is here to visit." Bing-er did not make a sound, but her ears suddenly perked up. "Who?" Shen Lang said, "I don't have time. I haven't provoked any woman recently. There are not many men like me who are so clean." She said, "Her name is Ning Han." Shen Lang was stunned. Ning Han took the initiative to see me? My charm is already so amazing. Why do I not have confidence? In the main hall of the Marquis's mansion, Shen Lang once again saw the number 1 beauty who could bring disaster to the country. Princess Ning Han looked at Shen Lang and went straight to the point. "Shen Lang, the reason why I have returned to the capital this time around is to look for you." Note, today's 2 chapters are close to 16,000. Dear bosses, please give me your monthly votes and support. I'll give you a happy one. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Shen Lang could not help but feel slightly astonished when he heard this. Princess Ning Han had returned to the capital to look for him. Should Shen Lang feel honored or uneasy? He didn't think he was that attractive. Shen Lang asked, "What is it?" Princess Ning Han said, "My teacher wants to take you as a disciple and make you our youngest disciple." Shen Lang was stunned. Pavilion Masters with CI wanted to take him as a disciple. Shen Lang had a much deeper understanding of the world now, and the way he looked at Sky Sea Pavilion had changed. They were the people who controlled the rules of the world. And this person wanted to take him as a disciple, which was equivalent to dragging Shen Lang to the top of the pyramid. Shen Lang asked, "Why?" Princess Ning Han said, "You, of course, because you are talented." Shen Lang said, "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush." Princess Ning Han smiled. "Shen Lang, you are really smart. Then I will be straightforward." Shen Lang said, "Please." Princess Ning Han said, "Ning Yi and I have the same father and mother. I support Ning Yi." Ning Yi was the crown prince's name. Shen Lang nodded. Princess Ning Han said, "So I don't want you to participate in the fight for the throne." Shen Lang said, "Isn't third prince Ning Qi also fighting with Ning Yi? And the power behind him is much stronger than mine. You don't dissuade him, but me?" Princess Ning Han said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Shen Lang said, "Of course." Princess Ning Han said, "First, Ning Qi has the Shui clan and the Zhong clan behind him. They are too powerful, and the cost of dissuading them is huge. You and Ningjing have just started, and the power behind you is small, so the cost of dissuading them is smaller." Shen Lang couldn't help but look at Ning Han in surprise. This woman's words were really free and easy, and she didn't hide anything. Princess Ning Han said, "Second, the Shui clan and the Zhong clan are old nobles, and they are willing to do things within the rules for their family's interests. You, on the other hand, are different. You have no bottom line and are unconstrained. Then, Princess Ninghan said, the reason why you helped Ningxing fight for the throne, wasn't it because you were worried that Ningyi would settle the score with you and the Kim family after he took the throne? As long as you become my teacher's disciple, no one will dare to punish you and the Kim clan. Shenlang said, so, it was also because of you that Master Xuezi accepted me as his disciple? Ninghan said, I was indeed the one who asked. Although you don't have any martial arts, with your intelligence and wisdom, you are indeed worthy of becoming Master's disciple. In an instant, Shenlang felt great contempt. It was impossible to refute such contempt. This was because the other party did not speak any malicious words, nor did he act high and mighty. How to describe it in detail? When Princess Ninghan had seen Shui Yichen's distorted face, she had said that this was probably a result of Jiang Li's special bloodline. Because the power in his bloodline could not be guided and spread out, it caused his face to distort. Just because of this one sentence, the Zhou clan was brutally annihilated. Even worse, when the Zhou clan was annihilated, they did not know the specific reason. They thought it was a big conspiracy. After the incident, Ninghan felt guilty and apologized to Shui Zhaoyan. Shui Zhaoyan was freed from hell and became the representative of the Yinyuan Association, the mistress of Crown Prince Ningyi. It was as if she had returned to the core of power in the state of Yu. This was all because Ninghan was not only the disciple of Xuezi, the master of the Sky Sea Pavilion, but also the next master of the Sky Sea Pavilion. Xuezi had been infatuated with ancestor Luo all his life, so he did not marry or have children. So, the position of the master could only be chosen by two disciples. It was either Ninghan or Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue had to return to his family to inherit the family business, so the only one who could inherit the Sky Sea Pavilion was Ninghan. And now, Xuezi wanted to accept Shenlang as his disciple. It was also because of Ninghan's words. What kind of disciple would it be? It couldn't be the last disciple, otherwise Xuezi would have come in person. It would still be an in-name disciple like Shui Yichen. Shui Yichen had been studying in the Sky Sea Pavilion for many years. In name, he was Xuezi's disciple, but in his mind, Xuezi was very vague, as if he had never seen him before. This was probably the difference between a PhD from Beijing University and a diploma from Beijing University Correspondence University. This was probably the first time Shenlang had been looked down upon since he came to this world. Ninghan said, Shenlang, if you're willing, I'll bring you to meet up with teacher. We're going to excavate an ancient ruin, and I believe that with your intelligence and wisdom, you'll definitely be of great use. Shenlang's sitting posture suddenly became lazy. Princess Ninghan, have you seen Qiu Yaoer overseas? Ninghan shook her head and said, no, she has been heading west, far away from us. She has completely left the Eastern world. Shenlang said, what is the main purpose of excavating an ancient relic? Martial arts, or something else? Ninghan said, martial arts is only a part, less than 1/10 of it. Then, Ninghan looked at Shenlang and said, you don't agree, right? Shenlang nodded and said, yes. Ninghan said, because of your pride? I hurt your pride. Shenlang said, I am a man who lives off a woman. I kneel down and lick her every day. How can I have any pride? I just feel that I have to find a sense of security myself. I can't rely on others to give it to me. And I am helping Ningxing to fight for the throne not only to protect myself and the Kim family, but also to take revenge. I want to destroy the Shui family. Princess Ninghan said, Shenlang, you are really straightforward. Shenlang said, if I refuse you, your martial arts are so good and the Sky Sea Pavilion is so powerful, you won't just kill me, right? Princess Ninghan laughed and said, how could that be? I am already a member of the Sky Sea Pavilion. I can no longer participate in the fight for the throne, nor can I interfere with the secular royal power. Shenlang said, that's good, that's good. What I am most afraid of is drawing my sword at the slightest disagreement. Princess Ninghan said, what about Shui Yichen? Shenlang, can you let him come and see you? Yes, of course. Shenlang said. Then, Shenlang shouted, 13, ask Ku Yichen to stop drawing people for now. Come and see his senior sister. A moment later, Shui Yichen appeared in front of Ninghan. Greetings, senior sister. Although Bitter Joy was older, Ninghan had entered the sect first, so she was the senior sister. Princess Ninghan looked at Shui Chen and said directly, Shui Chen, do you know the rules of the Sky Sea Pavilion? Bitter Joy shook his head. He really did not know. After all, when he was in the Sky Sea Pavilion, other than being a nominal disciple of Xianxia, he was just an ordinary student. He had not learned much about the high-level rules. Ninghan said, the disciples of the Sky Sea Pavilion, especially the teacher's disciples, are not allowed to interfere with the secular royal power struggle. This is the rule of the major organizations. The purpose of the Sky Sea Pavilion is to excavate ancient civilization, pay attention to the world, and promote world civilization. It is taboo to interfere with the royal power struggle. This was the first time Bitter Joy had heard of this. Ninghan said, Shui Chen, immediately put down everything you are doing and leave with me. Return to the Sky Sea Pavilion and continue to cultivate while serving as the Sky Sea Pavilion's martial scholar. Bitter Joy was the only general under Xianxia's command. Moreover, he was an invincible commander. It could be said that without Bitter Joy, there would be no invincible new army in the future. Relying on Xianxia to train soldiers? He did not know how to do that. Relying on Jin Shiying? He could not escape. The key was that there was still a huge gap between him and Bitter Joy. If the Sky Sea Pavilion wanted Bitter Joy to leave, it would be equivalent to tearing down a pillar of support for Xianxia. Xianxia did not speak. He just looked at Bitter Joy quietly. Bitter Joy scratched his head and said, when I was Bitter Joy the thief, I was working for Crown Prince Ning Yi. Why was there no such rule? Xianxia was speechless. Brother Bitterness, you're too straightforward. Ninghan said, you have a point. Ninghan did not quibble. Instead, he admitted it directly. But this was even more damaging. The underlying meaning was that you escaped from the Sky Sea Pavilion and became Bitter Joy the thief. You also worked for Crown Prince Ning Yi. But you are so insignificant in the Sky Sea Pavilion that we have overlooked your existence. Now that I have seen you, of course, I have to follow the rules. So now Bitter Joy had two choices. He could either leave Ningjing and Xianxia and return to the Sky Sea Pavilion. Or he could be expelled from the Sky Sea Pavilion. The identity of a Sky Sea Pavilion disciple was definitely an honor. It was even more so for Xiaoxi's disciple, even if he was only an unofficial disciple. It was also because Bitter Joy was too stupid. He had been begging for food with a golden bowl. Bitter Joy said, fine. From now on, I am no longer a disciple of the Sky Sea Pavilion, nor am I a disciple of Xiaoxi. Please expel me from the sect. Ninghan said, Shui Chen, if you leave the Sky Sea Pavilion, your martial arts may never reach the next level. Bitter Joy shook his head and did not speak. Ninghan said, in that case, I will take my leave. Then, Princess Ninghan left. She did not even return to the palace. She left the capital and continued to meet up with her teacher, Xiaoxi, to continue excavating the underground palace of the ancient ruins. Xianxia laughed. Bitter Joy, do you feel the contempt of the sky and the clouds? Bitter Joy nodded. Xianxia said, then let's do our best. Isn't she protecting Ning Yi? We will help His Highness Ningjing win the throne and trample on Crown Prince Ning Yi. Isn't she high and mighty? As if she has wings? We will pluck the feathers off her wings, strip her clothes and throw her into the cesspit. I don't know if fairies poop, but I know that once they eat shit, they are definitely not fairies. Bitter Joy glanced at Xianxia and said, I agree with the first half of what you said, but the second half is a bit disgusting. Xianxia said, Princess Ninghan is His Majesty's pride and may inherit the Sky Sea Pavilion in the future. But His Majesty still has absolute power in the fight for the throne. Princess Ninghan came quickly and disappeared even faster. But it was like a boulder had smashed into Xianxia's heart, setting off turbulent waves. This was probably the first time Xianxia had been looked down upon by others. Such high and mighty contempt. There was not even half a sentence, not even half a word of ridicule. However, every word seemed to be spoken in midair. Chou Yaoer was also such a nature-defying person. She also did not like Xianxia. To be precise, she did not like anyone else. But her attitude was very cute. She maintained a very pure self, a true great love. She would not come to provoke you. She would sincerely tell you that she was not targeting you. She felt that everyone here was trash. Most importantly, although she hated men. But deep down, she was still full of kindness. Whether it was to Shen Lang, or to Su Qianxian, etc. Chou Yaoer was arrogant and lonely. She refused to let anyone near her, but like the sun, she was willing to protect everyone under her wings. She was cold on the surface, but warm on the inside. Ning Han was the opposite. She looked free and direct. Although she was not passionate, she did not put on airs and seemed close. But her heart was full of coldness, the coldness of everyone in the world being ants. Of course, in this aspect, Shen Lang was not much better. Whether it was in the capital or in the White Knight County, he was full of arrogance and coldness to countless people. But now, he was being arrogant by others. Ning Han left without a trace. But there was one person who entered the capital with great momentum, surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Xianxia, the first daughter of the Zhong family. It was this domineering woman who had hurt baby Mulan in the capital. This woman's shrewdness and domineering was simply boundless. Was Shuili domineering enough before, but she was just a low-level version of Xianxia. This Xianxia was not a princess, but she was better than one. The Zhong family was the oldest noble family in the state of Yu. On the surface, his family's territory was about 10,000 square kilometers, more than 4 times that of the Su family. However, the northern half of the Tianxi province was the Zhong family's territory. Therefore, the Tianxi province's territory was not inferior to the Tianbei province or the Tiannan province, but there was only one governor's office. Historically, the governor's office was only in charge of the 6 counties in the south of the Tianxi province. Although the 7 counties in the north were still officials sent by the state of Yu's imperial court, they were completely untouchable. The Zhong family was the largest warlord in the state of Yu, and his territory was larger than Bian Zhao's to some extent. Bian Zhao only had 3 counties, and he was only in charge of military affairs, handing over the civil affairs to the state of Yu's officials. This time, he even appointed Zhang Chong as the governor of Yan province, which was more of an intention to transfer power to Ning Yuanxian. Therefore, although Yan province had only been under the jurisdiction of the state of Yu for 20 years, it was already the territory of the monarch Ning Yuanxian. The northern part of the Tianbei province had belonged to the state of Yu for hundreds of years, but it was still difficult to eliminate the traces of the Zhong family. Although Duke Bianxiao was arrogant, he was very close to the monarch Ning Yuanxian, and would almost never refuse any of the monarch's orders. However, Zhongyao was different. 20 years ago, the Zhong family was actually on Ning Yuanwu's side in the fight for the throne. In the end, Ning Yuanxian succeeded in ascending the throne, and carried out a great purge of the military forces. However, he did not dare to touch the Zhong family. The Zhong family and the Su family were not on the same level at all. The Su family had 3,000 square kilometers of territory, and nominally, they only had 4,000 to 5,000 private soldiers. Including the horse bandits and the hidden troops, they had a total of more than 10,000 soldiers. The main reason why Sunan could start such a huge rebellion was because he was managing the Chun kingdom, and he had roped in the other countries of the western region. Furthermore, he had been receiving blood from the Chu kingdom for many years. More than half of his so-called 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers were mercenaries from the western region, and there were also monk soldiers from the Great Tribulation Temple. The army that truly belonged to the Su family would not exceed 20,000 soldiers. However, the Zhong family, the army that he openly controlled, was more than 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, the army of the Zhong family was always at the front line against the Chu kingdom. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian could touch anyone, but not the Zhong family. Looking at Zhong Yao, how arrogant was he? He had not entered the capital for almost 20 years. Since Ning Yuanxian appointed Bian Zhao as the Privy Council envoy, Zhong Yao allowed his younger brother Zhong Yi to enter the capital and become the deputy Privy Council envoy. His meaning was very clear: I, Zhong Yao, am not willing to be under Bian Zhao. Monarch Ning Yuanxian had no choice but to appoint Zhong Yao as the Grand Commandant. The Grand Commandant position had been abandoned for over 100 years. The position of Grand Commandant in the Great Yan dynasty should be based on the Han dynasty of China, not the Song dynasty. The status of martial artists in the Song dynasty was low, and the position of Grand Commandant was only symbolic. Even someone like Gao Qiu could hold the position. In the Han Dynasty, the Grand Commandant was one of the three dukes, the highest military position in the empire. It was precisely because this position was too high that the eastern countries gradually abandoned it 100 years ago. However, in order to make Zhong Yao and Bian Shao equal, Ning Yuanxian had no choice but to use the position of Grand Commandant again. Sunan was also the deputy Privy Council envoy, the same rank as Zhong Yi. His life's goal was probably to be on equal footing with Zhong Yao. However, Sunan still failed because he relied on tactics and power. Zhong Yao controlled an army of 100,000, which was the real absolute power. Once Zhong Shishir entered the capital, the first disaster would not be Princess Ning Yan. Zhong Shishir was a woman that even Ning Yan had to avoid. Go, go, go. Shen Lang was entering the palace to see the monarch, to ask for the Northyard hunting ground. Suddenly, a fierce sound of hooves came from behind. Just from the sound of hooves, it was extremely domineering. Go, go, go. A few warriors with burly voices roared and lashed the ground with their whips. They expelled everyone on the Vermilion Bird Avenue. However, at this time, there was only Shen Lang and his party in the middle of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. He led Wu Lai and a few dozen horses, swaggering in the middle of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Even though it was forbidden. But now, Shen Lang was also a disaster in the capital. Every time he walked in the middle of the avenue, no one dared to stop him. But now, a small disaster met a big disaster. Shen Lang could not help but turn around to take a look. Then he could not help but be stunned. It was another woman who was like a raging flame. She was wearing a tight red armor, and every inch of her incomparably beautiful face was written domineering. But this was the first time Shen Lang had seen such a delicate and beautiful woman. It was the first time he had seen a woman with a childish face. Her delicate and fiery beauty, coupled with her domineering and shrewd personality, made one feel like he was about to burn up with just one look. In the entire state of Yu, there was no woman who could surpass baby Mulan in terms of looks and figure. Ning Yan was gorgeous, but her looks were slightly inferior to Mulan. Goddess Shuiyin had an additional temperament and reputation, but in terms of looks, she was still slightly inferior to Mulan. Shen Lang did not want to mention Ning Han. And this Zhong Shishir in front of him was truly comparable to Mulan in all aspects. The eastern and western pearls were incomparably beautiful. Not talking about inner qualities, not talking about aura, just purely in terms of looks. She was truly a killer. Mulan was cold and pure. As for Zhong Shishir, she was a ball of raging flames that burned through one's eyes. Shen Lang had no enmity with the Zhong family, but he did with Zhong Shishir. She had beaten up Mulan before. All of a sudden, dozens of ways to take revenge appeared in Shen Lang's mind. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Scram, scram. When Shen Lang's cavalry was still 500 meters ahead, Zhong Shishir's cavalry began to berate and chase them away, lashing the ground with their whips. Shen Lang glanced at himself. There were only dozens of them. He then looked at Zhong Shishir, who had over 1,000. She was too domineering, leading over 1,000 cavalry into the capital. Shen Lang waved his hand and led Wu Lai and the dozens of cavalry to the side of the road, opening up a path for Zhong Shishir. Then, he stared at Zhong Shishir's slender waist. It was really like a snake, but it was filled with great power. What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes. Zhong Shishir shouted coldly and raised her hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a string of crossbow bolts shot over. Wu Lai and the others quickly opened their shields to block the incoming crossbow bolts. Shen Lang was completely amazed. How could there be such a domineering woman in the world? Princess De Ho was domineering enough, but more often than not, she was fierce in appearance but weak in heart. It was true that she rode her horse on the street, but she didn't even dare to hit a commoner. Zhong Shishir didn't even know who Shen Lang was and directly shot the crossbow bolts at him. Killing someone on the street, this kind of domineeringness was boundless. Bang, 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 with a fierce sound of iron hooves, Zhong Shishir's cavalry swaggered off. Shen Lang entered the royal palace and paid a visit to monarch Ning Yuanxian. Why did Ning Han come to see you? Shen Lang said, she asked me to enter the Sky Sea Pavilion and become the registered disciple of Cabinet Master Xuezi. She also asked me to withdraw from the competition for the throne. Ning Yuanxian frowned as soon as he heard that. She came back this time just for this? Xianlang nodded and said, I think so. Ning Yuanxian's face suddenly became even uglier. It was not because of Xianlang, but because of Ning Han. He felt that his daughter, Ning Han, had violated his authority. In addition to being the heir of the Xianxia Pavilion, Ning Han is also my daughter. Some things belong to me, the monarch. Don't meddle in my affairs. Xianlang is my subject, so he is naturally under my control. It's not up to the Xianxia Pavilion to meddle in his affairs. I, Ning Yuanxian, have absolute authority over the fight for the throne. No one is allowed to interfere. On this point, the monarch liked Xianlang even more. Although he was extremely bold and said that he would defeat the crown prince and the third prince, and help Ningxing become the crown prince. When Ning Yuanxian heard those words, he felt that it was extremely ridiculous and seemed to be about to explode. But deep down, he felt that Xianlang was very considerate. Because he told Ning Yuanxian the truth. He didn't go to anyone, nor did he try to use any external force to pressure Ning Yuanxian. He made it clear that he wanted to lead Ningxing to constantly create miracles, constantly shock everyone, and finally force His Majesty to change his mind and make His Highness Ningxing the crown prince. Although the monarch still felt that it was ridiculous, he did not stop Xianlang. Because Xianlang had given all the power to make decisions to Ning Yuanxian. As an emperor, he should at least give Ning Yuanxian a chance to perform. And Ning Han's move was directly using the Xianxia Pavilion to force Xianlang to retreat. This violated Ning Yuanxian's absolute authority. But there were some words that Ning Yuanxian could not say in front of Xianlang. Both the palm and the back of the hand were meat. Of course, Ning Han could be considered as the flesh of his palm, but now, Xianlang could also be considered as the back of his palm. Just now, Xianlang teamed up with him to slap all the officials in the world, which was very satisfying. You rascal. Usually, you don't even step into the palace if there is nothing important, Ning Yuanxian said. Why did you come to see me today? Say it. Xianlang said, Your Majesty, do you still remember what I told you yesterday? Ning Yuanxian said, You refused the 2,000 elites I gave you and wanted to train them from scratch. And you claimed that you would train them into the strongest and invincible elite army in a few months. And you also want your new army to defeat Chu State in the border hunting? Xianlang said, Yes. Now Chu State and Prince Jin are in contact, and King Chu will definitely not compromise at the negotiating table. However, they can't really have a decisive battle between the two countries, so the border hunting is the only way to solve the dispute. Ning Yuanxian said, The state of Yu and Wu State have the tradition of border hunting. But we in Chu State don't have this tradition. Xianlang said, Yes, so King Chu may not agree to the border hunting. Even if he agrees, he can't compromise too much. So we have to give him a feeling that Chu State will win, so that he won't be blinded by greed. Our 2,000 new army will fight against the 5,000 elites of Chu State. In everyone's eyes, Chu State will win. King Chu probably can't resist the temptation, so he will agree to the border hunting. And he will agree to our demands even if they are too much. For example, ceding 23 fortresses, apologizing in person, and paying 800,000 gold coins as compensation. Ning Yuanxian said, Boy, the demands are equal. If we lose, we also have to cede 23 fortresses, apologize in person, and pay 800,000 gold coins as compensation. Xianlang said, But I am sure that we will win. My new army is destined to be invincible and unprecedented. Ning Yuanxian said, Who will be the commander of this new army? Xianlang said, Of course it will be His Highness Ningxing. He will personally command the border hunting. Ning Yuanxian said, Then he will soar to the sky, right? Yes. Xianlang said, But Your Majesty, you will gain the most from this. You will shock the world again. You have just defeated King Wu, but King Chu is very powerful. You haven't defeated him yet, and you even suffered a loss. If you can defeat him in this border hunting, our state of Yu will win without a fight, and we will gain great benefits. And you will once again ascend to the peak of the king. Ning Yuanxian sneered, We haven't even started yet. Don't brag. Xianlang said, Your Majesty, all the things I bragged about have come true. Ning Yuanxian frowned. He knew his own shortcomings. He didn't like to be dull, and he liked to gamble. When Chu state was facing a great crisis, he took a big gamble and won. But he knew in his heart that he couldn't rely on gambling, especially when the situation was favorable. If he made a comeback, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he couldn't resist such a temptation. Let's talk about this later. Your idea is too ridiculous to be taken seriously, Ning Yuanxian said. Tell me, why did you ask me to come here today? Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, once I recruit 2,000 soldiers, Marquis Chongping's mansion is too small. Besides, we can't train in secret under the watchful eyes of the public. Anyway, you don't like hunting, and it's a pity to abandon the northern Yuan hunting ground. Why don't you lend it to us temporarily? Ning Yuanxian glared at him. I knew you wouldn't get up without benefits. If you didn't have something to ask of me, you wouldn't have come to see me for half a month. If you had something to ask of me, you would flatter me. Aren't you, Shen Lang, a little too realistic? But almost as soon as Shen Lang spoke, Ning Yuanxian agreed in his heart. If it was Ning Jing asking for it, he wouldn't agree no matter what. He could give 100 reasons to refuse. But even if he agreed, Ning Yuanxian had to take advantage of Shen Lang, lest Shen Lang think that he could get whatever he wanted from him. You want the northern Yuan hunting ground? Sure. Ning Yuanxian said with a smile. Then he began to think about what he should extort from Shen Lang. Right at this moment. Bang! The palace gate opened. A gust of fragrance came in. A ball of flame walked in. It was Xianxia, a beautiful girl. Almost the whole palace was lit up. Foster father, foster father. Xianxia barged in arrogantly. Without saluting, she grabbed Ning Yuanxian's arm. Her attitude was even more presumptuous and intimate than that of Princess Ning Yan. What? What? Ning Yuanxian said dotingly, men and women shouldn't touch each other. You are a girl. How can you grab my arm? Xianxia was concubine Zhong's niece. She became Ning Yuanxian's foster father when she was a few years old. Of course, it was just a joke. No one in the world would worship a king as their foster father. But Xianxia kept shouting, and no one dared to correct her. Xianxia said, Foster father, I want something. You must give it to me. Ning Yuanxian said, Tell me about it first. Xianxia glanced at Shen Lang and shouted angrily, Scum, it's you? Then, Xianxia said, Foster father, I want 2 things. First, this lecher molested me on the road just now. I want to dig his eyes out. Second, I brought 2,000 cavalrymen here. Give me the North Yard hunting ground. What the hell? A female devil showed up out of nowhere. Hearing Ning Yuanxian's silence, Xianxia grabbed his arm hard and said, Foster father, you love me the most. Tell me if you will give it to me or not. If you don't, I will make a scene. I will make a scene. Guards. Xianxia pointed at Shen Lang and shouted, Dig out this scum's eyes. Also, I want the North Yard hunting ground. I will take my men and station there right now. After saying that, Xianxia was about to leave. She led her troops to station in the North Yard hunting ground, as if she just came to inform Ning Yuanxian. Ning Yuanxian coughed and said, Sure, what a coincidence. I just gave the North Yard hunting ground to Shen Lang. Note, first update, the monthly vote ranking is in a critical situation. Please help me, big bosses, thank you, Sin Ao, for the 10,000 coins. Xianxia's expression changed when she heard this. Ever since she was young, she had always been bossy and did whatever she wanted no matter where she went. Her father, Zhong Yao, was very strict. She didn't dare to act rashly, but she could do whatever she wanted in front of others. Especially in front of Ning Yuanxian. Concubine Zhong was her aunt. Monarch Ning Yuanxian pampered her far more than Princess Ning Yan. This pampering wasn't just out of love, but more because of political factors. Ning Yuanxian needed the Zhong family. Of course, the Zhong family needed the monarch too. Zhong Yao's 100,000 troops followed his lead, and he had led the Western army for more than 100 years. But this army still belonged to the state of Yu. Their weapons, armor, and rations were all provided by the state of Yu. Their pay was also paid by the national treasury. The Zhong family also had a private army. There were many of them, but only about 10,000. Over the past 100 years, the Zhong family might have been arrogant and domineering, but they were loyal. Zhong Yao and Ning Yuanxian weren't close, but Zhong Yao obeyed every one of Ning Yuanxian's edicts. He didn't resist, nor did he oppose. In this regard, Zhong Yao was even better than Ning Yuanxian's former subordinate, Xing Tua. Zhong Yao did his duty as an official very well. Because of this, Ning Yuanxian trusted Zhong Yao even though they weren't close. More importantly, the Zhong family's prestige in the Western army was too high. They couldn't fight against the Chu army without them. Because of this, Ning Yuanxian agreed to all of Zhong Shishir's requests and doted on her even more than his own daughter. Ning Yuanxian rejected her for the first time. This was a small slap in the face. Zhong Shishir was stunned. Then, she stared at Shenlang with her beautiful eyes wide open. This was the first time she was looking at Shenlang. She had initially thought that he was some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. His Majesty rejected me because of him. This man was so pretty, even prettier than a woman, but Zhong Shishir didn't like this kind of man. She liked men with heroic looks. Not only must they be handsome, but they must also be manly. For example, a man like Zhu Hongshui and a man like her fiancé. Zhong Shishir's fiancé was originally the third prince, Ning Qi. Of course, Zhong Shishir and Ning Qi were very close. They were like biological siblings. She didn't think there was anything wrong with marrying Ning Qi. Later on, due to certain reasons, the marriage between the two was never settled. Of course, this matter had never been made public. Whether it was their secret engagement or the annulment of the engagement, it was all kept confidential. The reason was simple, because of close relatives. The Ning clan had been allied with the Zhong clan through marriage for a long period of time. After that, several couples successively gave birth to children with problems. Ning Qi's mother was Zhong Shishir's aunt. In this case, if the two of them got married, the child they gave birth to would also be at risk. If it was an ordinary noble family, it would be fine. If she couldn't give birth to one child, she could give birth to 2 or 3. However, Ning Qi was a prince, and he had to fight for the throne. He could not take such a risk. Therefore, Zhong Yao took the initiative to suggest that the two families would still be connected by marriage, but Zhong Ying would be married off to Ning Qi. She and Ning Qi were more distant by blood, and their relationship was more than 3 generations apart. Moreover, the female Oriole was more dignified and generous, and was more like a motherly model to the world. Zhong Shishir was indeed not suitable to be a queen. As a result, Zhong Shishir's marriage was delayed. She was now 19 years old, and she was still unmarried. Of course, this princess of Jinshi city didn't have to worry about marriage. Even if she was shrewd and domineering, she was still the #1 beauty of the state of Yu's western border. She was a pearl on par with Jean Milan. Moreover, the Zhong clan's power far exceeded that of the Kim clan. Therefore, there were tens of thousands of men pursuing Zhong Shishir. Finally, there seemed to be news of her. Zhong Shishir was here for a blind date. She heard that the man was of high status. "Who are you?" Zhong Shishir asked. "Shenlang." Zhong Shishir's beautiful eyes widened. "You are Shenlang? Jean Milan's son-in-law?" Then, Zhong Shishir circled around Shenlang and looked him up and down for a long time. Jean Milan is not only bad at martial arts, but she also has bad taste. Why did she choose a pretty boy like you? Zhong Shishir said, "It seems that she will never be able to catch up with me in this life. She is not as beautiful as me, and her figure is not as good as me. Her husband is far inferior to me." Then, Zhong Shishir stopped looking at Shenlang and turned to Ning Yuanxian to show off her power. "Your Majesty, I don't care. Anyway, that north yard hunting ground is mine. It doesn't matter who you give it to." Ning Yuanxian said, Sure, I did give that north yard hunting ground to Shenlang and Ningxing for them to train their soldiers. It's business. Why don't you move somewhere else? Or I'll let you live in West Yard Manor. That's much more comfortable than the north yard hunting ground." Ning Yuanxian had no choice but to coax this little girl. West Yard Manor was indeed much better. It was Ning Yuanxian's summer resort. There were pavilions and the scenery was beautiful. Zhong Shishir had been satisfied to live in West Yard Manor, but she couldn't stand it anymore. "In this world, no one can compete with me. Even if Ning Yan is a princess, I beat her to tears when she was young and took her things away. You're just Shenlong's son-in-law. What's the big deal? So what if your Kim family has Fury Tide City? How many soldiers do you have? You're alone overseas and not in the core of power. What's so great about that? You want to compete with me? No way. Xianxia sat down and crossed her legs, playing with the golden whip in her hand. Humph, it's useless even if you give it to him. I'll just take it back. Hearing this, Monarch felt helpless. He really had no way to deal with this lawless little ancestor. After all, she wasn't his daughter, so he couldn't discipline her too much. Xianxia was powerful, but she was loyal to the country. If Xianxia tried to take it back by force, no one could do anything to her. This girl was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Xianxia looked at Shenlang. His Majesty has been given the North Yard hunting ground to you. You can go live there with your men. As soon as you go, I'll rush in with my army and occupy it. Then I'll chase you out. What can you do? I have 2,000 men. How many do you have? Let's fight and kill until blood flows like a river. Nonsense, nonsense. Ning Yuanxian scolded. Then, his voice softened. Sure, what's so good about the North Yard hunting ground? It's been abandoned for a long time. West Yard Manor is much more comfortable. No, I want the North Yard hunting ground, Xianxia said coldly. Then, she stood up and walked outside. I'm going to take it with my army. Let's see what you can do. Shenlang said, wait. Xianxia said, what? Do you want to admit defeat? No way. Shenlang said, I heard you hurt my wife. Xianxia said, yes, so what if I beat her until she vomited blood? Can you blame me for her poor kung fu? Shenlang said, have you heard of my kung fu? Xianxia said, loser, scumbag, a useless spearhead that doesn't even have the strength to sleep with women. There aren't many good-for-nothings like you in the world. Shenlang said, congratulations. You're right. Xianxia looked at Shenlang for a while and said, then you have one good thing. At least you know you're a good-for-nothing. Shenlang said, since you want the North Yard hunting ground, and I want it too, how about we have a kung fu competition to decide? A kung fu competition? Xianxia said, Jean Mulan's bloodline is too weak. She wasn't a match for me a few years ago, and she's even weaker now. She lost in 10 moves before. Now, she'll be beaten until she vomits blood after 3 moves. Shenlang said, it's not my wife who's going to compete with you. It's me who's going to compete with you. As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned. You, Shenlang competing with Xianxia? Stop joking. You, Shenlang, are so weak that you don't even have the strength to sleep with women. You're really a good-for-nothing. Although Xianxia was arrogant, her bloodline talent was high, and she was passionate about martial arts. She was really good at martial arts. A few years ago, she had defeated Jean Mulan. A few years ago, she had even beaten Princess Ning Yan to tears. That was why she could easily defeat Shenlang with half a finger. No, half a fingernail would do. Really? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Shenlang said, really? You and I will compete. The North Yard hunting ground will belong to whoever wins. Xianxia said, when? In 3 days. Shenlang said. Xianxia was very excited. Deal. It's a deal. Then, Xianxia ran away quickly. She was afraid that Ning Yuanxian would stop her. She didn't like Shenlang the first time she saw him. She had the urge to beat him to death. After hearing that he was Jean Mulan's husband, the urge became even stronger. There was no other reason, she didn't like that Jean Mulan was on the same level as her. Princess of Jinqi City? Princess of Xuanwu City, Pearl of Pearl, in Xianxia's eyes, she was unique. She was more beautiful and powerful than anyone else. How could you, Jean Mulan, be on the same level as me? But Jean Mulan's beauty and body were indeed top-notch. Because of that, Xianxia had picked on Mulan the moment she saw her. She had even injured Mulan a few years ago. In short, other than her beautiful face and super hot body, this girl was simply an abomination. Ning Yan was pretending to be a scourge. As for Xianxia, she was truly lawless and out of control. As Mulan's husband, Xianlang naturally had to avenge his wife and teach this lawless girl a lesson. After Xianxia left, the monarch became serious. Xianlang, are you sure you're not crazy? Xianlang shook his head. No. The monarch said, just for the northern hunting grounds? This girl is here for a blind date. She won't be staying for long. Xianlang asked, who? The monarch said, the Great Yan Empire's nobility. Xianlang asked, who in the Great Yan Empire is blind? Who has taken a fancy to her? The monarch didn't answer. But the truth was that many men liked Xianxia. She was too beautiful and had a hot body. Xianlang said, Your Majesty, I'm not just here for the northern hunting grounds. More importantly, I want to avenge my wife. Xianxia injured my Mulan a few years ago. My heart ached for her. I swore at that time that I would avenge her. Grand Eunuch Li Sun couldn't help but think of the Su clan. Just because Su Jianting cut Su Peipei with his sword, Xianlang exterminated the Su clan. Xianxia injured Mulan. What a deep grudge. People say that eunuchs are narrow-minded. But Shen, your narrow-mindedness can't even be stuffed into a sesame seed. Nonsense. Ning Yuanxian scolded him and said, Xianxia is here for a blind date. She will leave in a few days. You should leave the capital for a few days. Go home. You have been away from home for more than half a year. Your family must miss you very much. In the monarch's opinion, even 100 Shenlongs were no match for Xianxia. Grand Eunuch Li Sun said, Shen, Xianxia's martial arts are better than your wife's and Princess Ning Yan's. Xianlang said, I know. With my weak body, even 100 Shenlangs wouldn't be a match for half a finger of hers. To be honest. When darling Mulan and Xianlang were lovey-dovey, she had to be very careful. She was afraid that she would hurt Xianlang when she lost herself. In Mulan's eyes, her husband was like a delicate piece of porcelain. She had to take good care of him, afraid that he would break if she was not careful. But I can win. Xianlang said, she once beat my wife until she vomited blood, so I'll beat her until she vomits blood too. Grand Eunuch Li Sun said, Shen, I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. But a duel between masters can be decided in an instant. Xianxia will knock you down before you can do anything. Moreover, this girl is lawless. I'm afraid she won't show you any mercy. Xianlang knew that. Once the duel started, Xianxia would knock Xianlang down in less than 0.5 seconds. However, Xianlang would be faster. Xianxia would be hit before she could even make a move. At most 0.1 seconds, unless Xianxia was so powerful that she could form a wall of air with her inner force and true qi. But she wasn't at that level yet. Monarch Ning Yuanxian asked, Are you sure? Xianlang nodded. I'm sure. Grand Eunuch Li Sun said, Shen, you should reconsider this matter. It's too risky. If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be irreversible. This girl is vicious and won't show any mercy. Xianlang said, there will be no what if. Li Sun said, Shen, you're a man of great things. You don't have to take risks for such a small matter. It's okay to give in to a girl like Xianxia. Xianlang said, Eunuch Li, I've never been a man of great things. Eunuch Li Sun was speechless. Xianlang had always been doing great things. Whether it was for the Kim family's resistance against the new government, or for seizing Raging Tide City, or for the Chang Kingdom's extermination of the Sus rebellion. Each one was bigger than the last. This caused Li Sun to almost forget that Xianlang's motive was revenge. His ultimate goal was to have no enmity in the world. To him, there was nothing more important than revenge, not to mention the fact that he had injured Jean Mulan. There was no point in telling him that a gentleman could wait 10 years for revenge. Either he didn't have the ability, or if he could, he wouldn't wait a single night for revenge. Using more than 5 months to annihilate the entire Su clan was already very impressive to others, but to Xianlang, it was already a humiliation. Ning Yuanxian emphasized again, Are you sure there won't be any danger? Xianlang said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm sure there won't be any danger. Ning Yuanxian ignored him and left. This was his tacit agreement, From this, it could be seen that he was already very impatient with Xianxia, but there was nothing he could do. However, as a mighty monarch, he naturally wouldn't say anything like that. Go ahead and beat Xianxia until she vomited blood. He could only pretend that he didn't know. He even had to issue an imperial edict to stop the two of them from competing. The news that Xianlang was going to compete with Xianxia instantly blew up the entire capital. Everyone was shocked once again. Xianlang, can you stop for a while? How many people did you kill in the Anka exam? How big of a mess did you make? It's only been a few days, and you're out stirring up trouble again, but this time, Xianlang, you're really looking for trouble. How high is Xianxia's martial arts? You, Xianlang, are completely useless. You're probably passive when sleeping with a woman, or else you wouldn't even have enough strength. You're so useless that you can't even lift a sword that weighs 10 kilograms. You can't even beat a teenager, let alone Xianxia. Purely in terms of martial arts, Huang Feng, Xinshi San, and even Wu Lai were no match for Xianxia. And Huang Feng could beat more than 100 Xianlang. So this battle was like a rabbit fighting a tiger. There was no doubt that they would die. Countless people in the capital were ecstatic after the initial shock. Xianlang, you're useless. You provoke this and that every day. Now you actually provoked Xianxia. You're courting death. Even if she killed you, it would be in vain. Then, countless people prayed in their hearts that time would pass quickly and the battle would start quickly. Xianxia, although you're a scourge. However, in comparison, Xianlang was more loathsome. You should quickly castrate and kill Xianlang. It'll be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the people and helping all of us vent our anger. In the evening, Xianxia couldn't wait to send a letter of challenge. They agreed to compete 3 days later at the North Garden hunting ground. Although it was said to stop when the time was right, swords had no eyes. If there were injuries or even deaths, it would be heaven's will. Although it wasn't a life and death contract, it wasn't far from it. Xianlang didn't say anything and directly signed the letter of challenge. So, the battle between the two was officially set. Bitter Joy looked at Xianlang in disbelief. After a long time, he said, Shen, fortunately, you're not the Lord. Otherwise, we'll go crazy. No lord in the world would act like this, right? Every 2 or 3 days, he would make decisions that would frighten people out of their wits. Now it seemed that His Royal Highness Ningxing was quite good. At least he was steady. His Royal Highness Ningxing was also very helpless. Everyone knew that Xianxia couldn't be provoked, but Xianlang provoked her as soon as he stepped out of the house. And he wanted to compete with her? He even signed the so-called life and death contract. Ningxing looked at Xianlang for a long time and said, Can I still stop you? Xianlang shook his head. Ningxing said, What if I get someone to tie you up and send you to Xuanwu City to avoid disaster? As soon as Ningxing said this, Bitter Joy was ready to make a move. Sorry, I can't let you take the risk. I can't let you die. Ningxing waved his hand. There was no need for Bitter Joy to make a move. Xiannu stepped forward and used less than 1/10 of his strength to easily capture Xianlang. Sorry, young master, we can't just watch you die. Then, 2 people came in. It turned out to be Binger and Jin Mutsong. 2 maids stepped forward and tied up Xianlang with silk. Binger, you're in here too? Xianlang said in surprise. Binger said softly, Husband, you're my god, my lifeblood. I will never let you die. Jin Mutsong said, Brother-in-law, you can't even beat me. How can you compete with Xianxia? She can kill you in an instant. Xianlang really couldn't beat Jin Mutsong. Xianlang couldn't even beat Binger. The difference between Jin Mutsong and Xinshi San was like heaven and earth. Xinshi San was instantly killed by Mulan. A few years ago, Mulan couldn't even block 10 moves from Xianxia and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Because of the bloodline, Xianxia's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Binger kissed Xianlang's face and said, Son-in-law, it's been hard on you. We will use the most comfortable carriage to send you back to Xuanwu City to hide for a few days. Young miss must miss you so much that she's going crazy. If she knew about this, she definitely wouldn't agree. Xianlang said loudly, I will win, I will definitely win. Your Highness Ningxing, quickly let me go. Ningjing said, sorry, it's too dangerous. We won't let you take this risk. Then, Shenlang was stuffed into the comfortable carriage. Bitter Joy personally escorted him back to Xuanwu City to hide. Shenlang was completely helpless. Pig teammates, you pig teammates. You ruined my plans. You stopped me from taking revenge. Shenlang said loudly, Bitter Joy, I order you to untie me immediately. Bitter Joy said, young master, just now Xiannu used less than a tenth of his strength to capture you. You couldn't resist at all. But even 10 Xiannu can't beat Xianxia, how are you going to do it? With that, Bitter Joy drove the carriage away. In order to prevent Shenlang from shouting, he even very considerately sealed Shenlang's acupuncture points so that he couldn't struggle or make a sound. Just like that, Shenlang mysteriously left the capital and returned to Xuanwu City to hide. As for the dual contract, it was better to pretend that nothing had happened. Being a deserter was of course shameful and humiliating. But, Shenlang had always been shameless, he probably didn't care about losing face. Master Lang had never been suppressed by Chongqing Aragang or Sunan, but in the end, he was suppressed by Jin Mutsong and Binger. The fortune of the world was really amazing. In the middle of the night, Bitter Joy had already brought Shenlang more than 200 li away from the capital. His horse was exhausted, so Bitter Joy stopped for a moment. At most 2 hours later, he would have to hurry again. He couldn't stop. And it wasn't enough to reach Xuanwu City, he still had to go to Raging Tide City. Xianxia wouldn't stay for long anyway, he just had to drag the stool over. Bitter Joy was a martial artist, so he naturally knew Xianxia's standard. Not to mention Shenlang, even Xiannu, Xianxia and Xianxia could be killed in half a breath's time. Bitter Joy rested for less than a quarter of an hour. All of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of black shadows appeared in an instant. Then came the hurried sound of horse hooves. The experts of Xianxia clan and Shueshi clan surrounded Bitter Joy and the others in a short while. A moment later, Xianxia and Shui Pan appeared. You want to run after signing the dual contract? Dream on. Shueshi clan's Shui Pan's eyes were full of mockery. Brother-in-law Shen, since you want to run, why did you sign the life and death contract? Bitter Joy didn't say anything else and immediately drew his sword. Protect the young master, fight to the end. Immediately, dozens of warriors under him also drew their swords. Both sides instantly drew their swords, ready to fight at any time. The Shueshi clan and Xianxia clan sent more and more warriors. In the end, there were more than a few hundred warriors, more than 10 times the number of Bitter Joy's subordinates. Shui Pan said, since you signed the dual contract, then you must abide by it. Kui Chen, you have 2 choices. You can start a war and kill them all. Either you fight and kill them all, or you send Shenlang back to the capital and continue the duel with Shirshir. Bitter Joy's eyes narrowed. Come, let's see if I can fight 100 alone. Go, go, go. Another group of cavalrymen arrived at a gallop. It was the cavalry of Tianyu City's governor's office, under the 3rd Prince Ning Qi. Now, the Shueshi clan, Xianxia clan, and Ning Qi's cavalry had more than 1,000 people, dozens of times more than Bitter Joy. Attack! With Shui Pan's order, the few hundred warriors charged at Bitter Joy. But in the next second, 2 figures, one tall and one short, came to a halt. They were the Big Fool and the Sword King Xianxia. These 2 were not in the capital most of the time, because every day was precious to the Big Fool. They couldn't afford to delay him from becoming the #1 expert in the world. The Sword King Xianxia glanced at Shenlang and couldn't help but smile. Then, he said to Bitter Joy, General Ku, return to the capital. Bitter Joy said, but, the underlying meaning was very clear, Shenlang was courting death by returning to the capital. The Sword King Xianxia said, let's go. Bitter Joy helplessly gave the order. They escorted Shenlang's carriage back to the capital. The dual contract continued. By the time they returned to the capital, it was already daybreak. In the secret underground chamber, Shenlang looked at the Sword King Xianxia in annoyance. Senior Sword King, laugh if you want. The Sword King Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had never seen Shenlang suffer such humiliation before. Facing Binger, who loved him to the extreme, and facing Jin Mutsong and Ning Jing, who cared for him to the extreme. Xianlang's flowery words and almost demonic intelligence were all useless. He was directly suppressed by force. Xianxia said, "Don't blame them. They care about you too much. They don't understand this aspect, so they don't know that you are almost 100% competent." Xianlang said helplessly, "How can I blame those two fools?" He really wouldn't blame them. Previously, when Xianlang went on an adventure, he had experts protecting him. At the very least, his personal safety wasn't an issue. But this time, he was actually going to duel with Xianxia personally. Bing'er naturally couldn't tolerate it. It was useless to explain to her that he would win. As long as Xianlang was 100% safe, she didn't care about anything else. Xianxia said, "This thing of yours is so precious. Are you sure you want to use it on Xianxia?" This thing was indeed precious. It was more than 100 times more precious than the world's strongest hallucinogen. Furthermore, it couldn't be regenerated. But it was definitely powerful. An instant kill. The next day, the rumor of Xianlang's escape once again spread throughout the capital. It was definitely true. This time, everyone was sure that Xianlang was at his wits' end. Faced with the absolute difference in martial power, he could no longer perform miracles. Otherwise, why would he flee without a trace? Furthermore, he was blocked by the Shui clan and Zhong clan's armies. This time, Xianlang would die for sure, even if the sea flowed backward, even if the mountains and rivers were overturned, there was no other outcome. The only outcome was, Xianlang was instantly killed. Time flew, the third day arrived. The time for the duel between Xianlang and Xianxia had arrived. Many nobles left the capital and headed for the northern Yuan hunting ground in a grandiose manner, only to see a good show. It wasn't a big show, but a good show. A good show of Xianlang being instantly killed. The monarch couldn't pretend to be indifferent anymore. He directly issued a decree. The duel between Xianlang and Xianxia was to be stopped when it was appropriate. They couldn't harm each other's lives. After receiving the decree, Xianxia sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill Xianlang. At most, I'll castrate him." After receiving the decree, Xianlang sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill Xianxia either. At most, I'll break her ribs and make her bleed." Then, the two of them left the capital with their troops and headed for the northern Yuan hunting ground for the most ridiculous duel in history. Note, today's 2 chapters cost more than 15,000 yuan. Everyone, please help me out. I'm begging for monthly votes and support. Tomorrow, I'll be returning to my father-in-law's place for the new year. I'll have to travel thousands of miles again, but I'll still grit my teeth and write. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse's mobile version. There weren't many people who were qualified to watch this show. All of them were the children of nobles. Because Xianxia was an old noble, the daughter of Marquis Xianxia. Xianlang was also an old noble, the son-in-law of Marquis Xuanwu. Although everyone teased Xianlang about this son-in-law every day, they didn't treat him as a member of the nobles. But everyone knew that the person in charge of Marquis Xuanwu was Xianlang. Prince Jin Muzong was just a bystander. Therefore, the competition between Xianxia and Xianlang was a good show between the nobles. If your family was below the count level, don't come and join in the fun. Don't worry about your father. It doesn't matter what official your grandfather is. What governor? Even a third-rank official in the court doesn't have the qualifications to watch the show. Of course, the real big shots didn't come either. The crown prince, the third prince, and the others didn't come. Tianyu City's commander's office and the central military commander's office sent hundreds of warriors to maintain order. The monarch sent eunuch Shaoli. Among the monarch's sons, the 4th Prince Ningzhen, the 5th Prince Ningxing, and the 6th Prince Ningjing came. After the Su clan was destroyed, Su Fei didn't suffer a disaster as expected. She wasn't even banished to the cold palace. The monarch acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't treat Su Fei particularly well, nor did he treat her badly. Occasionally, he would even go over and pamper her. This made Su Fei feel like she had a new lease on life. She became more gentle and virtuous. She even prepared the poison to commit suicide. She thought she would die for sure. After this, Su Fei had a new understanding of her husband. But the 6th Prince Ningjing didn't have a good time. After losing the Su clan as a backer, his status dropped. Now, he had to lick the crown prince's boots every day. The fourth prince Ningzhen was the crown prince's right-hand man. Now, Ningjing followed closely behind. The North Garden hunting ground originally didn't have a grandstand. However, for the sake of the match between Xianlang and Xianxia, they had set up a huge spectator stand that could accommodate several hundred people. At this moment, the spectator stands were filled to the brim with the children of the rich and powerful. The heavens have taken pity on us. Someone has finally taken care of that scourge, Xianlang. Did he lose his mind at that time? He actually agreed to a duel with Xianxia? Even courting death is so unique. I admire you. Most importantly, after agreeing to the martial arts competition, he actually ran away in the middle of the night. He really has no sense of shame. I bet 1,000 gold coins that Xianlang will be killed in a second. A nobleman shouted. Who wants to bet with me? Who wants to bet with me? Who the hell wants to bet with you? I'll bet 10,000 gold coins that Xianlang will be killed in an instant. Anyone want to bet with me? Not a single ghost. In everyone's opinion, Xianlang's instant death was a 10,000% certainty. This kind of gambling was like throwing money down the drain. Only a fool would be so stupid as to come up with such a scheme. Sixth Prince Ningjing smiled and said, Ningjing, why is Xianlang so stubborn? Why are you so eager to die? Ningjing ignored him. Sixth Prince Ningjing sneered, Yo. After fifth brother took in 11 beggars, he had the capital to fight for the throne and became arrogant. You don't even answer your younger brother's question. Fourth brother, why don't we stay away from Ningjing's domineering attitude? Our fifth prince Ningjing is going to fight for the throne with 11 beggars. Ningjing still turned a deaf ear. Fourth prince Ningjing didn't want to talk to Ningjing at first, but both of them belonged to the crown prince's faction, so he replied, Ningjing, your fifth brother is nervous and not in the mood to talk. Sixth prince Ningjing smiled and said, Yes, I almost forgot. Fifth brother easily stutters when he's nervous. It's my fault. Go. She was not seen, but her voice was heard. Xianxia's figure came from outside, and a moment later, her exquisite and beautiful face appeared in front of everyone. Her delicate figure on the horse looked especially hot and charming. She was truly a stunning beauty. Fourth Prince Ningzhen and Sixth Prince Ningjing's eyes were burning, and there was even a part of them that was ready to move. They were the sons of the monarch and could already look at women without the halo. In their eyes, they could see the beauty and sexuality of women. In the entire state of Yu, there was really no woman whose appearance and figure were better than Jean Mulan and Xianxia. Jean Mulan was low-key, and people didn't see her often. Xianxia was high-profile, and people could often see her. Every time they saw her, it was like seeing a flame, and their hearts instantly burned with desire. Especially when they saw her arrogant and domineering look, they wanted to strip her naked and sleep with her until she cried. What a pity, this woman was not someone Ningjing and Ningzhen could covet. It was really depressing. Ningzhen and Ningjing were princes. But princes were also different. Some were high and mighty, and some were in the dust. Although Xianxia was the daughter of a marquis, she was also the daughter of the biggest warlord. Ningjing and Ningzhen were not worthy of her. In the face of such a stunning beauty, they could only dream about it. But fortunately, there was still a prince. Not only was he in the dust, he was simply trampled under the mud. Ningjing, this stuttering trash, even a 6th-rank official could bully him. As long as there was someone worse off than me, then I would be relieved. Following Xianxia was the heir of the Xue family, Xue Pan. Xianxia jumped off the horse. She could clearly feel that all the men's gazes were on her. On her face, on her waist, on her chest, under her waist. She was proud and disdainful. You trash men, you just want to look at me, and at most fantasize in your minds. How can you be worthy of me, Xianxia? You don't even deserve to touch half a finger of mine. A bunch of scum. Among the people she despised were Ningzhen, Ningjing, and Ningjing. In her eyes, there were only a few people who were worthy of speaking to her. Even among the children of the monarch, she only looked up to the crown prince, third prince, and Ning Han. She didn't even look up to Ning Luo and Ning Yen. Seeing Xianxia dismount, the fourth and sixth princes still stood up to welcome her even though they were from different camps. The hundreds of nobles' sons all stood up to welcome her. Xianxia didn't return the greeting and directly entered the camp, extremely arrogant. Ningzhan and Ningjing's expressions were a bit ugly. Even the princes were ignored. Of course, it was because the other party was Xianxia. If it was the heir of the Western Marquis, he would definitely come forward and greet her. The people of the Zhong family were all very respectful, but Xianxia was an exception. The heir of the Shui family, Shui Pan, came forward and bowed, "Greetings, Your Highness 4th, 5th, and 6th. The three princes returned the greeting. Shui Pan said, "I'll go in and say a few words." At this time, Xianlang came in on horseback, followed by a group of women. They were all Princess Ningyan's guards. Shoo! Shoo! As soon as Xianlang entered, the hundreds of nobles' sons all booed him. They neatly raised their pinkies at Xianlang to show their contempt. Now, ordinary people didn't dare to provoke Xianlang, but the people present were all nobles' sons. They still dared to collectively look down on Xianlang. This was the first time Xianlang came into contact with the capital's hedonistic sons. Seeing that everyone was looking down on him and raising their pinkies at him, he immediately stopped his warhorse. "Dear friends, welcome to our show." Immediately, a noble's son in the crowd shouted, "Xianlang, don't be so polite. We're just here to see how you'll be killed in seconds and how you'll be castrated. Xianlang, after you're castrated, you probably won't be able to live off a woman anymore, right?" Everyone was angry at Xianlang for living off a woman so easily. Not to mention that he became Jean Milan's son-in-law in Xuanwu City. After coming to the capital, he immediately hooked up with the third princess, Ningyan. Princess Ningyan spent more than 10 years to build up the female guard, but now it's Xianlang's. "You're living off a woman too happily, eating wherever you go." Xianlang laughed, "For someone as handsome as me, even if I'm castrated, it won't stop me from living off a woman. I still have my hands, mouth, and tongue. Besides, I, Xianlang, am known as the Invincible East. I'll definitely win this match." "Tisk, if you weren't afraid of death, why did you run away 2 nights ago?" "Running away in the middle of the night, shameless." "Xianlang, that's right, I did run away 2 nights ago. There's a reason for that. I heard that Xianxia is on her period these 2 days. It's so inauspicious. If I win, I'll make her bleed from head to toe. Inauspicious, inauspicious. That's why I ran away as soon as I heard about it. I'll kill her, I'll kill her." Xianxia had been preparing in the barracks, but after hearing Xianlang's words, she immediately drew her sword and was about to charge out and cut Xianlang into pieces. She was about to explode. Since young, no one had ever dared to speak to her like that, to humiliate her. Shui Shui, who was beside her, immediately stopped her. "What's the rush? The match is about to start," Shui Shui said gently. Xianxia thought that made sense. During the match, she would first castrate Xianlang and then kill him. That way, all her anger would be vented. Shen Lang continued from outside, "Actually, I wasn't trying to escape at all. I just wanted to let Xianxia off. Although that woman has a nasty mouth, she's very fierce. Isn't it normal for a fierce, brainless person to have a nasty mouth? I didn't expect her to not appreciate my kindness and even sent an army to stop me. Then don't blame me, the Invincible East, for being heartless. Let me tell you, my martial arts are unfathomable. Xianxia, don't blame me when you bleed from head to toe." Xianxia was about to explode again, and she wanted to charge out again. But Shui Shui stopped her again. All the nobles present were stunned. "CK, you're invincible when it comes to being despicable. We can't compare to you when it comes to being despicable. Your shamelessness is simply invincible." As a result, the few hundred rich and powerful disciples once again booed and raised their pinky fingers at Xianlang. Xianlang accepted them all. "Thank you, thank you. Thank you." Xianlang said, "My dear friends, your gesture is a bit outdated. Let me teach you a new one." Then, Xianlang raised 2 middle fingers. This gesture is domineering and unique, especially when you raise 2 middle fingers together. Then what does this gesture mean? Everyone, repeat after me. TSK, F*ck, the fourth time. It means I'll F*ck your mother. Xianlang rode on his horse, raised two middle fingers, and walked around the venue, greeting the mothers of all the nobles present. Ning Zhang's scalp went numb. He wished he hadn't come today. This was his best friend, his greatest support. Sometimes, it really took a lot of courage to stand with him. Xianlang said loudly, I taught you a word before, idiots. Today, I'll teach you another gesture. Everyone, repeat after me. TSK. The nobles present actually instinctively said that word. You're welcome. Xianlang said, I, Xianlang, am the one who leads the trend in the capital. Fashion is the most fashionable. At this time, a cold voice rang out. Sixth Prince Ningjing said coldly, Xianlang, you're a clown. You're more suited to be a jester. When Miss Zhongshishir castrates you, you can enter the palace and become a little eunuch. But when that time comes, I'm afraid you'll be cuckolded. You won't have any tools left. I believe your wife and daughter won't be able to bear the loneliness and will have an affair. Ningjing couldn't stand it anymore. How could a mere son-in-law like Xianlang stir up trouble like this? As soon as he said this, Xianlang's expression turned cold. He directly charged out on his horse. The horsewhip in his hand lashed wildly at Ningjing. Ningjing fiercely grabbed Xianlang's horsewhip and said coldly, Xianlang, you're just a son-in-law. How dare you go against your superiors and attack a prince? Are you courting death? Are you plotting a rebellion? Xianlang looked at Ningjing and said word by word, idiot, the entire Su clan has been wiped out by me. The blood of the Su clan flows in your body. If not for His Majesty's face, I would have killed you long ago. If you dare to say another word, I promise to cripple you. I promise to make you beg for death. Xianlang pointed at Ningjing and shouted, Ningjing, speak. If you dare to say another word, I'll see. If I don't cripple you, I'm the son of AB*TCH. Sixth Prince Ningjing was both angry and afraid. He really regretted not being able to control himself just now and running out to provoke this madman. However, under Xianlang's gaze, he really didn't dare to say anything else. Because, the Su clan was indeed annihilated by him. Immediately, Sixth Prince Ningjing looked at Lian and shouted, Eunuch Shaoli, did you see that? Did you see that? Xianlang went against his superiors and publicly threatened a prince. This is considered a rebellion. How are you going to deal with this? How are you going to deal with this? Eunuch Shaoli said indifferently, Shen, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that His Majesty doesn't beat you up. When these words came out, Ningjing's face turned pale. Xianlang publicly said that he wanted to cripple him. As the monarch's confidant, Lian actually scolded Xianlang indifferently. What did this prove? It proved that in His Majesty's heart, Ningjing's weight was not even comparable to Xianlang's. Therefore, Ningjing was immediately stunned. Idiot! Xianlang snatched back the whip and directly struck Ningjing's body. Of course, Ningjing's martial arts could dodge, but he was frightened by eunuch benefactor's attitude just now. His whole person was stunned there. Thus, he was forcefully struck by Xianlang's whip, leaving behind a deep bloody mark. Sixth Prince's body was trembling, and his whole body was cold. Everyone around stared blankly at this scene. Is Xianlang crazy? He's actually so domineering, whipping Ningjing in public. Sixth Prince Ningjing's whole head was about to explode, and his whole body was almost numb. He knew that after the fall of the Su clan, his backer would be gone. But he was still the son of the monarch. No one dared to provoke him, and he was still high and mighty. Of course, there was indeed no one who had nothing better to do than to tear off his mask of being strong on the outside. But now, Xianlang had directly lashed out with his whip. All his face, all his arrogance, were completely thrown away. This made his whole person almost lose all of his reaction. Xianlang, you and I are irreconcilable, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. Xianlang, I will definitely dismember your body into 10,000 pieces. I will exterminate everyone in your family. Fourth Prince Ningjin stepped forward and pulled Ningjing back to his seat. After regaining his consciousness a little, Sixth Prince Ningjing gritted his teeth in his heart and secretly swore. He even hated his father Ning Yuanxian in his heart. If you didn't dote on Xianxia so much, how could he be so presumptuous and domineering? Could it be that in your heart, I, your son, am not comparable to a bastard son-in-law? Xianxia, fourth Prince Ningxin said, sixth brother, don't be angry. If God wants to destroy people, he must first make people crazy. It's nothing for Xianxia to go crazy before he dies. Soon he will die. Originally, Xianxia only wanted to castrate him, but just now he humiliated Xianxia like this, so she will definitely kill him. Ningjing said, yes, this bastard will die without a doubt. Ningxin said, moreover, it was Xianxia who made a fool of himself and brought about his own death. Even if he is killed by Xianxia, he will die in vain. Why bother with a dead person? Sixth Prince Ningjing said, even if he dies, I will never let his family go. The humiliation I suffered today, I will make his family pay 100 times. Xianxia entered the barracks to make the final preparations before the martial arts competition. Ku Tuhuan disguised himself as an ordinary warrior and stood guard at the door. Eunuch Xiaoli came in and looked at him helplessly. Ningjing is His Majesty's son after all. His Majesty will be angry if you publicly beat him like this. Xianxia said, it's normal for children to fight. Besides, it's his own mouth that's cheap. Eunuch Xiaoli was speechless. Of course, he knew that Su Nan rebelled. Although the monarch didn't say it, he was still angry at sixth Prince Ningjing. Ningjing used to flaunt his power by relying on the Su clan and was a little arrogant towards the crown prince and third prince. This made the monarch very unhappy. Is the identity of my son not enough for you to flaunt your power? You even want to borrow the power of the Su clan. Isn't this looking down on me, Ning Yuanxian? Your son and I are not of the same mind. But in fact, Ningjing really wanted to borrow the power of the Su clan to suppress people. The identity of the monarch's son was of course noble, but the monarch had too many sons. Most of the power was taken by the crown prince and third prince. How much of it was Ningjing's turn? At this time, for the monarch, Ningjing was just a son who was related by blood. He was not considerate. One more was not much, one less was not little. Behind Xianxia was the Xuanwu Marquis mansion and the entire Heavenly Law Society. The most important thing was that the monarch felt that Xianxia was of the same mind as him. Not only that, but he was also the confidant of the monarch. Even the monarch felt that Xianxia was a projection of himself, like an unrestrained version of himself. In the past year, Xianxia had made many contributions and helped the monarch do many things, but he never asked for anything in return. The monarch felt that he owed Xianxia too much. And it seemed like he owed him more and more. So no matter how much trouble Xianxia caused, he would basically be fine. At most, he would issue a decree to scold him a few words. Even if he wore armor and gave him 10 lashes, it wouldn't even be considered as scratching an itch. Eunuch Xiaoli said, in any case, just wait to be whipped when you go back. Xianxia, Eunuch Xiaoli, it was Dolly who beat me before. This old man is not very sensible. He actually gave me half a whip once, and I almost fainted from the pain. Why don't we discuss it and let you do the whipping this time? I think Eunuch Xiaoli is a much better person. As soon as these words came out, Eunuch Xiaoli almost fainted from anger. My brother tried so hard to protect you, but in the end, he was still talked about by you. You even said that this old man is not sensible. Eunuch Xiaoli said, then just you wait. I promise I will whip you half to death. You stupid child, your mouth is so cheap. Then Lian said seriously, are you sure there will be no problems with the duel? Don't fail miserably. You angered Xianxia just now, and she will really kill you. Even if she doesn't kill you, she will castrate you. Of course, I have no objections to you becoming a eunuch and entering the palace, but I'm afraid you will suffer a fate worse than death. So, you must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Xianxia, Eunuch Xiaoli, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Eunuch Benefactor stared at Xianxia for a long time and said, all right, but remember, don't kill anyone. If Xianxia dies, no one will be able to bear the responsibility. No one will be able to bear it. Xianxia nodded, I understand. After Eunuch Benefactor left. Xianxia, Wu Lai, come in and help me put on this steel crotch. Eunuch Xiaoli ran even faster when he heard this. Inside Xianxia's living quarters. She was so angry that she couldn't suppress her anger even after drinking 2 bowls of honey water. His chest heaved up and down as if his soft armor was about to burst open. The size of his chest was breathtaking. Has this Xianlang always been this despicable? Xianxia asked. Has he always been this domineering? Shui nodded. That's right, she was Shui, the former Sword King Li Qianqiu's adopted daughter, the woman who poisoned the Sword King's wife and stole the secret manual. She was a female disciple personally taught by Yan Nanfei, and her martial arts skills were superb. Now, she had become 3rd Prince Ningqi's concubine. She looked soft and weak, like a water beauty. She wasn't as glamorous as Xianxia. Her body was like a willow, and her beauty was like a willow leaf. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her eyelashes were curled. It was as if every part of her body was soft. Gentle like water, gentle to the bone. Xianxia said coldly, then I'll castrate him first, then cut off one of his arms and his tongue. Shui said, His Majesty dotes on him very much. If you really do that, you can't stay in the capital anymore. You can either return to Western Garrison City or the Flame Capital. Xianxia said, That's settled. At this moment, eunuch Xiao Li's voice came from outside. Miss Xianxia, His Majesty has decreed that the duel should stop when it's over. Don't kill or maim anyone. Xianxia said coldly, I understand. Scram. This scram was really domineering to the extreme. Eunuch Xiao Li's face trembled slightly, and then he bowed and retreated. This was the first time someone told him to scram. However, Shui didn't stop Xianxia's attitude. She even sat back and watched. The Shui clan and Zhong clan were extremely powerful, but they had always been very loyal, and their attitudes were also respectful. It wasn't a bad thing that such a lawless Xianxia had appeared. Even as a lackey, she couldn't appear weak. Xianxia was a girl. Even if she was a little rude, she could only treat it as immature and not stoop to her level. Xianxia had already made all the preparations. She put on the extremely exquisite and expensive soft armor, which made her figure look incomparably devilish. She also had padded pads on. This thing was invented by Xianlang and sold by the Heavenly Association. Of course, only the rich and powerful could afford it. Half a silver coin per piece was a sky-high price. The Heavenly Association shops were selling like hotcakes, making huge profits. Shui said seriously, Sure, your martial arts are more than 1,000 times stronger than Xianlang. But that bastard is extremely cunning. He has a hidden weapon called the Storm of Rose Flowers. You must be careful. Xianxia said disdainfully, I know that thing. It's too slow and my sword can block it. Also, the rules of the duel clearly state that hidden weapons are not allowed. Shui said, Xianlang also has a very strange poison. If you drink a little, you'll lose your mind. Although there is no evidence to prove that this thing will poison you if you smell it, you have to hold your breath during the competition. You can only breathe after you have defeated Xianlang and crippled him. Xianxia nodded. That way, it should be foolproof. Even if Xianlang was cunning, he should be dead for sure. It was time. Xianlang and Xianxia appeared in the center of the duel field. Xianxia wore a flaming soft armor that accentuated her figure. On the other hand, Xianlang was not wearing any armor, but he was wearing a mask and gloves, which made him look especially strange. The two were 10 meters apart. At this time, the stands on both sides were full. Miss Xianxia, cripple him, cripple him. Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. Xianlang is useless, Xianlang is useless. Countless rich and powerful children shouted. Then, he raised his middle finger neatly. Damn, she had just taught them how to use it on Xianlang. She was giving them a taste of their own medicine. Xianlang said, Xianxia, these men are kneeling and licking your boots. Why don't you give them some water to drink after you're done with that thing? Xianxia was about to explode again. She had never seen such a shameless person. He had no bottom line. Although she was domineering, she was still a pure and clean girl. She also wanted her face. She couldn't even reply to such vulgarities. Xianlang, just you wait. I'll definitely castrate you, then chop off your arms, then cut off your tongue, and finally destroy your pretty face. Xianlang said, Xianxia, just you wait. You once injured my wife and made her spit out a mouthful of blood. This time I will make you vomit blood from head to toe. You're courting death. Xianxia's face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were bloodshot. However, she remembered Shue's words and held her breath. She couldn't give the cunning Xianlang any chance to take advantage of her. Clang. The first gong sounded. This meant that the kung fu competition had entered a countdown. Everyone's eyes widened, and they didn't even dare blink. Because this kung fu competition would be very fast. Xianlang would be killed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the exciting scene might be over. Xianlang drew his sword. Xianxia drew her sword and pointed it at Xianlang. Then, as soon as the second gong sounded, the kung fu competition would begin. By then, Xianxia would shoot over like a bolt of lightning, knock down Xianlang in 0.5 seconds, and castrate him. She wouldn't even need half a second. As soon as the second gong sounded, Xianlang would definitely be finished. However, the despicable Xianlang wouldn't wait for the second gong to sound. There were 5 seconds left before the second gong sounded. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, at this moment, the autumn wind blew, and dust flew. At this moment, Xianlang pressed a certain switch on the sword. Whoosh! A soundless gas suddenly shot out. It was completely colorless and transparent. It couldn't be seen or even felt. What was this? Ether was just a carrier. After inhaling a large amount of ether, one would fall into a coma. However, it required a few minutes of continuous inhalation. The gas that would make one faint was fake. It was just a rumor. Xianlang's secret weapon was the neurotoxin in Shueyin's body. This was his trump card. The neurotoxin secreted by the goo worms on Stupa Mountain. Shueyin was a grandmaster, but even she couldn't resist it. Not to mention Xianxia. Do you think holding your breath will work? If it was directly sprayed onto the skin, it would drill into the mucous membrane of the nostrils. Almost instantly, it was enough to paralyze people. Xianlang extracted a tiny bit from countless goo worms. This neurotoxin was more than 1,000 times more precious than gold. This time, Xianlang mixed it into the ether gas, about half a milliliter. Ether was extremely volatile. Xianlang compressed it in a small space and instantly released it like an air cannon. It sprayed towards Xianxia from head to toe. Xianxia smelled a faint sweetness and immediately held her breath. At this moment, clang! The second gong sounded. The battle officially began. Xianxia shouted, "Kill! Xianlang, you're dead meat." Then, the sharp sword in her hand stabbed out like lightning. Everyone widened their eyes to the extreme. Xianlang was finished. Everyone was waiting for him to be killed instantly. There would probably be one more eunuch in the palace. However, Xianxia had just dashed for less than 2 meters when her whole body seemed to be frozen. Her delicate body fell forward. At this moment, Xianlang rushed up. Kill! He let out a roar. Aiming at Xianxia's chest, he used all his strength and kicked out. Instantly, Xianxia's body was kicked, 2 meters away. Immediately, Xianlang stepped forward and kicked at Xianxia's lower abdomen. Bam! Everyone was stunned. Such a despicable move? And he was wearing iron boots. Xianxia fell to the ground. Xianlang rode on her chest and aimed at her beautiful face. Bam bam bam, he punched left and right, punching wildly. He punched hard. In an instant, Xianxia's exquisite face was beaten until her nose bled and swelled like a pig's head. Bam! The last punch landed. Xianxia's tall and charming nose became crooked. It felt so good. My wife, I've avenged you. Xianlang got up and took a few steps back. He bowed like a martial Dao master and said, I'm Xianlang, people call me Invincible East. Thank you for letting me win. Note, the first chapter has been sent. Because there was no script, I could only delay going home for 2 days. I need to save at least one script. Tears streamed down my face. Benefactors, this pastry really needs your support. I'm deeply in your debt. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, booksellers mobile the whole place fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone felt like they had been struck by lightning. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Am I hallucinating? Or has the world gone mad? Wasn't it Xianxia who was instantly defeated? Why was it the complete opposite? The one who was instantly defeated was Xianxia. No. She wasn't instantly defeated. She seemed to have been frozen in place. Then, she was kicked to the ground by Xianxia. Xianxia used all his strength in those 2 kicks. Finally, he beat Xianxia into a pig's head with a series of punches. Everyone present could easily tell that Xianxia didn't know any martial arts. But he did win. What the hell? Xianxia's martial arts are so high. How could she be defeated by the useless Xianxia? What exactly happened? Xianxia must have cheated. But I didn't see him use any hidden weapons. Moreover, what was even more absurd was that everyone was hoping to see Xianxia being instantly killed, castrated, and disfigured. However, when Xianxia rode on Xianxia's chest and beat her up, everyone felt extremely satisfied. Ruthlessly destroying a flower. What beautiful goddess. How could Xianxia do such a thing to such an exquisite face? Right now, Xianxia was in a miserable state. Not only was her face covered in blood, but her tall and beautiful nose bridge was also broken. Xianxia, you're too ruthless. When you said you were bleeding all over, everyone thought you were joking. I didn't expect it to be true. Shui Pan was stunned. First of all, he was shocked that Xianxia had lost. However, what he found even more unbelievable was that Xianxia could actually be so ruthless. Xianxia wasn't a princess, but she was more like one. She was the most beautiful woman in the state of Yu. She had the noblest status. Xianxia, you've offended the Zhong family to death by doing this. Aren't you rumored to be extremely intelligent? Why don't you think about the consequences? After a long while, 2 female warriors of the Zhong family quickly rushed forward and carried Xianxia. Shui quickly used the silk to cover Xianxia's face. She couldn't let anyone see what she looked like right now. Xianxia, what trick did you use? A beautiful female general looked at Xianxia and said coldly, if anything happens to Shirshir, you won't be able to make up for it even if you have 10 lives. You're finished, you're finished. The Zhong clan won't let you off. Your name is Zhong Miao, the adopted daughter of the Zhong family? Xianxia asked. Zhong Miao's foster daughter, Zhong Miao, said coldly, it's good that you know. You've already caused a great disaster. Now, you should tie yourself up and personally go to Western Garrison City to beg foster father. You still have a chance to live. Xianxia extended his hand. Ku Tuhuan passed over a cup of tea. Xianxia drank half of it and rinsed the other half. Pooh. Then, it directly sprayed onto the body of the adopted daughter of the Zhong family. Zhong Miao was stunned. With her martial arts, she could have easily dodged it, but she hadn't expected Xianxia to be so shameless. He sprayed it directly on her face. Xianxia said, my urine is yellow, and it should have been able to wake you up. But my life is very precious, and it can only be seen by my wife. Wouldn't it be a great advantage for you if I used my urine on you? That's why I sprayed it on you to wake you up. Zhong Miao stared at Xianxia in disbelief and then at Shui Pan. There was such a person in this world, he didn't have the demeanor of a noble at all, and wasn't worried about offending the Zhong family at all. How could he be so impudent? Xianxia said disdainfully, can't afford to lose. If I were the one who lost, would Xianxia let me off? She would definitely castrate me, then cut off my arm and disfigure me. Why is it that she can hit me, but I can't hit her? Shui Pan said, Xianxia, it's not good to cheat in a duel, is it? Zhong Miao said coldly, tell me, what tricks did you use? With your strength. Xianxia could kill you with half a fingernail. What tricks did you use to cheat? Xianxia curled his lips and said, which eye of yours saw me cheat? The one on my butt? Let me put it this way, if I used my real skills to defeat Xianxia, I'd be a coward. Zhong Miao was about to explode. She pulled out her sword and was about to charge at Xianxia and cut him into pieces. Ku Tuhuan took a step forward, pulled out his sword halfway, and stood in front of Xianxia, saying, you lost the bet. Xianxia cupped his hands, then flipped onto his horse, raised 2 middle fingers at all the nobles present, and strode off. However, after running for less than 100 meters, he came back. Right, according to the bet, Xianxia lost, so this north yard hunting ground belongs to us. Shenlang said, now, all of you, please scram, scram. With that said, Shenlang strode off again. Zhong Miao, the adopted daughter of the Zhong clan, gritted her teeth and said, has this scum always been like this? Shueshue nodded. Shueshue said, he's a devil incarnate with no bottom line. However, Shenlang returned a moment later. He looked at Shueshue's gentle face. You're Shueshue? Shueshue nodded and said, yes, Shen. What can I do for you? Shenlang said, the adopted daughter of the Sword King, Li Qianxiao? Shueshue said, Shen, you've got the wrong person. I don't know any Sword King, Li Qianxiao. Shenlang gave her a thumbs up and said, you're awesome. Then, he swaggered off again. This time, it was for real. Shueshue's face turned a little pale. The meaning of Shenlang's last sentence was very clear. He had already set his eyes on her. To be honest, being targeted by someone like Shenlang was a little creepy. Shui Li's crotch was torn, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Today, Zhong Shirshi's beautiful face was beaten into a pig's head, and her proud nose bridge was broken. This scum really had no bottom line. He didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Zhong Miao said, what should we do? We can't just let this go. Shui Pan said, let's go back and report this to Consort Zhong and Lord Zhong Yi. Zhong Miao said, yes, Consort Zhong and Lord Zhong Yi. They will definitely not let Shenlang off. Shenlang beating up Zhong Shirshir still caused a huge uproar. Zhong Yi was furious, and the third Prince Ningqi was enraged. However, neither of them could complain because their status was too high. They couldn't complain to the monarch over such a small matter. But Consort Zhong could. Among Ning Yuanxian's wives, Empress Zhu was dignified and generous. Consort Bian was as gentle as water, virtuous and virtuous. Consort Su was beautiful and charming. Consort Zhong was gorgeous and fierce. For a long time, Ning Yuanxian was attracted to Consort Zhong. In fact, men could be a bit cheap sometimes. They liked such fierce and gorgeous women. During that time, Ning Yuanxian really doted on Consort Zhong and often stayed in her room for several days. However, this woman was too fierce and fierce. Over time, Ning Yuanxian really couldn't take it anymore, so he kept a respectful distance. Consort Zhong also had a backbone. If you ignore me, I don't like to talk to you. Therefore, all these years, the two of them had been venting on each other. However, Ning Yuanxian still liked Consort Zhong from the bottom of his heart. At least, she wasn't as scheming as Consort Su, who only cared about the Su clan. After Consort Zhong married into the family, she only cared about Ning Yuanxian. Later, the couple had a cold war, and she only cared about her son, Ning Qi. She loved Zhong Shirshir the most. Even though she was a niece, she was closer to her than her own daughter. Now that Zhong Shirshir was beaten up like this, how could she let it go? She directly rushed to the monarch's study. Ning Yuanxian. Consort Zhong shouted. Immediately, the eunuch Li's son wanted to lower his head into his pants again. Among all the wives of the monarch, Consort Zhong was the one he was most afraid of. If she really provoked him, it would be useless to beat her. Although the queen was arrogant, she was very self-restrained and almost never lost her temper with her servants. However, this Consort Zhong was really temperamental. She would beat and scold whenever she wanted. Monarch Ning Yuanxian felt helpless. He put down the book and asked, what's wrong? Consort Zhong said, go and catch Shenlang at once and kill him. Monarch Ning Yuanxian asked, why? Zhong Fei said, Shenlang is a bastard. He kicked Shirshir's chest with one leg and might have even broken her ribs. His other leg kicked Shirshir's lower abdomen. Is he a bastard? How could he kick a girl's private part? Not only that, he also beat Shirshir's face until it was covered in blood and broke her nose. Monarch's face twitched when he heard this. When he heard the report on this matter, he almost jumped up. He knew that Shenlang would win. But, he thought that Shenlang would only knock Zhong Shirshir down at most. He didn't expect this little bastard to have no bottom line. How could he be so cruel to such a beautiful girl like Zhong Shirshir? Monarch felt his scalp go numb. He regretted it a long time ago. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let them compete at all. This bastard Xianlang was truly a devil incarnate. As long as you slightly let go, he would be able to do incomparably horrifying things. He was completely like a little mad dog. Once he bit someone, blood would immediately splatter everywhere. It was a tragic sight to behold. If anyone were to be his parents, they would definitely be scared half to death by him. Really? Monarch was furious. Consort Zhong said, "It's true. Send someone to catch Xianlang and kill him. If you don't do it, I will send someone to catch him myself. If I don't kill this bastard today, I will be a disgrace. No, I will send someone to catch him and beat him to death." Ning Yuanxian said, "Li Sun, send someone to catch Xianlang, take him to the palace, and beat him hard." Li Sun, the eunuch, heard it clearly. It was a beating. Consort Zhong heard it and thought it was a beating. She was instantly satisfied and said excitedly, "I will supervise it myself. No, I will beat him to death myself." Ning Yuanxian immediately stepped forward and said, "My dear, how can you do such a rough job yourself?" Then, Ning Yuanxian put his arms around Consort Zhong's waist, kissed her, and put his hands on her waist. "What are you doing?" Consort Zhong blushed and said coldly, "Didn't you say that you will break off all ties with me and that you will be worse than a pig or a dog if you touch me again?" When Monarch quarreled with her, he did say that he would not touch her again. But how could he say that she would be worse than a pig or a dog? Ning Yuanxian said softly, "Baby, I'd rather believe in ghosts than men's words." Then, Ning Yuanxian continued to put his hands on her waist. Consort Zhong blushed and said angrily, "Shameless. You are a shameless, stinky thing." Then, the two of them rolled on the ground. The Cold War that had lasted for more than half a year was completely over. Several eunuchs hurried out and closed the door. Ning Yuanxian cursed inwardly. "Xianlang, you little bastard. In order to protect you, I even resorted to the honey trap." On that day, Emperor Ning Yuanxian had really tried his best to make concubine Zhong fall head over heels in love with him, so much so that she forgot about killing Xianlang. Then, Li Sun personally went to kidnap Xianlang. Then, he whipped him 30 times in front of a lot of people. Once again, he was bleeding profusely. It was extremely miserable. But there was too much blood. At least 1 kilogram of blood was lost, which was a bit exaggerated. After the whipping, Xianlang was quickly carried back. He took a shower and did not even lose a single hair. Old Li was really sensible now. Fearing that Lang's screams were not shrill enough, he even hid a little eunuch behind the door to do the voiceover. The screams were earth-shattering, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. That little eunuch was really tired. His throat was bleeding from all the screaming. The voiceover actors were the most desperate. At night, Consort Zhong felt weak all over. She curled up in Ning Yuanxian's arms like a cat that had eaten its fill. Suddenly, she remembered. Is Xianlang dead? Outside the door, the great eunuch Li Sun said, 3 of his whips were broken, and he lost more than half a kilogram of blood. He didn't seem to be breathing when they carried him away. Ning Yuanxian hugged Consort Zhong's waist and kissed her red lips. "All right, my dear, rest well. Be a good girl." Consort Zhong enjoyed her husband's rare gentleness and was reluctant to leave his embrace. The so-called killing of Xianlang was left unsettled just like that. The next day, Uncle Ning Qi came to see Monarch. "Your Majesty, you've indulged Xianlang too much. He's become so lawless." Ning Qi said, 6th Prince Ning Jing is His Majesty's son and a member of the royal family. Yet, Xianlang beat him up and even said that he wanted to cripple him. Not only that, Zhong Shishir is also a girl. She came to the capital to have a blind date with the son of Great Yan's imperial Prince Wu. Now, Xianlang almost disfigured her and broke her nose. How can she have a blind date? Not only is Zhong Shishir the pillar of the state of Yu, but this incident alone might incur the wrath of Imperial Prince Wu. How serious the consequences will be? It might even affect the affairs of the state. Monarch Ning Yuanxian nodded. Uncle is right. That's why I punished Xianlang in public yesterday. I almost beat him to death. I heard that he's on the verge of death. Come on. Who can you please with that act of yours, But how could Uncle Ningqi say that? He sighed deeply. Your Majesty, listen to my advice. You can't indulge Shenlang. You can't put him in an important position. Ning Yuanxian said, Uncle is right. That's why he has no official position. I've even stripped him of his position as the Lord of Jinyuan City. Uncle Ningqi wanted to say something else. But at this point, what else could he say, inside the Crown Prince's residence? The registrar laughed. Shenlang has caused a great disaster this time. Even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. No matter how much His Majesty dotes on him, he has to answer to Marquis Zhongyao and Imperial Prince Wu. Xue Zhaoyan's face was pale. She sneered. Yan Wuji, Zhu Yong's advisor, said slowly, Monarch can't thank Shenlang enough. The registrar exclaimed, how is that possible? Yan Wuji said, Shenlang could have just defeated Zhong Shishir by cheating. Why did he have to go through the trouble of kicking her abdomen, breaking her nose bridge and turning her beautiful face into a pig's head? The registrar said, he was avenging his wife because Zhong Shishir had hurt Jean Mulan. Yan Wuji said, that's only one of the reasons. There's another important reason. Shenlang kicked Zhong Shishir's abdomen, which is a stain to a woman's chastity. He also disfigured her to prevent her from marrying the son of Imperial Prince Wu. He did it for His Majesty. Upon hearing those words, the official registrar of the Crown Prince residence was stunned. Xue Zhaoyan said, Zhong Shishir is a subject of the state of Yu. His Majesty doesn't want Zhong Shishir to marry the son of Imperial Prince Wu. But the son of Imperial Prince Wu fell in love with the beautiful Zhong Shishir at first sight. His Majesty can't stop it even if he's unwilling. Shenlang had disfigured Shishir, which was equivalent to ruining this blind date, ruining this marriage. Shenlang's action was of utmost concern to His Majesty. He thought of His Majesty's thoughts and completely went to the bottom of His Majesty's heart. Furthermore, he even took the blame on His Majesty's behalf. His Majesty must be extremely grateful to him, so how could he bear to punish him? Suddenly, the others at the scene came to a realization. That's right, this matter was full of strange things to begin with. Why did the marriage between Zhong Shishir and the son of Imperial Prince Wu have to take place in the capital of the state of Yu? Why not in the capital? This was Zhongyao's declaration. Even if the Zhong family and the royal family were connected by marriage, they were still loyal to the state of Yu and His Majesty. But the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, did not want his subject to be related by marriage to the upper echelons of the empire. The princes of the Great Yan Empire were on the same level as the emperors of the other countries. That was why Ning Yan married the son of Imperial Prince Lian. How could the daughter of the Zhong family marry a prince of the empire? The registrar of the Crown Prince residence said. Then did His Majesty tell Shenlang his thoughts beforehand? Yan Wuji said, how is that possible? Shenlang is extremely intelligent. He doesn't even need to say a single word or glance to know what the monarch is thinking. The monarch views him as a close friend. How could it be possible that they don't even have this bit of tacit understanding? The registrar of the Crown Prince residence said, Shenlang is a monster. Yan Wuji was very intelligent, he exposed the truth in one sentence. Since Shenlang dared to beat up Zhong Shishir so wantonly, he naturally had something to rely on. He was avenging his wife, Jean Mulan. But the one who benefited the most was the monarch, Ning Yuanxian. Only Shenlang dared to do this. The others were either afraid of offending the Zhong family or their futures. But Shenlang did not care. The Zhong family is powerful. You have an army of 100,000. But the Kim family's base is on an isolated island. Do you have the ability to swim hundreds of miles to Raging Tide City to attack me? Of course, this will offend Prince Wu. But I heard that Prince Wu and Prince Lian are not on good terms. If I offend Prince Wu, I will be currying favor with Prince Lian. Prince Lian, you are Princess Ning Yan's father-in-law. Why don't you set her free and let us continue our affair? Princess Ning Han was indeed influential. Dreamy Cloud Lake had expended a great deal of effort to settle Ning Yan's matter. Prince Lian had agreed to let his son divorce Ning Yan and set her free. But imperial consorting intervened, and the divorce was left unsettled. Princess Ning Han did not even go to Flame Capital. She only wrote a letter. After receiving the letter, Prince Lian immediately dissolved his son and Ning Yan's marital relationship. He also sent back the marriage certificate and dowry. Not only that, he also sent Princess Ningyan a large number of precious gifts. Imperial Prince Lian had made it very clear that the one at fault in this marriage was his son. Ningyan was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. He was willing to adopt Princess Ningyan as his daughter and give her a large dowry so that she could remarry. Monarch Xianxia received the letter. He was happy and troubled at the same time. Ningyan had regained her freedom. But could she still marry? It was impossible. She had already slept with Shenlang more than once, and she was even caught on the spot. But Shenlang was addicted to being a son-in-law. He was not willing to marry Ningyan at all. He did not want to be the son-in-law of the state of Yu. He even asked if he could be the son-in-law of both the royal family and the Kim clan. Ning Yuanxian almost died of anger at that time. What would happen if he let Ningyan out? In less than 3 days, the two little bastards would sleep together. Would he let his daughter fool around with Shenlang without a proper status? That's a princess, right? Thinking of this, Monarch really wanted to castrate Shenlang and send him to the palace. Then the world would be at peace. Alas, after a helpless sigh. In the end, the king still issued a decree to release Ningyan. If she wanted to fool around with Shenlang, let her be. Forget it. Forget it. Sure enough, as soon as Ningyan regained her freedom, she did not go to the palace to express her gratitude. Instead, she went straight to Shenlang. After the excitement, the two were silent. Ningyan had lost weight. She had become much whiter during the few months of house arrest. And her thighs had become thinner, but the shape of her legs was still perfect and looked more slender. How did she do it? She lost weight in the places that should be thin. But the places that shouldn't be thin were still tall and fierce. She still didn't need to change her nickname. How did you do it? Shenlang asked. Princess Ningyan said, that beast from Dreamy Cloud Lake gave me a booklet to practice. He said that my figure would become better after practicing. I was so bored that I practiced for a few months. TSK, Tisk, Shenlang circled around Princess Ningyan. Incredible. Incredible. Ningyan actually learned how to put on makeup, and her whole body smelled good. She was already gorgeous, but now she became even more extraordinary. After losing a little weight, her curves became even hotter and more dazzling. She had transformed from a tomboy into a stunning beauty. After a few months of house arrest, she didn't seem to be able to speak much. She was even a little helpless. Drink, I want to drink. Okay, then drink. Then, the two began to drink, their glasses intertwined. They drank until they were almost done. Ningyan gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and grabbed Shenlang and walked to the bed. You're drunk? Shenlang said in shock. No. Ningyan said. Then, she stripped Shenlang naked. The two of them rolled together again. Ning Yuanxian said that in less than 3 days, Ningyan and Shenlang would sleep together. He overestimated it. In less than an hour, the two were fooling around together. An hour later, Shenlang was exhausted, and there were many bruises on his body. Shenlang said, didn't we agree to be brothers? Ningyan put her beautiful face on Shenlang's chest, shook her head and said, I don't want to be brothers, I want to be your woman. Shenlang, I love you, let me be your woman, okay? Shenlang couldn't help but be stunned. In the past, Ningyan would never say such a thing. After being locked up for a few months, did her temperament change so much? Shenlang said, but, I don't think I can marry you. Ningyan said with tears in her eyes, I know, but I don't care. We can just be together without a title. Shenlang said, how about we be brothers during the day and have sex at night? No. Ningyan suddenly became excited and said, I don't want to be brothers, I want to be your woman, I want to be with you every day, I want to give birth to your children. Ningyan suddenly turned around and sat on Shenlang's waist, and her large eyes stared at Shenlang as she said, I want to move over here, I want to live together with you, and I will never be separated from you in my entire life. Well, you have to agree, even if you don't want to. I have thought it through, I love you so much, I can't leave you. If you don't agree, I will immediately kill myself in front of you. Well, it's settled. Don't say anything, let's go back to sleep. Shenlang was shocked. Still sleeping? I can't bear it anymore. But before he opened his mouth, his neck was grabbed by Ning Yan, and his mouth was also covered. Help, help. Darling Mulan wanted to give Shenlang a surprise. She washed up outside, and then entered Ning Zhang's Marquis Chongping's mansion. These few months, she missed Shenlang so much that she was about to go crazy. But in order to nurse her body, she resisted the urge to come to the capital. After the battle at Furious Tide City, she went to Xianxia Pavilion. There were all kinds of masters in Xianxia Pavilion, including those who treated infertility. She always had a knot in her heart. Qiu Yaoer was pregnant, Bing'er was also pregnant, so husband definitely had no problem, so it was her problem. But she had to have a child. She and husband loved each other so much, they must have a child. For this goal, she found Zhang Yuan. And Zhang Yuan introduced her to a master who specialized in human reproduction. Of course, it was a woman, and a senior beauty, 50 years old this year. After a few months of nursing, the most important thing was to cultivate. The master said that Mulan's body had been nurtured, and she could already get pregnant and have children. And at this time, for some reason, the master and Zhang Yuan both told her that she could leave. Not only her, but Li Qianxiu's wife, the martial arts fanatic Tang Yan, was also leaving Xianxia Pavilion. The relationship between Xianxia Pavilion and the Kim family seemed to have cooled down in an instant. Mulan did not know the reason. But she did not care so much. She was very happy and excited now. She could not wait to fly to the capital. She wanted to have a baby with husband. Not only did she come, but Li Qianxiu's wife and his disciple Tang Yan also came. Li Qianxiu's wife was still hunched, afraid of light, and her skin was as scary as a toad. She was also delirious. But Mulan knew that husband had already thought of a way to cure her. This time, she came to the capital not only to have a child, but also to let husband cure the Sword King's wife. Darling Mulan really calculated the time to come, and it was easy to get pregnant in these 3 days. Mulan's entry into Ning Zhang's Marquis Chongping residence immediately caused a surprise and shock. It was Wu Lai's first time seeing Mulan. He was completely stunned. No wonder people said that she was a pearl of the East and West. In terms of pure beauty, no one could surpass Zhong Shishir and Jean Mulan. She was truly peerless. Zhong Shishir was too beautiful and domineering. Jean Mulan was beautiful, cold, and pure. When Mulan first came to the capital, she heard that husband had defeated Zhong Shishir and almost disfigured her. Instantly, Mulan was worried and pleasantly surprised. Her husband must have taken revenge for her. He had promised to do so before. Suddenly, Mulan's heart was filled with love, and she missed him crazily. "Where is husband?" Mulan asked. Bing'er was speechless. Jean Muzong was speechless. After a long while, Bing'er said, "Miss, the son-in-law is resting in his room. Why don't you rest for a while, and I will inform him?" Mulan said, "No, I want to give him a surprise. Don't tell anyone." "Where is the room?" Bing'er's scalp was numb, and she pointed in a certain direction. Mulan tiptoed toward Shenlang's room, and her heart was overflowing with love. She blushed, shy. There was only one thing in her mind, and that was to have a baby with her husband. Just as she arrived at Shenlang's yard, Mulan heard a woman's voice coming from inside. "Shenlang, I want to have a baby with you." Suddenly, Mulan's body trembled, and she stood still. Tears were about to gush out. Then came Shenlang's voice. "Ning Yan, although the two of us have fooled around, I have to tell you that the person I love the most is still my wife. My body can cheat, but my spirit can't. She is the one and only lover of mine." Mulan's baby immediately gritted her teeth. Scum, you have slept in the same bed with another woman, and you still say you won't cheat." She instinctively wanted to leave in a huff, and run far away to return to Xuanwu City. But just a few steps away. Suddenly, Shenlang's voice came from inside. "Baby, is that you?" Mulan was stunned. She didn't make any sound. Shenlang said, "Baby, I smell your scent. I miss you so much. I miss you so much that I'm going crazy." Note, today's 2 chapters are 16,000 yuan. I have to stay up late to write at least one chapter. Boo-hoo, brothers, give me a little support and encouragement. Shenlang's heart was breaking down. God, are you messing with me? I didn't have an affair yesterday, Mulan baby didn't come. I didn't have an affair the day before yesterday, Mulan baby didn't come. Today, I had an affair, but Mulan baby just had to come. It was like the boss didn't see me when I was good, but when I was bad, the boss just happened to see me. Shenlang instinctively wanted to say, baby, this has nothing to do with me. Ning Yan climbed into my bed on her own. I was forced. But thinking about it, it was too much of a scumbag. Even a scumbag should have a limit. And when he looked down at Ning Yan, her face instantly turned pale, and her big eyes were filled with tears. She was probably frightened by the situation in front of her. She was a mistress, after all, with a guilty conscience. Now Shenlang had completely seen that Princess Ning Yan's fierceness and toughness were completely fake. Her heart was fragile and insecure. A typical outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Shenlang gently pinched her pale lips. Then he said loudly to the outside, baby, let me tell you, I've been clean these past few months. Today was an accident, an absolute accident. Outside, Mulan said, you didn't expect me to suddenly come today, did you? Shenlang instinctively said, yes. As soon as he said this, Shenlang couldn't help but slap himself. I'm going out for a while. Shenlang mouthed to Ning Yan. Then he ran out of the door naked. With tears in his eyes, he trembled and said, wife, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. I'm really a scumbag. I'm a bastard who deserves to be killed 1,000 times. I have a 1 in a billion woman like my wife, but I still fooled around outside. I'm worse than a beast. Wife, just beat me to death. Wife, just slap me to death. Hit me, scold me, but don't hurt your body because of anger. If you do, I'll die of heartache. Mulan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Suddenly, she found that the scumbag had inexplicably appeared in front of her. The next second, the scumbag inexplicably hugged her. The next second, the scumbag inexplicably kissed her. Baby, let me carry you in, Shenlang said softly. Mulan looked at Shenlang angrily and stood motionless. Shenlang took a deep breath. Then, he carried Mulan in his arms and walked into the room. After walking for less than 5 meters, Shenlang was panting heavily as he staggered. Alas, he almost tumbled over. Mulan gently pulled and held on to Shenlang to steady herself. This scumbag, he can't even carry me, yet he still has the strength to cheat. Shenlang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He could carry her, but his waist and legs were too weak today. When she entered the room, Ning Yan was no longer there. Because there were many rooms here, one after the other. Ning Yan didn't have the courage to face Mulan, so she ran away. Mulan smelled a familiar scent and immediately frowned. Then, she sighed again. Baby. Shenlang held Mulan in his arms and smelled the scent on her body with infatuation. Mulan ignored him. Shenlang said, baby, I swear I've been clean for several months. For you, I even wandered back and forth. No, he couldn't say that. Otherwise, he would die even more miserably. Baby, I swear this is my second time with Ning Yan. Other than that, I really haven't touched any other woman. These days, there aren't many men who are as clean as me. Mulan said, scumbag, are you asking me to praise you? Shenlang really thought it was amazing that he was clean, but it was obvious that there was a certain gap between him and Mulan. Baby, you're too cruel. I've been thinking about you day and night for the past few months, but you didn't come to me. Every time I eat, I think about whether my baby has eaten and don't be hungry. Every time it's hot, I think about whether my baby is hot or not. Is the ice at home clean or not? Every time I go to the bathroom, I think about my baby. No, my baby is a fairy and will never go to the bathroom. Mulan finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, she inexplicably found that she only had a doodle left on her. The scumbag moved so fast, why didn't I notice it at all? Shenlang held Mulan's fragrant body and kissed her lips infatuatedly. After a moment, Mulan said, no. Shenlang said, baby, do you dislike me? Dislike that I've just slept with Ning Yan? I can go take a shower. Mulan gritted her teeth. Scumbag, can you not mention Ning Yan? Although I caught you cheating, it's been a quarter of an hour. I've already tried to forget it, but you keep mentioning it. Do you still have strength after fooling around with a wild woman? Mulan said softly, don't hurt yourself. Anyway, there are still 2 days. What 2 days? Shenlang asked. Jean Mulan didn't want to tell Shenlang. Of course, there were still 2 days left before she could get pregnant, but she had to wait until she was sure of her pregnancy before telling Shenlang. Then, the two of them hugged each other and talked. Shenlang had a thought in his mind, wife, I have a bold idea, why not let Ning Yan? Of course, he only dared to think about it. He absolutely didn't dare to say it out loud. Husband, Zhang Yuan asked me to tell you something, Mulan said. Shenlang suddenly became extremely nervous and hurriedly said, wife, I really haven't fooled around with her. I admit that she has a crush on me, but I've already sternly rejected her. I'm definitely not that kind of man. These days, the number of women I've rejected is like the fish in the river. Today and Ning Yan were completely an accident, a pure accident. Mulan instinctively blocked out this scumbag's words and said directly, Zhang Yuan asked me to tell you that we're strangers from now on. Is it that serious? Shenlang couldn't help but recall Zhang Yuan's appearance and figure. This was a woman whose age was a mystery, but she was mature and plump. Were they going to be strangers? If he had known this would happen, he would have hooked up with her that day in Horizon Sea Pavilion. What a pity, but, for Zhang Yuan to say such words, the consequences were really very serious. Ning Han's slight statement immediately caused the attitude of the entire Horizon Sea Pavilion to change dramatically. Mulan asked softly, husband, what happened? Shenlang said, there was an idiot who, in order to let me withdraw from the inheritance war, offered me to become a disciple of an old idiot. I refused, so this idiot spoke up and the entire Sky Sea Pavilion completely banned us. Mulan hugged Shenlang tightly. Her heart ached. Although Shenlang said it lightly, she could still feel the contempt and humiliation Shenlang had suffered at that time. She decided that from now on, the person she hated the most was not Qiu Yaoer, but Ning Han. Husband, is that bitch Ning Han? Mulan asked. Shenlang said, yes, it's that idiot. Baby Mulan said with a little sob, husband, I'm sorry, I'm useless, I let you be bullied by others. Suddenly, Shenlang held Mulan in his arms like a treasure. Mulan told herself over and over again in her heart. I want to become the world's number one, I want to become the world's number one. I want to kill Ning Han. Husband, you beat Zhong Shishir half to death for me. I know about this. Thank you for avenging me. Although you are a scumbag, you are still my best husband. I am very happy. The next morning, Princess Ning Yan finally showed up. Her performance was still strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She bravely ate at the same table and looked Mulan in the eye. She acted as if she was stealing her man, what could she do to her, but when she held the chopsticks, her hands trembled. Baby, how is the construction of our big ship? Shenlang asked. Mulan's eyes lit up and said, it's already more than half done. Shenlang promised her that as long as he killed the third prince and the crown prince, and helped Ningjing win the throne, he would take Mulan on a ship around the world. Mulan looked forward to it. Therefore, Shenlang waved his pen and allocated 150,000 gold coins to build this unprecedented large ship. When Huang Tong saw this expenditure, his eyelids twitched, and then very carefully asked Shenlang, what is this ship for? Shenlang said righteously, for fun. Huang Tong's eyelids twitched again, and then very bitterly replied, for fun, for fun. Then, the Heavenly Society really allocated 150,000 gold coins to build this big ship. He really couldn't imagine that there were people in this world who could squander so naturally. Other rich playboys would at most spend 1,000 gold coins in one go, but Master Lang often spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins in one go. The key was that Shenlang spent his own money confidently, and spent other people's money even more confidently. I only care about spending money. As for where the money comes from, it has nothing to do with me. Of course, the Heavenly Society completely granted Shenlang every request. Because the value created by Shenlang was really too heaven-defying. Compared to his strategic position, a little bit of money was nothing. Xianxia calculated in his heart, and then said, after I kill Ning Yi and Ming Qi, our big ship will almost be built, and the timing will be just right. Then, we will go on a long journey. I will go too, Ning Yan suddenly said. I will go too, Jin Mutsong said. Mulan directly smashed his head with her chopsticks and scolded, it's all your fault that husband is still running around outside. If you were more promising, husband and I would have already been playing outside for half a year. Jin Mutsong hurriedly lowered his head and completely shut up. Sigh, why do you have to force me to become the Marquis of Xuanwu? I, Kaneki Satoshi, dream is to become a god. Wherever there are people, I will be there. Ning Yan clenched her teeth and stepped on Xianxia's foot under the table. She felt that Jean Mulan was hitting Jin Mutsong for her to see. She obviously wanted to hit Ning Yan. She guessed correctly, however, Xianxia couldn't make the decision for her. In front of his wife, he was very timid. In the secret underground room, bestial roars could be heard. The Sword King, Xianxia, was feeding his wife when she flew into a rage. This was because the Sword King's wife was used to eating like a wild beast. She would pour the rice on the ground and eat it with her mouth. Of course, the Sword King was unwilling, so he used a spoon to feed her. In the end, she flew into a rage and roared at Xianxia. Xianxia remembered that she wasn't this crazy in the past. She still had a bit of consciousness. After not seeing her for a few months, she had almost completely turned into a wild beast. However, Xianxia could understand. Because Xianxia had taken care of his wife meticulously, she still had a bit of consciousness even though she was deeply poisoned. However, in the past few months, the Sword King had been running around by Xianxia's side in order to help him. Without her husband's care, the Sword King's wife's last bit of consciousness had disappeared, and she had completely turned into a wild beast. In an instant, Xianxia felt extremely guilty. In fact, he didn't have the authority to order the Sword King around, nor did he have the qualifications to keep the Sword King away from his wife. The Sword King was an honest man. Because of a promise he made to Xianxia, he had been running around until now. It could be said that the Sword King didn't owe Xianxia anything. On the contrary, it was Xianxia who owed him too much. If not for the Sword King's protection, Xianxia's corpse would have turned cold 10 times over. In this world, one must never let an honest man be sad. The Sword King expended a great deal of effort to feed his wife a bowl of rice. Even though he was a grandmaster, he was drenched in sweat. Senior Sword King, I have something to say to you, Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. The Sky-Sea Pavilion is very impressive. They should have a way to save your wife, and it should be an orthodox method, Xianxia said. That's why I asked you to send your wife to the Sky-Sea Pavilion in hopes that they would help. I believe that your wife and the Sky-Sea Pavilion have some sort of relationship. I know, the Sword King said. But the Sky-Sea Pavilion didn't help, Xianxia said. Xianxia sighed. He didn't blame them, nor did he complain. But the meaning behind his sigh was very clear. He was too insignificant, and the Sky-Sea Pavilion felt that there was no need to help. Or rather, in the eyes of the Sky-Sea Pavilion, Xianxia was inferior to Yan Nanfei. Yan Nanfei asked Xue to poison Xianxia's wife, so the Sky-Sea Pavilion didn't help. Of course, neither Xianxia nor Xianxia had the right to ask for the Sky-Sea Pavilion's help. After all, the Sky-Sea Pavilion didn't owe them anything. But reality proved that the Sky-Sea Pavilion wasn't sacred, and it wasn't as aloof as it appeared. It was probably like some top universities. Whether you were a farmer or a homeless person, you could enter the campus to read and even attend classes. At this time, you would be extremely grateful and feel that the university was too good, too sacred, and too equal. But once you entered the library, you would be stopped by an indifferent security guard. When there were important people inspecting the university, or when there was a school anniversary, you wouldn't even be able to enter the main gate. At that time, you would realize that this place didn't welcome you. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this. Xianxia shouldn't have had any expectations for the Sky-Sea Pavilion. He thought that because he was a genius, the Sky-Sea Pavilion would treat him like a dish. In reality, that wasn't the case. Even Xianxia was an insignificant person in the eyes of the Sky-Sea Pavilion. Xianxia said, since the Sky-Sea Pavilion doesn't want to save your wife, then follow my method, even though it might be very risky. Xianxia said, you do it. Xianxia said, your wife's body is poisoned. Theoretically, I only need to use the Big Fool's golden bloodline essence to draw all the worms out of her body. When the Big Fool heard this, he took out a knife and was about to cut her meridians and let out her blood. Big Fool, don't rush, don't rush. Xianxia quickly stopped him. Then, Xianxia said to the Sword King, but the biggest problem now is that these worms have already become a part of your wife's body, even becoming a kind of energy that sustains her life. Just like some venomous snakes, once their venom is removed, they will quickly weaken and die. At this time, the Sword King's wife's entire body was filled with poison. She was completely a poisonous person. She had lost her mind, so she was locked in a cage. But when Xianxia came near her, she would hit and scold him, but she would never bite him. And if anyone touched her, she would immediately bite them. And if they were bitten by her, their lives would be in danger. Her teeth were also filled with poison. So even though she had lost her mind, she instinctively knew that Xianxia was family and couldn't be bitten. So, we can't draw the worms out of her body, but we have to get rid of the poison in her body. The only way I can think of is to fight poison with poison. I've done experiments before. The worms on Goddess Shue's invisibility and the worms in your wife's body can kill each other. So, I need to inject a large number of neurotoxin worms into your wife's body. But if I do that, your wife might be poisoned to death by the neurotoxin before the poison in her body can be neutralized. In any case, I only have a 70% chance of success. Should we take action? Xianxia said, do it now. Xianxia said, but there's still about a 30% risk. If we fail, your wife might die instantly. Xianxia said, I believe in fate, and I, Xianxia, have never harmed anyone in my life. I believe the heavens will protect me. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, all right, let's do it then. The method to save the Sword King's wife, Xianxia explained it very simply, fight poison with poison. But the entire process was extremely complicated because it required several generations of neurotoxin worms. The first generation would be used at the start because it was very lethal. But as the poison in the Sword King's wife's body gradually faded, the second and third generation would be used. There couldn't be the slightest mistake, or the Sword King's wife would die. Senior Sword King, please carry your wife to the bed, seal all her acupoints, and tie her up with metal chains. Xianxia did as he was told, putting in a lot of effort. He had to be extremely careful with every movement lest he hurt his wife. After a full 15 minutes, the Sword King's wife was finally tied up on the bed. She couldn't move at all, but the air she breathed was blue and poisonous. Xianxia was wearing a protective suit and a gas mask. He then took out the first syringe. There was only about 1 milliliter of neurotoxin worms in it. After hesitating for a moment, he injected it into her body. Almost instantly, her breathing stopped, and so did her heartbeat. It was as if her entire body was frozen. But after a short while, her heartbeat and breathing returned to normal. She seemed to have gone completely insane as she let out an incomparably mournful howl. Her entire body was struggling frantically. Xianxia had clearly sealed all her acupoints, but at this moment, all of them had been opened. She was so strong that she couldn't be suppressed at all. The Sword King, Big Fool, and Tang Yan stepped forward. The three experts were still able to suppress this woman alive. Following which, an even more terrifying scene appeared. It was as if there were countless venomous worms and snakes swimming around inside the Sword King's wife's body. Her skin bulged continuously. Her entire body was contorting intensely. Her heartbeat became faster and faster, and her breathing became more rapid. Her blood pressure rose higher and higher. She felt as if she was about to explode. If he didn't save her soon, her entire body would explode, and she would die instantly. Xianxia quickly injected a purified anesthetic powder into the patient. Finally, she calmed down a little, but it was still not enough. Her blood pressure continued to rise, and she felt as if she was about to explode. Hence, Xianxia injected the second neurotoxin. Finally, her entire body gradually calmed down, as if she had once again fallen into a state of ice. A few minutes later, she went berserk again. Her heart beat wildly, and her blood pressure soared. Xianlang knew that this was the backlash of the parasite in her body. She was fighting and struggling. He repeated this process 13 times. Not only was Senior Sword King exhausted, Xianlang was also completely exhausted. Because the whole process was too dangerous. How many neurotoxin parasites were injected each time, which generation, and how long was the interval between injections? When to use anesthetic powder instead of neurotoxin. And to ensure that the last neurotoxin parasite was injected into the body was the last generation, because this would have the least sequelae. All of this relied entirely on Xianlang's X-ray eyes, and then extremely precise calculations to ensure accuracy. If there was a slight mistake, the Sword King's wife would either explode or die from stiffness. But, a miracle gradually happened. The toad-like skin of the Sword King's wife disappeared bit by bit. Her originally stooped like a beast's body also gradually stretched out. An hour and a half later. Finally, everything was over. The body of the Sword King's wife was completely stretched out. The toad-like skin on the surface of her body had completely faded away. Of course, her hair was still gone. She was still very ugly. After all, she had been ravaged for more than 10 years. It would take at least a year or two for her to fully recover. She was in a coma. Her heartbeat was weak, and her breathing was weak. But her life was not in danger. This was the sequelae. Even the last generation of neurotoxin parasites could paralyze the human body. But about half a month later, they would lose all the power of the toxin and stop secreting it. At that time, relying on the human body's metabolism, the last bit of toxin could be expelled from the body. They finally succeeded. Although there were many dangerous situations along the way, they succeeded in the end. It's a success. Xianlang said, Senior Sword King, your wife will awaken in around half a month. The Sword King had already collapsed to the ground, and his whole body was about to collapse. But his eyes were full of ecstasy and excitement. His wife had been tortured by this poison for more than 10 years. Now she was finally free. Although his wife was still very ugly, the Sword King still looked at her with infatuation, as if he was looking at a stunning beauty. Let's go, Xianlang said to the big fool and Tang Yin. The Sword King did not say any words of gratitude. Because he was an honest man. No matter what, he would not say it. He would only express it with his actions. After Xianlang left, the Sword King began to boil water and then warmed it, wiping his wife's body bit by bit. He firmly believed that his wife would soon have a new life, and so would he. Xianlang was paralyzed in the bathtub. Mulan was bathing him. But as she was bathing, Mulan was pulled into the bathtub. But when Xianlang was about to be intimate, he was stopped by Mulan. Why? Xianlang said, Wife, although I am exhausted, I still have more than half a pound of strength. Besides, you have plenty of strength. You are always like this at home. Tomorrow, Mulan was actually more tormented than Xianlang. She wanted to eat her husband in one bite. Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? Because Xianlang had just fooled around with Ming Yan last night, Mulan was worried that he had not recovered yet, so he was not very energetic. If she rested for another day, she would succeed in one fell swoop tomorrow and get pregnant. Then, Mulan fell into a reverie. She was so beautiful, and her husband was even more of a handsome man. She wondered how beautiful the baby they gave birth to would be. But would it be better to have a boy baby? Or a girl baby? After thinking about it, Mulan felt that a boy baby was better. She felt that a woman's beauty was limited, but a man's handsomeness seemed to be infinite. She gave birth to the world's most handsome man. How impressive would that be? However, what if the baby grew up to be as scummy as his father, every minute and every second that followed? Xianlang and Mulan were like conjoined twins. No matter what they did, they were together. When this scumbag went to the bathroom, he really wanted to drag Mulan along with him. Mulan said that she would not go, and Xianlang said that she should just watch the baby from the side. Ming Yan was extremely indignant. Xianlang, you scumbag, do you have to be like this? I have just married into the family, but you are with Jean Mulan every day. You don't even give me a minute. The two of you would rather play Gamoku alone than the three of us playing landlord together. In the past, Shenlang, Dreamy Cloud Lake, and Ning Yan often played landlord together. At night, Shenlang and Mulan climbed to the roof to look at the moon again. Don't talk about Chang'e, carrots, and Wu Gang, Mulan said in advance. Shenlang said, fine, let's not talk about them. Wife, do you know about the heavenly dog eating the moon? He was still lying on Mulan's lap, smelling her charming scent. His fingers gently pinched Mulan's small waist, and then let go, feeling the amazing elasticity and smoothness. Mulan nodded and said, I know. Shenlang said, then do you know how many times a year the heavenly dog eating the moon will happen? Mulan said, I don't know. Shenlang said, the heavenly dog eating the moon is a lunar eclipse, which happens about twice a year. There is also a solar eclipse, which also happens twice a year. Mulan said, well, and then? Shenlang said, the heavenly dog eating the moon takes in and spits out, which happens at night. The solar eclipse happens during the day, which means that they eat it day and night. Mulan's delicate body felt hot. You're so annoying. Don't say these words to tease me tomorrow. Mulan said coquettishly, and your hand, behave yourself. Then, Shenlang played with Mulan's Xianxia hand. He put her white, scallion-like fingers in his mouth and gently bit them. Mulan thought it was fun, so she also put Shenlang's hand in her mouth and bit it. Husband, do you think I can still become the world's most powerful master? Mulan asked. Her desire to become the world's most powerful master was very urgent. She wished she could become the world's most powerful master tomorrow, capture Ninghan the day after, and drown her in a cesspool like what Shenlang said. The current Shenlang had already walked on a very shocking path. Activating the bloodline and changing the path of the bloodline. But this path had not been completely broken through yet, he was only copying Emperor Jiangli's words. First, activating the power of a special bloodline user. Second, modifying the talent of a blank zero bloodline user. Mulan's bloodline talent was not low, but she was still far from being a genius like Big Fool or even Bitter Joy. Modifying the Huangjin bloodline in her body was temporarily not feasible. Other than Emperor Jiangli's special bloodline user and blank zero bloodline user, anyone else who injected a goo worm with the power of the Huangjin bloodline would explode and die. Shenlang was of course not willing to let Mulan take the slightest risk. Baby, leave behind a vial of your blood and let me study it. Maybe I can find a path that no one has ever walked before, one that can change your bloodline talent. Shenlang said, we are going on a long journey, without the world's most powerful master's escort. What if I am captured by the female pirates to give birth to their babies? Even if my body is made of iron, I will be squeezed dry. Mulan said, then I, the world's most powerful master, will squeeze you dry first. Then, the two rolled into a ball on the roof and kissed. No, no, husband, wait until tomorrow, Mulan had a hard time holding back, but she had no choice but to give birth to the baby. The next day, Shenlang slept soundly in Mulan's arms. He was suddenly woken up. What happened? Otherwise, no one would come to disturb Shenlang and Mulan. Because everyone knew that Mulan would return to Xuanwu City in a few days. Now, New Tiao City and Xuanwu City were extremely busy. Baby Mulan could only stay in the capital for 3 days to give birth to the baby. Young master, Eunuch Li is here. Shenlang looked out the window. It wasn't dawn yet. What happened? Eunuch Li's son came to find him before dawn. Shenlang quickly got up. Mulan also got up and helped Shenlang wash up and get dressed. Mulan's body was too beautiful. She was as white as snow, and her curves were like a masterpiece. Wu Lai almost didn't dare to look at her. As a woman, she was also jealous. But no wonder young master loved his wife so much. This was because Mulan had really spoiled Shenlang to the point of no return. She washed his face, brushed his teeth, and even held the chamber pot for him. Wu Lai couldn't stand it anymore. What right did Goddess Mulan have to do this? But she soon realized. Shenlang also did the same thing for Mulan. It was simply unbearable. Adulterous couple, too disgusting. As a lifelong single dog, Wu Lai felt like his heart was hit by 10,000 points. Eunuch Li, what's wrong? Li Sun's gaze was uneasy, his expression was anxious, his eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was erratic. He felt like the sky was falling. After seeing Xianlang, it was as if he had seen his savior. Xianlang, follow me to the palace secretly. Hurry, hurry, but don't let anyone know. Xianlang's heart trembled. Who in the palace is in trouble? Li Sun said, Your Majesty. Instantly, Xianlang's scalp went numb. He was about to explode. His relationship with Monarch had reached a very close point. The key was the current situation. Everything was inseparable from Monarch's support. If something happened to Monarch, then Xianlang could do nothing but flee with Ningxing, Ningyan, Ku Tu Huan, and everyone else. If they sailed to raging tidewater, then everything would be for naught. Xianlang's vision darkened and he felt a wave of dizziness. He shook his head with all his might and patted his forehead. Seeing this scene, eunuch Li Sun's heart warmed. Xianlang still cared about His Majesty. No wonder His Majesty was so protective of him. Xianlang asked, Is it very serious? Li Sun nodded. His eyes were completely red and his body was even trembling. It was obvious that the situation was serious. The Crown Prince doesn't know about this. His Highness doesn't know either. No one knows at the moment. Li Sun said, You are the only one who knows. Hurry and follow me to the palace to save His Majesty. If you can't save him, then wait for the world to fall. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince were still fighting each other because of the monarch. If something happened to Monarch, then it wouldn't just be a faction war, but a civil war. The two of them were too evenly matched. Ningxing was still too weak. Nothing must happen to the monarch. At this moment, Mulan ran out after putting on her clothes. Husband, what's wrong? Xianlang said, Darling, give me a cloak and bring my box over. Mulan nodded and ran back into the courtyard. Xianlang put on the cloak, put on the medical box, and quickly entered the carriage. Eunuch Li, what are His Majesty's symptoms? Xianlang asked, What happened? Li Sun said, I can't describe it. I'm afraid I might mislead you. You'll know when you see it. It's urgent, it's urgent. The carriage sped forward. A quarter of an hour later, Xianlang secretly entered the palace. Nothing must happen to His Majesty, nothing must happen to him. Li Sun led Xianlang straight to the harem. At this moment, all the eunuchs and maids in the harem had disappeared. Only a few of Li Sun's trusted aides remained. It was obvious that no one could know what had happened. Eunuch Li Sun led Xianlang into Concubine Zhong's courtyard. As soon as he entered, he heard Concubine Zhong crying, Your Majesty, what's wrong? What's wrong? Say something, don't scare me, don't scare me. When Xianlang entered and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Monarch Ning Yuanxian and Concubine Zhong were still on the bed, and they were even piled on top of each other. However, Ning Yuanxian was motionless, as if he was stiff. He couldn't move his eyes, his body couldn't move, as if he was completely paralyzed. His body was still trembling. Concubine Zhong was so anxious that she burst into tears. After seeing Xianlang, she shouted loudly, Xianlang, quickly come over, quickly come and save His Majesty, I beg you to save His Majesty. Note, first update, begging for support, begging for monthly votes, please have mercy. Thank you, Sin Ao, Tan Lei, Floating Wealth, Niu Yang, and the other brothers for their tens of thousands of coins. His Majesty has been sleeping in my room for the past few days. It's all my fault. His Majesty suddenly stopped moving and couldn't speak. He was paralyzed. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Concubine Zhong's face was full of tears. She didn't even care that her body would be seen. Of course, Li Sun was a eunuch and Xianlang was a junior. They couldn't care less at this moment. Please don't let it be a cerebral hemorrhage. Please don't. If it was a cerebral hemorrhage, a craniotomy would be required. And in this world, a craniotomy would mean certain death. Please don't let it be poison, much less the poison of Stupa Mountain. If that happened, the power struggle of the upper echelons of the state of Yu would instantly reach a climax. There might even be a civil war. Xianlang and Prince Ningxing's forces were still too weak. Once a civil war broke out, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in this game of power. The only thing they could do was to escape. Shen Lang hurriedly used his X-ray vision to see through the monarch's body, especially his brain. It wasn't a cerebral hemorrhage. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he carefully observed the blood vessels. Was there any strange poisonous energy? No, it wasn't poison either. Finally, Shen Lang saw a shadow in the blood vessels of the monarch's brain. Cerebral infarction. It should be a cerebral infarction caused by a thrombosis. Fortunately, Shen Lang couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was a golden period of 6 hours for acute cerebral infarction. As long as the blood vessels were dredged in this world, the penumbra could still be saved. If it was saved in time, there wouldn't be any sequelae. But this was a very critical emergency. If it wasn't saved in time, not only would he be paralyzed, he might even die. In this world, this illness was probably incurable. Shen Lang, can he be saved? Can he be saved? Concubine Zhong cried. She was really going crazy from anxiety and felt extremely guilty. She felt that if it wasn't for her, the monarch wouldn't have acted up. In the past year, she and the monarch had been in a cold war. She did not know how long it had been, and she was at the most mature age of a woman. The flame was ignited by the monarch, and it was not that easy to extinguish. Therefore, in the past 2 days, she took the opportunity to pester Xianxia and had sex with him many times. She had heard of the disease, and it was basically incurable. If the monarch died because of it, then she would really die 1,000 times. Shen Lang said, "Your Highness, please be at ease. His Majesty is not riding a horse." Zhong Fei cried, "Can he be saved? Can it be cured?" Shen Lang, "I'll try my best. I'm 70% to 80% confident." Zhong Fei said, "Then hurry up and do it. Hurry up and do it. I beg you." Shen Lang said, "Zhong Fei, quickly put on your clothes and leave His Majesty's body." It had only been half an hour since monarch's illness started acting up. Zhong Fei and Li Sun did not dare to move and remained in their original positions. After hearing Shen Lang's words, the monarch and Zhong Fei's bodies finally separated. His trusted maidservant stepped forward with a blanket and wrapped Zhong Fei's body. She did not leave and continued to stand there. "Zhong Fei, you're quite impatient, so it's useless for you to stay here. Why don't you go to another room first?" Shen Lang said. Zhong Fei said, "I really don't want to leave His Majesty's side. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. Can you let me stay here? I won't speak or make a sound." Shen Lang nodded helplessly. Then, he stepped forward and performed a simple emergency treatment on the monarch. Uniquely, a blood vessel in His Majesty's brain has been blocked. It needs to be dredged immediately. Shen Lang said, "It must be done within 4 hours. Otherwise, there will be serious sequelae and it might even lead to hemiplegia." Eunuch Li Sun said, "You have the final say in everything in the palace. Everyone will listen to your commands as long as you can save His Majesty." In modern society, such a dangerous cerebral infarction would basically require surgery. Of course, with the advancement of technology, relatively minimally invasive surgeries could be performed. However, in this world, Shen Lang could not perform surgery on the brain. So how could he save it? The first method was to use a special energy to enter the blood vessels and directly break open the blockage in the blood vessels. In this world, such things did exist. For example, the lowest grade golden bloodline goo worm. However, as mentioned before, apart from Jiang Li's bloodline possessors, no one else could withstand even the lowest grade golden bloodline goo worm. They would explode and die. Xianxia was no exception to this rule. In that case, he could only use the second method. He would use an extremely fine silver needle to pierce into the monarch's brain and accurately find the blockage in the blood vessels. Then, he would use his internal energy to shake open the blockage and restore the blood vessels to normal. This was the awesome part of this world. In modern Earth, no one could pierce the skull with a soft silver needle. However, there was another problem. The brain was too fragile and could not withstand any damage. Even a small silver needle could cause serious consequences. The nerves in the brain were extremely complex and fragile. Therefore, not only did he have to pierce the brain with the silver needle, he also had to make the needle bend in the brain and avoid the sensitive and fragile areas. This was extremely difficult. Shenlang had calculated the route. This silver needle had to be at least 19 centimeters long and it had to make 3 turns. Eldest Princess Ningjia's martial arts were very high. Could he do this? Shenlang stated his plan. After hearing this, Eunuch Li Sun could not help but shake his head and said, Eldest Princess Ningjia's martial arts might be able to do it, but there is still a risk. She needs at least a grandmaster. I'll do it. Suddenly, a figure separated from the darkness. Shenlang was stunned. Where was this person before? It was as if he could become invisible. He had always been there. Godfather. Eunuch Li Sun came forward to greet him. Shenlang knew who this person was. Ancestor Li Mu. One of the 6 grandmasters of the state of Yu. The old eunuch that only existed in legends. This was the first time Shenlang saw him. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyebrows and hair were snow white, but his face was smooth without a wrinkle. He was truly kind and benevolent. He should be the shadow of the monarch, protecting Ning Yuanxian at all times. Can I do it? Grand Duke Li Mu said. Shenlang, yes. Of course it was good to have this grandmaster here. Then, Shenlang said, Eunuch Li, please find some clay. I want to make a model of His Majesty's head as soon as possible. Grand Eunuch Li Sun flew out and quickly returned with the clay. Shenlang used the clay to make a model of the monarch Ning Yuanxian's head. The blockage of His Majesty's cerebral vessels is here, and the ischemic penumbra is here. Ancestor, you have to insert the silver needle here, here, and here. You have to make a turn to avoid the most vulnerable and dangerous area of the brain. After inserting the silver needle into the blocked blood vessels, you have to be extremely precise. You can dredge the blood vessels, but you can't hurt them. Shenlang gave every piece of data with extreme precision, and it was clearly marked in the model. Ancestor Li Mu nodded and said, I'll try. Is time very tight? Shenlang said, it's less than an hour before His Majesty's illness breaks out. There are still about 4 hours of the golden rescue period. Ancestor Li Mu held a silver needle that was thinner than a strand of hair in his hand. It was as soft as a strand of hair. It was impossible for a normal person to pierce the skull with it. Pfft! Ancestor Li Mu exerted force on the silver needle and pierced it. This time, he used a pig's skull as an experiment. The extremely soft and delicate silver needle easily pierced the pig's skull. Shenlang sighed in amazement. It was too difficult. After piercing it, Ancestor Li Mu immediately switched to another silver needle. After trying 3 times in a row, he began to experiment with his own skull because he was worried that human skulls were different from pigs. Pfft! Easily, he pierced his own skull. Then, he had completely grasped how much force he should use to pierce the skull. Next, Eunuch Li Mu began to practice the next step. He used Shenlang's clay model as an experiment to practice the turning of the silver needle. This time, Shenlang was really shocked. The silver needle in his hand seemed to have a life of its own. Under the control of his internal force, it actually moved flexibly. No matter how small the gap was, it could easily drill through. After practicing on the model a few times, Eunuch Li Mu decided to practice on a living person. Li Sun, you do it. Eunuch Li Mu said. Finally, he used his adopted son Li Sun as an experiment. This was because Shenlang had said that the structure of everyone's brain was practically the same. The location of the monarch's blockage could also be found in Li Sun's brain, but it wasn't blocked. More importantly, Eunuch Li Sun was perfectly fine without any disease or illness, but he was going to have his brain pierced by a silver needle. He took a deep breath. Pfft! The slender silver needle in the old ancestor's hand suddenly pierced into Li Sun's brain. Then, relying on his previous memory, he made the silver needle move flexibly, avoiding the dangerous areas in the brain, and directly reached the target location. Yes, that's the place. It's completely accurate, Shenlang said, but Eunuch Li Sun's blood vessel is fine, so you don't have to pierce it. Pfft! Old ancestor Li Mu still used a little force and directly pierced the blood vessel in Li Sun's brain. Li Sun's expression changed slightly, but he didn't move. Shenlang was dumbfounded. That was not the end. Li Mu then experimented with releasing internal force. He wanted to find a force that was enough to shake open the blood vessel blockage without damaging it. Therefore, he kept releasing internal force between his fingers. Each time, it was stronger than the last. He wanted to find the limit of the human blood vessel. Suddenly, Eunuch Li Sun's face turned paler and paler, and he looked like he was about to pass out. Xianlang was extremely moved and shocked. San Li's loyalty to the monarch was truly unparalleled. Li Sun was risking his life to ensure that there would be no mistakes during the treatment of the monarch. That's enough. Xianlang said, "Old ancestor, if you continue, Eunuch Li Sun's blood vessel will be injured. Also, don't pull out the silver needles for now. Pull them out later." Only then did old ancestor Li Mu stop his experiment. Eunuch Li Sun's body trembled, and he forced himself not to collapse. "I have an idea," old ancestor Li Mu said. Next, under Xianlang's guidance, old ancestor Li Mu was about to officially perform acupuncture on the monarch. Xianlang could see that Li Mu was very nervous, and even his breathing was a little uneven. Xianlang had already met 4 of the grandmasters of the state of Yu. Almost all of them were made of flesh and blood. Without their auras, they were all mortals. Old ancestor Li Mu was the same. He didn't have the lofty air of a grandmaster. He exhaled his last breath. Old ancestor Li Mu seemed to have entered another realm in an instant. His heart was as still as water. It was a bit like the moon in the well, completely entering a delicate state from the turbulent waves. Then, he pulled out a brand new silver needle. He found a point at the back of the monarch's head and stabbed it. It easily pierced through the skull. Then, the silver needle began to move. Xianlang could see it clearly. The movement was extremely precise, without any deviation. In just a few seconds, the silver needle found the blocked blood vessel and easily pierced it. The second stage was completed. Next was the third stage, using internal force to shake off the clots in the blood vessel and restore the blood vessel's flow. It was really like a transformer doing embroidery. He had the strength of 10,000 pounds, but he only used one tail. Puff, internal force was spat out. In an instant, the clots in the monarch Ning Yuanxian's brain were suddenly shaken off. Blood flow resumed. Unimpeded. The blood supply to the ischemic penumbra was quickly restored. Success, Xianlang let out a long sigh of relief. He sat directly on the chair. "How is it? How is it?" Concubine Zhong trembled. Xianlang said, "It's a success. His Majesty is fine." Concubine Zhong's legs went soft, and she directly sat on the ground. After a long time, the monarch Ning Yuanxian's eyeballs began to move. Then, the corners of his mouth began to tremble slightly. But his body was still in a state of paralysis. With Xianlang's wisdom, Concubine Zhong and Eunuch Li Sun massaged his torso to restore his nerves. After a long time, the monarch let out a long breath. He looked at Xianlang. To be honest, the moment the cerebral infarction occurred, his heart was in despair. He even felt the arrival of the Grim Reaper. At that time, the person that came to his mind was Xianlang. If there was anyone in this world who could save him, it was only Xianlang. Sure enough, Xianlang really saved him. Fortunately, there was Xianlang. Fortunately, the father and son were fated to meet. Otherwise, Ning Yuanxian would be finished today. For more than an hour, he really felt as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. From now on, the relationship between the father and son became even more inseparable. Thank you, thank you." Concubine Zhong held Xianlang's hand, laughing and crying at the same time. "You're a good child. I misunderstood you in the past and wanted to kill you. I'm sorry. It's Shurshu's fault this time. From now on, I will be grateful to you. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me." What a good child, what a good child. Concubine Zhong's words were messy and did not express her meaning. But it could also be seen that she was not scheming and had a straightforward personality. Ning Yuanxian waved his hand. Ancestor Li Mu and Eunuch Li Sun retreated. Concubine Zhong was stunned. "Do I have to leave too?" The monarch nodded. Concubine Zhong reluctantly retreated. Instantly, only Ning Yuanxian and Xianlang were left in the room. Xianlang's rescue was too timely. In less than an hour, he had unblocked the blood vessels, which was faster than modern medicine. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian's bodily functions were almost unharmed. Of course, he was still weak and numb. Even his mouth could not speak fluently. "Little bastard, I owe you my life." "I can't repay the favor now," Ning Yuanxian said weakly. Shen Lang said, "Ning Yan and I slept together, so all of this is what I should do." Ning Yuanxian's hand trembled when he heard this. "Even if you saved my life, I can't stop the urge to beat you up." "Did someone poison me?" Ning Yuanxian asked. This answer was very important to him. If Shen Lang said that someone had poisoned him, the entire state of Yu would be in a state of turmoil. The first suspect was concubine Zhong. After all, the monarch had fallen ill in her bed. Concubine Zhong was a suspect, so was the third prince and the Zhong family. Therefore, Shen Lang's slanderous words were very destructive. But Shen Lang shook his head and said, "No, it's because of His Majesty's body." The monarch let out a long sigh of relief. He would rather have something wrong with his body than someone poisoned him. If someone poisoned him, it would be too cruel. I'm in good health," Ning Yuanxian said. Ning Yuanxian was indeed in good health. He was in his 50s, but he looked like he was in his 40s at most. He looked like he was in the prime of his life. Shen Lang wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. "What's wrong?" Ning Yuanxian asked in a trembling voice. Shen Lang said, "Your Majesty, do you feel that your hands are trembling recently? When you put them on something, they will tremble involuntarily? But you feel fine holding something?" Ning Yuanxian nodded. He had discovered this symptom last year, so he liked to hold something and play with it when he was free to make sure that his hands were flexible. Shen Lang said, "Do you feel that your limbs are a little stiff?" Ning Yuanxian said, "Occasionally." Shen Lang asked, "How about your sleep recently?" Ning Yuanxian said, "Not so good." Shen Lang's heart sank. Ning Yuanxian said, "What's wrong? What bad news?" "I can bear it." Shen Lang said, "If I'm not wrong, you may have a very rare disease, a movement disorder. We named it Parkinson's syndrome." Ning Yuanxian's face changed and he clenched his fists. He closed his eyes. Why did this happen? He was in good health. Ning Yuanxian asked, "Can it be cured?" Shen Lang said, "It can be alleviated, but it can't be cured." Ning Yuanxian lay back and said, "Then, how many years can I live?" Shen Lang said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. If I take good care of you, you can live for another 10 or 20 years. But, this disease will develop day by day, and your trembling will become more and more obvious. In the end, you may not even be able to walk, and you can only sit in a wheelchair." Ning Yuanxian raised his head and fell into pain. After a long while, he said, "How many years will it take before I can't walk anymore?" Shen Lang said, "About 6 or 7 years." The corners of Ning Yuanxian's eyes were wet, and tears came out. He was a delicate man. He thought he had always been healthy and strong. He thought he could be healthy until he was 80 or 90 years old, or even 100 years old. But now, the news was like thunder. After a long while, Ning Yuanxian opened his eyes. "My son, an emperor can't show weakness. Otherwise, his subjects will lose their respect, and his enemies will show their fangs. I don't have much time left. Not much time. Before I become completely weak, there must be a result in the fight for the throne. There must be a result." Ning Yuanxian said, "Otherwise, when I can't walk in bed, I won't be able to intimidate Ning Qi and Ning Yi. At that time, a civil war may break out in the state of Yu, or even split. I can't bear the consequences. If that happens, the foundation of my Ning clan will be ruined." Shen Lang was silent. After a long while, he said, "Your Majesty, the Xianxia Pavilion has mastered many mysterious ancient civilizations. Maybe they have a way to save Your Majesty." No. No. Ning Yuanxian said, "I don't want to find them. I'd rather be paralyzed in bed than find them." If His Majesty Jiangli won, these forces would have been annihilated. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian did not hide his disgust for the Xianxia Pavilion. Then, Ning Yuanxian asked, "Shen Lang, tell me, between Ning Qi and Ning Yi, who is more suitable to inherit my throne?" Shen Lang said, "Your Highness Ning Jing." Ning Yuanxian said helplessly, let me ask you, between Ning Qi and Ming Yi, who is more suitable? Shen Lang was silent for a while, then said, Your Majesty, the Zhu family is too powerful and has a close relationship with the Empire of Great Yen. Now the new policy of the Empire of Great Yen is coming to an end. Once it completely centralizes its power, will the surrounding vassal states remain independent? Will the Empire of Great Yen annex us? Once that day comes, the Zhu family will become the vanguard of the Empire of Great Yen, annexing the state of Yu. The monarch was also aware of this, but when he was healthy, he tried his best to avoid this matter. He felt that he still had plenty of time, enough experience, and time to solve this problem. After Zhu Hongzhu passed away, the Zhu family lost its flag. But now, the monarch did not have much time left. Shen Lang said, I think His Majesty saw this, so he allowed third Prince Ning Qi to develop. He wanted to get rid of this situation and provide another possibility for the future of the state of Yu. Ning Yuanxian nodded in agreement. Shen Lang said, in order to make you less wary, Prime Minister Zhu has been recuperating at home for a long time without the slightest attitude of a powerful official. But recently, Prime Minister Zhu has revealed his fangs and shocked you to a certain extent. Because of Shen Lang, the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, emerged victorious in this crisis, and his reputation reached its peak. Therefore, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu showed up a few times to suppress the incident of the scholar crying in the Holy Temple, and to suppress the Crown Prince's attack on Zhang Chong. On the surface, everything he did seemed to be for the monarch and in line with the monarch's wishes. But this was also to show his power to the world, and also to show the monarch his power. Ning Yuanxian said, what about Ning Qi inheriting the throne? Shen Lang said, that won't work either. Ning Yuanxian said, Ning Qi is still very outstanding. He should be able to suppress the Zhong family and the Shui family. Shen Lang said, yes, I believe the third prince can suppress the Zhong family and the Shui family. But he can't stop the civil and military split. The Zhu family will not allow the third prince to take the throne, and the Zhong family and the Shui family will not allow the crown prince to take the throne. Although they haven't shed all pretense of cordiality, they won't stop until one of them dies. Shen Lang continued, on the contrary, His Highness Ningxing ascending to the throne is a barely acceptable outcome for both parties. Ning Yuanxian frowned and said, no, you can't smuggle in your own goods. Ningxing is too weak. Shen Lang said, no, Prince Ningxing is not weak at all. He is just a prince. Ning Yuanxian said, no. Ningxing can't suppress the Zhong family, and he can't suppress the Zhu family. Shen Lang said, what if the Zhu family and the Zhong family both suffer great losses? Ningxing has the support of His Majesty Jiang Li's bloodline, so his future is limitless. Maybe he can grow into an incomparably powerful force. Ning Yuanxian still shook his head, Ningxing is too weak. Shen Lang said, Prince Ningxing will have my Kim clan, the Bian family, and Zhang Chong to help him in the future. How can he be weak? Ning Yuanxian said, except for your Kim clan, no one will care about Ningxing. Shen Lang said, you can only blame yourself. You have always been so disgusted and indifferent to Prince Ningxing, so all the officials in the world also despise Prince Ningxing. As long as you change your attitude and Prince Ningxing shows great power, the Bian family and Zhang Chong will naturally come to your side. Hearing Shen Lang's rebuke, the monarch didn't get angry, because what he said was the truth. Then Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, you didn't let Prince Ningxing have a try. How do you know he can't do it? The monarch frowned and didn't say anything. He still felt a headache, so he closed his eyes again. Shen Lang said, although your cerebral infarction this time was short, it still caused great damage to your body. You will need to rest in bed for at least half a month. If you can't go to court at this time, what will happen? Ning Yuanxian had always been in good health. Now that he fell ill, the consequences would be very serious. Half a month without going to court was enough to make the court turbulent. Shen Lang said, if you can't go to court because of your illness, the situation will definitely worsen. At that time, both the Crown Prince and the third Prince will take action, and their fight for the throne will instantly become intense. Most importantly, the situation in the Nanu country, as well as the situation in Chu country, our external environment will immediately become dangerous. Especially the Chu kingdom, they will definitely not let go of this opportunity. After all, you have become weak because of your illness. The surrounding enemies will naturally bare their fangs and take advantage of this opportunity to bite you. So it is completely impossible to resolve the dispute between the state of Yu and the Chu kingdom through negotiations, unless the state of Yu compromises and makes concessions. And the moment we give in, the king of Chu will only take advantage of his power to bully us even more. He will press on, and there might even be a situation where we, the Yu country, are forced to sign a humiliating treaty even though we have clearly won. Ning Yuanxian nodded. He knew the king of Chu too well. He was greedy, cunning, and sly. On the negotiation table, if the state of Yu makes a slight concession, he will open his mouth wide and overturn all the previous promises. He might even have to make the state of Yu cede dozens of miles of border, make the king of Chu apologize publicly, and make the state of Yu pay compensation of 1,000,000 gold coins. He might even make some dangerous moves to test the king of Chu while he is sick. Shenlang said, so we can't solve the problem through negotiations. Let's directly have a border hunt. The winner will get to cede the territory and pay compensation. After 4 months, your body will have recovered and you will appear in front of everyone in high spirits. At that time, as long as you completely defeat the king of Chu in the border hunt, the king of Chu will completely retreat, and your reputation will once again be like the sun in the sky, completely negating the negative effects of this illness. Whether it is your officials or your enemies, they will all become fearful of you again. So in this border hunt, we cannot be evenly matched. The difference in strength between the two sides must be extremely great, and the Chu kingdom must feel that they will definitely win. Only then will he be completely moved. I will recruit new soldiers from zero, and train them into invincible elites in 4 months, 2,000 new soldiers to defeat 5,000 elites of the Chu state. This result is absolutely brilliant, absolutely shocking, absolutely miraculous. Your Majesty, now you especially need such a miraculous victory, which will be a great shock to the king of Chu, your officials, and the South Kingdom. Such a victory has an amazing cost-performance ratio. It doesn't need 100,000 soldiers or astronomical military expenses, but the effect will be the same. Ning Yuanxian said, what if we lose? Shenlang said, everyone in the world thinks we will lose, but I can guarantee that we won't lose. If we lose, I will escape with Prince Ningxing, go to the Furious Tide City, and completely give up the fight for the throne. If I succeed, Your Majesty. Ning Yuanxian said, what do you want? You will officially give Ningxing a chance to fight for the throne and appoint him as the Admiral of Tianyue. Shenlang said, and let Prince Ningxing expand the army by 5,000. The Admiral of Tianyue City. He was in charge of the city guards of the entire capital, and he was definitely the #1 admiral in the world. Besides, the current Admiral of Tianyue City was the Crown Prince's man, who had repeatedly offended Shenlang. He was the one who blocked Shenlang at the city gate and wanted to arrest him. He was the one who broke into the Ning government and wanted to arrest Shenlang. He was the one who sent thousands of soldiers to surround Shenlang. Once he took the position of Admiral of Tianyue City, it would be a huge blow to the Crown Prince. And for Ningxing, it would be like a meteoric rise. It would be like monarch Ning Yuanxian announcing to the world that Ningxing was officially qualified to fight for the throne. Shenlang was right. Ning Yuanxian desperately needed such a victory. If Shenlang could really succeed in creating a miracle, it would be like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But Ning Yuanxian still found it ridiculous after thinking about it. Recruiting soldiers from scratch, and in just 4 months, he trained them into the #1 invincible elite army in the world. How was this possible? Once the border hunting meeting was held, Chu state would definitely send out the most powerful and elite army. In the last border hunting meeting, Ning Yuanxian even lost to King Wu. And the most elite army of Chu state was even stronger than that of Wu state. In the past decade, the state of Yu had basically not fought a war. And in the West, Chu state could be said to be in constant conflict with China and Liang state. To a certain extent, the army of Chu state was braver and better at fighting. The 2,000 new soldiers that Shenlang had just trained for 4 months wanted to defeat the 5,000 most elite troops of Chu state. It really seemed like a fantasy, a daydream. However, all the bragging that Shenlang had boasted before had all come true. This time, however, he had boasted even more. What should he do? Should he take a gamble? In the past, monarch really did not want to take a gamble. However, after this illness, he took a trip to the gates of hell. It was Xianxia who saved him. This itself was also a miracle. Perhaps this child was given to him by the heavens. Ning Yuanxian looked at Xianxia for a long time and said, Xianxia, I do not trust Ningxing, but I trust you. I will let you train the troops from scratch and conduct a border hunt. If you lose, you must leave immediately, go overseas, the further the better. According to what you said, I do not have much time left after I have Parkinson's disease. Once I am really weak, I will no longer be able to protect you. Ning Yi and Ning Qi will not let you go. Every word of Ning Yuanxian's was full of sorrow. Then, he perked up and said, if you win this time, I will officially give Ningxing a chance to fight for the throne. I will make him the commander of Tianyue and expand the army by 5,000. Xianxia stretched out his hand and said, it's a deal. Monarch held out his hand and said, it's a deal. Although he tried his best to hold it back, his hand was still a little trembling. Your Majesty, I will not let you down. This miracle is not only for Prince Ningxing, but also for you. Xianxia returned home. He was extremely surprised to see someone he had not seen for a long time. It was Dreamy Cloud Lake, the warm-hearted ambassador of the empire who went around begging people for him and Ning Yan to return to Yan capital. Brother! Brother Lang! Xianxia and Dreamy Cloud Lake hugged each other. Brother Lang, I am really a useless person. I have worked hard for a few months, but it is not as good as half a letter from Ning Han. Dreamy Cloud Lake mocked himself again. He had really felt powerless and ironic over the past few months. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Lang, I have a piece of news that you might want to know. Chou Yaoer has established a country overseas. Note, today's 2 chapters are more than 17,000 words. I still need to continue writing. After 2 days of delay, I must go home for the New Year tomorrow. I will be on the road for the whole day. Pastries is really going all out. Brothers, lend me a hand, thank you to the cat-catcher groundhog for the tens of thousands of coins. Chou Yaoer established a kingdom overseas, Xianxia was shocked. How long had it been? It had been less than a year since Chou Yaoer left Raging Tide City, and she had already established a kingdom overseas, but wasn't her dream to explore the unknown world? Why did she go to establish a kingdom? Brother, how did you hear this news? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, the slave masters and city lords of the overseas cities all fled to Yan capital, asking for His Majesty's protection. They sent the news. Many? Is this the meaning of many people? Did it mean that Chou Yaoer destroyed many cities? Dreamy Cloud Lake nodded, yes, you are right. She went west, destroying countless cities. Half of the city lords she destroyed fled to the west, while the other half fled to the east. They are asking His Majesty to send troops to destroy her. Xianxia said, what does His Majesty think? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, who cares? Currently, the Great Yan Empire valued the land, not the sea. Why would they destroy Chou Yaoer for the sake of these city lords? Xianxia said, what exactly happened? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, Chou Yaoer led her pirates west to explore the unknown world. Along the way, they met countless pirates and trade fleets from some cities. She did not provoke anyone, but when they saw that her fleet was small, they attacked her. Of course, Xianxia knew that trade fleets were no different from pirates on the surface of the sea. Not to mention trade fleets, in the 17th and 18th centuries, many fleets in the west were also pirates. Chou Yaoer's fleet was indeed small, and there were many women. It looked very weak. In the end, these pirates and trade fleets were in big trouble. She pushed her way through and was unstoppable. According to the masters of those cities, she probably destroyed 10 times the number of enemies. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Destroyed 10 times the number of enemies? Chou Yaoer was awesome no matter where she was. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, after that, because of a storm, her fleet was stranded on a mysterious island. She disappeared for 2 months, and everyone thought that she was dead. Even her fleet was on the verge of collapsing and disbanding. And at this time, she appeared once again, becoming even more powerful, so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. It was also at that time that the tide rose and the sea breeze rose again. Her fleet returned to the ocean. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but be stunned. Disappeared for 2 months? Then what happened to her? Cho Yaoer was already very powerful. How could she become even more powerful? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Just like that, she headed west, annihilating and crushing everything in her path. We destroyed countless pirates and slave owners' fleets, and saved countless slaves. The countless slaves she saved formed a country, and she became the queen. Just like that, she inexplicably established a country overseas. Shenlang's scalp went numb. Why does this plot sound so familiar? Oh right, Mother Dragon from Game of Thrones. But Cho Yaoer and Mother Long were different. First of all, Mother Long was short, while Cho Yaoer was tall. Secondly, Mother Long relied on cheats, fortuitous encounters, and 3 dragons. As for Cho Yaoer, she relied on her own heaven-defying battle prowess. Shenlang asked, has she given birth yet? Dreamy Cloud Lake shook his head. I don't know, I haven't heard. Shenlang was taken aback. According to his calculations, she had been pregnant for almost 11 months. She should have given birth long ago. Shenlang asked, where is she now? How far is she from us? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, I don't know. She is still heading west, annihilating and liberating everything in her path. No one knows where she is now, but a city Lord City was destroyed a few months ago. At that time, it should be around 15,000 kilometers away from us. Damn, 15,000 kilometers a few months ago? Where did Cho Yaoer go now? Only the heavens knew. Had she given birth yet? Only the heavens knew. Shenlang asked, did the slave owners who escaped to the Great Yan Empire see Cho Yaoer's big belly? Dreamy Cloud Lake nodded. Yes, her belly is very big. That's why she has another nickname, the Devil Pregnant Queen. That's because she is too powerful. With such a big belly, she is still sailing and fighting. Moreover, she is invincible. No one is a match for her. That's why many people say that she is pregnant with a devil. That's why she has such heaven-defying strength. Shenlang's scalp went numb again. An image appeared in his mind. The beautiful Cho Yaoer with her big belly waved 2 demonic blades, crushing and slaughtering everything in her path. Then, everything in front of her became empty. She was invincible and invincible. Did the baby in her belly listen to the screams of her enemies as a prenatal education? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, my brother, how do you feel when you hear that this woman is so heaven-defying and that she is pregnant with your child? Shenlang said, I feel that none of this has anything to do with me. That was what he really thought. It was like donating your sperm, only to have it used by the richest woman in the world. In a sense, the richest woman in the world is pregnant with your child, but none of this has anything to do with you. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, after hearing about Cho Yaoer, I suddenly feel even more deeply that I am a useless person. Shenlang said, in front of this heaven-defying woman, any man would feel useless. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, I used to think that Ninghan and Cho Yaoer were on the same level, but now I feel that Cho Yaoer is far more heaven-defying than Ninghan. Princess Ninghan is backed by the Sky Sea Pavilion, while Cho Yaoer is completely on her own. Ninghan, that bitch, Shenlang scolded. Dreamy Cloud Lake said, brother, did you offend Ninghan? Shenlang said, brother, even you know about this? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, you have never been to Yen capital. That is the center of the Eastern world. There are almost no secrets about the higher-ups there. No matter what happens, it will spread in a few days. Shenlang could imagine the kind of metropolis that was filled with powerful people. Dreamy Cloud Lake sighed and said, my brother, this is not good. The Sky Sea Pavilion is far more powerful than you think. Shenlang said, could it be that it would specifically take revenge on me? Dreamy Cloud Lake said, that won't happen, but the Sky Sea Pavilion's indifference to you is already a very dangerous thing. It will make many people your enemy because they desperately want to show off to the Sky Sea Pavilion. Shenlang could not help but scold again, Ninghan, that bitch. Originally, although the relationship between Shenlang and the Sky Sea Pavilion could not be considered close, at least the scholars there still admired Shenlang, and the two sides also had a reciprocal relationship. It was because of Ninghan that Shenlang and the Sky Sea Pavilion completely broke off. What's more, it was a silent rupture. Dreamy Cloud Lake sighed again and said, I am really a useless person. Noon, the door to Shenlang's courtyard was tightly shut. Mulan bathed and changed her clothes, making herself look fragrant. Then she lit some incense. She drew the curtains and lit the candles. She poured herself a third of a glass of wine. She gave Xianxia a fifth of a glass. She just needed to pay attention to the mood. If she drank too much, it might affect her pregnancy. After a little hesitation, she lit another kind of knockout incense. It had a special effect of aphrodisiac. Then, the two of them said sweet words. As they kissed, they gradually became one. Mulan baby had endured for so long and finally got what she wanted. She felt as if she had eaten a ginseng fruit. Xianxia finally understood why Mulan baby was like this. Because half an hour after everything ended, her legs were leaning against the wall. She really wanted to have a baby so badly that she was going crazy. Xianxia smiled and said, "Baby, it's almost done. You've been carrying it for almost an hour." Mulan said, "No, wait a little longer." Then, her beautiful face blushed as if she was drunk, and her beautiful big eyes were full of fantasy. She was not pregnant yet, but she was already fantasizing about the baby. And looking at her posture, she was already fantasizing about the baby until the baby was 3 or 4 years old. In the evening, Mulan and Ning Yan negotiated. Husband's physique is average. Don't do that too often. Once every 3 days is enough. Also, don't be too barbaric. Don't hurt him. Husband is very bad. He will make a lot of messy requests. You can agree to it, but you can't be too indulgent. Most importantly, you have to guard the house well. Don't let any messy women in. Finally, Ning Yan couldn't help but ask, "Xianxia is a scumbag. What if he wants to go to the brothel like last time? What should I do? Did you smash the brothel, or did you smash him?" Mulan was stunned. There was such a thing, scumbag, scumbag, scumbag. Ning Yan hurriedly covered her mouth. Did I say something wrong? But don't worry, he hesitated 4 times and didn't really go. He probably wants to but doesn't have the guts. Mulan said, "If he really goes to the brothel, punish him. Don't let him touch you for half a month." Ning Yan said, "Is this punishing him or punishing me?" Mulan was exasperated. "Ning Yan, you're such a useless teammate. You're not even as good as Xiao Bing to watch over husband. Scumbag husband, just you wait. After Bing gives birth, we'll see how that little vixen torments you. You're strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I can't count on you." Mulan said, "Then I only have one thing to tell you." Ning Yan said, "What is it?" Mulan said, "Don't let Xianxia go near husband. If she comes to the house, beat her up. Do you understand?" Ning Yan said, "Are you afraid that Xianxia will beat up Xianxia?" Mulan said, "I'm afraid that she will sleep with him." Ning Yan was stunned. "Xianxia, that scumbag doesn't have that kind of charm. He's so useless. How can a woman like such a scumbag?" Mulan didn't say anything. She just looked at Ning Yan with her beautiful big eyes. "Ning Yan, it's not that I, Jean Mulan, look down on you. If not for husband loving me and restraining himself, you would have slept with him the second day you met him." Early the next morning, Mulan left the capital again and returned to Xuanwu City. When they parted, her parting words to Xianxia almost made him cry. "Scumbag, dirty woman, you're not allowed to touch her, my dear wife. Is this my image in your heart? Is this my character?" Jean Mulan hugged Xianxia and kissed him until he was breathless. She was really reluctant. She wished that the two of them could stay together all the time. Every time they separated, it was as painful as cutting 2 people with a knife. But there was no other way. There were many things waiting for Mulan at home. Her father, Jin Zhua, was in charge of Nuxio City, and Mulan was in charge of Xuanwu City and the shipyard. She still had to supervise the construction of the long-distance ship that carried Xianxia and Mulan's dreams. That ship carried Mulan's happy fantasy, poetry, and distance. She wanted to build the ship to the best. Monarch Ning Yuanxian fell ill and didn't attend court for a few days, which caused a stir. The whole capital entered a very strange state, as if there was a dangerous atmosphere. Ning Yuanxian's health was so good that he almost never fell ill for a long time. He was in his 50s, but he looked like he was in his 30s. This made everyone have a kind of inertia. Ning Yuanxian would sit on the throne for a long time. No one knew how many years he would sit on the throne. Maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years. He fell ill. It made people have some kind of fantasy in their hearts. How long could he sit on the throne? Shouldn't he have made plans earlier, so that one day, they wouldn't be caught unprepared? Everyone desperately inquired about the monarch's condition. What kind of illness was it? Could it be cured? Many people were resourceful and they found out that Xianxia entered the palace to treat the monarch. Therefore, many people came to visit for no reason, hoping to get some answers from Xianxia. However, there were only 4 people who knew about the monarch's condition: Xianxia, Li Sun, concubine Zhong, and Li Mu. None of them revealed it. Concubine Zhong, who had always been carefree, directly closed the palace doors and didn't see anyone, including her brother Zhong Yi and son Ning Qi. Li Sun and Li Mu would never reveal the monarch's condition. However, concubine Zhong was too straightforward and didn't have any schemes. She didn't know how to pretend and directly closed the door to refuse guests, which made many people think the monarch must be seriously ill. Otherwise, concubine Zhong wouldn't have acted like this. Soon, there were rumors in the capital. The monarch lusted after women, so he immediately became famous. Stroke, it had to be said that rumors were often closer to the truth. Therefore, many doctors among the common people secretly explained. Stroke was a very dangerous disease. After the first stroke, there was a high possibility of a second one. Once the second stroke occurred, death was almost certain. Many officials came to visit the monarch, but they were all rejected. However, some people couldn't be rejected, such as Crown Prince Wu, Third Prince Ning Qi, and Zhu Hongzhu. In short, all the influential people went to see the monarch. It did seem like the symptoms of a stroke, because his limbs were stiff and he couldn't move easily. Therefore, in the knowledge of the people, the monarch's condition was confirmed. It was a stroke. Moreover, it happened when he was having sex with concubine Zhong. Now, his reputation was going to be very bad. Dying on a woman's belly had always been the privilege of a fatuous ruler. Ning Yuanxian's reputation, which he had painstakingly built up, kept slipping. No matter what you said, a king who slept with a woman without restraint and suffered a stroke could not be considered wise. The first political reaction to Ning Yuanxian's stroke was the end of the blind date between the Great Yan Empire's Prince Wu's son and Zhong Shishir. The second political reaction was the withdrawal of Zhu Lin's army from the southern kingdom. The third political reaction was the withdrawal of Zhong Yao's army. The fourth political reaction was that the Chu envoy became extremely arrogant and demanded an exorbitant price at the negotiation table. As the wrong party in this war, the Chu state not only refused to retreat from the fortress they had occupied, but also demanded a public apology from the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, and 500,000 gold coins as compensation. The king of Chu's shamelessness was on full display. An old man who didn't die was a thief. At this point, the negotiations between the Wu and Yu kingdoms had completely failed. At this time, the ever-low-profile 5th Prince Ningxing entered the palace to see the monarch. He volunteered to share the burden of the monarch and take charge of the negotiations with the Chu state. His voice still surprised everyone in the court. The negotiations between the Wu and Yu kingdoms were already hopeless, and Ningxing still wanted to join in the fun. It was obviously impossible. You didn't come when the negotiations were going well, but now that the negotiations are at a dead end, you came. You can't even eat tea in time. The monarch decreed that it was rare for Ningxing to have the heart to serve the country. I will now hand over the negotiations with the Chu state to you, Ningxing. When everyone heard of this decree, they only had one thought: His Majesty was looking for a scapegoat. The negotiations between the Wu and Chu state were about to fail. Someone had to take the blame. Ningxing, who was not favored at all, was the best scapegoat. The most direct reaction was that Ningxing accepted the decree and took charge of the negotiations. After that, all the members of the State of Yu's diplomatic mission reported illness. One said he had a fever, another said he had hemorrhoids. In short, both the Ministry of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies withdrew. During the next round of negotiations, none of the 15 officials of the State of Yu who were in charge of the negotiations showed up. Ningxing was left hanging there, and even the entire Chamberlain of Dependencies was empty. I'd like to see how you negotiate. Ningxing is a stutterer. I'm afraid you can't even speak clearly. In the official hall of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. On the two sides of the huge negotiation table, on the right sat the officials of the state of Chu. There were 12 of them. On the right sat the officials of the state of Yu. There were only 2 of them. One was Xianxia, and the other was Ningxing. The officials of the state of Chu felt as if they were in their own territory. This was an enemy country, but this feeling was strange. Ningxing, we know you're a useless prince, thinking of ways to gain merit and curry favor with the king of Chu. But we still need to see what kind of job it is. Looking for *T, Xianxia smiled and said, what official position do you hold in the state of Chu? Shall we start the negotiations now? The Chu envoy looked at Xianxia with contempt and said, is there no one in the state of Yu? How can you let a kid who still smells of his mother's milk come to negotiate? What official position do you hold? Xianxia said, I am Xianxia. Xianxia? The Chu envoy shook his head and said, I've never heard of you. I've never heard of this name. The disdain in his words was not concealed at all. Your Highness Ningxing, I am an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, a secondary grade 3 official. Please treat me fairly. This official refuses to speak. His meaning was very clear. Xianxia was just a 6th grade minor official, a nobody. His rank was too low, and he wasn't qualified to talk to a secondary grade 3 official like him. Ningxing suppressed his anger and said, then let me talk to you personally. The Chu envoy smiled and said, sure. You can speak slowly, there's no rush. The moment these words came out, Ningxing's face turned red. The envoy was mocking him for stuttering. Next, Wang Huili of the Chamberlain of Dependencies slowly said, actually, there's nothing to talk about. This is our ultimatum. There's no need to waste any more time. Our conditions will not change. This time, the responsibility for the border war is entirely on the side of the state of Yu. You were the one who initiated the war and suffered a shameful defeat. This reversal of black and white was truly breathtaking. This time, the responsibility for the border war was entirely on the side of Chu. The one who initiated the provocation was Chu, and the one who initiated the war was also Chu. This is the ultimatum given by His Majesty to the King of Yu. First, as the one at fault, the King of Yu must publicly apologize to Chu and announce it to the world. Second, when His Majesty studied the map, he discovered that in 130 years, Tranquility Castle and the other 23 castles will belong to Chu. Now, our brave and fearless army has fought to occupy these 23 castles. It's merely taking back our homeland, so we cannot back out. These 23 castles, as well as the surrounding land, are sacred and inviolable territory of Chu. We will not yield an inch of it. Third, the state of Yu initiated the border war for no reason. Although they suffered a shameful defeat, they brought great losses to our country. Therefore, the state of Yu must compensate us with 500,000 gold coins. His Majesty is right behind us, and we have nowhere to retreat. Therefore, these conditions cannot be changed. Your state of Yu has 2 choices. Either sign it, or we will meet on the battlefield. The Chu envoys were resolute and decisive. Ha ha ha. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Huili was instantly enraged. He pointed at Xianxia and said coldly, where did this brat come from? Do you have the right to speak here? Your Highness Ningxing, either you chase this person out, or we will back out of the negotiations and meet on the battlefield. Xianxia clapped his hands. Immediately, 10 people rushed in. They were the Lan brothers dressed in beggars' clothes, and each of them held a dog-beating stick in their hands. The Chu envoys were shocked. Who are you? This is the sacred venue for negotiations. What are you trying to do? Xianxia, what are you trying to do? The Lan brothers didn't say anything else, and directly rushed forward. They picked up the dog-beating stick and started beating. Pong, pong, pong. In an instant, the Chu envoys were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, and blood splattered everywhere. Xianxia, what are you doing? Are you courting death? You actually dared to beat up the envoys? Appalling, appalling. Men. Xianxia stood up and exclaimed, how did you beggars get in here? Scram. Is this a place where you can enter? Lord Wang, are you all right? Fellow Chu envoys, are you all right? You beggars sure have guts, to actually barge into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and beat people up. Who gave you all the guts? Who is the mastermind behind this? Men. In the end, Xianlang's screams were even more miserable than the Chu envoys. Furthermore, he acted extremely courageously, directly rushing forward to save the leader of the Chu envoys. Don't hit Lord Wang, are you all courting death? You all are in big trouble. Lord Wang, I'm here to save you, I'm here to save you. After which, Xianlang aimed at the crotch of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and sent a ferocious kick. His leg was broken. The leader of the Chu envoys, Wang Huili, instantly let out an incomparably miserable scream. He clutched his balls with both hands, rolling and twitching with all his might. The pain was so intense that he almost fainted. Xianlang's kick was too ruthless. Lord Wang, where are you injured? You must persevere, I will go and call for help now. Xianlang shouted, after which, he aimed a kick at Wang Huili's face. Another miserable scream rang out. Wang Huili's 2 front teeth flew out. The beating lasted for a total of 5 minutes, only then did the Tenlon brothers leave. Before they left behind a sentence. You guys slept with women in the Spring Ripple brothel and didn't pay. You guys actually dared to be a scammer. The next time I see you guys, I will beat you up. Over 10 Chu envoys were left behind, rolling and crying on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Xianlang squatted down in front of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and said slowly, Lord Wang, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter and arrest the culprit. However, I have to say something. How can a woman not pay? Gambling debts can be reneged, but prostitution debts can't be reneged. You only need to spend a little money. Speaking of which, Lord Wang, how much do you owe for prostitution? Why don't I pay for you? An hour later, after a simple treatment by the state of Yu's physician, the Chu envoys sat back down at the negotiation table. However, every single one of them was bruised and swollen. They were all superficial wounds. Although they looked miserable, their injuries weren't serious. The Chamberlain of Dependencies Wang Huili's balls were red and swollen, but it wasn't life-threatening. He was already numb and couldn't feel any pain. At this moment, his heart wasn't just filled with anger, there was also a trace of fear. At this moment, they felt that they were in an enemy country. At this moment, no words could describe the shock in their hearts. There was actually such an unbridled and arrogant person in this world, publicly beating up the envoys of another country was simply too terrifying. Wasn't he afraid of death? Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death when he went on a diplomatic mission to another country? But at least for now, a gentleman wouldn't fight when the odds were against him. On both sides of the negotiation table were the negotiators from the 2 countries. On the right were over 10 people from the Chu country, while on the left were Ningjing and Xianlang. However, this time, it looked much more harmonious. Even though there were only 2 people on Xianlang's side, his arrogance alone was enough to suppress the other party in terms of aura. He crossed his legs and propped up the table, saying, My name is Xianlang. Lord Wang Huili, do you remember it? Not only do I remember it, I won't forget it even if I turn into ashes and become a ghost. Then, the Chamberlain of Dependencies' family jewels twitched, and he felt a faint, intense pain once again. Xianlang frowned, saying, Do you remember it? This situation didn't seem like a negotiation between 2 countries, but more like a quarrel between the Black Snake gang. I remember it. A gentleman does not fight when the odds are against him. Xianlang, you bastard, just you wait. I will report this to the King of Chu, the King of Yan, and the Yan capital. Even if I have to report this to the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire, I will seek justice. You are dead, beating up the envoys of another country, you are dead. This is unprecedented, it is shocking. Just wait to be beheaded, just wait to be chopped in half. Do you remember it? Xianlang suddenly raised his voice, his tone extremely domineering. Then, his hand hovered on the table, as if he was going to hit the table again. It was as if in the next moment, another group of hooligans would rush in and beat them half to death. Immediately, the 10 or so Chu scribes vigorously nodded, saying, We remember it, we remember it. Xianxia said, that's good. I feel that the atmosphere is much more harmonious now. Let's continue our discussion. Actually, there is nothing more to discuss. This is also our ultimatum. 4 months later, Chu and the State of Yu will hold a border hunt to resolve this dispute. Our State of Yu will send 2,000 troops, while your Chu will send 5,000. You can send any of your best troops, and we will fight to the death. Please listen carefully. Chu will send 5,000 troops, while we will only send 2,000. Moreover, Prince Ningxing will lead the army. The loser will publicly apologize to the king, cede 20 miles of border and 23 forts, and compensate the other party 800,000 gold coins. That's it. Who agrees? Who objects? If you agree, you can sign it now. It will take effect immediately. The negotiation is over. Look at how simple this matter was, it actually took a few months. Once I, Xianxia, took action, it was settled. Note, first update, I traveled 1,000 miles today. Half of this chapter was written on the carriage. It was not easy. Everyone, please support me and give me your monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Hearing Xianxia's words, the Chu envoys were completely dumbfounded. Especially Wang Huili of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He simply couldn't believe his ears. It was already ridiculous for Xianxia to beat up the foreign envoys, but compared to Xianxia's words, it was nothing. Was Xianxia a madman? Was there anything more ridiculous in this world? Did Xianxia betray his country so thoroughly? There was nothing wrong with the border hunt. When negotiations failed, it was common practice to use the border hunt. However, normal border hunts were all evenly matched. Your State of Yu's 2,000 soldiers against my Chu's 5,000 elites, even the most muddle-headed idiot wouldn't come up with such crazy conditions. 2,000 against 2,000, you might not even be able to defeat my Chu. Not long ago, King Wu and King Yu's border hunt was 1,000 against 1,000. In the end, the State of Yu lost. As for my Chu, we are much more elite than the State of Wu. Xianxia, are you afraid that my Chu won't win? That's why you came up with such ridiculous conditions. Are you a spy for my Chu? After a long while, Wang Huili of the Chamberlain of Dependencies almost forgot about his pain in the ass. He said with a trembling voice, Your Highness Ningxing, diplomatic relations between our two countries are not to be taken lightly. There was no such thing in the world, right? Ningxing said, I am the representative with full authority for this negotiation, and Xianxia can completely represent my will. The Chu envoys fell into silence once again. Was there really a meat pie falling from the sky? This kind of border hunt, they could win even with their eyes closed. It was like sending meat to their mouths. Ningxing was actually serious. Our Chu kept saying that we would meet on the battlefield was a lie. It was just a scam. This was even smoother than we had imagined. Wang Huili racked his brains. He thought about what kind of conspiracy there might be in this matter, but he couldn't think of any tricks even if his head hurt. Your Highness Ningxing, do you dare to sign the letter? Ningxing said, why not? Wang Huili said loudly, quickly draft the letter of credence. With such a great merit and such a great advantage, he no longer cared about the pain in his balls. Anyway, he was old, and his manhood was almost a decoration. He rarely used it. It wasn't easy for him to meet these two idiots, so he definitely had to cook the rice. The diplomatic corps of Chu State quickly drafted the letter of credence. It was written clearly on it. 4 months later, the two states would conduct a border hunt. Chu State would send 5,000 soldiers, while the State of Yu would send 2,000. The loser would have to make a public apology and announce to the world that they would have to cede 20 miles of territory and 23 fortresses along the border. They would also have to pay 800,000 gold coins as compensation. Then, the Chu delegation impatiently stamped the seal. Then, Ningxing also stamped his seal. In triplicate. The Chu Kingdom, the State of Yu, and the Great Yan Empire. The empire's ambassador, Yun Mingzi, represented the empire's diplomatic mission in the State of Yu to witness everything. When he saw the letter of credence, he couldn't help but be stunned. He exclaimed, Xianxia, are you crazy? Prince Ningxing, are you crazy? The king of Yu will skin you alive. Apart from Yun Mingzi, the dozen or so officials of the Great Yan Empire were also stunned. They looked at Shenlang and Ningjing as if they were looking at idiots. Who in this world would betray their country so thoroughly? This was a rare occurrence. Wang Huili heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 3 letters of credence had been signed. What was done was done. He didn't expect that the negotiations, which had been in a stalemate for months, would end in such an absurd manner. It was 10 times smoother than he had imagined. Did Shenlang and Ningjing lose their minds when Ning Yuanxian fell ill? There's no time to lose. We need to return to the Chu kingdom immediately and present this letter of credence to the king. Then, we will seal the date of the border hunt. Wang Huili said loudly, prepare the carriages. We will return to the Chu kingdom immediately. Shenlang couldn't help but say, Lord Wang, are you still injured? Moreover, this case hasn't been investigated yet. How dare a dozen or so beggars barge into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and beat up a diplomatic mission from a neighboring country? This is shocking. If we don't get to the bottom of this and give Lord Wang an explanation, how can I face His Majesty? The Chu Kingdom's diplomatic mission sneered in their hearts. Do you think you can face King Yu just because you betrayed your country? Wang Huili said, a great man will not hold a grudge against a lowly man. We will talk about this in the future. Then, he hurriedly left. It wasn't easy to meet 2 lunatics. What if they came to their senses and broke the contract? Hurry up and leave. Not only did he want to cook the rice, but he also wanted to eat it. Shenlang rushed forward and grabbed Wang Huili, saying, no, no. This case must be investigated clearly. Lord Wang, you can't be beaten up for nothing. We must give you an explanation. No need, no need. I don't need an explanation. Wang Huili endured the pain in his balls and desperately wanted to leave. However, Shenlang held him back and refused to let go. Wang Huili was anxious. He had to leave quickly. He couldn't stay for even a minute. Clenching his teeth and stomping his feet, Wang Huili said, Your Highness Ningjing, Shen, our diplomatic mission did have people who went to the Spring Wave brothel without paying. There is a reason why those beggars beat us. Truly amazing. In order to leave quickly, he even admitted to the crime of being a prostitute. This Wang Huili really didn't have it easy. For the sake of his country, he didn't hesitate to tarnish his reputation. Shenlang said, It's actually true? Wang Huili sighed, It's all my fault for not being strict enough, allowing my subordinates to do such a shameful thing. Shen, can I leave now? Then, without waiting for Shenlang's reply, he quickly left with the diplomatic mission. Shenlang caught up and said loudly, Lord Wang, in order to celebrate the success of our negotiation, let's have a meal together. Not eating, not eating. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wang Huili quickly left with the diplomatic mission of Chu State. First, they returned to the Chu State's garrison in the state of Yu. Then, under the protection of hundreds of warriors, they quickly left the state of Yu and returned to the capital of Chu State. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to Ning Yuanxian. On the way back, their balls hurt like hell, and they seemed to be even redder and more swollen. But in order to achieve their goals, they didn't care so much. The diplomatic mission of Chu State traveled day and night desperately. After passing through the west town and Zhongyao's defensive area, Wang Huili was still a little nervous, worried that he would be detained. But he found that Zhongyao's army was shrinking. It seemed that the consequences of Ning Yuanxian's illness were more serious than he had imagined. Zhongyao's army shrinking showed that he didn't want to have a conflict with Chu State. His intention was very clear. He had turned his focus to helping Ning Qi, the 3rd prince of the state of Yu, fight for the throne. God is helping me, haha, God is helping me, God is helping me. The king of Chu was ecstatic. He didn't expect that Ning Yuanxian would fall ill. And it was the most dangerous stroke. Ning Yuanxian, you are younger and stronger than me, but so what? With this stroke, he lost all his prestige. Now there would be a great show to watch. The war between Ning Yi and Ning Qi would intensify in an instant. At this time, Zhu Lin in the south of the state of Yu was not in the mood to fight, and neither was Zhongyao in the west. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation. The fight for the throne was much more important. And at this time, it was also the time for the enemy to blackmail. At least during the period of Ning Yuanxian's illness, the army of Chu state could do whatever they wanted. Then, another good news came. Wang Huili came with the letter of credence signed with the state of Yu. After reading it, the king of Chu could hardly believe his eyes. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? How could there be such a ridiculous thing? He had never seen or heard of a border hunt that could be won with one's eyes closed. Was there any conspiracy in it? Was this a delaying tactic of the state of Yu? Now that Ning Yuanxian was ill, they were worried that Chu state would take the opportunity to start a war, so they gave him such a ridiculous border hunt? By placing a tempting bait there, the Chu country would only think of eating the bait and wouldn't start another war at the border. The king of Chu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. King Yu, you are thinking too much. I never thought of sending troops to attack you. In fact, the king of Chu had a secret agreement with Prince Jin. When Prince Jin unified the entire Sand barbaric tribe, recaptured the southern kingdom, and completely defeated Zhu Lin's army, the king of Chu would send troops. The Chu state couldn't afford a war that could topple a country. But since the state of Yu wanted to play this game, he would make it worse. Whether it was a bait or not, he would eat it. Indeed, as Xianxia had imagined, the king of Chu was greedy. He couldn't help but eat the fat meat in front of him. He wouldn't agree to a normal border hunt. What was the point of fighting an evenly matched battle? The king of Chu felt that he could win even if it was a normal border hunt. But what if he lost? Now that it was clear that he would win without any effort, why wouldn't he agree? 5,000 Chu state elites against 2,000 state of Yu, he could win even with his eyes closed. But the king of Chu still didn't agree. Instead, he attracted the attention of the officials. In the end, all the officials of Chu felt that this was a delaying tactic of the king of Yu. But this also showed that the state of Yu was in a critical situation. That was why he had to resort to this. But the more this was the case, the more he had to make it real. He had to beat them at their own game and not give the state of Yu a chance to regret. Immediately, the king of Chu stamped his seal on the letter and sent a new delegation to the state of Yu to express his agreement to hold the border hunt and set a specific date. After this absurd border hunt was spread, the entire state of Yu was in an uproar. Countless impeachment memorials from the imperial censors flew into the palace like snowflakes. Impeaching Xianxia, impeaching Ningxing, they actually signed such a humiliating contract. This was clearly treason. Xianxia betrayed his country and even colluded with enemy countries to seek the interests of the state of Yu. Such a traitor should be killed. But the monarch seemed to be completely ill. These impeachment memorials were like mud sinking into the sea, silent. But Ningxing and Xianxia became notorious again. Because of the incident of the failed candidates crying at the Holy Temple, the Directorate of Imperial College and the students of the Imperial College didn't dare to besiege Ningxing's Marquis Chongping's residence. But everyone who passed by Ningxing's residence covered their noses as if there was a stench inside. They even spat at Ningxing's residence from afar. Traitors. Soon, the Chu delegation arrived at the capital of the state of Yu again. The king of Chu had agreed to the border hunt and followed the procedures on the letter. Next, it was to confirm the specific date with Ning Yuanxian. At this time, Ning Yuanxian, who was lying on his sickbed, finally reacted. He was furious. He expressed that the so-called border hunt didn't go through his approval. It was Ningxing and Xianxia who made the decision on their own. It didn't count. Then, Ning Yuanxian ordered the imperial guards to surround Ningxing's Marquis Chongping's residence and await punishment. At this time, the civil and military officials of the state of Yu all understood. It turned out that the border hunt was just the monarch's delaying tactic. Ningxing and Xianxia were just scapegoats. Otherwise, how could there be such a ridiculous thing? 2,000 Yu soldiers against 5,000 Chu soldiers. In a direct confrontation, they would definitely lose. However, the Chu delegation wasn't happy about this. Although Ningxing was a useless prince, did the letter he signed not count? The border hunting meet had already been discussed, and they had even signed a letter of credence. How could they change their minds just like that? Therefore, the Chu delegation frequently requested to see Ning Yuanxian. But Ning Yuanxian was seriously ill and refused to see them. Finally, Chu couldn't take it anymore. The 100,000 soldiers crossed the border again, sharpening their swords. They looked like they were going to fight again. Immediately, the border between Chu and Yu became tense once again. This time, the Chu delegation had a high standard, led by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The army of Chu approached the border, creating friction again and again. The Zhong family's western garrison commandery sent urgent reports again and again. The army was pressing on the border like dark clouds. Finally, under the threat of the 100,000 soldiers, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights met Ning Yuanxian again. This king of Yu seemed to have aged by 10 years. His black hair turned white, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. He sat on the bed. Although he was sitting straight, his hands were not exposed. And his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights concluded that Ning Yuanxian had suffered a stroke. He couldn't help but speak in a firm and righteous tone. "Your Majesty, since the letter has been signed, it must be carried out. Otherwise, where is the dignity of the state?" Ning Yuanxian said coldly, "All of this was done by Ning Jing. It's not the will of the state of Yu." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights noticed that Ning Yuanxian deliberately spoke very slowly. It was obvious that he could not speak fluently. His illness might be more serious than he had imagined. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights said, "However, His Highness Ning Jing has full authority to negotiate with you. Therefore, the letter he signed is authoritative and completely represents your will, King of Yu. Moreover, this letter is not only in the possession of our two states, but also in the possession of the great Yan Empire." Ning Yuanxian was furious. "Unfilial son, I knew that he was an inauspicious person." Then, he issued a decree, Li Sun, arrest Ning Jing immediately. Lock him up in the ancestral temple prison and await his punishment." Li Sun received the decree and left. And so, Ning Jing was arrested and sent to the ancestral temple prison. The whole nation applauded in joy. However, was it enough to arrest Ning Jing? The culprit behind this betrayal was Shenlang. Ning Jing was only responsible for signing the letter. This ridiculous border hunt was proposed by Shenlang. Due to Ning Jing's arrest, many imperial censors seemed to be encouraged. Memorials to impeach Shenlang poured down like snowflakes. They requested the monarch to sentence Shenlang to death as a traitor. However, the monarch acted as if he did not hear anything. When the impeachment memorials failed, the imperial censors kowtowed one after another. They kowtowed outside the palace until they bled profusely. Finally, the monarch issued another decree. The imperial guards entered Chongping's Hojia residence and placed Shenlang under house arrest in a courtyard. He was not allowed to leave and await his punishment. Then, the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, once again summoned the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. "Your nation should be satisfied now. The culprit, Ning Jing, has been imprisoned." Ning Jing said, "The so-called border hunt is a farce directed by him. Please do not take it seriously." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the state of Yu sneered. "King of Yu, are you treating the affairs of the state as a joke? When you fell ill, you were worried that Chu would send troops to attack you. So, you threw out this ridiculous border hunt as bait, trying to delay the troops. Your wishful thinking is wrong. How can Chu be tricked so easily? Since you threw out the meat, Chu will eat it. What do you mean by Ning Jing is the culprit? What a joke. He is just your scapegoat, cannon fodder. Ning Yuanxian, you are really ruthless. How can you be so ruthless to your own son? However, this is normal. After all, he is the son that you don't love the most. He is even seen as an inauspicious object. If not him, who should be sacrificed? But how can Chu let you do as you wish?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights said coldly, "Your Majesty, my king has just sent me a decree. He has written a letter to you. Shall I present it to you?" Then, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights presented the letter from the king. The letter was very simple, with only one line of words. "My brother king of Yu, either there will be a hunting fair at the border, or there will be war beacons everywhere. Please choose one." This was a blatant threat of war. Ning Yuanxian's face twitched. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights sneered in his heart. "King Yu, your plan to stall for time has failed. This time, you are destined to lose your dignity, money, and country. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights said slowly, Your Majesty, as long as you say no, I will immediately leave the state of you and close the door to negotiations. At that time our two countries will really have to fight each other. Ning Yuanxian trembled and said, Why? Why? This is too much, too much. At this moment there was an urgent cry from outside. It's urgent, it's urgent. The army of Chu has crossed 10 miles again. They are at the city gate. Your Majesty, this is bad. This is bad. The army of Chu is at the city gate. Listening to the urgent report from outside, Monarch Ning Yuanxian's body trembled violently as if he was about to faint. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights said coldly, Your Majesty, now you should have felt the will of our king. Ning Yuanxian sat up abruptly and said sternly, If you want to fight, let's fight. Why should I be afraid? At most, I will personally lead the army again. However, before he finished his words, his body collapsed again. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights sneered in his heart. Ning Yuanxian, do you still think you are in the past? You are sick. You can't do it anymore. Don't put on an act anymore. Do you know that a tiger will be bullied by dogs? Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes and panted heavily. His voice and breathing were hoarse and weak. After a long while, Ning Yuanxian said in a trembling voice, Go and catch Ningxing. A moment later, 5th Prince Ningxing was caught and brought to the monarch. Unfilial son, unfilial son, unfilial son. Seeing Ningxing, Ning Yuanxian seemed to want to devour him. Ningxing knelt straight, motionless. Ning Yuanxian said, Unfilial son, this is all your fault. You will bear all the consequences. Weren't you and Shenlang the one who suggested this ridiculous border hunt? Then I will leave it to you too. I will not send any soldiers to help you. 2,000 soldiers against 5,000 elites of Chu state. How could you and Shenlang come up with this idea? Bastard! Bastard! The monarch, Ning Yuanxian, was so angry that he started to breathe heavily again. The eunuch Li Sun hurried forward and patted on the monarch's chest. Ningxing, I'll say it again. I will not interfere in the so-called hunting expedition at the borders. I will not send a single soldier. Think of a way to find these 2,000 cannon fodder soldiers. Go hunt with King Chu yourself. If you lose, you and Shenlang will bear the consequences. You will be demoted to a commoner, and Shenlang will take away all your scholarly honors and official positions. You two will be exiled 3,000 miles away. If you win, forget it. Monarch Ning Yuanxian waved his hand and said no more. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was proud of himself. Ning Yuanxian, you also know that you can't win. But you are really cruel. It is your fault, but you let Ningxing and Shenlang be cannon fodder. You are indeed a loner. You don't even want to give any soldiers, and let Shenlang and Ningxing find soldiers by themselves? You are too cold. Once the date is set, it will be held in 4 months. In 4 months, you want Ningxing and Shenlang to recruit soldiers and train them from zero, and 2,000 soldiers against 5,000 elites of Chu state. The meaning of cannon fodder is too obvious. It is you, Ning Yuanxian, who is sick and has to admit defeat to Chu state. But you can't afford to lose face, so you let someone else take the blame for humiliating the country. But Chu state doesn't care about your stupid business. We only want results. Your Majesty, it is decided. The border hunt between Chu state and Yu state will be held in 4 months, on the 3rd of February tomorrow. Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes and agreed. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights said, Then, Your Majesty, please sign and use your seal. Then, he handed over the letter of credence. Eunuch Li Sun took it and knelt on the ground, presenting it to Ning Yuanxian. Ning Yuanxian's right hand trembled, and he almost couldn't hold the pen. He took a deep breath and tried his best to steady his hand before signing his name. He then took out his king's seal and stamped it on the letter. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was overjoyed. It's done, it's finally done. Chu state has finally cut a piece of meat from the state of Yu. This is the greatest victory of Chu state. Although it is only 20 li of the border and 23 forts, it is still a large area. There is also the compensation of 800,000 gold coins. And the apology of the king of Yu. An incomparably glorious victory. In this way, the state of Yu will not be able to compete with Chu state for the southern hegemony in the next few years. Ning Yuanxian, to think that you would have such a day. No matter how powerful and domineering you were before, you have shown your true colors after falling ill. Ha 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 ha, after stamping the seal, Ning Yuanxian seemed to be old and stooped again. With tears in his eyes, he murmured to himself in a low voice. What a great shame, what a great shame, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights sneered inwardly, but he still looked serious and righteous. He bowed and said, then it's settled. The border hunting will be held on the 3rd of February next year. I will report to the king and ask the king of Yu to take care of himself. I will take my leave now. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights left. Only Ning Yuanxian, Ning Jing, and Li Sun were left in the room. Ning Yuanxian leaned back and said slowly, Ning Jing, my show is over. Now it's up to you and Shen Lang. I can't imagine how you can win. But since Shen Lang insists, I will give you a chance. If you lose this time around, it will be as I have said. You will be deposed as a citizen and follow Shen Lang into exile. If you win, I will give you a chance to fight for the throne, expand the army, and take charge of the Tianyue commandery. Ning Jing cowed out and said, yes, your majesty. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian said to Li Sun, old dog, do you think I'm crazy? I think I'm crazy. The border hunting between Chu and Yu was officially confirmed, the kings of both countries signed their seals and reported it to the Empire of Great Yin. The commander of the state of Yu's border hunting army was the 5th prince, Ning Jing. The king of Yu would not mobilize a single soldier. The 2,000 soldiers would be recruited by Ning Jing himself. Once the news spread, it caused a huge uproar. The entire state of Yu was shocked. Even the neighboring countries were stunned. How could there be such a ridiculous border hunting in this world, Ning Yuanxian, you're too vicious. How could you sacrifice your son so decisively, you're pushing Ning Jing and Shen Lang into the fire pit. Immediately, the impeachment against Ning Jing and Shen Lang was stopped. Everyone could see it now. Ning Jing and Shen Lang were just scapegoats for the monarch. How sad. I heard that you, Shen Lang, saved the monarch, but His Majesty was the first to sacrifice you. You clown, let's see how you're going to survive in the future. When the monarch doted on you, you made threatening gestures. Now that the monarch is ill, you're the first to be slaughtered. Who asked you to be weak? Serves you right, serves you right. You even instigated Ning Jing to fight for the throne. What's there to fight for now? 4 months later, you and Ning Jing will be exiled 3,000 miles away. Shen Lang, you scum, you've caused Ning Jing to suffer. Although he was not favored in the past, he at least lived a carefree life. Now, you've caused him to be deposed and exiled to a deserted land. Of course, you'll have to wait until the border hunting is officially lost before you too will be exiled. But is there any suspense in this ridiculous border hunting? Not at all. In fact, Shen Lang doesn't even have 2,000 soldiers. Unless you transfer troops from the Kim family, even the army of the Kim family is definitely no match for the elites of Chu. After all, it's just a private army of nobles. The Kim family is really unlucky to have you, Shen Lang, as their son-in-law. 2 days later, once again, an inconceivable scene appeared in the capital. Shen Lang set up a stall to recruit soldiers. Right at the gate of the capital, he set up a big stall. On it was written that soldiers were recruited, with a monthly salary of 30 silver coins. Once hired, a year's salary would be given in one lump sum. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't believe it. It can't be, Shen Lang, you really don't have a single soldier. You really want to recruit at the last minute, there's only less than 4 months before the border hunting. You don't have a single soldier, and you're only recruiting now. What a big joke, you're not making a last-minute effort. You're only looking for the toilet when you're shitting all the way to your crotch. Don't waste your effort. Just shit your pants. Admittedly, you did create a miracle in the imperial examinations. But that was because you found the person with the special bloodline of Zhongli. There's no such good thing now. Those 10 people with the special bloodline are almost the last batch. This time, you want to recruit 2,000 people. Moreover, you know that this border hunting is courting death. Who would want to be a soldier here? It's useless no matter how high your salary is. They're recruiting. 5 times the salary, 10 times the salary, you're winning glory for the country. Xianxia set up a stall to recruit soldiers for 3 whole days. Almost no one was recruited, no one came at all. Although the salary was super high, this money was used to sell one's life. One could earn it, but not spend it. In fact, there were still people who came, but they were driven away. On the 4th day, Xianxia still didn't recruit soldiers. On the 5th day, Xianxia did something shocking. He actually started to recruit strong men. Since you don't come to apply, then I'll take the initiative to do it. Hundreds of strong women broke into the houses, grabbed people one by one, and forced them into the army. At first, countless people in the capital were angry. Too arrogant, too despicable. They actually forcibly arrested people. But soon, they were stunned once again. The reason for that was because all of the people that Xianxia had captured were completely trash. Every one of them was weak and sick. Moreover, their brains weren't very bright. Xianxia was trying to catch all the imbeciles in the capital in one fell swoop. Are you trying to build a super stupid army? Note, this chapter was written in the hotel. Today's 2 chapters are 15,000 yuan. It's really training my willpower. I've traveled 1,000 miles today, and I still have to continue traveling a few hundred miles tomorrow. But I will still write with all my might. I only ask my brothers to help me, please. Those with 0 blank bloodlines all had one characteristic. Their bodies were weak, their faces pale, their eyes unfocused, and their expressions dull. Xianxia had thought that they had low intelligence, but he found that their intelligence level was not low, but they were relatively slow to respond to the outside world. When people around them talked to them, they basically did not respond. They were lazy, taciturn, stayed at home all year round, and rarely went out to interact with others. They really looked like imbeciles. Xianxia felt that it was more like a kind of depression, a mental disorder like autism. This group of people was not only at the bottom of society, but also seemed to be invisible, as if they did not exist. And this kind of people with 0 blank bloodlines was not hereditary, but more like a mutation. Some people were clearly born in rich families, and their parents' bloodlines were relatively outstanding, and their siblings' bloodlines were basically also excellent, but suddenly a mutation appeared, and they became useless, abandoned by their parents and family. Of course, most of the people with 0 blank bloodlines were still born in ordinary families, unable to carry a burden, and had long been a burden to their families. It was better for those born in rich families, even if they were looked down upon by their families, at least they still had a mouth to eat. Those who were born in poor families with 0 blank bloodlines really did not even have food to eat. They were hungry and full, and being beaten and scolded was even more common, and some were even directly expelled from their families. Ordinary people still knew how to wander and beg after being expelled from their families. And this group of people had serious depressive tendencies, and almost had no will to live. After being expelled from their families, they would only find a place to starve to death. During this time, Xianxia had been studying these people. It was as if he had entered another world, a completely forgotten tragic world. This group of people was sensitive, depressed, kind, and truly harmless. Even a cold and ruthless person like Xianxia, after hearing the stories of these people, his eyes became wet. In the past few years, how many people with 0 blank bloodlines had died silently? Well, only the heavens really know. So when the female warriors under Xianxia rushed into their homes to take away these people with 0 blank bloodlines, most of them only encountered symbolic resistance. And this symbolic resistance came from their families. As for these people with 0 bloodlines, when they were taken away, they only showed a little panic in their eyes before returning to silence. Meanwhile, their family members were cursing a few times. Why did they have to take away their son? Why did they have to take away their lifeline? However, when Xianxia handed over the gold coins to them, the screams and shouts turned into cries. Each and every one of them hugged their sons and wept bitterly, expressing their extreme reluctance to part with him. However, most of these people were dressed in rags, and their faces were sallow and emaciated. They were usually not treated well. Xianxia gave these soldiers 30 silver coins a month as their salary. This price was not just heaven-defying, it was simply a super prodigal. It was 10 times the normal salary of an army. Every time he snatched a person with a blank zero bloodline, Xianxia gave their parents and family half a year's worth of military salary and settlement allowance, which was a total of 180 silver coins. Even in the capital, this was a huge sum of money for ordinary citizens. Many families would not be able to save up such a sum even after 10 years. Sign here. From now on, this son has nothing to do with you. After handing over the money, the female warriors under Xianxia would hand over a contract. In the hearts of these parents, this was not just a contract to sell their bodies, but also a contract to sell their lives. But with this money, the other sons of the family could finally get married and build houses. So, they signed the contract while crying. Then, when this son was taken away, they hugged them and cried bitterly. Wang De was a person with zero bloodline. He had been weak since he was young. His face was pale, and his limbs were weak. His family situation was average, but it was still passable. All along, he had been silent, as if he was an invisible person. He worked very hard every day. If he could not do big work, he would do some small work. When he was free, he would sit at the door and stare blankly at the sky. Sometimes, he would stare for hours. In everyone's eyes, he was a fool. He could not even talk to his parents normally. So, no one called him by his name. They all called him Big Fool Wang. He only ate one meal a day, and only one bowl. But even so, he still became a burden to his family and was scolded every day. Of course, no matter how much his parents despised him, he was still their own flesh and blood. His life was still passable. But ever since his younger brother Wang Er married, everything changed. Wang De was chased to the woodshed. The chickens and ducks lived together, and next to it was a pigsty. And he was beaten and scolded every day. He really lived like pigs and dogs. After his younger brother Wang Er gave birth to 2 children, Wang Da's status in the family dropped even further. He did not even have a meal every day. Because there were so many mouths in the family, food became scarce. Originally, Wang De had an old dog to accompany him at home. It was his only family. He often talked to the dog every day. But not long ago, this old dog was also killed by his younger brother Wang Er. Wang Da's life completely fell into darkness and despair. It was lunchtime again. Wang De only had one meal every day. Wang Er's wife disliked Wang De for being a fool. She would not allow him to eat at the table. Every time she called for him, Wang De would come over with a bowl. How much rice he filled depended on second Wang's wife's mood. When she was in a good mood, she filled half a bowl. When she was in a bad mood, she filled half a bowl. At the dining table, Wang Da's parents, second Wang and his wife, and the 2 children began eating. "I'll call boss to eat," Wang Da's mother said. "What's there to eat?" "Skipping a day won't kill you," second Wang's wife said fiercely. Then, she used her chopsticks to pick up the only piece of fatty meat on the table. Her father was a butcher. Every day, he would leave some minced meat. Sometimes, he would send it to his daughter. "Dad, Mom, both of you are old. In the future, you will have to rely on me and Wang Er to support you." "What about Big Fool Wang?" Second Wang's wife said coldly, "Don't tell me we are not only supporting 2 old people, but also a fool?" Wang Da's father buried his head in his food and did not speak. He could have worked, but he had broken his foot not long ago. Second Wang's wife said, "I'll just say it here. Wang Er's job was found by my father. He only earns 2 silvers a month. If you want us to support Wang Er, that's impossible." Wang Da's mother whispered, "Second Wang's wife, don't we still have some savings? Besides, boss only eats 1 meal a day. His appetite is even smaller than a cat's." Second Wang's wife said coldly, "I'll just say it here. If you want to support that big fool, fine. From now on, we won't care about the 2 of you. I'll bring Wang Er back to my house." Wang Er buried his head in his food, as though he had not heard anything. Wang Da's mother's tears rolled down her cheeks as she cried, "As a mother, I can't just watch boss starve to death. If he were to starve to death, what reputation would our family have? Would we still be human in the eyes of our neighbors?" Second Wang's wife said, "That's simple. Just take him to the wilderness and throw him there. He's a fool, so he definitely won't know how to return home. Wang Da's mother cried, what if the neighbors ask? Second Wang's wife said, just say that someone is looking for boss to marry into their family. Wang Da's mother cried, what a sin, what a sin. Second Wang's wife said, fill a bowl of rice with 2 pieces of meat. Send it to that fool. Then, Wang Da ate meat in the woodshed. This was the first time he had eaten meat in years, and it was also the first time he had a full meal. After eating, his mother even let him take a shower and changed him into a new set of clothes. These clothes were not considered new. They were the groom's clothes that Wang Er had worn when he got married. Wang Da looked brand new. Then, his younger brother, Wang Er, brought Wang Da out. When the neighbors saw this, they all asked, yo, where are you bringing your boss? Wang Er said with a smile, a good person has taken a fancy to my boss and wants to marry into their family. The neighbors immediately laughed, congratulations, your boss is going to have a good life. Isn't that so? Same to you, said Wang Er with a smile. After the neighbors closed the door, they immediately mocked, what a sin. Another life is going to be thrown away. Wang Er led Wang Da out of the city and into the wilderness on the mountain. This place was far enough and secluded enough. If Wang Da was an idiot, he definitely wouldn't remember the way back home. Big brother, I suddenly need to use the toilet. Sit here and wait for me, said Wang Er. Wang Da nodded. Wang Er hesitated for a moment before saying, brother, after walking so far, you must be a bit hot. Why don't you take off your clothes and I will help you keep them? He was still unwilling to part with his clothes. Big brother, since you are going to die, don't waste such good clothes. Wang Da took off the groom's clothes. It was already October and the weather was cold. It was already evening and Wang Da was wearing thin clothes. Wang Er took the new clothes and said, big brother, sit here and wait for me. Don't walk around. Wang Da nodded and sat down on a wooden stump. Wang Er glanced at his big brother, then turned around and left, directly leaving Wang Da in the wilderness. After he had walked a certain distance away. Suddenly, Wang Da's voice came from behind. Brother, be filial to your parents. Wang Er's heart trembled. So his big brother knew everything. Don't worry, I won't go home. Wang Da said. Wang Er's body trembled and then he ran like he was escaping. Wang Da quietly sat on the wooden stump and continued to look at the horizon. It was about to get dark. The weather was getting colder and colder. He was only wearing a thin shirt. But it was like he didn't feel anything at all. He sat there like a statue and looked at the horizon without moving. He just quietly waited for death to arrive. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. Wang Da laid on the ground without moving. Suddenly, someone slapped his face and then a hot soup was poured into his mouth. What soup was this? It was actually so delicious. This was ginseng chicken soup. Of course, Wang Da hadn't tried it before. An entire bowl of ginseng chicken soup was fed to him. Wang Da felt his cold and stiff body instantly warm up. A strong woman held him up, slapped his face hard, and opened his eyes. Don't sleep, don't die. Look at my fingers, how many is this, how many is this? Wang Da, 1. Okay, you're one of us. The female warrior carried Wang Da and put him in a large cart. There were more than 10 people in the cart. Wang Da felt a sense of familiarity from these people. The same tragic darkness, the same sensitive loneliness. The probability of a blank zero bloodline should be 1 in 500. There were about 6,000 people in the entire capital including the cities below. But some of them were already dead, and some were underage. There were only about 2,000 surviving adult zero bloodline people. Monarch Ning Yuanxian and King Chu had been acting for almost a month. In this month, Shenlang spent a lot of time and finally found these 2,000 blank zero bloodline people. Moreover, the so-called recruitment was just an act. He had already registered all these blank zero bloodline people. To be honest, at the beginning, Shenlang only wanted to win the border hunting competition. But in this month, he had seen too many tragic stories. These blank zero bloodline people were too pitiful. He just wanted to save this group of people. The key was that they were not really stupid. They were just depressed, isolated, and extremely introverted and sensitive. Xianxia even found that these people were actually smart, but they had zero social skills. They did not even have the ability to talk to people normally. Xianxia could not understand why this was, and it was a common characteristic of all zero bloodline people. There were such social handicapped people on modern Earth, and they were even listed as mentally ill in some places. Xianxia was not a loving person. He did not even love the people. Human nature was complicated. The proposition of whether human nature was good or evil had been debated for thousands of years, but there was still no conclusion. But the way Xianxia looked at the people was mostly staring at their evil. So he seemed especially ruthless and mean. But for these 2000 zero bloodline people, Xianxia poured infinite love into them. It was not just to win, but to save their fate. In fact, in less than 10 days, he had already caught 2,000 people. However, he had registered more than 2,300 people with zero bloodline. Next, he spent a lot of time, manpower, and resources to find them one by one and save them one by one. This group of people with zero bloodlines seemed more like people with mental disabilities. But they were pure, and they did not even have evil in them. They were truly pure, harmless to humans and animals. For example, this Wangda, Xianxia used 3 days to save him. Because when he sent people to Wangda had already disappeared. When he asked Wangda's parents, they insisted that Wangda had gone to marry into the family. The female warriors that Xianxia sent were all straightforward people, and did not have many schemes. They thought that Wangda had really gone to marry into the family, so they asked for the address of the family. Wangda's parents really gave them the address and the family. So the female warriors under Xianxia traveled more than 200 miles to that family to find Wangda. In the end, the family said that there was no such thing, and that Wangda had not married into the family. So the 2 female warriors came back and interrogated Wangda's parents about where they had gone. At that time, Wangda's father kept his mouth shut, Wangda's mother only cried, and Wang Er's wife started to drive them away. The female warriors kept asking, and Wang Er's wife said that Wangda had been thrown into the wilderness, and should have died long ago. The female warriors were furious, and broke Wang Er's legs. Then, she found out the specific location where Wangda had been thrown, and went to save him. And there were dozens of people like Wangda. After more than half a month, Xianxia finally found 2,389 zero bloodline people. In the end, there were still more than 10 people who did not wait for Xianxia to save them, and died. They either died in the woodshed at home, or in the wilderness. It was a tragedy. These 2,300 zero bloodline people first entered Ningxiang's Marquis Chongping's mansion. Xianxia did not use his identity as a soldier to make strict demands on them. First, he gave each person 5 new sets of clothes. Then, countless chickens, ducks, and fish were shipped in. Every day, they ate white rice, white steamed buns, vegetables, and meat until they were full. Compared to the days at home, it was like heaven. Everyone had to recuperate their bodies first. If it was a normal person, after rising from hell to heaven, they would have long ago flattered the heavens, and then desperately tried to show off in front of Xianxia. But these zero bloodline people did not. At first, they could not bear to wear the clothes that were given to them. After wearing them, they carefully patted them down, even if they were a little dirty. Every meal had fish, meat, chicken, duck, cow, and mutton. But everyone tried to eat only vegetarian dishes, leaving the meat dishes for others. Even though they were drooling, they forced themselves not to eat. This caused a large amount of chicken, duck, beef, and mutton to be left uneaten for the first 2 meals. At first, Xianxia and the others were shocked. Could it be that these people did not like to eat meat? Later, they found out that it was not that they did not like to eat, but that they could not bear to eat. So, Xianxia ordered a separate meal system. Each person had to eat a certain amount of rice, vegetables, and meat, and if it was not enough, they could add more. In the end, after everyone ate their own portion, no one added more. 3 days later, Xianxia gave out the first month's pay. Each person was 30 silver coins. For this group of zero bloodline people, this was a huge sum of money. Even for ordinary people, it was a huge sum of money. But this amount of pay could not be given out. Everyone refused to accept it. Xianxia forcibly gave out this amount of pay. But the next day, when they woke up, they found that there was a small mountain in the courtyard, a small mountain of silver coins. These more than 2,000 people all returned the money that was given to them. Wu Lai was a person with a heart of stone. After seeing this scene, she could not help but cry. Many female warriors also cried. They did not expect that there would be such a simple person in this world, such an obedient person, simply like the most obedient child. Bitter Joy was an incomparably harsh person. Every day, the 10 Lan brothers would be beaten half to death by him, scolded until they doubted their lives. Bitter Joy's rule of training soldiers was to beat them to death. But he found Xianxia and said that he had never seen such an obedient soldier. There was no need for discipline at all. There was no need for discipline. After these more than 2,000 people gathered together, they were still like one person. No matter what order it was, they would all obey. They didn't even need orders, they would do their best. Dressing, washing, folding blankets, etc. As long as they set an example, they would immediately follow suit. Even though there were more than 2,000 people together, they did not gossip and remained silent. But the atmosphere was very harmonious. These people were very sensitive, but they also treasured emotions. Although they did not talk to each other, they were filled with kindness. Very quickly, they silently cared for each other and helped each other. Because they were the most simple group of people, they could rely on each other even with dogs, let alone people of the same kind. As the highest commander, Bitter Joy was not as strict and harsh as before. His gaze became gentle, and his attitude became kind and patient. Within the first 10 days, they did not modify their bloodline. They practiced lining up, distinguishing left and right, and standing in formation. Xianxia, of course, knew how difficult it was for an army starting from scratch to stand in formation, walk together, turn left, turn right, turn back. It was not difficult for one person to do it, but it was extremely difficult for 2,000 people to do it at the same time. Moreover, these people had never received any education. However, the results shocked Xianxia and Bitter Joy. This group of people learned too quickly. It was simply godly speed. In just 3 days, they had learned all the formations. Whether it was marching forward, turning left, turning right, or passing back, they were all neat and tidy. Moreover, during training, everyone was extremely focused and serious. No matter how small the matter was, everyone seemed to be putting in 120% of their energy. Bitter Joy was full of praises. "Young master, I have never seen such good soldiers, so serious, so focused. Everyone's discipline and obedience are simply unparalleled. Too outstanding, too outstanding. It's simply unbelievable. Young master, as long as we give them strength, they will definitely become the best soldiers in the world. This is a true invincible elite. What is the most important thing for an army? Bravery, focus, discipline, unity, and finally strength. And we, the soldiers, have reached the pinnacle of these qualities." Xianxia knew that this group of people had good intelligence, but many of them could not be said to be very smart. The reason why they learned so quickly was because they were too focused and serious. They had been despised by their parents and even abandoned since they were young. Therefore, no matter what, they would do their best, hoping to gain a little bit of affection from their families. But they looked too abnormal, and they could not even have a normal conversation. And their bodies were too weak, unable to work at all. "Young master, they are a gift from the heavens. If the transformation of their bloodline is successful, I believe that within a few months, they will become the most outstanding and powerful army. As long as their bloodline transformation is successful, even if it does not require too much strength, as long as they surpass ordinary people by 50%, they will be able to defeat the 5,000 elites of Chu." Xianxia spent 15 days to find all of these 2,300 people. It took another 10 days for their bodies to recover a little and for them to learn how to line up in a formation. Then, he found 200 large carriages to transport these 2,000 people out of the capital, towards the North Garden hunting ground. These carriages were all open, so when these 2,000 people with zero bloodline left the capital, they were once again surrounded by a crowd. At least 100,000 people came to watch the show. With Xianxia around, there would be a good show. When these people with zero bloodline faced the crowd, their hearts were filled with inferiority and unease. All of them wanted to curl up together. They looked down, not daring to look at the crowd, and their faces were filled with fear. Ha ha ha, this is the army that Xianxia recruited. I know one of them, it's the idiot next door. Yes, I know the one over there too, he is also a famous idiot, hugging a dog and talking, or looking up at the sky, his brain is completely broken. Heavens? Xianxia caught all the idiots in the capital in one fell swoop. It really is a super brainless army, an army of idiots. Nonsense, if they are not idiots, who would join the army of Xianxia and Ningxing? They are obviously cannon fodder. Which normal person would want to die? The parents of these idiots are so cruel, sending their sons to die for money. I heard that it is a lot of money. 180 silver coins per person. What? So much? How can these idiots be worth 180 silver coins? Even if they are killed and sold, they are not worth 2 silver coins. The parents of these idiots are really rich. Nonsense, haven't you noticed that there are a lot of happy weddings recently? They are all money after selling their idiot sons, so they can use it to find wives for their other sons. Xianxia is really a sinner. Do these idiots know that they are going to die in 100 days? They are idiots, how can they know? These words were all heard by the people with zero bloodline. However, they were not afraid, nor did they care about it. If Shen wanted them to die, then so be it. On the contrary, in the past few days, they finally felt what it was like to be human, and it was enough. Amidst the ridicule, Xianxia left the capital with more than 2,000 people. Your Highness Ningxing, I really pity you. Even if you succeed in seizing the throne and ascend to the throne, you will still have to face a bunch of idiots every day. Xianxia pointed at the tens of thousands of commoners who were watching the show. Ningxing said, don't laugh at them, they are also pitiful people. Xianxia said, idiots who don't know themselves are the most pitiful. Ningxing shook his head helplessly. Of course he would not argue with Xianxia. To a certain extent, Xianxia was right, but Ningxing would not be as arrogant as him. After entering the North Garden hunting ground, Xianxia began to modify the bloodlines of these 2,000 people. He had already done many experiments, and the people with zero bloodlines were the only ones who could accept the successful bloodline modification. The lowest level of golden bloodline energy could be used in their bodies. What kind of combat power would these people have after their bloodlines were modified? What kind of transformation would happen? Xianxia was also looking forward to it, but such a large-scale bloodline modification had to be carried out in a remote and secretive place, and no information could be leaked. The North Garden hunting ground had been abandoned for a long time, and there were only a few hundred old soldiers guarding it, waiting for Xianxia to take over. But, when Xianxia led the army into the North Garden hunting ground, he was stopped. An army had entered the North Garden hunting ground a few hours earlier, forcibly chasing away the old soldiers guarding it, and forcibly occupying the entire hunting ground. They intercepted Xianxia. Ku Tuhuan stepped forward to negotiate. I am Marquis Chomping's Hu Kui Chen, under the orders of His Majesty, I have led the new army into the North Garden hunting ground for training. Please step aside and leave. There were 300 cavalrymen blocking the entrance to the North Garden hunting ground. Each of them was an elite. Their leader was the adopted daughter of the Zhong family, Zhong Miao. When did His Majesty give you the North Garden hunting ground? Why don't I know about it? Zhong Miao laughed coldly. I only know that the 2,000 elites of the Zhong family have already entered, so this North Garden hunting ground belongs to us. It doesn't matter who comes, get out of my way immediately. Then, Zhong Miao ordered loudly, this is a restricted military area, no one is allowed to approach. Anyone who violates will be killed without question. Kill without question. The 300 cavalrymen of the Zhong family shouted in unison. Then, the 300 cavalrymen pulled out their sabers in unison, their killing intent soaring. Xianxia, our young miss is inside the hunting ground, get out of here immediately, Zhong Miao said. Aren't you a pretty boy? Aren't you a jester? Why don't you go ask His Majesty to give you justice? At this moment, Zhong Shishir appeared. Behind her were 2,000 elites of the Zhong family. It had been more than a month since she had been disfigured by Xianxia, and her beautiful face had actually recovered. Her broken nose had actually been straightened. Her jade-like nose was still tall and straight, exquisite beyond compare. She had already changed into a set of armor, which was still as red as fire. Her figure was still devilish, as if every inch of her body could ignite a man's soul. This woman was domineering, arrogant, and annoying, but she was really beautiful, a top-notch beauty. Her gaze toward Xianlang was filled with bone-deep hatred. "Xianlang, I have been waiting for you for a long time," Xianxia said coldly. "Why are you so late?" Then, her beautiful eyes turned cold, and she said, "I will give you a choice now. You can either scram with your tail between your legs, or you can be killed by my army. Zhong family, listen up. As long as Xianlang's men dare to take one step across the white line, we will immediately start fighting and kill without question." "Yes." Zhongxi's 2,000 elites shouted in unison. She had been waiting here for a long time, waiting to deal a fatal blow to Xianlang. Xianlang glanced at the 2,000 soldiers of the Zhong family, and they had already set up a defensive line. However, Xianlang only had a little over 300 soldiers. The remaining 2,000 or so people with 0 bloodlines were still extremely weak and powerless. However, every one of them was extremely precious. Once their bloodlines were modified, each of them would become the most outstanding warriors. They were the seeds of his invincible army, and he could not afford to lose any of them. Zhongxia said coldly, "Xianlang, I will count down from 5. You can either scram or come forward to die." 5, 4, 3, 2. At that moment, Xianlang laughed out loud. "Zhongxia, you have fallen into my trap. I will also count down from 5. Leave now, or I will not only kill your army, but I will also kill you first." Then, Xianlang also started counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Note, I have traveled 1,700 miles in 2 days and have arrived at my father-in-law's house. I will go eat first before coming back to write. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes and support me. Pastry is looking forward to it. After hearing Xianlang's words, Zhongxia didn't say anything, but Zhong Miao laughed. "Xianlang, stop acting mysterious and boasting. What do you mean we've fallen into your trap? What trap did we fall into this time?" Xianlang said, "Zhongxia, you wanted concubine Zhong to kill me, but she's closed the palace gates and won't see anyone. Also, she doesn't care about the conflict between you and me anymore, so you just want to wait in the Northyard hunting ground. 3 days ago, the first batch of troops you sent secretly entered the North Garden hunting ground. The rest of the troops entered last night, while you yourself entered 6 hours ago." Zhongxia said, "So what if I did?" Xianlang said, "Since I can guess that you will enter the Northyard hunting ground early to wait, why can't I kill you earlier?" Zhong Miao smiled. "Xianlang, do you think we didn't think of that? Don't you know how to do that? Either the food was poisoned, or the water was poisoned. Or perhaps they could have planted smallpox virus in the water? It's easy to solve this. First, we bring our own food and don't eat the food in the hunting ground. Second, we boil the water before drinking it and cooking it. That will kill most of the poisons. Even if it's arsenic, our Zhong family has a special tool that can detect it. Even silver needles can detect arsenic. It's even more impossible if it's other poisons. How much poison do you have? You can poison 3 wells at the same time and poison more than 2,000 of us at the same time? Are you kidding me?" That did make sense. As an elite army, it was of utmost importance to prevent the enemy from poisoning the water and food. Also, it was very difficult to poison people on a large scale. Xianlang smiled. "You're right. But Zhongxia, you should know that Shui poisoned her adoptive mother, the wife of the King of Swords, right?" Zhongxia and Zhong Miao's expressions changed when they heard that. Of course they knew. Shui and Zhongxia had a very close relationship. She had also heard about the King of Swords' wife. Xianlang said, "No matter how powerful other poisons are, they basically have no power after being diluted. Moreover, no matter how powerful the venom of a poisonous snake was, it would lose its effectiveness once it was cooked. But there is one thing that is very terrifying. Even boiling water cannot kill them, and that is the goo poisonous insects of Stupa Mountain. The most terrifying thing is that these poisonous insects can split and reproduce continuously in the body. A mere few hundred poisonous insects can turn into tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more in a few days. And I dripped some blood of the Sword King's wife into the well of the North Garden hunting ground. How many goo and poisonous insects were there in there? Probably more than a few billion. Even if you boil the water and drink it, it will be useless. You calculate for yourselves, how many poisonous insects are there in a person's body? Tens of thousands? A few 100,000? Furthermore, the higher the bloodline power of a person, the faster the goo poison's worms will reproduce. Some of you should have already started acting up. The characteristic of this poison is that the skin all over the body becomes like that of a toad, then it becomes afraid of light, its voice becomes hoarse, and it gradually loses consciousness. Xianxia's hair stood on end when she heard that. She was well aware of the miserable state of the Sword King's wife. She was neither a human nor a ghost. She might as well be dead after living to this extent. Xianxia smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the symptoms will start from the groin because the lymph there is very dense." Ah! Zhong Miao, the adopted daughter of the Zhong family, suddenly exclaimed. When she was urinating just now, she seemed to feel that there was something wrong with her belly, but she didn't pay much attention to it since it didn't hurt or itch. Xianxia smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt or itch at first, but it will soon become unbearably itchy and eventually spread to the whole body. At that time even immortals can't save her. The Sword King's wife is like a wild beast at this time." Zhong Miao's expression changed drastically. She quickly turned around and rushed into the tent, taking off her armor. She could immediately see clearly that there were indeed many numb spots on her groin, like that of a toad. Her scalp immediately went numb, and she let out a shrill scream in her heart. What should I do? What should I do? Then, the experts under Xianxia rushed into the tent, into the dense forest, and took off their pants to take a look. Then, there was a series of screams. Some of them had numb spots on their groins, but some didn't. Xianxia smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, someone has already acted up. These people are either the first to drink the water or the most talented in their bloodline. But don't worry, none of you can escape." Xianxia's army was completely horrified when they heard this. Then, Xianxia continued, "Xianxia, you have a noble status, so you never drink well water. You like to drink spring water, right? There's a mountain called Mount Gratitude in the northern hunting ground. There's a cliff on the mountain, and there's a crack on the cliff from which spring water gushes out continuously. It's extremely sweet, but that spring water is also polluted. I've injected a lot of the Sword King's wife's poisonous blood into the source of that spring water. Don't tell me you're using that spring water to make tea?" Xianxia's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She loved drinking tea the most, and she only drank the best tea. She always had someone carry it with her. The water used to make tea had to be spring water from the crack on the cliff. She had just drunk it 2 hours ago. "Xianxia, you lied to me," Xianxia said in a trembling voice. Xianxia sneered, "Why would I lie to you? I still have half a kilogram of poisonous blood left." Then, he raised the tube of poisonous blood in his hand. There was a hint of greenish purple in the red, and it looked extremely strange. It was really the poisonous blood of the Sword King's wife. Xianxia felt her hair stand on end. Then, she felt extremely numb and itchy all over, as if there were countless parasites swimming in her blood, reproducing and splitting. She wanted to take off her armor and look at her groin to see if there were any numb spots like toads. Miss Xianxia, Miss Xianxia should know this kind of parasite the best. After all, it's a parasite poison from Mount Stupa. Even if you're cured, your body and skin will be mostly destroyed. It's been less than 2 hours since the parasite entered your body, so you should still have time. For someone like Zhong Miao, even if he's cured, he's basically half destroyed. As soon as he said this, Xianxia was almost scared out of her wits. She didn't want to become like the Sword King's wife, that was even scarier than death. She would rather die than turn into such an ugly, terrifying appearance. I've only been poisoned for 2 hours, I should still have time, right? I should still have time. I need to quickly find Xianxia, I need to quickly save her. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't care about anything else. Compared to revenge, what was more important than her beauty and life, It was extremely urgent, extremely urgent. As a result, she was panic-stricken. Without another word, she leaped onto her Fergana horse and sprinted towards the direction of the capital. To find Xianxia for help. Immediately, the other experts of the Zhong clan chased after her, shouting, "Miss, wait for me, wait for me." But Zhong Shirshi's Fergana horse was too fast, it left her in the dust and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Zhong clan experts chased after her with all their might. Zhong Shirshir had run. The 2,000 elites of the Zhong clan were even more panicked. Every one of them had drunk the water from the hunting ground, and all of them had goo worms in their bodies. Right now, how could they still have the mood to occupy the hunting ground? They only wanted to return to the capital to treat the goo poison in their bodies. Especially Zhong Miao, she had already flared up. "Shenlang, just you wait, my Zhong clan will not let you off, definitely not." Then, Zhong Miao jumped onto her horse and sprinted towards the capital. A moment later, the 2,000 soldiers of the Zhong clan had vanished without a trace. Shenlang said to Ku Tu Huan, "Come, let's go in." Ku Tu Huan led 10 Baihu, 300 martial warriors, and more than 2,000 people with 0 bloodlines into the North Garden hunting ground. Xianmu asked from the side, "Young master, should we dig a new well?" Ku Tu Huan smiled from the side. Xianmu and Wu Lai were stunned, then said, "Young master, are you trying to trick Zhong Shirshir?" Of course he was trying to trick Zhong Shirshir. First of all, these goo worms were so precious, how could Shenlang bear to put them into the well? The neurotoxin that had harmed Zhong Shirshir was just the secretion of the goo worms, so of course it could be used. And these goo worms were incomparably precious to Shenlang, so he couldn't bear to waste any of them. The transformation of his bloodline depended entirely on these goo worms, so how could he bear to waste hundreds of millions of them? It wasn't like certain things could be produced endlessly. Secondly, these goo worms were extremely powerful, but they were also extremely fragile. They would all die the moment they were boiled, and it would be difficult for them to survive even in the well water. They relied on the energy in their blood to survive. Thus, it was impossible to put goo worms in the well water. It would be more plausible to put them in a bowl of water. Xiannu said, "Then what's with the toad-like numbness on these people's bodies? And all of them are people with high martial arts skills. Are they all experts by Zhong Shirshir's side?" At this moment, Sword King Li Qianqiu had something to say. "Shen, I am infinitely grateful to you. But can you not make me do this dirty work every day? This is going against my status as a martial grandmaster." That's right, these people weren't suffering from Stupa Mountain's goo worms, but a plant poison that could cause skin diseases. Wu Lai said, "Young master, Shui and Yan Nanfei should be related to Stupa Mountain, so they'll soon find out if they've been poisoned. What if Zhong Shirshir comes looking for trouble with us again? Are we going to complain to His Majesty and have him send troops to expel Zhong Shirshir?" Shenlang smiled. "If I have to seek His Majesty's help for such a small matter, wouldn't that make me seem especially incompetent?" At this moment, Wu Lai and Xianmu realized that while the big fool was by their side, Sword King Li Qianqiu was nowhere to be seen. Anyone would have a headache dealing with a prideful and unreasonable woman like Zhong Shirshir. That was unless you killed her once and for all. Otherwise, she would always come looking for trouble with you and would never let the matter rest. However, Shenlang really couldn't kill her. He couldn't bear the consequences of killing her. The Zhong family was too powerful now. Shenlang's top priority was to use all his strength to support 5th Prince Ningxing and strengthen his own power. Once Zhong Shirshir was killed, there would be no rest until she was dead. Of course, Shenlang had at least a dozen ways to deal with such a vicious and unreasonable woman. Which method would have the least bottom line? Shenlang would basically choose one. After Zhong Shirshir was frightened by Shenlang and poisoned, she was scared out of her wits. She rode her 1,000-li steed and ran madly toward the capital. She didn't think about anything else other than finding Shui as soon as possible and ascertaining if there were any terrifying parasites in her body. If there were, she would quickly seek help from Stupa Mountain. She couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Unknowingly, she had left the experts and troops of the Zhong family in the dust. She was riding alone on a remote road. Suddenly, her vision blurred. Then, her entire body flew into the air. A peerless expert quickly leaped over her head, directly carrying her body and disappearing into the forest at the side. After a moment, they disappeared without a trace. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia couldn't even cry for help. About a minute later, this expert appeared again and had Xianxia's Fergana steed in the forest. This top-notch expert was, of course, Sword King Xianxia. He was truly helpless. Shen, why? Why do you have to make me do such despicable things every time? I really can't take it anymore. He carried Xianxia and ran as fast as he could, bringing her to a secret cave. Who are you? What do you want? After Xianxia regained her mobility, she suddenly released a hidden weapon. Torrential pear blossom. What the hell? She actually had a torrential pear blossom with her, of course it was an imitation. The torrential pear blossom hidden weapon that Xianlang had created was simply too powerful. After it became famous, many powers imitated it. Yan Nanfei's South Sea Sword Sect and Yan Yi's Black Water Platform had imitated it to a very high standard. Xianxia was a proud daughter of the heavens, so others naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to curry favor with her. Thus, Xue Pan and Xue Xue had given her quite a few of them. Swoosh, countless poisonous needles rained down on Sword King Xianxia. What happened next truly stunned Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even try to dodge. Instead, a powerful surge of inner energy surged out from his body. Suddenly, the countless poisonous needles seemed to have collided with a wall of air. Then, they were instantly blown away by a violent gust of wind and shot to the sides, vanishing without a trace. Xianxia was astonished. How could this person's martial arts be so powerful? It was simply unimaginable. Who exactly was this person? She saw that he was wearing a mask. It was the mask of the White Impermanence. His martial arts were indeed as brilliant as a ghost's. Who exactly are you? Release me quickly, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. You should know my identity. My father is Zhongyao, my aunt is the consort of the state of Yu, and my fiancé is the son of the great Yan Empire's Wu imperial prince. If you dare to harm me, it'll be useless even if you flee to the ends of the earth. You're so skilled in martial arts. It's too much of a waste to fool around like this. Why don't you pledge your loyalty to the Zhong clan? We'll guarantee you riches and glory. Release me now. I must return immediately. If I'm late, I'll kill your entire family. What's your relationship with Xianlang? Are you related to him? However, the other party did not reply. Instead, he poured something into her mouth. When she woke up again, Xianxia was already in a daze. She felt as if she was on cloud 9, but at the same time, she felt as if she was on fire. Everything that happened around her was so surreal, as if she was in a dream. She was in a dream. She seemed to be having an affair with a man. She was crying and laughing at the same time. She was singing and dancing. The other party was still wearing the White Impermanence mask, so his face could not be seen. However, one could tell from his body that he was very young. He was slightly thin, but very slender. Moreover, there was a plum blossom mole on his chest. Xianxia seemed to be unprecedentedly excited. Words poured out of her heart. Many secrets that she could not tell others were also revealed without concealment. At this moment of madness, it was raining cats and dogs outside. When she woke up again, Xianxia had a splitting headache, as if she was suffering from a hangover. Everything that had happened before seemed like a dream. It was so surreal. Then, she sat up abruptly. Then, he discovered something incomparably horrifying. She was naked. She was lying in a cave, and the ground was covered with a white silk cloth. There were even dark red bloodstains on it. Xianxia was horrified. Oh my God, what happened just now? It wasn't a dream. Everything was real? I lost my virginity? At this moment, there was a letter on the ground. The handwriting was very beautiful. It was unprecedentedly beautiful. How could it not be beautiful? Xianlang had written it according to the preface of the Orchid Pavilion. Miss Xianxia, thank you for your kindness. I will never forget you from last night, nor will I forget the rain from last night. However, you told me too many of the Zhong family's unspeakable secrets last night. I'm a little afraid. I need time to calm down. I'll look for you again once I've thought things through. Signed, White Impermanence. Xianxia felt a splitting headache. She was about to break down. She was supposed to marry the son of the great Yan Empire's Prince Wu, but she had already been defiled. How could she marry him? Moreover, she had unknowingly revealed many unspeakable secrets last night. It must be Shenlang. It must be Shenlang. She heard that. He had an amazing medicine that could make one speak the truth after consuming it. However, Shenlang did not know martial arts. The person who had kidnapped her yesterday was so skilled. Both of them were wearing White Impermanence's masks. Were they the same person? Xianxia was about to go crazy. She had completely lost her mind. She put on her clothes and walked out of the cave. The sky was already bright. The ground was wet. It had indeed rained heavily last night. Her Fergana horse was quietly grazing on the grass. When it saw her, it even rubbed against her affectionately. Xianxia mounted the horse and galloped out of the forest. She was faced with a choice. Should she go to the North Garden hunting ground and confront Shenlang? Or should she go to the capital to look for Shui? After some hesitation, she decided that her life was more important. Thus, she galloped towards the capital. However, she ran into Zhong Miao before she could travel more than 10 kilometers. Young miss, we finally found you. Where did you go last night? Zhong Miao rushed up to her and said, you ran so fast last night. When we chased you to the capital, Madame Shui said that she did not see you at all. We looked everywhere but could not find you. We were so worried. Xianxia endured the pain and said, I'm fine. I just ran too fast and got lost. Of course, she would not tell them what happened last night. She could only keep the secret to herself. She did not even dare to tell her parents. Then, Xianxia continued galloping towards the capital. Young miss, are you going to look for Madame Shui? Zhong Miao asked. Xianxia nodded. She wanted to confirm if there were any parasites in her body and if she was in danger. Zhong Miao said, Miss, we have all been deceived by Shenlang. We don't have any goo worms in our bodies at all. The numb spots on our bodies that look like toads are only the juice of an extremely rare herb's root. It will disappear in a few days. Xianxia said, are you sure? Zhong Miao said, Madame Shui personally tested our blood and confirmed that there are no parasites in our bodies. She even gave us medicine and said that the numb spots on our groins will fade in a few days. Xianxia often heaved a sigh of relief. Zhong Miao said, young miss, let's go find trouble with Shenlang. We have over 2,000 men. Let's go and take over the northern hunting ground again. Then, Xianxia and Zhong Miao led the Xianxia army to the northern hunting ground again. However, Xianxia did not want to seek justice. She wanted to get to the bottom of this. Was the scoundrel who tainted her innocence Shenlang? She clearly remembered that the man had a plum blossom mole on his chest. Also, it was raining cats and dogs when they were in the cave last night. However, when Xianxia rushed into the northern courtyard hunting ground again, she found that there were dead animals everywhere. There was a foul stench and flies flying around. Moreover, there was a green mist on both sides of the road outside the hunting ground. It looked like a poisonous miasma. How did the northern hunting ground become like this in one night? Xianxia and Zhong Miao covered their noses and rushed into the northern hunting ground. They were about to question Shenlang. This was especially so for Xianxia. She asked loudly from afar, Shenlang, where were you last night when it rained? Shenlang was taken aback. Why did young Miss Xianxia come back? Don't worry, I was joking with you when I said the poisonous insects yesterday. Xianxia trembled. I'm asking you. Where were you when it rained last night? Shenlang said, I was in the army camp of the northern hunting ground. Xianxia said, who can prove that? Shenlang said, many people can. Qianhu Kui Chen, Senior Sword King, Third Prince, and Prince Shui Pan. At this time, Xianxia realized that Shui Pan and Third Prince Ning Qi were both there. She could not help but look at them. Shui Pan said, Sure, where did you go last night? After Zhong Miao said you went missing, we immediately came to find you. Xianxia said, when it rained last night, Shui Pan said, it rained after midnight. We were in the camp of the northern hunting ground. Shen Lang said, after we learned that young Miss Xianxia went missing, we also sent people to look for her. Because of the storm, I, Senior Sword King, Ku Yichen, Third Prince, Fifth Prince, and Prince Shui Pan were all waiting for news in the camp. Xianxia almost went crazy. The person who violated her last night was not Shen Lang, he had an alibi. She remembered clearly that when the white impermanence violated her last night, it was raining cats and dogs outside. Moreover, there was a rainstorm last night. Who could it be? Who was that white impermanence? Shui Pan said, Sure, where did you go last night? Xianxia said, I got lost. She could not tell anyone about last night's secret. Then, she left the Northern Hunting Grounds army camp without another word. Xianxia's mind was in a mess. She was not in the mood to find trouble with Shen Lang. She had lost her virginity. Her innocence had been tarnished. Who was this white impermanence? She had a plum blossom mole on her chest and her handwriting was very beautiful. Go. Xianxia was about to break down. But she could not tell anyone. White impermanence, you devil, you bastard, you scoundrel. I will find you no matter where you go. Then, I will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces, dismember your body into 1,000 pieces. The Northern Hunting Ground finally regained its peace. At the very least, Xianxia wouldn't cause trouble for him for a long time. After everyone left, Wu Lai could not help but ask, young master, Xianxia is so beautiful, why didn't you really sleep with her? Shen Lang said, do you think I'm stupid? If I slept with her, you will definitely tell your princess. If that foolish woman Ming Yan finds out, my wife will know. If my wife finds out who her enemy is, how sad would she be? How could I bear to make my wife sad just because I got high once? I would rather sleep with you than with Xianxia. Wu Lai didn't say anything else and left. Luckily you are young master. If someone else said this, I would have exploded. Was the white impermanence from last night Shen Lang? Of course. But the plum blossom mole on her chest was added. Then what was the downpour outside the cave? It was simple. Last night, dark clouds covered the sky and it was obvious that there was going to be a storm. Thus, Shen Lang made use of the time difference. He had people sprinkle water outside the cave to create the effect of a downpour. At that time, the storm had not really started. It only started after 3 hours. When it really started to rain, Xianxia was already unconscious. But she remembered that it was raining outside when she lost her virginity. Shen Lang had already returned to the military camp. Coincidentally, an hour later, Third Prince Ning Qi and Shui Pan entered the Northern Hunting Ground to ask Shen Lang for her. At that time, Shen Lang had a perfect alibi. Next, Xianxia would frantically search for the white impermanence who defiled her. She would not have the time to cause trouble for Shen Lang. Not only did he solve the problem of Xianxia, he also planted a poisonous weed. Next, it was time for Shen Lang to get down to business. Modify the bloodlines of over 2,300 people. Just as Bitter Joy had said. This was a group of the purest and most focused people. They had unparalleled obedience, discipline, and loyalty. Every one of them was extremely sensitive and united. They were not afraid of death. It was a perfect army. Because of their focus, they learned everything at lightning speed. The only thing they lacked was power. Once they were given power, they would become the most elite warriors. He would become a true trump card master, over 2,300 people. Each batch of 100 people. Shen Lang did not explain. Bitter Joy gave the order. These people with 0 bloodlines did not resist or suspect anything. They lay on the bed and allowed their companions to tie their bodies with ropes. That's right, it was their companions who tied them up, not the warriors under Shen Lang. The obedience of this group of people was simply heartbreaking. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shen Lang, who never knew how to comfort people, could not help but pat the first person with 0 bloodline to undergo bloodline modification. You are Wanda, right? Shen Lang asked. This was the person Shen Lang saved from the gates of hell. He was definitely autistic and would not speak a word for a year. He only talked to dogs and could not communicate with humans. It was not that he was unwilling, but he could not. Wanda nodded. Trust me, nothing will happen. I will definitely not harm you. Shen Lang comforted, "Don't be afraid." Wang De finally said his second sentence of the year. "I know, I'm not afraid." He really knew, and he was not afraid. Shen Lang immediately understood what was going on. This group of people had the most sensitive intuition. They were weak, autistic, mentally handicapped, and could not speak. But they knew everything. They could tell who was good to them at a glance. Just like some children, they were innocent and could tell who really loved them at a glance. Then, they would stick to that person. There was no need to say anything. Shen Lang smiled, feeling warmth in his heart. Then, he injected 0.5 milliliter of the lowest grade golden bloodline energy goo worm into Wang Da's blood vessels. This time, he wanted to create an even bigger miracle. "I want to give you a new life. I want to give you unprecedented glory." Note, today's 2 chapters cost more than 15,000. I only slept for 5 hours these 2 days. I can't take it anymore and am going to sleep. Tears begging for monthly votes, kowtowing and kowtowing. Thanks to Little Ming who loves to play jokes for his 10,000 coins. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. Com instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Wang De. This was the lowest level golden bloodline goo worm, and it was only 0.5 milliliter. But it was enough. The golden bloodline goo worms that were sealed in the test tube were in a dormant state. Because of the lack of energy, they didn't devour or release. However, after entering Wang Da's body, these golden bloodline goo worms woke up. As if by instinct, they swam into the heart along the blood vessels. Countless protozoa occupied Wang Da's heart. They started to devour his life force. Instantly, Wang Da's body seemed to collapse. His life force quickly withered. Even if it was the lowest level golden bloodline goo worm, it was terrifying. Wang Da's body was weak, his pitiful life force wasn't enough for him to devour. His heart beat faster and faster. His breathing became more rapid. Finally, suddenly, his heart stopped beating. After exhaling his last breath, his breathing also stopped. Almost instantly, Wang Da's life force was devoured cleanly. He looked like he was dead. However, Shen Lang was not nervous at all. He had seen this scene many times. This wasn't the real gates of hell. When these worms felt the host's heart stop beating, they would instinctively stop devouring and release energy. So, the host's heart would soon start beating again. And this process was the most dangerous. Before this, Shen Lang had done countless experiments, but they all ended with his body exploding. Because the power released by the golden bloodline goo worm and the human body's bloodline power clashed intensely. Both wanted to defeat the other, causing the body to explode. But Wang De had 0 bloodline. There was no rejection. The power released by the golden bloodline goo worm flowed into his veins. A moment later, his heart started beating again. He started breathing again. Bam bam bam, this heartbeat was so loud that it sounded like the beating of a drum. Not only that, Wang Da's veins swelled up, as if they had grown bigger. Moreover, his entire skin turned red. Steam rose, as if he was about to explode. Pfft. A mouthful of blood shot out from his mouth, 3 to 4 meters high. Wang De sat up. Then, he fell heavily onto the bed, completely unconscious. However, his entire body seemed to have countless little snakes twisting around, and the surface of his body mysteriously bulged. It looked incomparably strange. However, Wang De remained unconscious. The golden bloodline goo worms were constantly transforming his body. This process would take about 3 days. The process in between should have been very painful, perhaps even worse than death, but Wang De did not let out a single scream from beginning to end. Just like before. No matter if he was beaten, scolded, or even abused, he would not make a sound. Once, Wang Er's wife poured boiling water on him, but he didn't move or make a sound. Shen Lang walked up to the second person and said, "Li Guzi, are you afraid?" As soon as someone approached, Li Guzi immediately became nervous, and all the pores on his body tightened. His autism and social disorder were even more serious. Not only could he not speak, but he was also afraid of others when they approached him. If someone touched him, he would have a strong nausea reaction. After hearing Shen Lang's words, Li Guzi shook his head, but then nodded. Shenlang knew that he was afraid of being touched by others, so he did not pat his shoulder. Then I'll start, Shenlang said with a smile. Li Guzi nodded. As long as others did not touch him, he was not afraid of anything. He was not afraid of pain or death. Shenlang picked up the syringe and injected 0.5 milliliter of the golden bloodline goo worm into his body. In Xuanwu City, after returning from the capital, Mulan fell into reverie. And she had an enemy. An enemy that would not rest until one of them died. That was the monthly geranium in her daughter's house. As the date approached, she was extremely nervous and wanted to see it 10 times a day. Please don't come, please don't come. Because when her period came, it meant that her pregnancy had failed. In order to express her will, she directly burned all the comfortable sanitary pads that Shenlang prepared for her. It was as if she would die if she did not succeed. It had been 3 or 4 days, and her period did not come. Mulan was pleasantly surprised, but she began to be suspicious. She heard that being too happy, too nervous, and too busy would cause the cycle to be delayed. She did not dare to take it lightly. Every day was like facing a formidable enemy. Now, almost a month had passed. If she was pregnant, she should be able to tell from her pulse. Life was really hard. She was practically counting down the hours. Dr. Xianxia finally came back. Mulan could not wait to find him. Without saying anything, she stretched out her wrist. Dr. N was stunned, but he quickly reacted and then felt Mulan's pulse. Mulan was like his daughter. Dr. N knew best what she was thinking. Baby Mulan's heart was tightly in her throat. For a long time. Dr. Xianxia nodded and said, "Congratulations, Mississippi. You should be pregnant." As soon as this was said, Mulan's heart suddenly exploded with joy. She was finally pregnant. She and her husband had been married for more than a year, and now they finally had the fruit of love. She was so happy. She felt like she was about to fly. Just like that, she flew to her mother, Su Peipei, like a butterfly. "Mother, I'm pregnant. I have a baby." Su Peipei hurriedly hid the thing in her hand behind her back, and then said with a smile, "Mother already knew that you didn't have your period, so you must be pregnant. I'm going to have a grandson, I'm going to have a precious grandson." Mulan said, "Mother, what are you hiding?" Su Peipei said, Nothing, I'm just playing with it. Go and tell your mother." Then, like a butterfly, Mulan floated to Shenlong's house. After she left, Su Peipei took out the thing she had hidden behind her back. It turned out to be a small shoe. But the embroidery was so ugly and crooked that it did not look like a shoe at all. Fortunately, Mulan did not see it, otherwise it would have been so embarrassing. Su Peipei's embroidery skills were really not worth mentioning. Of course, did you think that this small shoe was the ugliest? No, she still had half a drawer of small shoes that were uglier than this. The one in her hand was already the best. Einstein's small stool really existed in every world. No hurry, no hurry. There are still 8 months. By then, I will definitely be able to make a decent pair of small shoes. Su Peipei secretly swore in her heart. When she gave birth to Mulan and Jean Muzong, she was still very young and playful. So she felt that she was not the kind of meticulous mother who missed out on 2 fun babies. Oh no, it was 1. This time, she would definitely not miss it. After Mulan gave birth to the baby, she must play with it personally, personally take care of it. She would never surpass every moment of this baby. Baby Mulan quickly ran to Shenlong's house. But she was a mother-in-law after all. She was very excited when she ran over, but when she was in front of her, she became embarrassed. She had always been natural and unrestrained, but at this time, she was a little shy. "Mom, I'm pregnant," Mulan said shyly. Shenlong's mother looked up, her eyes revealing an incomparably loving smile, and said softly, "I already knew that our Mulan is really amazing." Mulan looked. Sure enough, the mother-in-law was embroidering a small shoe, and there were several pairs of already embroidered shoes next to it. Mulan couldn't help but pick up these small shoes. They were really cute shoes. Each pair had a different pattern. Some had a tiger, some had a goldfish, and some had a phoenix. And there were all kinds of shoes, from small to large, and each pair was extremely exquisite. Mulan said in admiration, "Mom, you're so amazing." I'll take this pair of shoes with the tiger embroidered on it now, can I?" Bing'er screamed. Because it was really painful. Her stomach had already started to move. The baby in her stomach was really full term, more than 9 months. According to Shenlong's estimation, the due date should be 7 or 8 days ago. However, the baby in her stomach didn't seem to have any intention of coming out at all. It stayed happily in its mother's stomach. And it had to play games with its father on time every day. Play the game of pressing its mother's belly. Wherever Shenlang pressed a button, the baby would press a button not too far away. Sometimes, when it tossed around too much, its little fists could lift its mother's belly by half an inch. Shenlang had been waiting for the baby to move. In the end, it didn't. Then, he went to the north garden hunting ground first. However, as soon as he went, the baby moved. It was too naughty. Although Shenlang wasn't there, the palace sent more than a dozen female doctors, midwives, and so on. They were all present. "Madam, use more strength, use more strength." In the end, Bing'er just screamed and didn't use any strength. The 5th prince's wife, Madame Xue, said in surprise, "Bing'er, why aren't you using strength, but you're shrinking back?" Bing'er trembled and said, "I want to hold it in. I want to wait for husband to come back and give birth." When she said this, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could she still hold it in? The female doctor said, "Madam Bing'er, you must not hold it in. After the placenta falls out of your belly, the baby must come out of your belly. Otherwise, it will be dangerous." Instantly, Xiaobing was startled. She quickly used strength. Although Bing'er's skeleton was small, her pelvic bones were wide, which was very suitable for giving birth. And the baby's position was very good. After using strength for more than a dozen times. Wah, 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 the baby's cries came from the delivery room. It was extremely smooth. The few midwives couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. It was so rare for the first birth to go so smoothly. Many women's first births were so difficult, and some even lasted 2 or 3 days. From the time Bing'er was conceived to the time she was born, less than 4 hours had passed. "Congratulations, madam. You're a rich young lady." When Bing'er heard this, her little mouth immediately flattened, and she almost cried. She had dreamed of giving birth to a son, but in the end, she gave birth to a girl. "What's so good about a girl? Your mother is just a little girl." "Haven't I done enough?" Madame Xue smiled and said, "Do you think this girl is like you?" She was born very noble, a young lady from a rich family. Bing'er thought about it and agreed. "The girl I gave birth to is different from me." Then, she smiled happily. Let me see. She can't be like me. She has to be like her father." "That's beautiful." The midwife used warm water to clean the baby, cut the umbilical cord, and wrapped it up. "Yo, what a beautiful girl. It's rare to see such a beautiful girl." Madame Xue quickly came over. She was indeed a beautiful girl. Her skin was smooth when she was just born, and there were no wrinkles at all. The baby had just left his mother's stomach, so he felt a little insecure. His little body trembled slightly. After crying a few times, he was stimulated by the light and instinctively wanted to open his eyes. But he had just been born and didn't have much strength. He used a lot of strength to open his eyes a little. His eyes were so big. His eyes were black and as pure as gems. Madame Xue only took one look and her entire heart was about to melt. Her eyes were black, and they were as pure as gems. Tears came out. She directly hugged him in her arms. "Baby, sweetheart, can you be a baby for me in the future?" Madame Xue really doted on him, but she also felt sad. She and Ningxing had been married for 2 to 3 years, but she still hadn't gotten pregnant. She had already found a doctor. And Shenlang was the best doctor. Ningxing didn't have a problem. It was her problem. So Madame Xue had always wanted to give Ningxing a concubine, but Ningxing had always rejected her. He didn't say that he didn't like beauties. He just felt that it was troublesome. He felt that the husband and wife were very harmonious. If a restless woman came in, the family wouldn't be peaceful anymore. So Madame Zhuo went to find Shenlang because she knew that the person in charge of the Chongping Marquis residence was Shenlang. In the end, Shenlang said that he had other plans. Quick, let me see, Binger said. Madame Zhuo quickly passed the baby to Binger. Binger was surprised. What a beautiful baby. It really looks like its father. It's good to be like him, delicate and noble. She was so happy that she wanted to cry. In her heart, Shenlang was the most noble person in the world. So, whether it was a son or a daughter, it was best not to have a son like her. She would be a little girl for the rest of her life. Of course, Binger was also happy. This little girl was very happy. But who didn't like their children to be nobles? Then, Binger untied her clothes. Although there was no milk yet, it had to be sucked out by the baby. Sure enough, as soon as the baby held it in his mouth, he instinctively sucked. Looking at the baby's desperate appearance, Binger's heart felt like it was about to melt. Go, baby. Suck both out, then the left side will belong to daddy, and the right side to baby, okay? As soon as Binger said this, she immediately blushed. There were more than 10 people present, and these words were too personal. Madame Zhuo glanced at Binger, then looked down at herself, and suddenly felt very envious. Outside, Yucici and Yukiki were jumping up and down excitedly. Where is the baby? Where is the baby? A few midwives wanted to stop the two girls from coming in. From now on, Binger could be considered to be in confinement and couldn't be exposed to the wind. Let them come in. Binger listened to everything Shenlang said. Shenlang said that women had to do it after giving birth, but it couldn't be closed tightly. It had to be ventilated. Also, the saying that one couldn't take a bath during confinement was nonsense. She could take a bath with warm water instead of a sit-down bath. Under Princess Ningyan's lead, the two girls quickly rushed into the delivery room. But when they rushed to the bed, the two girls instinctively slowed down. Looking at the little baby, the two girls instinctively wanted to protect him, so they spoke carefully. The baby is so small, so beautiful. Binger's mother, can I touch the baby's hand? I've already washed it, it's very clean. Binger nodded. Yucici carefully touched the baby's hand. What a cute hand, such a small hand, Yucici whispered excitedly. Yukiki, the younger sister, said eagerly, all right, it's my turn to touch the baby's hand. Princess Ningyan looked at everything. She felt very strange. She felt very happy and warm, but also a little mushy. Back then, she said that she loved Shenlang and wanted to give birth to his baby. That was the truth. But when she really saw the baby, she suddenly felt that she should have played for a few more years. Suddenly, there was a baby in my belly. I don't think I'm ready yet. The midwife didn't even look at Ningyan's face and first looked at her legs. She immediately exclaimed, my God, it's such a pity that this legs can't give birth to 8 or 10 babies. Look at your legs, they'll give birth as soon as you close your eyes and stomp your feet. It's even easier than laying an egg. With that, Ningyan fled without a trace. At this moment, a female physician said, Granny Su, that woman just now is Princess Ningyan. Instantly, the midwife was so scared that she almost peed her pants. The female physicians and midwives muttered in their hearts. There had always been rumors that Princess Ningyan had an affair with Shenlang, but they didn't expect it to be true. To be a son-in-law like young Master Shenlang was truly amazing. Not only did he have a concubine, but he also openly kept the princess in his room. North Park hunting ground. It was as if a biochemical crisis was taking place here. There were rotting corpses of animals everywhere. There was miasma and poisonous gas everywhere. When the Zhong family's army charged into North Park hunting ground for the second time, they had just passed by these places and accidentally sniffed the yellow-green gas. When they returned, they immediately vomited and had diarrhea. After 3 days and 3 nights of treatment, they died from diarrhea. Out of the hundreds of people, only half were saved. From then on, no one dared to go near that North Park hunting ground. It was said that a plague had broken out there. More than 2,300 people with 0 bloodlines had all been injected with the golden bloodline goo. There were no casualties. Just like Shenlang's previous experiment, as long as they had 0 bloodlines, they wouldn't be in any danger. After their bloodlines were modified, everyone was unconscious and fell into a deep coma. After a whole 3 days and 3 nights, Wang De was the first to wake up. He immediately felt that he was in a different world. Of course, it wasn't the physical world, but the spiritual world. Previously, his spiritual world was always gray, like a dark corner where he couldn't see the light at all. He didn't know the word depression. But almost all the people with 0 bloodlines had autism, mental disorders, and depression. And now, although he didn't open his eyes, but he actually felt joy in his heart. There was such an emotion as happiness in this world, it was too wonderful. It was like the whole world was filled with sunlight. He still didn't open his eyes. This was his instinctive reaction. After losing his sense of security forever, when he closed his eyes, it took a lot of courage to open them again. Because he used to live in the woodshed, when he opened his eyes, he saw this gray and ugly world, and countless looks of disdain. He opened his eyes. In the huge room, he was the only one awake. The other brothers were still in deep sleep. He got up from the bed. How could his body be so light and agile? No matter how hard he tried, his limbs were always sore. He worked very hard, but he really didn't have any strength. It was like his bones were filled with lead, and even lifting up in the air required a lot of strength. And his limbs were always cold. And now, his whole body was warm. His heart wasn't beating fast, but it was stronger than ever. He saw a mirror. He walked over. In front of the mirror, he saw himself for the first time. This is the person in here me? He had changed completely. His gaze was sharp and his skin wasn't pale anymore, but was filled with a healthy red glow. Even his body shape had completely changed. Before, he was as skinny as a stick, but now his muscles were bulging. Although he was still skinny, he was filled with strength. He had never been so strong before. Bitterhead Joy walked in. Wang De instantly looked away in embarrassment. He felt that looking in the mirror was a very embarrassing thing to do. You're awake? Follow me. Wang De followed him out. They came in front of a pile of stone weights. This is 40 kilograms, try lifting it. Before, not to mention 40 kilograms, even 10 kilograms was very difficult. Over 15 kilograms, Wang De felt like all the bones in his body were about to break. After listening to Bitterhead Joy's orders, Wang De bent down, took a deep breath, and suddenly grabbed the 40-kilogram weight. In the end, he stumbled and almost fell. It wasn't because the weight was too heavy, but because it was too light, and he used too much strength. This is 75 kilograms, try it. Then, Wang De easily lifted the stone dumbbell that weighed 150 kilograms. This is 180 kilograms, try it. Wang Dazhou easily lifted the 280-pound stone weights. This is 390 kilograms, try it again. Wang De lifted it again. But this time, it was already a bit strenuous. That's enough, your arms can only lift 390 kilograms. Bitterhead Joy said, but this is just the beginning, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Indeed, they weren't like the Lon brothers, whose bloodline was originally high, and they had accumulated strength for tens of years. Once it was activated, they would become very strong. To Wang De, the strength in front of him was just the starting point after his bloodline was modified. This is a stone bow. Come and try it. Bitterhead Joy said. Wang De took a deep breath, and suddenly pulled the strong stone bow. A stone bow was about 130 kilograms, no matter where it was a strong bow. Regardless of whether it was in the state of Yu or the state of Chu, only the most elite archers would collectively equip a stone bow. It wasn't that it couldn't be pulled. Just by pulling, many people could do it. But after pulling, it wouldn't be so easy to continuously shoot 20 arrows. This is a stone and a half bow, try it. Wang De pulled the 1.5 stone bow. Although it was a bit strenuous, it wasn't too difficult. This track is 150 steps, run as fast as you can. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang De sprinted out. Bitterhead Joy didn't need any timekeeping tools, he could tell the time in his heart. About 10 breaths, not even 1 o'clock. In less than 10 seconds, it was too late. Even on Earth, this result was close to the world champion. How amazing. And when Wang De sprinted, he couldn't even breathe after running 50 meters. How heaven-defying was this increase? To Wang De, his physical fitness had increased by 10 times, or even 100 times. After changing his bloodline, he actually became so strong. After running 100 meters, Wang De turned around and ran back. He stood straight in front of Bitterhead Joy, waiting for his new orders. Bitterhead Joy saw that his eyes were filled with tears. It could be seen how excited he was in his heart. I will give you the time it takes for half an incense to burn, you can cry, you can laugh. Bitterhead Joy turned around and left, leaving the entire field to Wang De. Wang De didn't laugh maniacally, he didn't beat his chest, he didn't shout out loud. He just silently cried. His tears were like a fountain, he couldn't stop them at all. He didn't even know why he was crying. He just wanted to cry. He was filled with joy. He felt really sour. He felt really happy. He was really grateful. 10 minutes later, when Wang De heard Bitterhead Joy's footsteps, he immediately wiped away all his tears and stood up straight again, waiting for Bitterhead Joy's new orders. Who do you want to see the most? Bitterhead Joy asked. Wang De, young master. Haha. Bitterhead Joy said, young master's daughter was born, so he rushed back to see her. He will probably come back tomorrow. Moreover, he probably isn't used to seeing so many people being grateful to him. He is only good at facing bad people and not his own people. Instantly, Wang De didn't know what to say. In truth, he didn't know how to express his gratitude. Even though his entire body had transformed and become extremely powerful, he was still unable to move. His personality didn't change at all. Li Gozi will wake up soon. Bitterhead Joy said, do you remember what I told you to do? Wang De nodded his head. Bitterhead Joy said, bring Li Gozi and do it once. Pass it down and ensure that all 2,300 people test their strength and speed. Yes. Wang De turned around and ran towards the barracks. As expected, the second bloodline modified Li Gozi woke up and was standing in front of the mirror in a daze. Wang De said, follow me. Li Gozi followed Wang De to the field. Wang De said, this is a 150-kilogram stone lock, try it. Just like that, more than 2,300 people with 0 bloodlines who had been modified woke up in batches. There was no need for any orders. There was no need for any military officers. Those who woke up first would bring those who woke up later to do a strength and speed test. After the test, all the results were recorded. 8 hours later, all the test results were sent neatly to Bitterhead Joy. Bitterhead Joy didn't look at the results. This was because he knew that everyone was equally outstanding. What shocked him was the discipline and awareness of these people. Previously, when the 10 Lan brothers and the group of people with special bloodlines were awakened by the activation of their bloodline power, everyone made a big fuss and it took a long time for order to be restored. And these 2,000 people didn't need any orders or instructions. They completed all the tests on their own. Bitterhead Joy's eyes became wet again. This was the best army in the world. How could I, Bitterhead Joy, get such an army and become the commander of this army? I have never seen such an outstanding army before. He looked at their test results. For an ordinary army, the strength of each of them was definitely in the upper echelons. The strength of their hands exceeded 400 kilograms. And their speed was top-notch, 100 meters in 10 breaths. Every single one of these soldiers was precious. It was simply a dream come true. But he had more than 2,000 people. Previously, they had no strength, but now the heavens gave them strength, agility, and speed. This army was now complete. They had strength, discipline, and a soul, and this was just the beginning. After 3 months of training, how strong would they become? Bitterhead Joy turned his head, not letting others see his tears. He was excited, and sad. The fate of these 2,000 people had changed. Previously, they were despised by their parents and family and lived worse than pigs and dogs. But now, they had become people, and they were extremely outstanding people. Compared to the 10 Lan brothers. Bitterhead Joy felt that these people were the true rebirth of phoenixes. Bitterhead Joy even felt that he liked these 2,000 people more than the 10 geniuses of the Lan family. And he knew almost everyone's name. These are my soldiers, my brothers. Then, Bitterhead Joy restrained his inner emotions and gave an order. You are free to train according to the drill manual, Lesson 1 and Lesson 2. In half an hour, we will go to eat together. After eating, you will train for another 2 hours according to the drill manual, Lesson 3 and Lesson 4. After training, go to sleep. After Bitterhead Joy gave the order, more than 2,000 people with Nirvana bloodlines gathered in the shortest time possible. More than 2,000 people stood in 23 square formations. It was completely silent. Every square formation was as neat as if it had been measured by a ruler. Then, the 2,000 people began to train. There was no need for any orders or supervision. They were not robots. Each of them had a rich inner world and a lively soul. After their bloodlines were modified, they had become stronger. But they still had no arrogance or laziness. They were still the same, obedient, grateful, and sensitive. Bitterhead Joy hid in the darkness. He looked at the 2,300 people greedily. Too outstanding, this is my trump card army. This is my invincible army. We must shock the world in the border hunting in 3 months. Shen, you are too amazing. You have created a great miracle. Note, the first update is here. I will continue to write after eating. The monthly votes are a little weak. Brothers, help me. Thank you Macui and Mantis Shrimp for your tens of thousands of coins. Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. A few months had passed since Xianxia retreated. But the hinterland of Wu State was still in a state of devastation. Xianxia was too ruthless. More than 15 counties were affected, and nearly a third of the country was destroyed. Many people were killed, but that was not the main problem. The main problem was the lack of food. This was because when Xianxia was plundering, he had burned countless granaries. Even the crops that had yet to ripen in the fields had been burned. So this year's autumn harvest reduced Wu State's grain output by a quarter. And the failure of the expedition to Raging Tide City made things worse. In the past few months, Wu State had been recuperating. King Wu was young. In order to show his authority, he had grown a beard. But after the defeat a few months ago, he shaved off his beard. So what if he was called a yellow-mouthed child? A king's maturity was not determined by his beard. Now, King Wu once again received the envoy of Chu State. It was still the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights who had dealt with King Yu. The king of Yu is gravely ill. He wants to compromise with our king, but he also doesn't want to bear the sin of losing his sovereignty and humiliating his country. Therefore, he proposed this ridiculous border hunt. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu said, "Has the king of Wu heard of this matter?" Of course King Wu had heard of it. In fact, it was hard not to. This matter had already spread like wildfire. I've heard a thing or two. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State said, what Ning Yuanxian did was very shameless. Obviously, he intentionally used Shenlang and Ningjing as cannon fodder, ceding their interests to Chu State in exchange for peace at the border. King Wu said, really? The assistant minister said, I heard that Wu State is suffering from famine. Is that true? King Wu said, it's true that there is a shortage of food, but not a famine. The assistant minister said, Chu State has a great harvest this year. We are brothers, so we are willing to lend you 1,000,000 don of grain. Hearing this, King Wu was stunned. The officials around him were delighted. 1,000,000 don of grain was more than 100 million catties. It was an astronomical figure. This batch of grain was enough to feed 2 million people for 2 to 3 months. Although there was still a shortfall, it would at least last through the winter. Was the Chu country going to spend so much money again? King Wu said, King Chu's benevolence has truly moved this Guaran. I'll write an IOU to your king right away. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu said, King Wu, not only are we willing to lend you this batch of grain, but there's also no interest. King Wu walked down from his throne and cupped his hands towards the southwest. King Chu is a true ruler. The assistant minister of the Chu Ministry of Rights replied, of course, but our king has a small request. King Wu asked, what is it? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Chu Kingdom said, I heard that your majesty once signed a secret agreement with the king of Chu. King Wu replied, I haven't. Where did you hear this from? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State said, that's good. But my king wants you to announce to the world that no matter what secret agreement you signed with Ning Yuanxian, the king of Yu, is invalid. He wanted King Wu to tear up the secret agreement between Wu and Yu. Of course, in this world, all secret agreements were meant to be broken. But wasn't the speed at which they were being torn up a little too fast? It had only been a few months, and the ink was barely dry. Was it going to be used to wipe his ass? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State said, not only that, my king is willing to sign a secret agreement with Wu State. Our two states will be sworn brothers. King Wu replied, the Chu country and I have always been brothers. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State said, a sense of ceremony is still necessary. Besides, it's just a paper agreement. Chu State's intentions were very clear. As long as King Wu tore up the agreement with the king of Yu and signed a secret agreement with the king of Chu, he would be able to borrow 1 million don of grain without any interest. Actually, Wu State didn't need to pay any interest at all. Wu State's secret envoy Wu Ji suddenly said, esteemed envoy, it seems that the so-called border hunt is just Ning Yuanxian, the king of Yu, cutting off his flesh to give to Chu State, right? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State said, that's right. Ning Yuanxian is seriously ill, and the fight for the throne is getting more and more intense. The king of Yu is afraid that Chu State will send troops. He originally wanted to compromise, but he felt that it would be too humiliating. So he proposed the ridiculous border hunt. It's obvious that he wants to lose to us on purpose, sacrificing two nameless pawns, Ningjing and Shenlang. Wu Ji said, then what will happen after this ridiculous border hunt? His meaning was very clear. Would Chu State's appetite stop here? After winning the border hunt, they would get a border of 20 li and an indemnity of 800,000 gold coins. Would Chu State let go of the state of Yu, or would they push their luck? Or would they try to extort more? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State said, of course it will stop here. Our king is most concerned about credibility. Wu Ji smiled and said, the king of Chu's credibility is indeed well known. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State said, His Majesty only needs to nullify the secret agreement with the state of Yu, and sign a secret agreement with Chu State. In that way, he can get 1 million don of rations. Why not? As soon as he said this, the officials all nodded. King Wu said, esteemed envoy, please take a rest. This is an important matter. We need to discuss it first. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Chu State excused himself. Then, there was a lot of discussion in the Wu dynasty's court. More than half of the officials agreed. This was a transaction without any cost. Tearing up an agreement and signing a new one would be able to get 1 million don of rations. Where else in the world could one find such a good deal? If they didn't agree, they would be fools. Therefore, the officials all knelt down and kowtowed, asking King Wu to agree. Your Majesty, millions of starving people are crying piteously for food. It's a terrible sight. Your Majesty, the winter is getting colder and colder. If there's no food, people will really starve to death. Your Majesty, the people are like your sons, and they look up to you as if you were their parents. The meaning behind their words was clear. They wanted King Wu to agree to get the rations first. King Wu smiled. I understand what you all mean. Let's adjourn for now. The officials took the opportunity to kowtow once more, asking King Wu to take pity on the people. In the study, King Wu was furious. He wasn't angry at Chu, but rather, he was angry at his subjects. Was this king really so shameless and untrustworthy? A newly signed agreement would be nullified in just a few months, throwing oneself into the arms of Chu State for 1 million don of rations? What was this King Wu to them? A prostitute in a brothel? Shameless, Wu Ji said, Your Majesty, there's no need to be angry. The considerations of a subject are different from those of a ruler. King Wu sneered. That's right. In the eyes of these officials, my reputation as the king isn't that important. If they can use my reputation to exchange for rations, why not? But how many times can this king's reputation be sold? Wu Ji said, that's not all they're thinking about. King Wu said, my state of Wu lacks rations, but we don't lack them either. These officials are all rich and have mountains of rations. They're afraid that I'll beg for alms from them. In order not to bleed, they want me to sell my reputation in exchange for rations. That way, their rations will be preserved. Wu Ji said, that's not important. What's important is how our state of Wu will deal with the upcoming situation. Our south is about to produce a shocking hero. Prince Jin. King Wu sighed in admiration at the mention of this name. Prince Jin was several years younger than him, and when he inherited the throne, he had almost nothing. He was a puppet. In just 2 or 3 years, he was about to become the ruler of the entire Sand Barbaric tribe. During the Nan-Oyu Kingdom's rebellion, everyone thought that Jin Jun would be crushed like an ant. But who would have thought that in just a year, a new king would rise in the south? They couldn't help but sigh. This Prince Jin had really turned the tide and created miracles. The state of Yu's army occupied most of Nano's territory. Not only was Prince Jin not anxious, he even used this war to unify the Sand Barbaric tribe. What a great move. A stroke of genius. He, King Wu, had inherited the throne from his father's generation, but the result was still a mess. In comparison, it was truly embarrassing. King Wu said, the king of Chu must have signed a secret treaty with this Prince Jin. When Prince Jin takes back Nan-O and sweeps over the south, it will be the time for the king of Chu's army to march east. Wu Ji said, that's why the border hunt is not enough to satisfy the king of Chu. That sly old fox will definitely open his mouth and continue to extort Ning. Yuan. King Wu was silent for a moment. Uncle, we can only stand on the side of the winner. That's right, that's the most important thing. The state of Wu had suffered great losses in the last war. They needed at least half a year to recuperate. The state of Wu didn't have many bargaining chips left. They couldn't just throw them away casually, and they had to bet on the right thing. Wu Ji said, the king of Chu used the border hunt as a delaying tactic, as bait. However, didn't the state of Chu use $1 million of grain as bait? Making us tear up the alliance with the state of Yu is only the first step. What he wants is to pull us onto the war chariot of Jin Jun. King Wu said, that's right. Last time it was Sunan's chariot, this time it's Prince Jin's chariot. This king of Chu is really cunning. He only wants to be a fisherman and never thinks of pulling chestnuts from the fire. Wu Ji said, but Prince Jin is completely different from Sunan. Once he unifies the Sand Barbaric tribe, he will have 100,000 strong army, the most barbaric and powerful in the world. Once the situation in the south of the state of Yu deteriorates, the state of Chu won't be like last time. That will be a real war that will topple the entire country. That's why the king of Chu can't wait to pull us into the war. King Wu could totally imagine. The war that might erupt in the next war would be incomparably shocking. It might be a real battle between 3 countries, or even 4 countries. The total number of troops involved might exceed 400,000 to 500,000, completely different from the war a few months ago. This might be a super war that will decide the fate of the 4 countries. Wu Ji said, so even if we want to break the treaty with the state of Yu and sign some secret treaty, we have to wait until Prince Jin's matter is done. Now the state of Chu wants to use a mere $1 million of grain to exchange for His Majesty's fickleness? Isn't that too cheap? King Wu suddenly said, what if the state of Yu wins the border hunt? Hearing this, Wu Ji was stunned. That can't be right. The so-called border hunt was the most direct way of fighting. There were no stratagems, just 2 armies fighting each other. The elites of the state of Chu participated in the war all year round and were more elite than the state of Yu. 5,000 versus 2,000 for the state of Yu. Rumor had it that Ningjing and Shenlang had just recruited 2,000 pieces of trash to train their troops. It was obvious that they were using these 2,000 pieces of trash as cannon fodder. How could they win? King Wu said, if the state of Yu wins, wouldn't it be a huge blow to the state of Chu? Wu Ji thought about it and still found it ridiculous. King Wu smiled. Then let's wait and see. Of course, the main character of this show is still Prince Jin. He is the one who can influence the situation of the 4 southern countries. The next day, King Wu officially rejected the state of Chu's request and stated that the treaty he signed with the state of Yu was a truce, not some secret treaty. Moreover, he, King Wu, was a man of his word. He would never break an agreement for a small profit. Immediately, the officials began to wail, lamenting that the starving people would not be able to survive the winter. King Wu issued a decree. From this day onwards, his palace would reduce its expenses by 2/3. He would only eat 2 meals of porridge a day, and all the food the royal family had saved up would be given to the starving people. Next, King Wu personally visited the families of some of the important officials, writing them IOUs to borrow food. The officials and nobles of the state of Wu all generously donated 50,000 don of food in half a month, which was more than enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Next, a major leak occurred in the upper echelons of the state of Wu. An important name list was revealed. The names on this list were all high-ranking officials of the state of Wu. All of them had been secretly bribed or coerced by the Blackwater group of the state of Wu. King Wu was enraged. He severely punished the Blackwater group's leakers, killing 3 of them and imprisoning a dozen more. King Wu was enraged. He executed the entire clan of a second-rank official on the list. Immediately, the nobles of the state of Wu generously donated money to the victims. In just 10 days, they had collected 800,000 don of food. King Wu was moved. Then, in front of everyone in the imperial court, he declared that the so-called Yu Kingdom's leak was a conspiracy. He didn't believe that the officials of the state of Wu would be bribed by the Blackwater group of the state of Wu. He had absolute faith in the loyalty of his officials. Then, in front of all the officials, he burned this so-called list of names to the ground. It was at this time Wu Mu, who was defeated in the Raging Tide City, officially returned. King Wu's purge of the court officially began. Many new officials gradually replaced the old ones. Then, with the disaster relief and the leak, King Wu officially began his counterattack against the old officials. Each generation had its own talents, and each of them dominated for several years. King Wu in the north was maturing. Prince Jin in the south was rising like a star. He was about to light up the sky of the entire eastern world. Today, the court of the state of Yu was also extremely turbulent. With the illness of the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, the battle for the throne between the crown prince and the third prince, Ning Qi, gradually intensified. The two sides had a good opportunity to compete for the position of the governor of the Western Heaven province. Originally, Zhang Zishu, who was in the crown prince's faction, would definitely take the position. However, a case of reselling military provisions was in full swing. Zhang Zishu, the favored one, was also involved. Dozens of officials in the crown prince's faction were involved. Then, an even more shocking case of embezzlement of military funds broke out. Dozens of military officials were involved. The whole case was getting bigger and bigger. The position of the governor of the Western Heaven province was once again put on hold. In such a lively situation, the birth of a daughter in Shenlang's family was, of course, a trivial matter. However, there were still many people who paid special attention. Shenlang was so favored by the monarch before. Now that he had a daughter, would the monarch give him any gifts? In the end, nothing at all. Not only did the monarch not give him any gifts, but even concubine Bian seemed to be completely unaware of this matter. It was said that concubine Zhong wanted to send a gift, but was stopped by the monarch. The direction of the wind was very clear. Shenlang was out of favor. The monarch was determined to sacrifice Shenlang and Ningjing. As soon as the border hunting competition was over, these two people would be completely finished. Shenlang's precious daughter was already 20 days old. He couldn't bear to part with her. However, it was a pity that such a big baby only ate and slept every day. Most of the day, she slept. But when the baby was awake, she was basically held in Shenlang's arms. The little girl was so naughty in her mother's womb, but after she was born, she was very obedient and quiet. Most of the time, she stared at Shenlang with her big black eyes, and her delicate little face was very serious. She didn't like to cry at all. She would only whimper when she had a bad bowel movement. Everyone realized that Shenlang held his daughter at home every day. He didn't go to the northern hunting ground at all, nor did he care about the training there. Now, everyone could see it even more clearly. For this border hunting competition, Shenlang himself didn't have any hope. He had even given up. After recruiting more than 2,000 useless people, he threw them into the military camp at the northern hunting ground and ignored them. On this day, Shenlang waited for a long time. Finally, the baby woke up, and he couldn't wait to take her out to show off. Eunuch Li Sun came secretly like a thief. Because the monarch was sacrificing Xianlang, as His Majesty's confidant, Li Sun naturally had to treat Xianlang coldly. "Oh, we adults are putting on a show, but the baby has been wronged." Eunuch Li Sun carefully held the baby in his arms. His posture was even more accurate than Xianlang's. When the baby was held in Xianlang's arms, her little face was very serious, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. When she was held in Li Sun's arms, she actually felt a little sleepy, as if it was more comfortable in Li Sun's arms. "What a heartless little girl. Daddy dotes on you so much." His Majesty thought for a few hours and finally gave our baby a name. Shenmi. Xianlang was speechless. "Your Majesty, my daughter wants to name herself." "Why are you joining in the fun? She's Xiaobing's daughter, not Ning Yan's. She's not your granddaughter. Do you have to read ancient books every day?" He knew that Ning Yuanxian didn't spend a few hours, but a few days. He would flip through ancient books whenever he had time to think of a good name. A name that put even Xianlang to shame. What did Ning Yuanxian say when he conferred the title of Viscount to Zhang Chong? He told Li Sun to think of a good title, which meant that he didn't want to use his brain. He didn't even want to think of a noble title, but he spent days thinking of the name of Xianlang's daughter. In the end, His Majesty came up with a good name. But Xianlang immediately thought of Zhenmi. Of course, Ning Yuanxian didn't know about this character, so the name was his own creation. Eunuch Li Sun said, "This Mi is good. It means peace and sweetness, but it also hides nobility. When it is pronounced Fu, it has the same meaning as the ancient Fuxi. Fuxi was one of the 3 ancient sovereigns, extremely noble." Xianlang nodded perfunctorily and said, "Yes, not bad, not bad." Li Sun was speechless. Of course, when he reported to His Majesty, he wouldn't dare to say that Xianlang's attitude was perfunctory. He would definitely say that Xianlang was amazed after hearing the name and that he, Xianlang, couldn't think of such a good name. Then, Eunuch Li Sun took out a piece of jade and put it around the baby's neck. "This is a gift from Consort Bien." He didn't mention the origin of the jade. On the surface, the jade looked very ordinary. However, it was indeed an item from the ancient civilization. It was said that it was a royal pearl of an ancient king. This was a dowry given to her by the Bien family. She always carried it with her and wanted to pass it on to her daughter. However, Consort Bien was low-key and never showed it off to others, so almost no one knew how precious it was. His Majesty said that when the border hunting ends, our little baby will be 3 months old. It's the cutest time. At that time, we'll bring him into the palace and let Consort Bien cherish him. Originally, Li Sun could only come for an hour, but he unknowingly stayed for more than a quarter of an hour while holding the baby. Then, he left reluctantly. He also gave a gift, but he didn't specifically say it. It was just a small copper coin threaded with a red string that he wore on the baby's wrist. He also didn't say that this copper coin was the only thing his birth mother left him. Li Sun was an orphan. He grew up in the Great Grace Court and was later adopted by Eunuch Li Mu. He didn't know who his parents were since he was a child. But for as long as he could remember, he had worn this copper coin on his wrist. Later, as he grew older, his wrist became thicker, and he couldn't wear this copper coin anymore, so he kept it close to his body. Now, he gave this copper coin to Shenmi. Although it wasn't worth much, he poured all his love and blessings into it. Jin Mutsong envied the baby and couldn't help but say, "Brother-in-law, aren't you going to keep an eye on the soldiers training at the northern Yuan hunting ground? This border hunting is very important. It's not only related to the fate of you and His Highness Ningxing, it's also related to His Majesty the monarch." This was not wrong at all. The monarch had already recuperated, and his movements were no longer hindered. But he still lay in bed every day. The consequences of his illness this time were too serious. Everyone felt that the tiger had become weak, which was very dangerous. So even though he was almost fully recovered, he still pretended to be weak and couldn't get out of bed. When he pretended to be weak to the extreme, the border hunting officially began. He would appear in front of everyone in high spirits and full of heroism. The border hunting shocked everyone. Shenlong's 2,000 new soldiers created a miracle, and the monarch once again shocked everyone. Once again, his reputation returned to its peak. At that time, everyone in the world would guess that the monarch Ning Yuanxian's illness was fake and everything was just an act. At that time, the world would be even more in awe of him. So now, the fates of the monarch, Ningxing, and Shenlang were already tied together. The monarch said that he didn't trust Ningxing, but he trusted Shenlang. And this time, he had practically gambled his own political reputation. This kind of trust was really heavy. Even though everyone thought that Shenlang and Ningxing would definitely lose in the border hunting, and there was no hope. After all, even Shenlang himself had given up. Ever since his daughter was born, he never went to the North Garden hunting ground. Moreover, the entire North Garden hunting ground was surrounded by a plague. Animal corpses were everywhere, and miasma was everywhere. But it still couldn't stop many spies from spying. There were spies from the Crown Prince's faction, the Third Prince's faction, the Zhong family, and Chu's spies. And the entire North Garden hunting ground was too big, and couldn't stop the spies from infiltrating. So these spies still managed to spy on Bitter Joy's training. Then, these people laughed so hard that their intestines were about to break. Oh my god. This was too funny, too funny. What bullshit tea were you guys practicing? How could this be kept a secret? What bullshit tea were you training? Because the 2,000 new recruits of Shenlang only practiced one move every day. Swing the knife, cut it in half, thousands of times, tens of thousands of times, 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month, they were all practicing this move of the knife. And they were using a wooden knife. As an army, you guys didn't practice formations, nor did you practice strength and speed, just practicing the knife. Even if you practiced the knife, you should at least change your posture, and always slash straight down. You guys didn't practice, but I'm about to vomit. How stupid are you guys? Such a simple knife swing, and you need to practice for a month. And it seems like you guys have to keep practicing like this, and it seems like you haven't learned it yet. Shenlang, I know you've already given up on the border hunting this time. But at least put on an act. You should at least let your new recruits practice the knife technique, practice archery. And you can't even bear to let them touch a real knife? Oh right, this group of people are weak trash, they can't even hold a real knife. Time passed day by day. This group of spies really couldn't take it anymore. Just watching these 2,000 idiots practice every day, not only were they going to vomit, but they were also going to be dumbfounded. Thus, these spies left one after another. Spying my A**s. Using such a pile of shit to spy on them was simply a waste of life. The key was that this group of people, even if they held a wooden knife, swinging it was so strenuous, they were drenched in sweat, they didn't have any killing intent at all. This kind of trash couldn't even be compared to a 7 or 8-year-old soldier. About a month later, all the spies disappeared without a trace. So was Bitter Joy putting this group of people practice for a month an act? Of course not. First of all, the knife in their hands looked like a wooden knife, but in reality, it was lead inside, it was very, very heavy. And it was getting heavier day by day. On the last day of this month, the knife in their hands was nearly 100 kilograms. It would get heavier next. On the real battlefield, they would be holding a 100 kilograms Amadeo, a Zamadeo forged from first-class steel. AMO saber of about 1.7 meters, and every soldier would be wearing heavy steel armor. That's right, this was the trump card of the Tang dynasty against the Turkic cavalry. MO Saber Squad. For a long time in ancient China, cavalry was invincible against infantry. But the MO Saber Squad was able to crush cavalry. Fighting together, the power of a team. Thousands of people as one. Cutting them in half, even the elite cavalry was scared out of their wits. This was simply the tank of the cold weapon era, a moving steel wall. Moreover, the trump card troops under Shenlang's command had all undergone a bloodline transformation. Their strength and endurance were getting stronger and stronger. And they had discipline and loyalty. Soul. Compared to the MO Saber Squad of the Tang dynasty, they were much stronger. Bitter Joy only let them practice one move. However, this was how saber techniques worked. Mastering one technique allowed one to master all. It allowed you to practice one move to the extreme, speed, strength, and angle of attack. Then on the battlefield, it would be simplified. One move was fatal, every move was fatal. When this super heavy infantry of Xianxia appeared on the battlefield, it was bound to shock the world. Note, today's 2 updates cost 15,000. Please support, please vote, and thank you. I didn't expect that one day I would pretend to be old like Sunan. Monarch Ning Yuanxian sighed. His hair was originally a little white, but now it was mostly white. Not only that, he had been eating light food for the past month, and he had lost about 5 kilograms. Coupled with some deliberate dressing, he looked like he had aged 20 years. He was in his 50s. He used to look like he was in his 30s, but now he looked like he was in his 70s. There was nothing he could do. People only believed what they wanted to believe. Whether it was the people or the officials, they all believed that Ning Yuanxian had a stroke, and it was on a woman's belly. He probably did not have long to live. It was easy for a stroke to recur, and once it did, he would definitely die. At this time, even if Ning Yuanxian stood out and said that he was fine, it would not help. Since that was the case, he might as well act to the extreme. He pretended to be extremely weak. For the past month, he did not attend the court. The crown prince was still in charge of the country. Of course, Ning Yuanxian still had to handle the important matters himself. Sigh. Ning Yuanxian put down the memorial in his hand. He was no longer angry, or he would have died of anger. People in this world were too realistic, whether it was the people or the officials. A few months ago, because he had wiped out Sunan's rebellion and won the Battle of Wuyue, how glorious was Ning Yuanxian, how glorious was his reputation. But when did his reputation start to deteriorate? It was because of Madman Lan and the 10 beggars. At that time, Ning Yuanxian allowed them to participate in the Inca's civil and military examinations, which caused a huge uproar. Every day, the censors and officials criticized him, saying that he treated the examinations as a child's play. On the surface, they were criticizing Xianxia, but in fact, they were pointing their swords at him, the monarch. And the result, Madman Lan was the top scorer. The 10 brothers of the Lan family were all in the imperial examinations. It turned out that he, the monarch, was not a fatuous ruler, but a wise man who recognized talents. Ning Yuanxian felt so good that he slapped the whole world. It was also at that time that his reputation became even worse. The officials were obviously wrong, so they were slapped. Countless scholars were also wrong. But they did not care about right or wrong. It was because they were wrong that they hated monarch Ning Yuanxian even more, and even viewed him as an enemy. Of course, Ning Yuanxian was an emperor after all. Even if the scholars and some officials were hostile to him, they could do nothing about it. But they can ruin your reputation. Right at this moment, Ning Yuanxian fell ill. Instantly, countless rumors and slanders broke out. The monarch was about to have a stroke. The monarch was having sex with 5 women every day. That was why he had a stroke. There were even some who said that the monarch doted on Xianxia entirely because he was handsome and had an unspeakable relationship. The relationship between a ruler and his subjects was eternal. This was an unchanging truth. In this world, it was either the ministers manipulating the king, or the king manipulating the ministers. Of course, most of the time, it was mutual manipulation. During the Ming dynasty, there was an expert in manipulating his subjects, the Jiajing emperor. He completely manipulated his subjects until they wished they were dead. No one knew how many powerful officials were manipulated to death by him. But when he got older and his lackey Yan Song was killed, it was his turn to be manipulated by the officials. He did not even get a good title after his death. Suzong was probably better than Emperor Yang, but he was still below average. It meant that he was very mean and ungrateful, very bad. The monarch Ning Yuanxian was also an expert in manipulating his subjects. During his 20 years on the throne, countless officials were manipulated to death by him. He was definitely mean and ungrateful. But there was one thing: he was stronger than the Jiajing emperor. He could basically do whatever he wanted to the important officials of the country. No matter how big the trouble was, he would never touch the foundation. The secretariat and the several pillars of the court in the Privy Council were always stable. Of course, Sunan was an exception. He had already rebelled. But now, the foundation was a little loose. The foundation of the civil officials was the Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu. The foundation of the generals was the commandant Xianxia. 2 months ago, on the surface, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu was completely on the side of the monarch. He suppressed the trouble caused by the failed examinees and stopped the upheaval in the bud. But this also sent out a signal. He, Zhu Hongzhu, had spoken. It was like a tiger roaring in the woods. So, many civil officials followed him. Lunatic Lan, the 10 brothers of the Lan family passed the exam. I am one of them. I have offended all the civil and military officials. The monarch Ning Yuanxian sighed, but the funny thing is that they are clearly in the wrong, but they want to blame me. Are they going to ignore the talent? Or do they want to monopolize the civil and military examinations? That's what they mean, the eunuchly son thought, but he did not say it out loud. Eunuchs were not allowed to interfere in politics. I am only sick. I haven't collapsed yet. Why can't these officials wait to find someone new to rely on? The monarch sneered, look at the neutral faction in the court. A third of them are now scattered like birds and beasts. They are all going to rely on their new masters. What have I done? Why do they hate me so much and curse me so much? The people who pained the monarch the most were the crown prince and third prince Ningqi. Even if the two of them had fought before, it was completely in the dark. They fought but did not break, and it could be considered a healthy competition. But now, after Ning Yuanxian fell ill, the fight between the two became intense. It was unknown how many officials had been sent to prison and how many people had been exiled for the sake of the position of military governor of Western Heaven Administrative Province. This was a dangerous signal. Once the country entered a fight between factions, it would enter a vicious cycle. All development and diplomacy would be affected or even put on hold. The fierce fight between factions would be like a black hole, devouring everything. By then, there would be no right or wrong. There would only be factions against factions. Now that Ning Yuanxian had fallen ill, the fight between factions had begun. Not only that, the fight between factions was also a form of contempt for the monarch Ning Yuanxian. The healthy competition between the crown prince and the third prince could be said to be a show of strength. They let Ning Yuanxian be the arbitrator to see who was better and more suitable to be the successor of the country. But now, the two sides were fighting so fiercely that Ning Yuanxian, the arbitrator, was almost thrown aside. The two of us will fight, and the winner will inherit the throne. Does that mean that I, the monarch, should also watch from the side? Of course, it had not reached this point yet, but there were signs. The two sides started the case of military grain scalping and embezzlement of military funds. It was not only the beginning of the fight between factions, but also a test for Ning Yuanxian. They wanted to see if Ning Yuanxian would suppress them or not. Once the monarch chose to suppress them and put an end to the fight, he would need great prestige. Otherwise, he would definitely become a pot of half-cooked rice and would be regarded as an incompetent mediator. That was why Ning Yuanxian felt so miserable. He had just fallen sick for a while, and now he was being slandered and neglected by others. He had a stroke on a woman's belly. In order to please the king of Chu, he did not hesitate to sign a humiliating contract and cede the interests of the state of Yu in the name of a ridiculous hunting fair at the border. What was he if not a fatuous king? At this time, what could he use to suppress the two young and ambitious princes? He lacked authority. If he forcibly suppressed them, he would definitely become a peacemaker and be laughed at. Thinking of the king of Wu in the north, the purge was in full swing. Ning Yuanxian could not help but feel envious. It was good to be young. But Ning Yuanxian was also a ruthless person. Didn't you think that I was old? That I had fallen ill and weakened? Then I will show you how old and weak I am. When the Shenlang army soars in the border hunting fair, it will be the time when I return to my peak. At that time, Ning Yuanxian will once again appear in front of the world in a heroic manner. He will be young and handsome, holding his sword and sharpening his blade. At that time, all the doubts about Ning Yuanxian in the world would vanish. Everyone would once again lie dormant under his tyrannical power. In this world, either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. Ning Yuanxian sneered. After King Cheng Aragang died, not only did no one investigate the cause of his death, no one even cared about his corpse. They just let it lie on the table and rot. I even laughed at them at that time. Now, it seems that my sons are not much better. Li Sun still did not answer. At this time, the monarch could not help but think of a person. His fifth son, Ningjing. Wasn't it better for this son of his to be firm and kind? This was the first time Ning Yuanxian had looked at Ningjing in his heart. Your Majesty, Lord Yanni is here. Duke Li Benefactor's voice rang out from outside. A moment later, the governor of the Blackwater platform, Yanni, entered and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, I failed again. What failed? Of course it was to assassinate Prince Jin. Monarch Ning Yuanxian had tried almost everything to stop Prince Jin from unifying the Sand barbaric tribe. Sowing discord, bribing, assassination, and so on. Every method was used. But the Blackwater platform was still too weak in the Sand barbaric tribe. Who would go to that damned place to spy? Therefore, these methods had little effect. There had been at least 80 attempts to assassinate Prince Jin, if not 100. All failed. Even the Grandmaster Yan Nanfei personally took action. They still failed. Prince Jin's martial arts were very high, and he had countless experts from the Sand barbaric tribe and the Great Tribulation Temple by his side. Almost all the assassins sent by the Blackwater platform had died. It was too difficult to change the situation through assassination. Shen Lang had been assassinated many times. He had even sent Sword King Li Xianxia to assassinate Sun An, but it had all failed. The only time he had been close to success was when Bitter Joy tried to assassinate Jin Zhua. But now that Jin Zhua had the protection of Old Demon Snow Mountain, it was almost impossible to assassinate him. Old Demon Snow Mountain had decided to move the Snow Mountain Palace to Raging Tide City. Because life there was more comfortable. They didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and they could show off their strength. Of course, what was the Snow Mountain Palace without Snow Mountain? Don't worry about these details. As long as I, Old Demon Snow Mountain, am here, even the Blazing Mountain can be called the Snow Mountain Palace. The governor of the Blackwater platform, Yanni, said, Your Majesty, it's better to prepare for war. We won't be able to stop Prince Jin with unconventional methods. Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes and began to recall Prince Jin. Who would have thought that this adopted son of his would be so heaven-defying? A few years ago, when he was in the capital, he was so docile, so refined. Who would have thought that he would be so ambitious? Let's prepare for war. 2 months ago, Zhang Chong had said that he needed to increase the number of troops in Nanou, and that he needed to add 150,000 soldiers at once. At the time, it sounded like an alarmist, but now it seemed like it wasn't an exaggeration at all. But where could Ning Yuanxian find 150,000 soldiers? Even if he used everything he had, he could only deploy another 80,000 soldiers to the battlefield in Nanou. Moreover, with this 80,000 soldiers, only Bianzhao's army, Nangong Ao's army, and Third Prince Ning Qi's tens of thousands of soldiers were left on the northern front. Not only would the northern front be empty, but the capital's defenses would also be weak. At that time, Bianzhao's 100,000 soldiers would have to face the Wu Kingdom's several 100,000 soldiers. Fortunately, Shen Lang had eliminated Sun An long ago. Otherwise, Sun An's rebel army, the Chang Kingdom's army, the Wu Kingdom's army, the Chu Kingdom's army, and Prince Jin's army would besiege the state of Yu. Shen Lang and Zhang Chong had eliminated Sun An and turned the Chang Kingdom into an ally. Bian Shao and Jin Zhua had worked together to defeat the Wu Kingdom. Now, the state of Yu was only left with 2 enemies, Prince Jin and the Chu Kingdom, and perhaps the Wu Kingdom. Sun An was really unlucky. He had wanted to wait until Prince Jin unified the Sand barbaric tribe, recaptured the Nanou Kingdom, and took over the southern part of the state of Yu before he rebelled. However, Shen Lang had forced him to act earlier than planned. In the end, his entire army was annihilated. If I deploy all the troops at the northern front, will the Wu Kingdom's army come south? Ning Yuanxian asked. Yanni was silent for a moment. Definitely not now. But once Prince Jin unifies the Sand barbaric tribe, recaptures the Nanou Kingdom, and sends his army north, the Wu Kingdom won't miss this golden opportunity. He has rejected the Chu Kingdom's request for an alliance, but it's not because he wants to keep his word. It's just that the time is not right. Ning Yuanxian said, If I entrust the defense of the northern front to Duke Bian Shao, will he be able to defend? Yanni was silent for a while. I don't know, but Duke Bian Shao is good at offense, not defense. Ning Yuanxian was faced with a huge problem. Once Nangong Ao's 50,000 soldiers were deployed, who would guard the defense of the Tianbei province? Once Nangong Ao's army enters the Nanoyu kingdom, who will be in charge of the northern general's residence? Ning Yuanxian asked, Yan Yi, who do you think is suitable? The current governor of the Tianbei province was a civil official and a member of the royal family. His name was Ning Gang. He was also a legendary figure, one generation older than Ning Yuanxian. He had been guarding the Tianbei province for 10 years. If he was put in charge of logistics, he would definitely be the best in internal affairs. But he was not good at defending the city. As the governor of the Blackwater platform, Yanni had no right to recommend the northern general. But Ning Yuanxian was like this, he was very casual when asking questions. Ning Yuanxian asked again, Zhong Yi, Xue Che, and Ning Qi, who do you think is more suitable? These three were all from the same faction. Yanni still did not speak. No matter which one he recommended, it was more unsuitable. Ning Yuanxian said, have you calculated the Privy Council, Ministry of War, and Ministry of Revenue? If we deploy 80,000 soldiers into the Nanoyu kingdom, how much will it cost? Eunuch Li Sun immediately found the relevant memorials and handed them to Ning Yuanxian. Ning Yuanxian opened it, and his hands suddenly trembled. For an army of 80,000 soldiers, the food, weapons, horses, and soldiers' pay would be converted into military expenses. Together with Zhu Lin's tens of thousands of soldiers, the total would be more than 3.5 million gold coins. It was almost more than the state of Yu's annual tax. Of course, it was almost the end of the year, and the taxes from all over the country were about to be collected. But this money had its uses. He had to borrow from the Yinyuan Association again. But the old debt had not been repaid, and the new debt had been owed? Your Majesty, Princess Ningjia requests an audience. Eunuch Xiao Li's voice came from outside. The monarch waved his hand, and Yanni retreated. Ningjia entered. How much is the Yinyuan Association willing to borrow? Ning Yuanxian asked straightforwardly. Every time he borrowed money, he would first send his trusted aide to talk about it, and then the minister would sign the contract with the Ministry of Revenue. This time, the person who was sent to talk to the Yinyuan Association was Princess Ningjia. The Yinyuan Association is willing to borrow 3.5 million gold coins. Princess Ningjia said. Ning Yuanxian couldn't believe it. It can't be, would the Yinyuan Association be so generous? He had already owed an astronomical debt to the Yinyuan Association. A few months ago, he had borrowed more than 2 million gold coins, and he still hadn't paid it back. Not only that, in order for the state of Wu to seize the Fury Tide City, the Yinyuan Association had paid more than 1 million military expenses for the state of Wu, and this money had been completely wasted. Facing the aggressive Heavenly Law Society, the Yinyuan Association had been having a hard time recently. Princess Ningjia continued, but, the elder of the Yinyuan Association, Xu Bodeo, wants to talk to you personally. Ning Yuanxian frowned, then nodded. An hour later. The big shot of the Yinyuan Association in the state of Yu, Xu Bodeo, entered the palace. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xu Bodeo respectfully knelt down and bowed. This person was in his 70s and had been in charge of the Yinyuan Association's branch in the state of Yu for more than 20 years. Back then, Jin Yu's count had been tricked to death by him. Monarch Ning Yuanxian raised his hand and said with a trembling voice, Elder Xu, please rise. You are more than 10 years older than me, I can't afford it. When I need help from others, the monarch will always say it to me. Xu Bodeo still knelt down meticulously. After bowing, he didn't want to sit down, but stood humbly. Ning Yuanxian said, I heard that the Yinyuan Association is willing to lend us another 3,500,000 gold coins. I am truly grateful. Xu Bodeo said, although I am not a citizen of the state of Yu, I have stayed in the state of Yu for too long and have completely regarded myself as a Yu minister. It is natural for me to be loyal to Your Majesty. Ning Yuanxian said, then what are the specific conditions of the Yinyuan Association for this loan? Xu Bodeo said, the formula for the glass mirror. This person was very straightforward. Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian's eyebrows twitched. Xu Bodeo said, Your Majesty, Shen Lang is extremely loyal to you, and his fate is in your hands. If you ask, he will definitely give you the formula for the glass mirror. As long as you get the formula, the Yinyuan Association is not only willing to lend 3,500,000 gold coins without interest, but also willing to waive the previous debt of 2 million gold coins. What a generous offer. Monarch Ming Yuanxian closed his eyes. Shu Bodeo said, "The state of you doesn't need to pay any price for this, and neither does your majesty. So why not?" Monarch sneered inwardly. On the surface, it seems that he doesn't need to pay any price, but free is the most expensive thing. What he has to pay is the trust between me and Shenlang. In Monarch Ming Yuanxian's view, the trust between him and Shenlang is far more than 3 million gold coins. Monarch's face instantly turned cold. He said indifferently, "Then there is no need for that. Thank you, Elder Shu. See the guest out." Shu Bodeo didn't say much. He bowed and then left. After he left, Monarch Ming Yuanxian sneered miserably, "Everyone thinks that I am old and weak, and that everyone wants to bully me. Go and tell Shenlang to work hard, lest the two of us are looked down upon by others." Eunuch Shaoli heard this and immediately left. Forget it. There is no need to tell him. He knows it very well. Ming Yuanxian stopped him again. "Li Sun, draft an order for Nangong Ao to gather 50,000 troops and prepare to head south to the battlefield of Nanou." "Yes. Shenlang, Ningjing, I'm waiting for the two of you to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. When that time comes, I will once again roar in the forest." Beiyuan hunting ground. This place consumed an astronomical amount of food and meat every day. After these people with zero bloodlines had their bloodlines transformed, their appetite grew bigger and bigger. There was no other way. The daily training was too shocking, almost 5 times more than a normal army. Each person had to eat 2 caddies of food, 3 caddies of meat, and 5 caddies of fruits and vegetables every day. Furthermore, they basically didn't grow fat in their stomachs. They were very thin before, and they still looked very thin now. But one touch and you would know that each person's muscles were as hard as iron. Now, each person's long handle saber had already exceeded 260 caddies. Most soldiers couldn't even lift it, let alone swing it. No one would be so sick as to use such a heavy saber. And these people with transformed bloodlines had to swing it 20,000 times a day. Of course, now they finally had a different posture. Originally, it had been a straight cut from top to bottom, but now there were diagonal cuts and upward slashes. Now, not only did they have to train during the day, but they also had to train for 6.5 hours at night. The training at night was even simpler. Carrying weights and climbing mountains. Carrying weights of 350 caddies, marching back and forth for 150 miles in 6.5 hours. On average, it was 12 kilometers per hour. This was a training exercise. This kind of training intensity was simply unprecedented. It was simply not training for soldiers, but for demons. Without absolute willpower, it was impossible to complete. But, none of these 2,300 people fell behind. They completed the weight-bearing training again and again in a way that was almost self-harming. After that, Shenlang didn't just consume food and meat. He also consumed countless medicinal herbs. Every day after training, they had to soak in medicinal soup for an hour to recover their muscles and veins. Therefore, this army was basically made of gold. This group of people didn't need to be paid, but during these days of crazy training, Shenlang spent more than 2,000 gold coins on average every day. After 3 months, it would cost nearly 200,000 gold coins just to train these 2,000 people. And the equipment on their bodies, whether it was the super MO sword or the super heavy armor, were all forged with the best steel, each of which required a high cost. This was not only the most powerful army, but also the most expensive army. Even with such wealth, Shenlang could only afford to support a few thousand people at most. Wangda, the person with transformed bloodlines. He couldn't sleep every night. It wasn't because he was too tired, but because he was too excited. No matter what he did, he was extremely focused, and it was the same when he practiced the sword. There were only 3 moves in total, and he had practiced them millions of times. But it seemed that every time, he would have a new understanding. A new understanding of strength, speed, and angle. In his mind, he could even form the relevant trajectory of the sword light, as well as the strength and speed of the sword in each place. Not only that, he and all his brothers also learned the structure of the human body every day, the density and hardness of various metals, the structure of the warhorse, the hardness of the bones, and so on. Everything they learned had only one goal: how to use the fastest speed and the smallest strength to split the enemy in half. How to split the enemy's warhorse in half. Now, the training time every day was more than 18 hours. Logically speaking, he should be exhausted. But when he slept, he couldn't help but practice over and over again in his mind. If it were anyone else, they would have long given up on such boring training, not to mention understanding the true meaning of battle from simple moves. But this group of people with transformed bloodlines could. Previously, they could watch the changes in the clouds in the sky for an entire day. Not to mention practicing the sword. Sigh, if only people didn't need to sleep. Then I can train all the time. I'm so stupid, my results are so bad. The results of this group of people were really too good. They really improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to when their bloodlines had just transformed, each of them had made great progress. And it wasn't like the genius of the Lon brothers who improved by leaps and bounds, but very solid progress. Step by step, full of blood and sweat. The Lon brothers would only train with all their might under Bitter Joy's whip. And these more than 2,300 people with transformed bloodlines were fighting with all their might, competing with themselves. Bitter Joy needed to suppress them at all times. Otherwise, this group of people would work so hard that they wouldn't sleep and keep training like this. In the eyes of others, they were like idiots. They could practice such a diagonal slash hundreds of thousands of times without getting tired of it. Even though it was only for 3 months. But the amount of training they had was more than 2 years of training for an ordinary army. Even after their bloodlines had transformed, they still weren't geniuses, but they were definitely the most hard-working group of people. Time flew. Years flew by. The days of not being able to show off flew by. 3 months had passed. There were only a few days left before the border hunting competition. The training of these more than 2,000 people with transformed bloodlines in the Baiyuan hunting ground was about to end. Today was the last day. Everyone had to face the final assessment. The content of the assessment was very simple. Everyone used a 50-kilogram super MO sword to cut down trees. A tree with a diameter of about a foot. Cut down diagonally and cut it in half. Everyone only had a chance of 1 slash. This time, we will only send 2,000 people to participate in the border hunting competition. More than 300 people will be eliminated and won't be able to win glory for the country. Each of you only has a chance of 1 slash. As long as you don't cut down a tree with a diameter of 1 foot, it will be considered a failure and you will be eliminated. This assessment was considered to be very strict. Wanting to cut down a tree with a diameter of 1 foot with 1 slash, how difficult would it be? This had the highest requirements for strength, speed, and angle. And if one could cut down a tree with 1 slash, then no matter what enemy, no matter what kind of warhorse, they would definitely be cut in half with 1 slash. In 3 months, this group of people wielded the 200-kilogram super big sword and cut more than 1,000,000 times. Now it was time to test the results. Wangda was the first to be assessed. He raised the big sword and took a deep breath. Clang! He slashed down fiercely. Like moving clouds and flowing water. Cut in half with 1 slash, this tree with a diameter of 1 foot was directly cut in half. The second to go up was Liguzi. Clang! Cut in half with 1 slash, the third, the fourth, the fifth. A few hours later, Shenlang was completely stunned. More than 2,300 people all succeeded. Cut in half with 1 slash. My God, this group of people was too nature-defying. They really had to win this border hunting competition even with their eyes closed. Note, the first update has been delivered. I'm going to eat a bowl of noodles and then come back to write. Brothers, don't stop supporting me. The pastries are relying on this. Please remember the domain name of this book. Calm Wonderful Bookhouse. The back end seems to have frozen. It's been more than 10 minutes since it was posted. When the data was large enough, accidents were inevitable. It was normal for one mistake to occur among 100 people. But none of the 2,300 people made any mistakes and all passed. That was shocking. But it also seemed to be reasonable. It was like in the exam of the gifted class. It was difficult for dozens of students to score 100%, but it was easy for everyone to score more than 80%. The army in front of them might not be geniuses, but they were definitely the best. Next, Xianxia and Bitterhead Joy were in a dilemma. What should they do? Only 2,000 people could participate in this border hunt. They had no choice but to draw lots. There were 2,000 long lots and more than 300 short lots. Those who drew the short lot could only be substitutes. Looking at the hundreds of trees that had been cut down in front of them, because each tree could be cut several times, Xianxia suddenly asked, "It must have been hard for these trees to grow so big." The old eunuch beside Ningxing said, "This forest should have been planted by His Majesty's grandfather. There are even dozens of trees planted by the late king. It can be considered an imperial forest." Xianxia said, "Then shouldn't we report this to His Majesty?" The old eunuch was speechless. Wasn't it too late to report after hundreds of trees had been cut down? If it was someone else who dared to cut down the trees planted by the late king, they would be waiting to be beheaded. The final assessment of more than 2,300 people was over. This group of people was still infatuated with the super MO sword in their hands. The feeling of cutting in half was really addictive. Previously, they had used the lead sword to cut in the air. After practicing more than 1,000,000 times, the urge to really cut down had accumulated to the extreme. This time, they really cut in half. It was really satisfying. What a pity. Each person could only cut down once. That was right, an invincible army must be full of hunger and even addiction to real battles. They were looking forward to the feeling of cutting down with the sword. If it was another army, Xianxia would say that from now on, this would be their weapon, their second life. But this army didn't need it at all. Each super MO sword was engraved with the name of each person whose bloodline had metamorphosed. After this group of people used the MO sword to chop down the big tree, they immediately carefully wiped and oiled it. Moreover, he used a very fine whetstone to sharpen the knife. Not only did they start to study the patterns on the super MO saber, but they also started to study the color of the blade. They were even afraid that they would impulsively test the sharpness of the blade with their own heads. Moreover, those who were more advanced in their research began to use small hammers to gently tap every inch of this super sharpener to check if there were any hidden injuries or any uneven texture. Some even placed the MO sword in the water trough and used the volume of the overflowing water to calculate its density. Xianxia, Bitterhead Joy, and Ningxing were all stunned. Who said that these people were stupid? Xianxia didn't teach them much knowledge, and the others weren't interested at all. Only this group of people completely listened and learned, and began to study and ponder on their own. The next step was the armor test. The heavy armor of the West in the 17th century could weigh up to 40 kilograms. During the Song dynasty in China, heavy armor weighed about 29 kilograms. How heavy was the armor of Xianxia's trump card army? 50 kilograms. This was a weight that was almost heaven-defying. If ordinary soldiers wore this kind of plate armor, they wouldn't even be able to walk. However, Xianxia's trump card army trained with a weight of 350 kilograms every day. It took them 7 hours to go back and forth for a super rapid march of more than 100 kilometers. They had trained for more than 2 months. To be honest, wearing 50 kilograms of plate armor, they even felt as light as swallows. The plate armor of more than 2,000 people consumed 100,000 kilograms of super steel. This should be the best steel in the state of Yu. It was extremely expensive, and all of it was produced in the Jinshan Island steelmaking workshop of the Kim family. This was a full-body armor that completely covered them from head to toe. The only thing that was exposed was probably the eyes. Chop, 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 the saber that weighed more than 10 kilograms slashed wildly on this heavy armor. Sparks flew everywhere. But it only left a few marks, which couldn't even be considered wounds. This army didn't need a shield. Because every part of their body was a shield. Bitter Joy couldn't help but fantasize in his mind. What a magnificent scene it would be if more than 2,000 such super heavy armor Mo Dao troops appeared on the battlefield. They would really meet gods and kill gods, meet Buddhas and kill Buddhas. They would also be like the Great Wall of Steel, impervious to swords and spears. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. It was a pity that such a trump card army was built entirely out of gold. How much gold coins did Xianxia spend? Bitterjoy didn't know. But he knew that with the same amount of money, he could arm at least 50,000 troops. Tomorrow, they would set off for the border hunting. If it were any other army, they would definitely mobilize before the war, and they would also have to distribute money. But it was completely unnecessary for this army. Everyone, hand in your weapons and armor. For the remaining half of the day, you are free to do whatever you want. Bitterjoy finally gave the order. Then Wang De and the others were stunned. Free to do whatever they wanted, then what should they do? They trained every day. Why didn't they train today? They couldn't stop training today just because they were going to set off tomorrow, could they? Wang De thought for 3 minutes, but couldn't think of anything else to do. Since they were free to do whatever they wanted, they should be able to train. So, he took out his training lead knife that weighed more than 100 kilograms and started training again. Cut in half, even though they had trained more than 1,000,000 times, they still found it interesting. They were probably the super study maniacs in the future. Oh my god, I've finished all the questions in Top Student and the Huanggong Secret Scroll. I've also finished all the questions that can be bought in the store. What should I do now? I'll die if there are no questions to do. Then, more than 2,000 people took out their training lead knives and entered into a frenzy of training. On the other side, the real 10 geniuses. When the 10 Lan brothers heard the order to have free time, they were instantly overjoyed. It wasn't easy. After studying and training for a few months, they finally had half a day of free time. Come, let's play Pai Gao. I, Lonnie, am the second brother, I'll be the banker. Let's bet on big or small. Cash, no credit allowed. Anyway, everyone was paid, and it wasn't low. For a moment, these 10 people gambled like they were drunk. An hour later, the air suddenly quieted down. Because Bitterjoy walked in. Sir, it's free time, so we. Lonnie trembled. Bitterjoy did not say anything and took out his whip. Pa, all of them were whipped to death. Free time, I'll let you have free time. All of you are as stupid as pigs. Do you think you're qualified to be Baihu with your looks? Have you finished practicing the knife technique? Have you finished memorizing the art of war? Have you finished learning the arithmetic? You're still gambling. Each of the 10 Lan brothers was whipped more than 100 times. Ku Tu Huan broke 10 whips with ease. The 10 Lan brothers did not dare to cry or shout. They wanted to cry but had no tears. How can we live like this? It was clearly free time, boss. This is like the high school students of the future. Do you think holidays are for you to play? Too naive, it's just a change of place to study. After the whipping, Bitterjoy even mentally ravaged the 10 geniuses. You think that you're geniuses just because you have a special bloodline, right? All of you are Baihu, that's amazing. But look at the soldiers you brought. They are the real trump cards, the true pride of me and Shin. They are the best soldiers in the world. It's a waste to let you become their Baihu officers. I'm not afraid to tell you that it's fine even if I kill all 10 of you. Anyway, a dog can even hang a biscuit around its neck for a Baihu job. Such an outstanding army, such a trump card army, whoever commands it will be victorious. Do you really think you're geniuses? Tui. The 10 Lan brothers' faces were ashen, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Then, they were whipped to the training ground and continued to train hard. The sun was setting. Bitterjoy returned to the 2,000 or so. People with metamorphosed bloodlines. His expression was extremely kind, and his voice was fiery. That's enough, no more training. You're not allowed to train tonight, do you hear me? Have a good rest. If you're really bored, you can look at the big map. Wang De, you take the lead, no more training. The next morning, the monarch summoned Crown Prince Ning Yi. Father, are you really going to the hunting at the border? Didn't you leave it to fifth brother? Ning Yuanxian said, even King Chu is going. Why can't I go? He was wrapped in a thick quilt, and he seemed to be hunched over, looking especially old and weak. Crown Prince Ningyi said, but your health, it's fine. I'm in good health. Ning Yuanxian said, "It's not the first time you've supervised the state. I'm not worried about you, so I have nothing to tell you." The crown prince cowed out and said, "I'm afraid." Ning Yuanxian waved his hand and said, "Li Sun, let's go." Eunuch Li Sun stepped forward and carried Ning Yuanxian on his back, all the way to the huge carriage. "Let's go." He gave the order. 5,000 imperial soldiers escorted Ning Yuanxian out of the imperial palace in a mighty manner. Outside the palace, Ning Jing, dressed in armor, knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, father. May you live a long and healthy life." Ning Yuanxian didn't say anything, nor did he show up. Eunuch Li Sun said, "Rise, Marquis Chongping." Ning Jing stood up and bowed, saying, "Father, the 2,000 new soldiers who participated in the border hunting competition have all gathered. Shall we inspect them?" "No need," Monarch said with flagging interest. He still didn't show up, as if he didn't even want to look at the 2,000 new soldiers. All the officials in the court came to see Monarch off. There were about 50 officials who went with Ning Yuanxian, most of whom were from the Ministry of Rights. Many of the ministers saw it clearly. These 2,000 plus new soldiers were the useless cannon fodder that Xianxia had captured. They had been training soldiers for more than 3 months. And they were still so thin and weak, and they were all dressed in coarse clothes without any armor? Was it because they couldn't walk in armor, and where were their weapons? As an army, they didn't even carry their weapons with them. The key was the look in their eyes. Was this the look of a soldier? There was no murderous intent in his eyes. They were completely dull. In 3 months, he had only learned one move, the cut in two. He wondered if he had mastered it. "All right, let's go," Monarch said lazily. Eunuch Li Sun shouted, "Let's go." The next scene really shocked everyone. The over 2,000 new soldiers under Xianxia and Ning Jing actually climbed up the carriages one after another. This was too much of a show. Monarch was riding a carriage, and you soldiers were also riding a carriage, can't even walk. This was too much. It was fine if they didn't wear armor or carry weapons, but it was understandable if they didn't know how to ride a horse. They didn't even want to walk? But they were riding a carriage to participate in the border hunting competition? Immediately, a censor was about to step out and criticize. The people beside him quickly pulled him back. Forget it. These people were cannon fodder going to die. There was no need to be so harsh on those who were about to die. And these people were all imbeciles. They might not be able to walk that far. Ning Jing, Kutu Huan, and the Lan brothers got on their horses. Xianxia sat in a luxurious and comfortable carriage. "Let's go." Kutu Huan gave the order. More than 2,000 new soldiers rode 100 carriages, following behind the monarch's imperial army. They left the capital along Vermilion Bird Avenue and headed west towards the border of Chu and Yu. Behind them, there were more than 100 carriages. Inside were the new army's super ammo saber and heavy armor. There were also countless meat rations. There wasn't even any wine. Even the officials didn't give their blessings. Because everyone believed that this so-called border hunt was simply a compromise with the Chu country, cutting off some meat to give some benefits. They were bound to lose. If they said anything else, wouldn't it be a slap to the monarch's face? Countless commoners came to watch the show, pointing and discussing. These are the new soldiers participating in the border hunting competition? Why hasn't there been any change after a few months? That idiot neighbor of mine is still so skinny, still so slow-witted. How pitiful, these people are going to die. They don't even know how to cry when they're about to die. Among them was Wang Da's younger brother, Wang Er. His legs had already been reattached, but it wasn't very good. He was still using crutches. He immediately found his older brother, Wang Da. His heart was filled with hatred. That idiot actually didn't die. It's all that idiot's fault, causing me, Wang Er, to have my legs broken. But this time, he's going to die. Serves him right. Most of the commoners had mixed feelings in their hearts. After all, they were the people of the state of Yu. Now that they were watching the monarch lose face, they naturally didn't feel good. If it wasn't for the monarch having a stroke on a woman's belly, they wouldn't have to kneel down and lick Chu's boots. Such a monarch was truly an incapable ruler. The 5,000 imperial army escorting them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. We, the Imperial Army, are already walking, but you bunch of useless new soldiers are actually sitting in carriages? How preposterous. It's all your fault, causing us, the Imperial Army, to be looked down upon by the commoners. They were a powerful army, and he could smell the murderous aura from them. However, the Imperial Army didn't smell any killing intent from the Shenlong's new army. There was only dullness and dullness. The army left the borders of the capital and entered the borders of Tianqi province. After leaving Lane County, they headed northwest and entered the Zhong clan's defensive zone. The Marquis of Xianxia Zhongyao, the Grand Commandant of the State of Yu and the Governor of Xianxia, personally came out to welcome them, leading 8,000 soldiers to protect the monarch. Brother Zhongyao, it's been more than 10 years since we last met, the monarch said slowly. Zhongyao sat in the carriage, his body slightly leaning forward to express his respect. Your subject is afraid. As a leading figure in the military of the State of Yu, it was indeed very impolite of him not to enter the capital to pay his respects to the ruler for more than 10 years. Ning Yuanxian's tolerance of such behavior could also be considered tolerance for the sake of the country. Back then, Zhongyao supported Ning Yuanwu. He himself liked a valiant ruler like Ning Yuanwu, while Ning Yuanxian was more reserved. But all these years, even though Zhongyao did not have a good relationship with the monarch, he carried out every decree of the monarch very well. Ning Yuanxian said, after the border hunting, if there are any changes in the south and Chu state attacks, can you stop them? Zhongyao said, your subject will do his best. Ning Yuanxian nodded and said, this time, Xianxia was injured in the capital. It's my fault for not taking good care of him. I would like to apologize to you. Zhongyao said, your subject doesn't dare. Then, the two fell into silence. It was really unnecessary to say half a word when they did not get along. Neither of them liked each other, so it was indeed uncomfortable to stay together. Zhongyao was probably still thinking, this border hunting is obviously sending meat to Chu state. Why did the monarch still come? Your arrival made me have to travel thousands of miles to escort you, which affected my normal military affairs. Zhongyao had the right to despise the monarch. All these years, in order to control and supervise Zhongyao, the monarch sent his trusted subordinate, Jing Tuo. And the result, Jing Tuo rebelled. With such a thing happening, it was really hard for Ning Yuanxian to turn a blind eye to it. Alright, I'm tired. Ning Yuanxian waved his hand. Zhongyao stood up and said, your subject will take his leave. Then, he left the monarch's carriage and returned to the army. From that day on, Zhongyao could be considered to be conscientious in carrying out the task of guarding the monarch, but he never came to meet the monarch in private again. Ning Yuanxian smiled at Li Sun and said, Bianzhao is proud, so is Zhongyao. But Bianzhao's pride is in keeping to himself and not good with words, while Zhongyao's pride is real pride, but also not real. Li Sun smiled. He agreed with the monarch's words. Zhongyao's pride, first of all, was conceit. Even in the face of the monarch, he was absolutely not humble or overbearing. In the face of his colleagues, he would always be superior. However, a truly prideful person would disdain to curry favor with anyone. Just like Shen Lang, he only flattered those he cared about, such as his wife and his mother-in-law. He did not fawn over the monarch at all. If Zhongyao was really proud, why did he still marry the great Yan Empire's royal family? It was obvious that he still had his priorities. They traveled for more than 10 days, the army finally arrived at the Chu-Yu border. After all, it was the border hunting meet that was agreed upon 4 months ago. The camp had been completely set up. The 90th level platform had also been set up. Flags fluttered in the hunting ground at the border. Ning Yuanxian was accompanied by dozens of officials, hundreds of eunuchs, hundreds of palace maids, and Zhongyao's guards. There were more than 10,000 people. Ning Yuanxian arrived 3 days earlier as if to show a humble attitude. The king of Chu felt that he was the victor, so he was very reserved. When Ning Yuanxian arrived at the border, he was not there yet. The second day after Ning Yuanxian arrived at the border, the envoys from various countries arrived, Wu Nation, Muqian Nation, Liang Nation, Jin Nation, and so on. Hundreds of envoys arrived. Then, the Great Yan Empire's envoys arrived, led by Prince Lian. The Great Yan Empire's envoys were not only spectators of the border hunting meet, but they were also witnesses and adjudicators. Prince Lian and Ning Yuanxian used to be in-laws and had a close relationship. The two of them talked for 4 hours. The content of their conversation had nothing to do with the border hunting meet. In Prince Lian's opinion, the state of Yu was bound to lose, so there was no need to talk about it. The two of them talked about Prince Jin. The empire's attitude toward Prince Jin is very ambiguous. He has quite a number of supporters, Prince Lian said. Ning Yuanxian said, but Prince Jin is entangled with the Great Tribulation Temple. Doesn't His Majesty dislike the Great Tribulation Temple the most? Prince Lian said, but many people think that once Prince Jin unifies the Sand primitive tribe, he will definitely become a king. When that happens, the Great Yan Empire's territory will expand by thousands of miles to the south. Ning Yuanxian sneered inwardly. The Great Yan Empire probably doesn't want a true overlord to emerge in the south. The more fragmented the better. As a spoiler, Prince Jin was in line with the interests of the empire. So, King of Yu, you must be mentally prepared. If Prince Jin unifies the Sand primitive tribe and reports to His Majesty, the empire might really recognize his country and even confer him a title. Prince Lian said, also, the King of Chu won't be satisfied with this border hunting meet. King of Yu, he wanted to say that Ning Yuanxian was unwise in this border hunting meet, but after some thought, he felt that it was inappropriate to say it. Although he and Ning Yuanxian were in-laws and good friends, he was still a prince of the empire. Ning Yuanxian was the king of the state of Yu, while he was still an imperial prince. Before leaving, Prince Lian still brought it up. King of Yu, if we lose this border hunting meet, will you exile Ningjing and Shenlang? Ning Yuanxian nodded and said, of course. Prince Lian said, it's good to exile them. Since they've already been exiled, don't summon them back. There are many people in the empire who dislike Shenlang. Ning Yuanxian smiled and said, thank you, Brother Wang, for your good intentions. However, he sneered inwardly. Who does the Great Yan Empire dislike? If not for the fact that Prince Jin's actions are in line with your interests, you won't be able to stand Prince Jin either. In short, you don't like outstanding geniuses. You like people who follow the rules the most. It's best if everyone follows the rules of the Great Yan Empire and doesn't overstep them. There was still one day before the border hunting meet. The King of Chu finally arrived. As the victor, he had to be reserved. Although Prince Lian was present, the King of Chu was older and more qualified. There was nothing wrong with asking Prince Lian to wait. That night, Prince Lian acted as the host and found the two kings. Seeing Ning Yuanxian's aged appearance, the King of Chu was overjoyed. Moreover, he also noticed that Ning Yuanxian had been using his left hand all the time and rarely used his right hand. It was obvious that his right hand could not move freely. Those who were struck by the wind were most likely to have half of their bodies paralyzed. Immediately, King Chu said with great concern, Brother Yuanxian, I haven't seen you for a few years. You look well. Ning Yuanxian said slowly, Brother Wang, please don't laugh at me. I'm more than 10 years younger than Brother Wang, but I look older than Brother Wang. What a joke. King Chu sighed and said, we are all old fellows. Every generation has its own talents. But I do envy you. You have so many outstanding sons, unlike me, the Crown Prince, who is so useless. Crown Prince, aren't you going to pay your respects to your two uncles? The Crown Prince of Chu stepped forward and bowed, paying respects to Uncle Prince Lian, paying respects to Uncle King Yu. King Chu's words were mocking King Chu. Ning Yuanxian used to be so powerful. But once he fell ill, even his two ambitious sons couldn't suppress him. Now the competition for the throne in your state of Yu is getting fiercer and fiercer. Let's see what you can do. You're playing with fire. But Chu state doesn't have such worries. The Crown Prince's position is very stable. Ning Yuanxian said, the Crown Prince of Chu is really handsome and charming. Then, he didn't introduce Ningjing. Ningjing just knelt on the side silently, as if he was invisible. The Crown Prince of Chu said, which Qilin of King Yu is this? He asked in a very intimate way, but it was also a kind of sarcasm. Ningjing had never shown his face. So, as the son of King Yu, almost no one knew him. Ning Yuanxian lowered his head and didn't say anything. He still didn't want to introduce Ningjing to anyone. Ningjing stepped forward and bowed, saying, paying respects to Prince Lian, King Chu, and Crown Prince of Chu. I'm Ningjing. Prince Lian nodded to show his respect. King Chu didn't seem to hear it. The Crown Prince of Chu raised his wine cup and gestured. Then, Ningjing became an invisible person once again. An hour later, the whole banquet ended on a bad note. Throughout the banquet, Xianxia played the role of a lonely man. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. And King Chu laughed heartily from time to time. He drank several cups of wine in a row. He also played the role of a victor to the fullest. The next morning, the three kings sacrificed to heaven. The heavens were beautiful. The weather today was very good. It was very suitable for the border hunting. Then, Prince Lian read the specific terms of the border. Hunting again. King Chu, are you sure you want to send 2,000 troops? King Chu, are you sure you want to send 5,000 troops? The two kings nodded. The loser will publicly apologize, cede 20 miles of the border, 23 fortresses, and pay 800,000 gold coins as compensation? The two kings confirmed it again. Although the envoys already knew the specific terms of the border hunting, they still felt it was ridiculous when they heard it again. It was too obvious that the state of you was cutting the flesh and bleeding the blood. It was the first time that they saw an army coming in carriages. They didn't wear armor or carry weapons. They couldn't even walk. It was really fortunate that Shen Lang could find 2,000 worthless people to be cannon fodder. As such, kings of Chu and Yu, the border hunting officially begins. The world shall bear witness. Thousands of envoys sat on the high platform to bear witness to the border hunting. The previous border hunting between Xianxia and King Wu was also like this. The king of Chu saw that his army was full of heroic bearing and murderous intent. Instantly, he laughed and said, Brother Yu, I heard that you are good at chess. Why don't we have a game of chess for this border hunting? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. King Yu was good at chess, but they didn't know that King Chu was good at it. Xianxia wore a thick cotton coat. He frowned slightly and said, Brother Wang, there are no literary hunts in this border hunting. The Chu king smiled and said, when two armies fight, they need time to prepare. Since we have nothing to do, I heard that brother is a national expert, so let us help you out, lest everyone gets bored waiting. It was normal for the border hunting to set up the field. Xianxia loved to play chess. Xianxia said, but I'm not feeling well. Why don't we stop here? His attitude was like he had given up on himself. He couldn't wait to end the border hunting, end the humiliation, and return home. King Chu said, there's no rush. Brother Yu's chess skills are more than 10 times better than mine. You will definitely win. I recently obtained an incomplete game and found all the experts in the Chu country, but no one was able to solve it. I remembered that Brother Yu Wang is a national player, so I will ask you for guidance. Then, King Chu said loudly, set up the game. Instantly, a chess game appeared in front of Xianxia. Another huge chess board appeared in the center of the field. It was dozens of meters wide. Every chess piece on the board was so huge that the thousands of envoys from various countries could see them clearly. King Yu just took a look and his scalp went numb. This was a heaven puzzle. He couldn't solve it at all. He had tried for several years. The envoys couldn't help but curse in their hearts. King Chu, you are really unforgiving. Not only do you want to crush and slaughter the state of you in military battles, you even want to humiliate King Yu at the literature hunt. This heaven puzzle was too famous. Almost every chess enthusiast present had tried to solve it, but they couldn't. King Chu bowed and said, Brother Yu, I am sincerely asking you for guidance. This game won't affect the outcome of the border hunting. I will take the black pieces and you will take the white pieces. If Brother Yu can beat me and help me solve this puzzle, I will personally beat the drum for you. How about it? Chu Crown Prince said, if King Yu can't solve it, then please beat the drum for my father. Xianxia felt helpless. If he could solve it, he would have done it a few years ago. Why wait until now? King Chu bowed once more and said, Brother Yu, you are a famous national champion. You won't agree even if I try? At this moment, the Minister of Rights said, why does your Majesty have to make things difficult for King Yu? King Yu has just recovered from his illness. The moment he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Ning Yuanxian was furious. What does Chu mean by this? Are you saying that my brain was damaged by the stroke and my mind isn't clear, so I don't even dare to try? Instantly, Ning Yuanxian was pushed into the air. If he agreed, he would definitely lose. If he didn't agree, people would think that his brain was damaged by the stroke. He had always considered himself a national champion. If he was bullied by King Chu in chess, it would be a great humiliation. Shen Lang sneered in his heart. King Chu, I've really seen through your character. If I can't read your pulse, I won't be a vet anymore. This heaven puzzle was too famous. It came from the Xianxia pavilion. No chess expert in the world could solve it. Of course, Shen Lang couldn't solve it either. But his brain could solve it. After spending dozens of hours and thousands of attempts, the AI finally solved this heavenly Go puzzle. Immediately, Shen Lang bowed and said, King Chu, it is just a heaven puzzle. Why does King Yu need to personally solve it? His Highness Ningjing will do. At this moment, Ningjing, the fifth prince, said, Father, I am willing to play for you. Everyone was stunned. This was a good idea. Ningjing was going to lose anyway. If he lost, it wouldn't be so shameful. Anyway, he was going to be the scapegoat of this border hunting competition. He was going to be exiled soon. It didn't matter if he lost one more game. Countless national champions couldn't solve this heaven puzzle, let alone Ningjing, a useless prince. Shen Lang said, let's make it clear. If His Highness Ningjing solves the heavenly Go puzzle and defeats King Chu, then King Chu, you have to play the drum for our king. The Chu nation's crown prince has to sing in response. Okay. If King Yu wins, my son and I will sing for him. King Chu laughed heartily and said, since worthy brother King Chu is unwell, it's fine to have your son replace you. But if you lose, you have to do it yourself. No one else can do it for you. What do you think? Ning Yuanxian said, it's a deal. King Chu said, it's a deal. Then, Ningjing walked up to the platform and replaced Ning Yuanxian to play chess. On the other side, the Crown Prince of Chu also played chess for King Chu. Anyway, it was the same for Chu. This was a heaven puzzle. The key was to see how the white pieces would solve it. The two king's sons placed their pieces while the big chessboard placed their pieces at the same time. It was also a different kind of live broadcast. Everyone was drowsy. Because this chess game was doomed. No one had been able to solve this chess game for many years. What was Ningjing to them, however, just 15 minutes later, everyone was wide awake, because the chess game had changed. Ningjing was going to win. How was this possible? The white pieces were bound to lose in this heaven puzzle. There was no solution to it. Many national champions tried their best but failed to solve it. This was the Xianxia Pavilion's chess game. Ningjing actually solved it? He was going to win. Note, the second update is here. Today's 2 updates are almost 16,000. I ate too little tonight. I seem to have low blood sugar again. My hands are a little weak. I shouted weakly, please support and monthly votes. Please remember this book's domain name. Calm Wonderful Bookhouse. As the game went on, the Crown Prince of Chu started to panic. This situation was different from what he remembered. What should he do in the next game? Although he looked calm on the surface, his mind was in a mess. The King of Chu couldn't help but look at the counselor next to him. The counselor was the one who suggested this to further damage Ning Yuanxian's dignity and enhance the King of Chu's reputation. He had made it clear that this heavenly chess game was unsolvable. How did it end up like this? Ningjing, on the other hand, remained calm. He was not arrogant, nor discouraged. Another quarter of an hour passed. The game was very clear. The white man's side had already won. Everyone present couldn't believe it. The heavenly chess game released by the Xianxia Pavilion was solved just like that. Wasn't it unsolvable? It had been more than 5 years. During this period, many people claimed to have solved the heavenly chess game. In the end, it was all nonsense. They played white and black pieces, and then the white pieces won. They didn't follow the steps of the game at all. They simply went easy on themselves, allowing the black pieces to win. On Earth, many civil scientists announced that they had solved Goldbach's conjecture every year. But now, Nanjing had really solved it. The key was that the crown prince didn't make a wrong move. How did he lose? How was that possible? The Xianxia Pavilion would release a heavenly chess game every few years. Once it was solved, a new heavenly chess game would be released. Usually, a heavenly chess game would be solved within 6 or 7 years. The person who solved it would become an honorary scholar of the Xianxia Pavilion. It was a top honor. It was equivalent to being an honorary professor at Cambridge University or Oxford University in the future. Therefore, every time a heavenly chess game was released, countless Go players would work hard to solve it. Once they solved it, they would become famous and gain amazing fame and fortune. But this heavenly chess game should be solved by a master or a hermit. Who was Nanjing, a useless prince who was ignored by others? Since childhood, other princes studied with great scholars in the palace while he had to be taught by old eunuchs. Now he solved the heavenly chess game. This was simply inconceivable. The crown prince held a black piece in his hand and didn't put it down for a long time. Brother Nanjing, peace is the most important. How about we consider this round as a draw? The Chu crown prince asked. He had a good plan. But generally speaking, the other party wouldn't refuse. After all, in everyone's opinion, the state of Yu needed help from the state of Chu. Next, in the true border hunt, he hoped that the Chu country would not be too ruthless and leave some face for the king of Chu. If the Chu country accepted the draw, it could be considered that the Chu country owed the Chu country a small favor. Later on, when the two armies fought, the Chu country could at least spare the Chu country. No way. Nanjing flatly refused. Prince Chu's face trembled, and his expression immediately turned ugly. Everyone was stunned. Is Nanjing really that stubborn? What kind of determination was this? Or was he stupid? Next, the crown prince of the Chu kingdom continued to play chess expressionlessly. 15 minutes later, the game ended, and Nanjing won. This meant that the Xianxia Pavilion's heavenly puzzle had officially been broken. The state of Yu wins the game between the two countries. An envoy from the great Yan Empire shouted. The king of Chu glared at the strategist fiercely. Then, he laughed loudly and said, Brother king of Chu, your son is indeed full of talents. Even the unknown Nanjing has inherited your chess skills. Amazing, amazing. Then, the king of Chu did not mention anything about the song. I'm a little thirsty. Serve the wine, the king of Chu shouted. Immediately, a group of palace maids walked over and began to sing and dance. Delicious wine and delicacies were served. Their meaning was clear. Everyone should enjoy the wine and look at the beauties. As for the song, it was best that everyone forgot about it. Of course, everyone hoped to see the king of Chu play the drum, but no one dared to mention it. At this moment, Xianxia stood up and said, Everyone, please wait and drink. King of Chu, Crown Prince, have you forgotten something? The king of Chu's expression changed when he heard this. Kid, are you going to be so disrespectful? Immediately, Wang Huili, the minister of the Honglu Temple, said, Who are you? What rank are you? What rank are you? In such an occasion, what right do you have to speak? F***ku. Wang Huili, aren't you tired of doing this every time? Xianxia immediately said, Lord Wang Huili, have you forgotten about me? I was the one who negotiated and signed the letter of credence with you. Also, you were exposed as a prostitute, and in the end, a dozen hoodlums rushed in and beat you up. I was the one who saved you. How are your balls? Have you recovered? They were very swollen that day. The moment he said this, Wang Huili's expression changed drastically. F***k, he had never seen such a shameless person before. What kind of occasion was this for you to spout such nonsense? Following that, Xianxia exclaimed, Lord Wang Huili, your beard is gone. Don't tell me your eggs have all been cut off? Not a single one is left? But this is good too. This is good too. You can sever your mortal roots and focus on being a king. You can quit being the minister of the Honglu Temple and enter the Chu royal palace as a eunuch. Not bad, not bad. The king of Chu looked coldly at Xianxia. This evil creature was Xianxia? He was indeed hateful. Just one look at him made one want to kill him. But the minister of the Honglu temple, Wang Huili, couldn't say a word. Shen Lang's words were too vicious. At such a high-class occasion, even if you don't want your face, I still want it. Even if Wang Huili had indeed cut off his eggs, would that stop me from becoming a minister? I can still make a name for myself. Following that, Shen Lang said, King Chu, it's time for you to sing for our king. Crown Prince Chu, it's time for you to sing. The two of you can be considered husband and wife singing. Oh, that's not right, it's the son singing the father's song. The Chu father and son's eyes were about to spit fire at these words. Husband and wife singing the father's song? What son singing the father's song? None of these were good words. Everyone was silent. Shen Lang looked at Prince Lian of the Empire and said, Prince Lian, can I go back on my word? Isn't it said that a king keeps his word? Bullshit. That was all made up in books. Every king had to learn to turn hostile like flipping a book. Prince Lian didn't respond. He wasn't going to uphold such justice. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Shen Lang. If there were no surprises, the heavenly chess puzzle should have been solved by this kid. He was extremely smart, but he was also annoying. The most annoying people in the world were those who were arrogant and liked to play to the gallery. No wonder so many people don't like this Shen Lang. Even I feel that he's an eyesore. Prince Lian asked, Ningjing, do you want me to report you solved the heavenly chess puzzle to the Sky Sea Pavilion? No matter what, the person who had publicly solved the heavenly chess puzzle was Ningjing. Once he reported it to the Sky Sea Pavilion, he could become an honorary scholar. This honor was undoubtedly timely for Ningjing. As a prince who was looked down upon, he really needed this honor. Ningjing bowed and said, There's no need. Shen Lang and the Sky Sea Pavilion have already fallen out. In that case, I, Ningjing, don't need to stick my warm face to the cold buttocks of others. When these words came out, everyone could not help but be stunned. Ningjing, are you stupid? How could you reject such a great honor? Once you lost the next border hunt, you and Shen Lang would be exiled. Your lives would be over. Once you became an honorary scholar of the Sky Sea Pavilion, at least you wouldn't be exiled to a wasteland. You could stay in the Sky Sea Pavilion. At this moment, Shen Lang said, Since King Chu can go back on his word, then we can go back on our word as well. We're not competing in this border hunt. Let's go home. Then, Shen Lang ordered, Let's go home. Then, the 2,000 new soldiers who had been especially dull actually walked back and boarded the carriages to leave. Immediately, King Chu flew into a rage and said coldly, Brother King of you, are you treating national affairs as child's play? Shen Lang said sarcastically, Then can you treat your words as child's play? King Chu stared coldly at King Ming Yuanxian and said slowly, King Yu, listen carefully. I will personally beat the drum for you. Then, on the high platform, King Chu beat the drum. Crown Prince Chu sang. Of course, he only sang 3 lines, and King Chu only beat the drum 3 times. The historians of the various countries recorded it down. Great Yan Empire, year 30 of Yenwu, 3rd of February, King Chu beat the drum for King Yu 3 times. Then, King Chu shouted, Bring me the map, the gold, and the imperial edict. Immediately, a group of eunuchs carried plates to the high platform. On one plate was the map, and on the other plate was the imperial edict. Hundreds of warriors carried the gold out. Then, they piled the gold on the steps. The so-called gold coins were just a form of address. Trade between countries at the top, reparations, and the like, did not use gold coins. Instead, they used large pieces of gold. 800,000 gold coins were equivalent to 56,000 caddies. Each piece of gold weighed 5 caddies, and there were more than 5,000 pieces. They piled up the steps of the high platform. Ming Yuanxian waved his hand. Immediately, a group of eunuchs carried the map and imperial edict. Hundreds of warriors carried 56,000 caddies of gold and piled it on the other side of the high platform. Immediately, the high platform shone with golden light, and it looked like a golden pyramid. The hundreds of envoys present were all experienced, but they were still shocked by the scene before them. What a grand occasion! What a grand gesture! This also meant that both sides had shed all pretenses of cordiality. Next, they would fight to the death. Inspect the map. Prince Lian led the envoys to inspect the maps presented by the state of Yu and the state of Chu. Which 20 li and which 23 fortresses were seated were clearly marked on it. Once the border hunt ended, the victor would immediately occupy the 20 li capital and send troops to garrison it. There was no room for evasion, and there was no leeway. Inspect the Imperial Edict. This was the Imperial Edict written by King Chu and King Yu. If they lost the border hunt, not only would the emperor have to read this Imperial Edict in public, but he would also have to spread it to the rest of the world. At that time, they would definitely lose all face. Inspect the gold. The Great Yan Empire's envoy would personally inspect the gold on both sides to see if it was pure enough. Half an hour later. The inspection was complete. Prince Lian of the Empire made peace for the last time. King Yu, King Chu, when the swords and sabers meet, peace is precious, peace is precious. Of course, this was just a formality. However, in history, there were people who gave up at the last moment. King Chu laughed sinisterly in his heart. How could he not eat such a juicy piece of meat? The arrow is nocked, it has to be released. King Yu, Ning Yuanxian, did not say anything. He only nodded. Prince Lian said, with that, the border hunt officially begins. King Chu's blood was boiling. This border hunt was a sure win. There was no doubt about it. However, it was the beginning of Chu's dominance. From today onwards, Chu will officially surpass the state of Yu and become the #1 overlord in the south of the Great Yan Empire. The state of Yu? It's almost over, Ning Yuanxian. Do you think I'll be satisfied by giving me these benefits? You think I'll let you off? You're daydreaming. When Prince Jin sweeps through the south, it will be the end of your state of Yu. Ning Yuanxian, just you wait. In a while, my army will kill all 2,000 of your good-for-nothings. Not a single one will be spared. I hope you don't collapse from another stroke. Dong, 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 the war drums sounded. However, it was not urgent. Chu troops, enter the field. The herald roared and waved the military flag. Bang, 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 bang. The Chu troops entered the field. 2,000 elite infantrymen were fully armed. Every soldier was armed to the teeth. These were the soldiers of Chu. They had been through hundreds of battles and were extremely elite. Over the years, they had fought against Liang, New Qian, and Western Liang, winning 9 out of 10 battles. They were definitely the elites of the elite. 2,000 people lined up neatly in 20 square formations. Wherever the army passed, birds and insects were silent, hiding in the gaps and shivering. Even from afar, one could smell the shocking murderous aura from them. Also, their eyes were as if they were looking at dead people. Everyone could tell at a glance that the combat power of the 2,000 elite soldiers of Chu surpassed that of the state of Yu's most outstanding imperial guards. An army that had been through a war was completely different. An army that had killed its way out of a pile of corpses was even more different. However, why did Chu only send 2,000 people? Could it be that the king of Chu wants a fair fight? Immediately after, the ground started to shake. A cavalry unit surged over like a tidal wave. 3,000 armored cavalrymen charged into the hunting ground in an orderly manner. Their aura was like a dark cloud pressing down on them, like raging waves. Everyone looked at King Chu in disbelief. No way, not only did you send 2,000 of your most elite soldiers? You even sent 3,000 heavily armored cavalry? That was too much. Your 2,000 Chu soldiers were enough to instantly kill the 2,000 new troops of the state of Yu. The heavily armored cavalry was almost invincible on the battlefield. Under this crazy charge, it was completely unstoppable. King Chu's intention was very clear. 2,000 of the most elite soldiers of Chu would fight, and 3,000 heavily armored cavalry would hold the line. Basically, these 3,000 heavily armored cavalry would not really fight, it was just a precaution. After all, Chu could send out 5,000 soldiers for the border hunt. However, after knowing that the state of Yu had recruited 2,000 useless recruits, he felt that it was too unfair to send out 5,000 soldiers. It was still 2,000 against 2,000. With the 2,000 useless recruits of the state of Yu, not to mention the 2,000 Chu elite soldiers, even 200 of them could win. 2,000 against 2,000, they could win even with their eyes closed, and it would be an absolute instant kill. State of Yu troops enter the field. Following the order from the messenger. The military flag waved. The 2,000 new troops of the state of Yuningxing entered the field. They were still dressed in plain clothes. Their gait was very neat, but there was no killing intent. Their gait was the same as normal walking. And these 2,000 people were expressionless, and their gazes were still wooden. When everyone saw this, some laughed until their stomachs hurt, while others cursed in their hearts. They had all heard that Shenlang and Ningxing had recruited 2,000 imbeciles as cannon fodder. It seemed that it was true. There was definitely something wrong with these people's brains. They were going to die, but there was no fear on their faces. It was as if they were going to have a meal. No wonder Ning Yuanxian could tolerate them even though they came in carriages. It was necessary to be tolerant of those who were about to die. However, it was really a sin to send 2,000 idiots to their deaths and be massacred. No one could bear to look at it. At this moment, the commander of the Imperial Guards could no longer bear it. He shouted, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards are willing to fight for your Majesty." This was too embarrassing, sending 2,000 idiots to their deaths and be massacred. Winning or losing was a small matter, but from then on, the state of Yu would become the laughingstock of the world. At this moment, Western Governor Zhongyao said, "Your Majesty, the elites of the Western Guards are also willing to fight for your Majesty." Zhongyao was not being polite. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. This was because he, Zhongyao, was the one fighting against Chu country. Today, Yu country sent 2,000 idiots to hunt at the border and they were slaughtered. What a blow to Yu country's reputation, and what a blow to his morale. King Chu narrowed his eyes. The state of Yu mobilized the Imperial Guards? Or the elites of the Western Guards to participate in the border hunt? Whatever, but if that's the case, the state of Chu will send 5,000 soldiers. In any case, this ridiculous border hunt was decided by the state of Yu. King Chu sneered, "King Chu, you have to decide which army to send to participate in the border hunt. Otherwise, your head will fall off and never grow back." Monarch Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes. His body bent even more as if he was feeling cold. Immediately, Eunuch Li Sun brought a quilt-like cloak and draped it over Ning Yuanxian. Wrapped in the quilt, Ning Yuanxian looked even older and weaker. "That's it. Let's end this quickly." Ning Yuanxian sighed. "Ha ha ha ha." King Chu couldn't help but laugh. To think that Ning Yuanxian would have such a day, the border hunt would continue. The state of Yu would not change its army. As the commander of the state of Yu, Ningxing was dressed in military attire and stood on the platform. As the commander, Bitter Joy was riding on a warhorse. Everyone change. Following Bitter Joy's order, hundreds of carriages drove in. The doors of the carriages opened. Inside were all super heavy armors that weighed at least 50 kilograms. There were also super ammo swords that were 1.8 meters long, each weighing about 55 kilograms. The 2,000 new soldiers of the Shenlang silently put on their armor. In order to prevent rust, the surface of the armor was covered with a layer of black paint. Everyone was startled. Was this armor made of wood? And this sword, it was so long and huge. Was it made of wood too? The 2,000 new soldiers moved quickly. In just half a quarter of an hour, they had all changed. "Assemble. Line up." Bitterhead Joy gave the order. The 2,000 new soldiers lined up. Neat as one. A total of 2,000 people as one. This was too shocking. The tip of the sword in each person's hand formed a line. The nose bridge of each person's helmet formed a line. Every square formation seemed to have been measured with a ruler. The appearance of the elite soldiers of the state of Chu was already very shocking. But compared to the army of the state of Yu, it seemed disorganized. Just this formation alone was not top-notch. It was unbelievable. How did they do it? 2,000 people, each of their movements was exactly the same. None of them made any mistakes. Moreover, their armors looked really amazing. It was wrapped from head to toe. Other than the eyes, there was no gap at all. And listening to the sound of impact, it seemed like it was really made of iron. Then how heavy was this armor? After putting on the armor and holding the broadsword, the 2,000 new soldiers of the Shenlang instantly changed. They were filled with the beauty of absolute strength, metal, and even industrial beauty. There was actually such a beautiful army in this world. It could even be called art. However, this army still did not have any killing intent, not even a little bit. For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with a strange feeling. Why did the Xunlang build such a beautiful army? Maybe this new army was not as useless as they thought. But it was still useless. After all, these were 2,000 idiots. Moreover, they had only trained for 3 months and had not experienced any actual combat. Facing 2,000 elite soldiers of the state of Chu, there was no possibility of victory. Border hunting, capture the other party's flag, and it is considered victory. The rules were that simple. The two armies were 2 li apart, and the flags of the 2 countries were behind the armies. To capture the flag, they had to defeat the other army first. The general of the state of Chu roared, "Attack!" The general of the state of Yu, Kutuhuan, roared, "Attack!" The 2,000 elite soldiers of the state of Chu began to advance. Their pace became faster and faster, and the killing intent of the entire army became stronger and stronger. As for the 2,000 new Mo Dao soldiers of the state of Yu, their pace did not change. They were neat and tidy, as if there were 20 big blocks advancing. This degree of uniformity was comparable to a guard of honor. Everyone was shocked. At this time, they were still walking like a guard of honor. And there was no killing intent at all. It was useless to look good in the border hunting. The key was combat power. Bang, 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 the earth-shaking war drums became more and more rapid and intense. The 2 armies were getting closer, closer, and closer. When the 2 sides were about 100 meters apart, they had entered the killing range of the arrows. The king of the state of Chu waved his hand. Instantly, the 2,000 elite soldiers of the state of Chu stopped. Ready! The 2,000 soldiers of the state of Chu drew their bows and nocked arrows. Release! 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 Arrows rained down. Thousands of sharp arrows smashed down on the 2,000 new soldiers of the state of Yu. At this time, everyone realized that the army of the state of Yu was not equipped with bows and arrows. In a battle of infantry, the 2 armies were facing each other at a close distance. Bows and arrows were extremely valuable, but they were not equipped with bows and arrows. Wouldn't that mean that they could not fight back at a distance of more than 200 steps? But with only 3 months of training, it was normal that they did not have time to train their bows and arrows. But what happened next shocked everyone. Because the rain of arrows did not stop the advance of the new army of the state of Yu. They did not react to the rain of arrows. They did not even raise their hands to block, let alone dodge. 2,000 soldiers advanced in an orderly manner. Were they not afraid of death? What was even more shocking was that when the arrows hit their bodies, they did not cause any casualties. When the sharp arrows hit the armor, they didn't even leave a mark, let alone pierce through it. Countless arrows broke in half and bounced off. The Chu army was stunned. The armor of the idiotic army of the state of Yu was so strong, 3 waves of arrows, and there were no casualties. At this time, even if there were knives, the 2,000 new soldiers under Xunlang would not be affected, much less the rain of arrows. Their speed did not change, and they continued to advance in an orderly manner. General Chu's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Shield formation, form a defense." The Chu army did not charge, and formed a defense formation. This was slightly embarrassing, but it was understandable for the sake of victory. The 2,000 Chu elites started to change formation. The huge shield suddenly stood upright on the ground, forming a steel shield wall. The spearmen hid behind the shield wall, and aimed their sharp spears at the gaps of the shields. If the enemy slashed, countless spears would come out like porcupines. It looked like the Chu defense formation was impenetrable. Ready! Ready! The 2,000 new army of the state of Yu came closer and closer. Moments later, the 2 armies clashed. The crown prince of Chu pulled out his sharp sword from the commander's platform and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill the state of Yu army! For the glory of great Chu, kill! Do not spare a single life of the state of Yu army!" Instantly, countless spears stabbed out from the Chu army. Some of the envoys widened their eyes, while others covered their eyes. The state of Yu army might look good, but they were truly idiots. Not even dodging? Facing the enemy's porcupine formation, they actually maintained their original speed and advanced. This time, blood would flow like a river, and many Yu soldiers would be pierced in the stomach. Yet, what happened next shocked everyone once again. Countless spears stabbed into the stomachs of the State of Yu army. But, the entire State of Yu army only paused for a moment, and did not even try to dodge. They were unharmed. Instead, the spears of the Chu army bent, and even broke. Next, the most magnificent scene appeared. General Ku Tu Huan pulled out his sword and shouted, "Cut them in half." Wang De shouted in his heart, "It's finally here, I've been holding it in for more than 10 days. I can finally cut them, I'm so excited, so happy." Instantly, 2,000 State of Yu soldiers raised their 1.8-meter-long MO swords. 110 kilograms, weapons forged with top-grade steel. With a shocking momentum. Shwa. Cut them in half. Cut them in half. Hundreds of MO swords slashed down, still neat as one, hundreds of MO swords slashed down like lightning. In an instant, the sturdy shield wall in front of them was slashed into pieces. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Cut them in half, cut them in half. 2,000 soldiers with transformed bloodlines felt their blood boiling. They felt as though they had been suppressed for a long time, and were finally released. Awesome! 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 Their footsteps did not stop, and they kept moving forward, forward, and forward. The MO swords in their hands kept slashing down, down, and down. Shwa shwa shwa. All the shields were smashed into pieces. The Chu elite soldiers in front of them were smashed into pieces, their heads, armors, and bodies were cleaved into 2 halves. Under the MO swords that weighed more than 100 kilograms, the armors of the Chu elite soldiers were like paper, and their bodies were like mud. This group of people with transformed bloodlines could even cut a 1-foot-thick tree in half. Not to mention the fragile human bodies. Cut them in half, slash, 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 blood splattered everywhere. All of them died without a complete corpse. Chu's seemingly indestructible defensive formation was instantly torn into pieces. This was not an army at all. This was simply a meat grinder on the battlefield. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. Note, the first update has been sent. Next, I'll take a bath and have a meal, and then come back to write. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes and support. Pastry has really done his best. End of chapter 325. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.